Chapter 1. A Disturbance in the Palace. In the 7th year of Xingyin, during the month of May, Li Yi of Dongping sat in a tavern, surrounded by scattered wine jugs, slightly tipsy. Leaning against the windowsill, she welcomed the warm breeze, observing the bustling passers-by and listening to the merchants' calls, creating a lively atmosphere. Her maid, Yulin, urged her, "Princess, if you do not return soon, the prince will come looking for you." Li Yi waved her hand dismissively and replied, "There is no rush. Look, there is a commotion over there. Such liveliness is a rare sight." Seeing that her persuasion was in vain, Yulin followed her gaze. Li Yi had previously noticed a peculiar figure, resembling a beggar, searching for something. Strangely, he did not solicit alms, but instead appeared weary, only reacting when someone bumped into him. With no desire to engage further, he muttered an apology and attempted to leave, yet the other person began to hurl insults, using vile language that compelled him to raise his head slightly, remaining silent in response. The outrage drew a crowd of onlookers, all curious about the scene unfolding in that corner. Among them was a boorish young man, clad in fine attire, flanked by several lackeys who, upon witnessing the commotion, grew more brazen and encircled the beggar. At that moment, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Some recognized the young man was bullying the beggar, yet no one stepped forward to intervene. The beggar, wishing to avoid further conflict, endured the humiliation, only to find the arrogant youth ordering his lackeys to strike him. Overwhelmed with anxiety, he longed to escape the attention. With no means to retaliate and no one willing to assist, he felt trapped in a web of trouble he wished to evade. The young man, noticing his lack of resistance, sneered and remarked, "Boring," before relenting, "but at least you know your place." What was alarming was that the beggar's face was already covered in blood, the extent of his injuries hidden from view. Despite the visible scars, he stumbled away, ignoring the few who, out of pity, attempted to offer him money. After he departed, the crowd continued to murmur. This place was neither particularly large nor small, yet the boorish youth, due to his uncle's position within the prince's court, exerted his arrogance with impunity, his notorious reputation echoing throughout Dongping as for this incident. It was not the first time someone had suffered at his hands. While some had reported his misdeeds to the authorities, the officials merely promised to take action but ultimately provided no follow-up, and those who sought justice often ended up receiving further abuse. Li only rose from her seat upon witnessing someone being taken away. Noting that they were being sent to the prison, she instructed Yulin, "Return and find Yuan, have her go directly to the magistrate's prison." After a pause, she added, "And do ensure the prince remains unaware." Understood. In Dongping, significant events rarely occurred, yet when they did, news spread rapidly. The tale of this individual, who had been acting erratically and was a stranger the day before, quickly circulated. The rumors became increasingly absurd, suggesting the presence of malevolent spirits or that the person was in any case. This incident was bizarre, having been apprehended for disturbing the peace. The individual vanished without a trace, explaining the wild tales that continued to proliferate. The individual entered the official residence without uttering a single word, merely expressing a desire to meet the princess. The county magistrate, upon observing this unusual situation, felt a sense of unease. The princess was no ordinary person, and the identity of this visitor was ambiguous. It was presumptuous to think he could simply demand an audience. Though perplexed, the magistrate dared not delay proceedings. Just as he intended to investigate the stranger thoroughly, Li Yi arrived and asserted, "This matter must remain discreet. I wish to take him away without the knowledge of those uninvolved. This princess, is it not inappropriate? This person raises suspicions." The magistrate protested, "Am I not aware? Do I require your counsel in my affairs? I wish to keep this from the prince consort. Do you understand? Your humble servant will comply." The magistrate pondered. The princess has always been transparent with the prince consort. Something must have occurred. Yet, it is no concern of his. Upon meeting the stranger, the princess first directed Yi Wan to inspect him. Once she confirmed he bore only superficial wounds, she felt a sense of relief and instructed him to accompany her quietly into the prince's residence. "What is your name?" she inquired. "I am Bien Yuan Liang," he replied. "Why have you come to see me, and what is the nature of your visit?" "I come on imperial orders to deliver a message to the princess." "I assure you, every word I speak is true." The realm is no longer under the Leaf family's dominion. I have lingered outside the city, where guards from the imperial city, like myself, prevent entry. That I resorted to disguising myself as a beggar to gain access, yet I cannot enter the princess' residence for fear of being silenced. Initially skeptical, the princess questioned him. If this were true, why has no one informed me? What has happened to my brother? The man responded promptly, Princess, you must know that the emperor in the capital is no longer your brother. The one in power is your esteemed prince consort. He produced a jade pendant bestowed upon him by the emperor prior to his departure. The emperor instructed me to present this token if you doubt my words. Everything I say is the unvarnished truth. Impossible. He has always been by my side. He cannot possibly have the time for such schemes, the princess replied, now partially convinced, her belief strengthened by the sight of the pendant in intimate possession of her brother, the reigning emperor. She leaned against the wall, struggling to process this revelation. Princess, a choice must be made. The strategies are those of your husband, who seeks to elevate a member of the royal family while sidelining you from power. Only a step remains, and he will act without hesitation. Regaining her composure, she asked, what has happened to my brother? He is trapped within the inner palace, unwilling to relinquish the imperial seal. Then it is Li, is it not? Princess, you should realize that apart from him, who else could command such loyalty from your husband? No. Tell me, the military authority rests with the coup family, loyal to the crown. Why do I see no action from them? The prince's mind raced with foreboding thoughts. The coup family is overwhelmed with their own troubles. Princess, you must return to the capital. It is your only chance for a turnaround. Otherwise, Li's plans will be irrevocably set in motion. What? If An refuses to surrender the imperial seal, will they resort to force? Do they not fear the ridicule of the world? He sensed the prince's hesitation and said, Princess, are you not already aware? They will not concern themselves with this matter. We must leave at once, otherwise it will truly be too late. The princess could not help but smile bitterly. Do you believe I can still venture outside? Look, the moment you entered, they commenced their actions. Madam, a voice laced with mirth echoed from the entrance. He has returned. This is bad, princess. You must be cautious and return at once. With that, he prepared to depart. What is the matter? Why is the door so tightly shut? Madam, could you please open it? The princess composed herself, steadying her voice to buy time. No, you promised to take me out, yet here you are, enjoying yourself with friends while I'm left all alone outside. If you do not enter today, you shall never enter again. There was a brief pause from outside. Madam, how about this? Next time, I will surely take you out and ensure you have a splendid time. She knew he was always willing to wait until she opened the door. However, seeing him now filled Li with dread. She had always believed he should treat her this way, waitressing her, loving her, making her feel like the happiest woman in the world. Yet now, it all appeared to be a facade, and everything seemed absurd. As she pushed open the door and caught sight of him, a wave of discomfort washed over her. She felt this was the man she adored, yet he treated her and her family in such a manner. She suddenly wanted to ask, what do you desire? What is wrong? Are you unhappy? Next time, I will certainly take you out to play. He grasped the prince's hand gently, saying, please do not be angry. Withdrew her hand, feeling the hypocrisy. What does he truly want? Instinctively, she chose to evade the matter. It was not worth fretting over. She tried to convince herself, he loves you. She almost believed it. However, she was never particularly astute. No longer able to deceive herself, she resolved to leave, saying, very well, then let it be tomorrow. It has truly been a long time since I last stepped outside. Uncertain whether he genuinely intended to allow her to go, she pretended to say, if you go back on your word, do not expect me to vanish easily. Upon hearing this, he did not confront her directly, but merely replied, Madam, you shall go out whenever you wish. I have no intention of obstructing you. However, did you not mention that you would show me your clothing tomorrow? I shall accompany you. How does that sound? Very well, replied without hesitation. She knew that whenever he desired something, he would always provide it. Yet she had never considered the possibility that this could all be a ruse. That thought terrified her. What is the true essence of him? The princess pondered. That night, with the person beside her in slumber, Hansian sat up and walked to the window, opening it. Outside, someone awaited. My lord, what did you observe today? Why does she regard me with such apprehension? He interrogated, having ruled out possibilities and needing to confirm the remaining ones. "Sir, I have failed in my duties." Some fish slipped through the net and encountered the princess. It seems she has heard of the royal matters. The man knelt before him, bowing his head in apology. After a prolonged silence, an unsettling feeling gripped the heart of the man kneeling on the ground. "Do you believe I require your penance?" he inquired. Given the circumstances, he was permitted to rise. "Go and seek your punishment, as protocol dictates," he concluded, allowing him to depart. Chapter 2. Reminiscing, the former top scholar Han Xian returned to his bed, gazing at her visage. Did he find pleasure in her presence? She evoked thoughts of that piercing gaze from earlier today, leaving him in a state of confusion. Was she afraid of him? Surely, she ought to greet him with a smile. Indeed, he had always believed that their beginnings were flawed. He had approached her with ulterior motives. And meeting Ai was both an unexpected twist and the inception of a conspiracy. In that moment, Ai had smiled at him, a mere youth. Did he not know to pay his respects upon encountering the princess? Unintentionally, he had intruded upon her royal space. It was Han Xian who had been impolite. Impolite was an understatement. He was not that brazen. However, Han Xian, this name resonated with An, who remarked that he was a prodigy of his time, a being akin to a celestial spirit. Initially, she had been skeptical, but now, before her eyes, he was not only divine, but also a strikingly handsome youth. "Your Highness, you flatter me," Han Xian replied, feeling a flush of embarrassment. He had encountered bold maidens before, yet before this seemingly innocent girl, who feigned ferocity, he had likely begun to harbor feelings. Recalling his past, he realized that this little girl had grown up. He harbored a selfish desire for her to remain in her youthful innocence, laughing freely within the confines of his permitted world, expressing her joys and sorrows alike. He was always afraid of her departure, but upon reflection, where could she possibly go in this world? There was nowhere for her to hide. Han Xian sighed internally. Ai listened to the rhythm of his heartbeat, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Having grown too accustomed to comfort, her edges had softened before him. There was no need for her to be assertive. She had never anticipated that such events would unfold. After their marriage, he had bestowed upon her a profound sense of security. She had hoped to drift into slumber, yet the presence of him beside her made it nearly impossible to find rest. She yearned to see An, who understood the art of self-preservation. Her concern lay in the potential excesses of Li. Should An reach the limits of his patience, the situation might shift once more. Lost in thought, her body succumbed to the familiar embrace of slumber, and her mind wandered back to the past. It was a time before she had met Han Xian. In the 3rd year of Xingyuan, in the palace of Qingcheng, the imperial examination held every 3 years had concluded. The emperor praised the top scholar as a rare talent of the age. With this singular accolade, it was evident to all that his future was boundless. Word of this reached the inner court of the palace, igniting curiosity about the young scholar, particularly within the heart of the eldest princess, Li Yi. Eagerly, she sought out the emperor, requesting permission to leave the palace. "Your Highness, do take care not to run too swiftly. I cannot keep up," Fishlin exclaimed. "Quickly, we must hurry. If we delay, we shall miss him. I have heard that this year's top scholar is far more handsome than the 2nd place." As their voices echoed, their figures became visible. The one in the lead donned a pale blue garment, her face obscured by a veil. Yet a hint of her beauty could not be concealed by the gentle breeze. Following her was another in delicate pink, exuding a composed elegance that commanded silence from those who beheld her. "Your Highness, I have already reserved a restaurant for you. There is still time before the parade. You need not rush," Fish Lin said, finally pausing, breathless at having exited the palace. Li Yi turned around, her face adorned with a cheerful smile as she gazed at Yulin. For someone accustomed to wielding weapons, a few swift steps were as effortless as breathing. I understood that it was a rare outing, and a certain excitement was indeed palpable. Generally, no matter how I phrased it, An was reluctant to relent, yet this time, considerable effort had gone into persuading him to allow this public display. The emperor was also protective of the princess, as the outside world remained rather tumultuous. As Yulin steadied her heartbeat, she followed closely behind, remarking on how worried the emperor had been when the princess went missing all those years ago, and how stringent he was with her now. I, being her elder, could not help but feel as though he treated her like a younger sibling. Li was aware of this sentiment and thus feigned a few complaints, but upon seeing Yulin's serious expression, she gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Come now. Do not wear such a gloomy face. Am I not well now?" Indeed, Yulin had grown alongside the princess and the emperor, fully aware of the hardships faced during that difficult year. But thankfully, those times had passed. Upon arriving at the prearranged tavern, Li settled by the window, observing the throngs of people outside. "Yulin, it appears that all the young ladies of Qingcheng have turned out for this occasion," she remarked. This was the first imperial examination since the emperor's ascension, and it was being held in high regard. Li shook her head. "That is not quite right. I heard from the Dowager Empress that this top scholar hails from humble beginnings, lacking any influential backing. According to the customs of the previous dynasty, he would not be destined for such a claim, were it not for Aoin, or rather, the emperor, who reviewed the examination papers. This promising young scholar would have faded into obscurity among the other candidates. Therefore, his success is indeed unexpected for many." A glimmer of pride shone in her eyes as she cast a sidelong glance at Yulin, almost seeking her approval. Seeing the expression on her face, Yulin obliged her with praise, saying, "The princess is quite remarkable, knowledgeable in all matters. Of course, one need only consider my identity." Li accepted the compliment with grace, though internally she felt a twinge of guilt for relaying the Dowager Empress's words. As Li and Yulin shared a light-hearted moment, individuals from the adjoining private room emerged. One person, clad in a shade of orange, looked up and spotted Li, exclaiming to those behind her, "Look, Princess Rowan is also here. I knew about this yesterday. That table was initially reserved by me, but it was taken by esteemed guests. Upon inquiry, I discovered it belonged to the illustrious Princess Rowan Jing Shuang. Do not speak so. Princess Rowan is the elder sister of the current emperor, and she is deserving of such honor," replied Wang Zhen, who was already seated. Her father held the position of a fifth-rank counselor in the Tongshengsi. The one referred to as Jing Shuang was her half-sister. Wang Jing Shuang had intended to curry favor with her sister, but, upon receiving such a rebuke, chose to remain silent. Yet, not everyone was inclined to hold their tongue. Someone, whether intentionally or not, broke the tension, suggesting, "Sister Zhen, you are well aware that Princess Rowan has always enjoyed such gatherings. If she appears bored, why not invite her to join us? Such an opportunity is rare. Ping Hui, you must be jesting. Princess Rowan is known for her domineering ways and is not easy to approach. How could you even consider that?" Wang Zhen replied, somewhat astonished. Ping Hui's father was Tian Yongyi, the deputy director of the imperial clan court, a man of loyalty and integrity. "Sister Zhen, have you forgotten? My marriage is soon to be settled." Upon mentioning the matter, Wang Zhen felt a pang of realization and expressed a hint of regret. "I apologize for my oversight. It is indeed essential to be acquainted with Princess Rowan. Ning Shuang, please summon the princess." Although Wang Ning Shuang was somewhat reluctant, she dared not voice her objections and proceeded to the opposite building. Ping Hui remarked, "Why do you not offer an explanation? Merely sending a servant to invite the princess seems lacking in respect. What is there to explain? If she fails to comprehend the reason, it is a lesson she must learn," Wang Zhen replied nonchalantly. Ping Hui discerned his underlying sentiments and said, "It appears you have transferred your resentment onto her. She is not at fault, so why be so harsh?" Wang Zhen remained silent, gazing across. Yulin noticed someone ascending and announced, "Princess, someone has arrived." Li turned to see a strikingly beautiful young lady before her. Her eyes sparkled, and she stood, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Realizing her tone was somewhat abrupt, she softened, "May I ask who you are?" Wang Ning Shuang, taken aback by the legendary Princess Rowan's demeanor, felt her initial bravado dissipate, hesitating as she introduced herself. "I am Wang Ning Shuang, seated across from my sister. Seeing your highness alone, I thought to invite you to join us." Li had never experienced such an invitation. Her actions were typically unpredictable. Aside from a woman, her other sisters tended to avoid her, and though she felt a surge of joy, hesitation lingered. Yulin quietly commented, "This must be the daughter of Lord Wang from the Ministry of Justice. I just observed her demeanor. It appears genuine." Li nodded, noticing the stunning beauty before her seemed a tad unsettled, prompting her to express sympathy. "Let us go." Thus, Wang Ning stood in bewilderment as the princess took the lead, guiding her to the opposite building. Upon their arrival, Wang Zhen and Tian Pinghui rose and bowed. "Greeting, Your Highness." "No need for formalities. Please rise," Li Yi acknowledged. She found herself favoring the striking appearance of Wang Ning, thus feeling a slight disappointment upon encountering Wang Zhen. Though not unattractive, he was not as captivating. Having seen many such beauties in the palace during her father's reign, she recalled how he favored the more elegant and refined types, resulting in a harem filled with such ladies. As they were all strangers, conversation was sparse, yet they garnered a basic understanding of one another. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted their tranquil gathering. "They are coming. They are coming." Li leaned forward, momentarily disregarding the teachings of the Dowager Empress. Others around her could only laugh in exasperation as, despite a few exchanges, their biases against the princess remained unshaken, and they sat firmly in their places. Wang Ning, wishing to disregard appearances like the princess, was dissuaded by her sister's demeanor and abandoned the thought. "Do not crowd. Make way." The crowd parted with effort, clearing a path for the top scholar, second scholar, and third scholar. "Minister Han, look at me." The top scholar, mounted on his horse, smiled softly, causing a stir among the young ladies present. This smile ignited a wave of enthusiasm not only among the young women, but also among married women, with one elderly lady tossing her embroidery towards him. Her actions elicited laughter from the burly man beside her. "You, old hag, should take a look in the mirror and see your own pitiful state. How shameless. Huh, what do you understand? Just because he can bring a smile to this old woman's face, throwing a few things doesn't matter. You should consider your own appearance. Can you truly compare yourself to a top scholar?" This retort left the burly man speechless. "Ha ha ha, well said. Truly, this lady is a formidable person." This voice caught the attention of the scholar, who discerned that it was a young girl speaking from the upper floor. He looked up, but the speaker was already out of sight. For some reason, he felt a tinge of regret. Chapter 3. An encounter at the banquet. Li Yi was pulled down from the upper floor by Yulin, feeling somewhat dissatisfied as she muttered, "I haven't even seen what the scholar looks like." "You will have the chance, princess. Do not forget your promise to His Majesty. You must not show yourself in public, especially not in such a large crowd." "But I have seen them." Li Yi glanced at the young ladies from the Wang and Tian families who were engaged in conversation, feeling a bit downcast. Yulin patiently explained, "They are daughters of officials, trained from a young age to read the room and understand what to say and what not to say. The people outside are not the same. Do you wish for your reputation among the common folk to worsen? Fine." Li Yi was merely a bit regretful, having observed their eager expressions. Yet she had only caught a glimpse of their garments. After bidding farewell to the young ladies from the Wang and Tian families, she strolled back leisurely, in stark contrast to her earlier hurried demeanor. Yulin noted her slow pace and feared that it would soon be dark, making it difficult for her to return to the palace. Sensing the princess's curiosity about the outside world after years spent within the palace walls, Yulin felt helpless. Fortunately, they returned just before nightfall. That evening, Li Yi sat by the window, enjoying chilled fruits while reflecting on the day's events. She felt a lingering disappointment at not having seen the scholar's face. "Yulin, do you think I will have another chance to meet him?" "Your Highness, you are aware that, barring special circumstances, it is forbidden to meet with men from outside the palace. Such are the palace's rules." Li Yi recalled the scholar's silhouette and devised a plan. "Isn't the Qianlin banquet coming up in a few days? I could ask On to take me. What if His Majesty does not permit it?" Li Yi felt disheartened, realizing Yulin was correct, yet she simply wished to try. "I am not trying to cause trouble. Please do not worry so. Your Highness, it is time to sleep." Just as Li Yi was about to say something further, the maid Yuehua stood by the screen and spoke softly. "Yuehua, upon my return, I heard that you visited Jinglo. How'd it go? Did she make things difficult for you?" Yuehua shook her head, replying, "No, Your Highness." The third princess did not reprimand the maid. "That is good. If it were like last time when she took her anger out on you, do not conceal it." Li Yi knew that Yuehua had a gentle exterior but was firm within. She had been bullied quite severely, and it was only after Yulin could no longer bear to watch that she revealed the truth. The following day, Li Yi kept her word and, seizing the opportunity during the afternoon break, went to meet the emperor, sharing a meal with him. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Li Yi attentively served him dishes. Dear sister, this is no trifling matter. It is a realm dominated by men, devoid of any female involvement. Such a notion is utterly implausible. The emperor, feeling a twinge of headache, instructed Li Yi to cease her entreaties and, with gravity, remarked, I understand your intention to assure me that you will not divulge such matters. But do refrain from speaking. You are well aware that this predicament is a burden upon me. Observe the outside world. The mere mention of Princess Rowan elicits scornful remarks. The criticisms are invariably about her capriciousness and her tyrannical demeanor. I am utterly fatigued by them. Li offered an awkward smile and added, Alwyn, you understand, do you not? She tugged at Alwyn's sleeve, attempting to coax her rather rigid brother into agreement. If I do not acquiesce, will you take it upon yourself to enter without my consent? The emperor sighed in resignation, noting Li Yi's earnest nod. He felt a mix of vexation and helplessness. While he could chastise the court officials, he found himself unable to do so in the face of Li Yi's sincerity. Alwyn, I shall not impose. If it is truly unfeasible, I shall accept that. Is that so? Alwyn inquired with a glimmer of trust. Li met his gaze, reluctantly nodded, and then said, We cannot attend the banquet, but we may remain outside. I knew it, the emperor thought, feeling his confidence wane. He instructed the attendants stationed outside to bring refreshments. Unable to achieve her objectives, Li decided to let things unfold naturally, sensing that their paths would eventually cross. Your Highness, this seems rather inappropriate, Yulin remarked, astonished at the sight of the princess clad in male attire. What is inappropriate about it? This garb allows for greater mobility, does it not? Li Yi exclaimed, gazing enthusiastically into the mirror. However, her expression soured as she regarded the sweeping robe that trailed on the floor. It was already the smallest size available, yet it still appeared oversized. At that moment, Yuhua entered, and upon hearing the word oversized, she looked up and was startled to see Li Yi's unconventional attire, akin to Yulin's reaction. Those capable of serving in the palace were indeed the CR mi de la CR mi, so she advised, Princess, you ought to refrain from wearing male garments. The disparity is quite evident. Li Yi examined herself from various angles, somewhat satisfied, yet lamenting the necessity of her appearance. Thus, she turned to Yulin and Yuhua, revealing a knowing smile, and resigned herself to the situation. After a brief moment, Yulin and Yuhua exchanged glances, both expressing the same sense of helplessness as they witnessed the princess donning palace attire. This was a reversal of their initial intent to conceal her identity. Now, it seemed she was eager for all to recognize her as Princess Rowan. What are those expressions on your faces? I merely intend to take a stroll in the garden. Fret not. You shall accompany me regardless. Does that not heighten our concern? Yulin replied with a wry smile. Your Highness, the inner court and the court must remain distinct. She could only offer this reminder. To elaborate further would only lead to annoyance. Li Yi acknowledged her words with a hum, though she had not anticipated failing to enter. Still, she believed they could meet. These flowers are truly magnificent, Li Yi remarked, having expressed this sentiment on multiple occasions. Yet her gaze was not on the blossoms, but rather focused on a distant area beyond grove, where the triennial Lu Ming banquet was underway, attended by the most distinguished scholars, the future pillars of the nation. As she ventured deeper, Yulin and Yuhua, filled with anxiety, could only cautiously survey their surroundings for any onlookers. Your Highness, we cannot proceed further. Very well. Li yearned to return when she heard the distant rustling of pine and bamboo, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. She paused momentarily, hesitating, contemplating whether to venture a few steps further. In an attempt to justify her actions, she moved closer. Yulin, observing her stillness, inquired, Your Highness? Regaining her senses, Li Yi sluggishly replied, Yes, let us proceed. As they retraced their steps, Li Yi noticed a figure moving nearby. Yulin, catching her glance, asked, Who is it? No sooner had she spoken than a young scholar in a white robe emerged, appearing somewhat bashful and uneasy. I am here at the invitation of the Lu Ming banquet. He explained, and inadvertently found myself in this location. I intended to return, but lost my way. It is my fault for disturbing you. Li gestured for Yulin to remain silent, and with an air of haughty superiority, she remarked, Which young man is this? Upon encountering a princess, do you not know to pay your respects? My intrusion upon the princess was unintentional. It was Han Xian who was impolite, believing he would not lose his way. Should the princess still be displeased, I shall accept any consequence without complaint. Humph, such rudeness is hardly a concern. Am I the sort of princess to be unreasonable? I shall grant you clemency. However, Han Xian, that name is familiar to me. On spoke of you as a remarkable talent, a being akin to a celestial being. Initially, I did not hold this in high regard, but seeing you now, I find you not only ethereal, but also strikingly handsome. You flatter me, Your Highness. I am quite embarrassed, he replied, bowing deeply in a formal manner, showcasing impeccable etiquette despite the absence of an audience. Only Li noticed this detail, which brought her an unexpected sense of delight. Though she had initially found Han Xian's presence here peculiar, his respectful demeanor assuaged her doubts. Yulin, you may lead this esteemed scholar back, Li instructed, glancing at Han Xian with a smile that brightened her eyes. Yes, Your Highness, Yulin replied. Thank you, Your Highness, Han Xian said as he took his leave. Li called after him, Scholar, do not get lost again. As he hastened away, she surmised he had discerned her underlying intentions. Her words were not merely a caution against losing his way, but rather a veiled hope of not encountering another enchanting figure. Yuehua observed Li lingering and remarked, Your Highness, it is time to return. I am aware, Yuehua. I believe I have gleaned certain insights. Li responded, waiting for Yuehua to inquire further. Yet Yuehua seemed oblivious, asking instead, Your Highness, what would you like to eat? Li gazed at Yuehua in silence, contemplating whether her question was intentional. However, Yuehua's innocent eyes prompted her to retract her thoughts, and she answered with a hint of frustration, something cool and sour. Yes, I shall instruct the kitchen accordingly, Yuehua replied earnestly, and when Li was not looking, she allowed a faint smile to surface. Indeed, she had been somewhat deliberate. There were matters that, although known, she preferred to remain unaware of. As Li wrestled with her earlier emotions, Han Xian, already escorted by Yulin to the Lu Ming banquet, expressed his gratitude once more. Yulin took a step back and bowed, saying, I shall leave you here, hoping you can forget about the princess from today. I shall certainly forget, he assured her. Yulin, sensing the sincerity in his words, remained somewhat skeptical. Scholars, though educated in the teachings of sages, were still human, and the propensity for mischief was not entirely absent. Han Xian, in response, swore an oath to the heavens, declaring, If I were to reveal this matter, may I suffer a fate most wretched. Yulin spoke with caution, reminding, Remember your words. She departed quietly, unnoticed. Han Xian observed this and gained a preliminary understanding of the princess's situation. One individual, who had been idly seated, sprang up with enthusiasm upon seeing Han Xian at the entrance, pulling him toward the center of the banquet. Ganjie, what brings you here? Everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please take a seat. Just now, Brother Gu proposed a poetic challenge, and, as the top scholar, how could you possibly be absent? Xiang Ming. Han Xian felt a moment of discomfort as the eyes of those around him turned toward him, filled with a mix of envy and admiration. Once seated, he noticed the sparse attendance and wondered who else might be present. It seemed that Gu Tongzi was making things difficult for others. Beside Gu Tongzi, only a few remained. He appeared weary, resting his eyes. Han Xian could not help but chuckle at the sight. Indeed, everyone had been awaiting him, eager to temper Gu Tongzi's arrogant demeanor. Xiang Ming was the one who had been subdued, and it was quite a disheartening experience for him. Noticing the attention directed at him, Han Xian smiled and extended his hand toward Tongzi, saying, Let us proceed. Chapter 4. The Emperor's intent. All eyes in the gathering were focused on the two individuals. One, the newly crowned top scholar, and the other, a member of the esteemed Gu family. Han Xian and Gu Tongzi had exchanged verses several times without reaching a resolution, prompting someone to suggest, Let us determine the victor in one round. What do you think? Why not? Gu Tongzi seemed inclined towards this idea, acknowledging that he could not surpass Han Xian. He began, The flowers and leaves intertwine beautifully. Han Xian humorously replied, The leisure of fleeting glimpses. His words elicited laughter from the crowd. They were aware of his poetic prowess, and while simple, his remark was indeed amusing. Gu Tongzi shot him a displeased glance, choosing silence as he sulkily returned to his seat, taking a sip of wine despite his usual abstinence. Han Xian merely smiled, offering no further explanation. The tree springs forth. The jade plate reveals itself. The moon in the mountains is yet to appear. Xiang Ming, unaware of the previous exchange, was still savoring Han Xian's initial line, contemplating it repeatedly. The more he pondered, the more his eyes sparkled with enlightenment. What a splendid line about the moon's uncertain phases, he mused, recognizing that the jade plate referred to the full moon, while the latter part suggested that the moon is not always full, its return is uncertain. Noticing Xiang Ming's rapt attention, Han Xian raised an eyebrow and teased, "What is it? Still pondering that line? I've said it before, I am no poet." It was merely a casual response, not worthy of deep analysis. Xiang Ming, however, was not swayed by the top scholar's modesty. Everyone knew he had garnered the emperor's favor through his talent, and Xiang Ming genuinely believed there was profound meaning in the words, lamenting the moon's waxing and waning. Such sentiments could not be articulated but were to be felt. He not only thought so but voiced it, leaving Han Xian both amused and exasperated, reflecting, "I truly am not skilled in poetry, yet none believe me. The emperor has arrived." Han Xian and the other scholars promptly rose, bowing respectfully in homage. "No need for formalities. Please be seated." The emperor, with a serene expression, waved his hand. "I have come to witness your talents. There is no need for restraint." In unison, they responded, "Yes," and took their seats. Yet, most remained sitting upright, as only a select few were qualified to appear before the emperor in such a setting. During the imperial examination, Han Xian had encountered the young emperor, yet out of respect, he refrained from gazing directly at him. Now, he could observe the emperor's visage with greater clarity. Xiang Ming quietly inquired of Han Xian, "Ganjie, do you see? Gu Tongji has been staring at you. Have you offended him in some manner?" Han Xian lifted his cup, merely brushing it against his lips without drinking, his gaze drifting toward Gu Tongji, who indeed appeared as Xiang Ming had described. With a slight sigh, he reflected that during their earlier poetic exchange, he had likely inadvertently overshadowed Gu. Was that not the case? At a loss for words, Han Xian chose to let Gu's assumptions linger, acknowledging it as his own fault. The emperor scanned the room, and among the many successful candidates, his eyes fell upon Han Xian, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with others. He inquired, "Sun Gonggong, who was the individual conversing with Han Xian?" Sun Gonggong followed the emperor's gaze, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "Your Majesty, that is the son of the Ni family." "The Ni family from Dongping, is it?" "Indeed, this young master and I accompanied Master Han to the examination, and their relationship is closer than that with the other candidates." The emperor appeared contemplative, issuing several commands, to which Sun Gonggong nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Tongji stood, bowing his head. "I have heard that from the Gu family, known for their martial prowess, has emerged a scholar. The Gu family adds another capable minister to the court. Splendid indeed." Gu Tongji replied, "Your Majesty's praise shall certainly be conveyed to my father." He did not feel the need to bow excessively, as his martial lineage afforded him a certain boldness absent in more scholarly families. The emperor, accustomed to such discourse from the Gu family, found it unremarkable. Apart from Han Xian, who maintained a relatively good mood, the others present harbored complex feelings. It was not only the impoverished scholars who had toiled to gain their positions. Even those from affluent families struggled to speak so freely with the emperor. Sun Gonggong, noticing the emperor's fatigue, leaned in and whispered, "Your Majesty, it is getting late, and these talented individuals have been seen. It will be prudent to rest, as you are to attend the morning court tomorrow." "Very well," the emperor agreed, already contemplating the same, and declared, "Let's depart." Sun Gonggong called out, "Return to the palace." The guests, still not completely inebriated, hurriedly rose to respectfully see the emperor off. Observing their departure, Han Xian pondered the situation. The emperor had only acknowledged Gu Tongji, the second and third place candidates, which seemed somewhat unjust yet was unsurprising given Han Xian's less illustrious background. The banquet continued for 3 days and nights, with a steady stream of guests surrounding Han Xian, each with their own motives. By the end, he found it increasingly taxing, yet he remained patient in his interactions. Gu Tongji, noticing his discomfort, snorted softly but refrained from commenting. Before the emperor retired for the night, he sat at the bedside, and a figure clad in black appeared before him. The emperor inquired, "Well, Han Xian, extremely talented and remarkably perceptive." The emperor's interest was piqued. In what manner? His ability to craft such incisive prose suggests he possesses a sharp intellect. Yet his demeanor at the banquet reveals him to be a master of subtlety, skilled in navigating social situations, and a person of great insight. Could he be of use to me? I have thoroughly investigated his identity and background. He is indeed a person of potential. Very well. However, he currently finds himself in a precarious situation, with all eyes scrutinizing him. Having ascended the throne for 3 years, he has been relentlessly preoccupied with eliminating his most pressing internal threats. A few days after the Lu Ming banquet, upon receiving the edict assigning Han Xian a significant responsibility, Li Yi, as if she had been waiting for this moment, was found waiting at the palace entrance upon his return. On, do share your thoughts on Han Xian. What is he like? Li Yi inquired, her demeanor suggesting an unwavering determination to achieve her goal. The sovereign, sensing her unusual behavior, responded, "You have persistently questioned me about him. Speak frankly. Have you heard something?" Li Yi, unperturbed and maintaining a composed facade, replied, "Not at all. Have I not always been this way? It is rather unfortunate that I had not had the chance to meet him earlier." Yet, having grown up alongside her, the sovereign could easily discern her deceit, causing a chill to settle in his heart, though his expression remained unchanged as he replied in his usual tone. "I have only met him a few times, and I cannot discern much from those encounters." "Is that so?" Li Yi mused, a note of skepticism in her voice. "But he is the top scholar you personally selected." The only conclusion one could draw was that his literary talent was commendable. Li Yi had learned that this scholar was still residing in Qingcheng, which prompted her to seek insight into his character. Noticing his reluctance to divulge anything further, she decided to withdraw. "Sister, if you have no pressing matters, you should pay a visit to the Grand Dowager. I have only been absent for 2 days." Li Yi protested. The Grand Dowager, with her benevolent yet distant demeanor, resembled a deity seated in high regard, regardless of her actions, whether virtuous or not. A mere glance from her evoked an unsettling feeling of being scrutinized. Unlike On, who could engage in amiable conversation with the Grand Dowager, Li Yi had always suppressed her true self. On sighed, "Sister, you must understand that if it were not for the Grand Dowager's intervention in our time of need, we would not be sitting here today." "I am well aware," Li Yi replied, her head bowed. "After the passing of our parents, we were left without guidance. It was she who, against all odds, advocated for your early ascension." Li Yi, dejected, continued, "Yet no matter what I do, she constantly compares me to others. I truly fear her. Recently, she remarked that my heart lacks tranquility. Hence, I have been sitting in meditation under her watchful gaze daily." Her voice carried a hint of complaint. What once she could endure had become increasingly unbearable as she matured. Consequently, her reputation had transformed into that of a headstrong and willful individual, further inciting the Grand Dowager's disfavor. On, glancing at the documents, turned a page and silently listened to Li Yi's grievances. Though younger, he often assumed the role of an older brother. After Li Yi departed, On inquired with her attendants. Yue Hua and Yulin, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events of that day. Initially fearing his wrath, they were surprised to receive only a verbal reprimand, leaving them uncertain whether the outcome was favorable or not. "Master Son, you have made an additional trip this time," he remarked. "Indeed," came the reply. Outside the palace, as Han Xian received his gracious rewards, those present were beaming with joy. Watching them unveil the treasures, he hesitated, saying this, to which the smiling eunuch's son replied, "My Lord Han, do not hesitate. These are gifts from His Majesty, who values your insights and wishes for you to share fresh tales with him." Rest assured, Han Xian once more bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for the sovereign's generous favor. He managed to contain his elation well, a detail noted by eunuch's son, who grew increasingly fond of the young man. It seemed the emperor had indeed chosen wisely this time. "My Lord Han, please rise. I must report back to His Majesty, so I shall not intrude further," said eunuch Sunday. "Such modesty is commendable. Allow me to escort you out," Han Xian replied. Pleased by his courteous demeanor, eunuch Sun nodded in approval. After bidding farewell to them, the once lively atmosphere around Han Xian grew subdued. Observing his master's lack of joy, his attendant inquired, "Why the long face, my lord? The emperor's gifts far exceed those given to others. Does this not signify His Majesty's esteem for you?" It is not as they claim, that you are inconsequential. This remark was not made idly. He had overheard the disciples of high officials speak of the emperor's indifference toward Han Xian. Deep down, Han Xian understood the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary circumstance. It appeared that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Serving the emperor was akin to walking alongside a tiger. Even though he had become the closest to the emperor, this favor elevated him precariously. Han Guang, prepare for guests. Use this wealth to exchange for finer provisions, he commanded. Meanwhile, as Eunuch Sun relayed his observations to the emperor, his tone was imbued with admiration. The emperor chuckled, affirming that Han Xian indeed possessed remarkable insight and innate talent, which, if harnessed correctly, could wield great influence. This Lord Han does not seem to hail from humble beginnings. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. It is precisely this wisdom that gives me confidence. Only those with grand ambitions can be effectively guided by me. The emperor was resolute. The servants merely needed to follow his directives. After receiving the emperor's grace, Han Xian found himself amid a bustling crowd. Though he appeared to wield no tangible power as a mere attendant, his words had the potential to alter destinies. As he pondered, the air was filled with congratulatory voices. Brother Gon, congratulations. Thank you, please come in. Chapter 5. Contemplation. Li Yi sat upright, her expression serene. The previously casual air about her seemed to have vanished. Before her sat the imperial dowager, who remained still with her eyes closed. They sat in silence, facing each other for quite some time. When Li Yi cautiously shifted, the dowager opened her eyes. Just as Li Yi braced for a reprimand, she heard the dowager say, "If there is something to attend to, you may go. There is no need to linger here." Yes, Li Yi initially intended to leave immediately, but chose to wait a moment longer. Noticing the dowager's indifference, she steadied herself and gracefully departed. Yulin followed closely behind, and, seeing that this was not the route back to the palace, asked, "Your Highness, where are you headed?" "Just wandering about. The day is still young. No matter how beautiful the scenery, one can grow weary of it upon repeated viewings." She merely wished to explore a different path. This was a common occurrence for her, and Yulin had learned to adapt, quietly trailing behind her. Li Yi sat in the pavilion by the lake, surrounded by the exuberance of spring, where verdant greenery flourished. The undulating hills painted a picturesque landscape, and from a distance, she found herself immersed in its beauty, becoming a part of the scene, as if she were a painting in the eyes of others. Above her, the sky seemed boundless, and she inquired, "Yulin, how vast do you think this world is?" "Perhaps it is vast. Last winter, a group of foreigners arrived, their appearances starkly different from ours. They described lands beyond the sea, claiming that everything there, customs, culture, and architecture, was unlike anything here." Although Li Yi had not met them, her curiosity about these individuals lingered. Having only seen their portraits sent by On, the essence of a living person could never be captured in mere images. Yulin had seldom witnessed her in such a pensive state and was at a loss for words, feeling somewhat helpless. Suddenly, he thought to ask, "Why are you acting this way?" Li Yi smiled, for she was already aware of her lack of freedom. Despite indulging in luxury and savoring exquisite delicacies, she knew she ought to be content. Disliking the melancholy that accompanied autumn, she resolved to stand and take a stroll. "Your Highness, you're doing this again," Yulin remarked, unable to comprehend her sudden shift in mood. Li Yi burst into laughter, saying, "Come along, let me show you something entertaining." As she spoke, someone observed the scene unfold. "I had forgotten that my elder sister sometimes frequents this place," the emperor mused. The regret he expressed stemmed from his desire to bring Han Xian to this pavilion to experience the breathtaking beauty that could only be described as a paradise on earth. Han Xian quickly replied, "Your Majesty, even from here, one can appreciate the beauty of the scenery. I am already quite satisfied." "That is good. You have alleviated a dilemma for me, and I shall reward you accordingly. I did not anticipate your preference for this place. Had I failed to meet your expectations, it would have displeased me. If your Majesty finds me useful, I shall wholeheartedly endeavor to ease your burdens." Han Xian responded respectfully. The emperor nodded, his demeanor relaxed, clearly pleased by Han Xian's words. "Ganjie, I have heard that recently, Lord Wang's eldest daughter has reached marriageable age, and during his search for suitors. He seems to have taken an interest in you." Han Xian answered with utmost respect, "Your Majesty, Lord Wang has indeed approached me regarding this matter, but I declined." The emperor had expected a more tactful response and was taken aback by the directness, which was uncharacteristic of Han Xian. He inquired why. "My heart belongs to another. Upon seeing her, I can no longer gaze upon anyone else," Han Xian confessed. "I would typically refrain from meddling in matters of marriage. But since you brought it up, I am curious, what kind of person do you favor? I could arrange a union for you, thus fulfilling your devotion." "My heart is pledged to Princess Ruanan." Han Xian felt a surge of anxiety. He knew this was not the right moment to speak such truths. He had intended to endure a while longer, but in recent days he had neglected the reality that, as a single man, he was being pressed by others, including Lord Wang, to discuss his marriage prospects. He could not reject them all, and thus opted to state that it was not yet the time, though he knew this was not a sustainable solution. Perhaps in a moment of impulsiveness he had spoken his heart, and now he wondered if he would regret it if the emperor were to punish him. At this moment, he could not provide an answer. His thoughts were in disarray, and his actions had disrupted all that had been meticulously planned. The sovereign remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Han Xian, becoming scrutinizing and frigid. Han Xian, too, maintained his composure amidst the stillness that enveloped the surroundings. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" he inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "Are you unafraid of death? To seek the hand of the princess, how audacious of you to utter it," the sovereign remarked coolly, expressing a tinge of disappointment. "Having presumed him to be a man of intellect. She is the eldest princess of the Qing nation, and you, in your current state of insignificance. Do you genuinely believe yourself worthy?" Han Xian offered a bitter smile, having intended to keep his aspirations concealed. "Yet you have voiced them, and I cannot pretend that nothing has transpired. Han Xian, I command you to depart from Qingsheng. Do you harbor any grievances?" Han Xian hesitated, lowering his gaze. "Your Majesty, I bear no resentment. I shall accept your decree." "Very well, I shall issue the command forthwith." The sovereign nodded and, with resolute swiftness, dispatched Han Xian to a remote town in the southwest, citing the hope that Han Xian would gain experience and, one day, bring peace to the court. The winds of fate began to shift. Despite the eloquence of the sovereign's words, it was evident that Han Xian had fallen out of favor. Han Xian instructed Han Guang to gather his belongings and prepare for departure. "How long will you be away, my lord?" Han Guang inquired, perplexed. "For now, prepare for half a year. We shall procure what is needed upon arrival." It was fortunate that Han Xian could extricate himself from a situation. Though he now recognized the impulsiveness of his actions, nonetheless, he bore no regrets. Han Guang's countenance was one of discontent as he surveyed their surroundings, lamenting, "I have worked tirelessly to establish this. Must we leave it all behind?" While he voiced his grievances, Han Xian offered a weary smile, attempting to articulate a response when a voice from outside interrupted. "Do not feel sorrowful. Wherever you go, I shall follow." "Han Yi," Han Xian called, to which Han Guang playfully remarked, "You speak so lightly of it, yet it is I who bears the burden." Han Yi dismissed the banter, nodding to Han Xian. "My lord, I have returned and gathered some information regarding Wuqian Town." "Do share," Han Xian urged. "Wuqian Town has long been neglected, with factions entangled in chaos. If you venture there, you shall confront a disarrayed multitude." Han Xian set down the book he held and rose, taken aback by the dire circumstances. Fortunately, he had prepared himself mentally, and thus it did not come as a shock. The emperor's heart was ruthless. This was akin to a death sentence. In that case, there is no evading this fate. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart at the earliest opportunity. Understood. The sovereign, aware of Han Xian's decisive departure and his lack of demands during this time, felt a headache coming on. "Sun Gong, is this what you refer to as high discernment? In my view, he is a dense blockhead, so oblivious, with such treacherous intent. And yet he forbids me from demoting him?" Sun Gong offered the emperor a cup of tea, urging him to calm his temper. This also indicates that Han Xian is a man of loyalty. Do I not already know this? However, he asserts he wishes to marry the princess, who is unaware of this. Marrying the princess, the prince consort in court, cannot hope for prominence. Is he truly so foolish? Must I witness his folly? The sovereign exclaimed, slamming the tea onto the table in frustration. Even the servants recognize your eagerness for talent. Yet Han Xian's willful ignorance is a rarity. Such a character would make a worthy match. Are you not reminding me that he is indeed a suitable match for the princess? The sovereign spoke with a hint of displeasure, revealing a glimpse of youthful spirit. There was an air of reluctance, yet he seemed compelled to acknowledge that, at present, every step taken by Han Xian emanated from genuine intent. Although he wished otherwise, his elder sister had reached the age of marriage, and he too needed to contemplate this union. Li Yi gazed at Yue Hua in astonishment. What did you say? Han Xian has departed? Indeed, your highness. I left the palace as per your instructions to seek Lord Han and deliver the items to him. But I learned from others that he has been gone for several days. How could this be? Li Yi, having spent much time in the inner palace surrounded by women, was only vaguely aware of the happenings in the court. In haste, she went to meet the emperor. As Li Yi stepped into the council chamber, her imposing demeanor diminished. She found several individuals staring at her in unison. Long live the princess! She glanced at On and noticed their serious expressions. Addressing them, she said, no need for formalities. Please continue. I shall return shortly. In her rush, Li Yi had not formulated her thoughts clearly. Yue Hua caught up with her, saying, Your Highness, are you leaving so soon? Let us return. I suddenly feel that knowing changes nothing. Just as Li Yi was about to exit, Eunuch Sun emerged, bowing slightly. Your Highness, the Emperor's business will conclude shortly. You might as well wait a while longer. Would that not be a bother? My matters surely pale in comparison to state affairs. In the Emperor's heart, the princess holds the utmost importance, Eunuch Sun replied. Li Yi pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. I have never heard you speak in such a manner before. Do you truly think I am unaware of the Emperor's prioritization of the state? I am curious to see what you're all up to. With that, Li Yi made her way to the side chamber, seated herself, and awaited the Emperor's arrival. The Emperor's voice echoed, and she turned to see On entering. Yue Hua, leave us. Yes. Yue Hua gracefully retreated to the doorway, closing it softly. Li Yi inquired, I have heard that you assigned Han Xian to a remote town. The Emperor countered, Indeed, you seek me merely to inquire about him? In a way, I merely wish to ask. Li Yi's expression betrayed her thoughts, prompting him to reflect on a previous matter. Sister, during your coming-of-age year, the noble dowager presented you with suitors whom you dismissed without consideration. Now, a year has passed. Do you still hold thoughts regarding your marriage? This matter should have been entrusted to the noble dowager, but I thought it best to consult you first. Li Yi had contemplated much, but did not anticipate this inquiry, suspecting he had uncovered something. On, if I were to speak, would you truly acquiesce? Would the noble dowager be amenable? Her questions reflected her deepest concerns and anxieties. The princess has already found someone of interest, the emperor stated with certainty, leaving Li Yi in a quandary, unable to nod or shake her head. Anger and embarrassment welled up within her. Do you already know everything? Is this a game to you? The emperor's demeanor shifted to seriousness. This is no jest. You must understand that your marriage is not solely your affair. The noble dowager would certainly not consent. Li Yi grasped his hand with a glimmer of hope. On, please ponder a solution. You too find him agreeable, do you not? The sovereign felt the warmth of the hand upon his own, momentarily perplexed. He attempted to withdraw, only to discover that Li Yi held on tightly. Although he could have extricated himself with some effort, he refrained. He remarked, He has gone to Wuqian town, and frankly, I cannot ascertain whether he shall return alive. What? Li Yi exclaimed, releasing his hand and rising in disbelief. Chapter 6. Encountering peril alone, what grave misdeeds has he committed to warrant this? Li Yi inquired, astonished. The sovereign, glancing at his freed hand, felt a twinge of displeasure. I am the monarch, and he is but a subject. I commanded him to undertake a task, and he fulfilled it. How is it that in your eyes this becomes my fault? Is it not so? You are aware of the dangers in that place, yet you still sent him there. What can a mere low-ranking official, devoid of connections, accomplish for you? Li Yi, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of their political affairs, had witnessed the dynamics of favor and disdain within the palace. It was likely no different elsewhere. To her surprise, her observations proved accurate. The sovereign was momentarily at a loss for words. He could not articulate whether his feeling of discontent stemmed from the notion that Han Xian lacked ambition. However, it became evident that the audacity to speak of marrying his sister was a reflection of the extraordinary nature of the individual, despite their limited encounters and knowledge gleaned from others. Now that he has departed, summoning him back is out of the question. This statement signified his unwavering stance. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Li Yi stormed out, fully aware of the source of her ire. "Your Majesty, you have not explained to the princess your reasons for sending Han Xian away. Why not clarify that he harbors malicious intentions?" Eunuch Sun cautiously suggested. The sovereign instructed him to brew tea and replied, "Listen to yourself. Would you believe such words if I were to speak them?" He dismissed the matter, reasoning that she would eventually tire of her outburst. As he lifted the teacup to his lips, seeking solace, he did not anticipate that his sister's actions this time were far from trivial. Li Yi, in a fervent flurry, issued commands. "Yu Lin, go fetch some silver from my chest. Yu Hua, take the silver outside to purchase a few ordinary garments. Remember, they should be the kind commonly seen beyond the palace walls. And do arrange for the guards at the entrance to procure a travel pass. I recall that it is necessary when passing through each checkpoint. Prepare to depart." In an instant, both Yu Lin and Yu Hua moved with alacrity, aware that the princess's directives were anything but ordinary and that the situation could escalate. After their diligent preparations, those tasked with the errands initially harbored some reservations. These items were indeed essential for travel. However, upon learning it was Princess Rowan, they ceased to obstruct her, for the entire palace, and even Chung recognized that this princess was unlike the others, her ideas ever evolving, often presenting new schemes every few days, and the sovereign indulged her whims. Thus, it became customary, leading to their lamentation when summoned by the emperor for questioning, as they had never anticipated that the princess would engage in something so serious. "Your Highness, must it truly be this way? Both the sovereign and the Empress Dowager will be displeased." Yu Lin hesitated, while Yu Hua began to voice her concerns. "If we simply leave like this, will others not be implicated?" Li Yi had already contemplated these matters beforehand. If she were indeed engaging in wrongdoing, she would accept it. "Fish Forest, moonlight this time. I shall embark on this journey alone. Should my actions bring you into peril, rest assured, I will not permit myself to endure a life of ease." She had articulated her intentions quite plainly. Whether selfish or unfeeling, she had cast off her shackles to seek her beloved beyond the high walls, to behold the picturesque landscapes. "Your Highness!" Fish Forest and Moonlight gazed at her in astonishment, unable to fathom that she would rather venture forth alone than remain here. Li Yi departed with resolute determination. The emperor initially suppressed this news, subsequently seeking to soothe the Empress Dowager's troubled heart. Her audacity knew no bounds. The Empress Dowager was engulfed in turmoil, a tempest of anger and sorrow. She had watched Li Yi grow, often bewildered by her thoughts. How could one who lived an enviable life desire to embrace suffering? She displayed a complete disregard for the greater good, bringing shame upon the royal family. "Your Majesty, now that we have reached this juncture, we must contemplate our next steps. Your sister must have long since devised her plans, hence her swift departure." Initially, the emperor believed Li Yi acted in a moment of impulsiveness. However, upon reflection, it became evident that she could not have navigated the numerous obstacles without prior preparation. Further inquiries into those involved would be futile and unproductive. "Your Majesty, I cannot govern this matter. You must decide how to proceed." The Empress Dowager, shaking her head in despair, lamented her own missteps. Why must she endure such torment? Could she not simply relinquish her concerns? The emperor, having been rendered speechless, realized the dowager's mind was made up and deemed it unwise to linger. She is likely bound for Wutian town. Ensure she is closely monitored. If it is indeed the princess, her safety must be prioritized without drawing attention. Should I catch wind of any disturbances? The emperor cast a chilly glance at her. "I shall ensure this matter is handled with utmost care. You will go personally?" "Yes." As she stepped outside, she removed her veil, and in that moment Li Yi was recognized. The emperor watched her depart just as eunuch's son entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, General Gu requests an audience." "Let him enter." "Yes." With Li Yi gone from the palace, it appeared that little had changed. Everyone continued with their own affairs, and the conversations among the palace maids and eunuchs had simply gained the addition of the long princess. Li Yi sat within the merchant caravan's cart, surrounded by a jumble of goods and scattered wares, perhaps due to a stroke of fortune. As she prepared to leave the city, a caravan coincidentally headed in the same direction. She offered them a sum of money to take her along, though the number of passengers had been predetermined, allowing her a slight advantage of riding within the cart. Li Yi unfolded a map, scrutinizing the sole illuminated section with great care. This map had been unearthed from the library. At that time, she was uncertain of her intentions. Now it seemed, by some unseen hand, she had begun to make her choices. After reviewing it, she pondered her subsequent route. Her understanding of direction was intricately linked to the palace, possessing a distinct sense of order. Thus, when confronted with such a winding path, doubts assailed her. Was this indeed the path she was meant to tread? She had yet to comprehend the situation when the vehicle came to a halt. The door before Li Yi swung open, revealing a refined, middle-aged man who addressed her. "Miss Song-han, please alight. We shall take a moment to rest here." Initially, it was he who had reached an agreement with Li Yi. She would provide the payment while they would be responsible for her transportation. Li Yi smiled and nodded, replying, "Very well, I shall remain in the vehicle. Thank you for your assistance these past few days. Are you not going to eat anything? I notice your provisions are rather meager. Where are you headed?" he inquired. "No need. I eat very little," Li Yi replied, leaving no room for further discussion. He recognized her resolve and opted to retreat into the crowd. Something felt amiss. They had not stopped before, so why the inquiry this time? Li Yi, emboldened yet cautious, decided to discreetly exit the vehicle and took a seat in a nearby, unobtrusive location. Thus, she overheard the following exchange. The more refined man remarked, "This obstinate woman is impervious to persuasion. No matter what we say, she remains unyielding." A burly, aggressive man retorted, "In my view, you have been too accommodating toward her. I've felt this way since the first day. Speak plainly. Do you not wish to proceed with this endeavor? Why do you say that? Do you look down upon me? She is the one I brought along. Do you think I desire this? If you truly wished, you would not have allowed her to join us in the first place. Bah, how can one know what you truly think?" The large man rolled his eyes, exasperated. Just as he was about to continue, the man seated at the center interrupted, "Enough of this bickering. You mentioned earlier that she was an easy target. Why have we yet to take action?" The refined man, referred to as responded, "Brother, since you have inquired, let me elaborate. Initially, I believed her to be a naive young lady of nobility, unaware of the world, but after observing her these past few days, I have come to realize that her status may be even higher than we presumed." The elder brother appeared intrigued. "Do tell." The others leaned in, eager for more. Continued, "In my past, I have encountered young ladies of wealth. They live in luxury and would never allow themselves to fall into dire straits when venturing outside. However, this woman, who claims to be from Song-han, has never displayed any signs of affluence before us. She consumes what we consume, exhibiting a level of caution that suggests a background far more distinguished. I am inherently suspicious. If we were to offend her on the first day, and someone were to come seeking her, we would be in grave peril. Are you suggesting she hails from the palace? Hush, do not speak such things. I merely speculate. After all, who would be foolish enough to abandon a life of luxury? What life do you think she endures within those walls? The clothes and food they have are beyond our reach." The elder brother nodded in agreement, indeed. Li Yi listened intently, her expression serene. She realized she could no longer linger. She had not anticipated that among these individuals there would be someone capable of such astute deductions, capable of seeing through her guise as a wealthy heiress. She was acutely aware that traversing the treacherous wilderness alone would be fraught with peril. However, standing amongst those who were steeped in deceit, she preferred solitude. Yet, once she departed, a contingent arrived in search of her, inadvertently capturing a long fugitive criminal in the process. From their accounts, it was revealed that the princess had journeyed westward. Coughing, she remained oblivious to the pursuit trailing behind her. Her face was smudged with dust, and her garments bore no trace of their original hue. Upon discovering a dilapidated temple, seldom frequented by others, she opened the door, and a cloud of dust enveloped her. After igniting a fire to one side, she cleared a small, cleaner space amidst the weeds. Without a moment's hesitation, she lay down, convinced that her physique was somewhat sturdier than that of the palace maidens. However, after such a long trek, fatigue assailed her. Just as she drifted into a drowsy slumber, a wolf's howl jolted her awake. Startled, she opened her eyes wide and stealthily approached the window, peering through a gaping hole to observe the outside. Holding her breath in fear of disturbing the wolf, she clutched the fire, hoping to draw some warmth from it. As she strained to see more, her gaze locked with that of the wolf, and she instinctively recoiled. The wolf, seemingly convinced of her inability to escape, advanced toward her, its eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, intent on breaching the door to savor its meal. In that moment of peril, she instinctively sought an escape route. Knowing that the door would offer no barrier against the wolf, she had to run. Retreating backwards, she hoped for a rear exit, but before she could find one, the wolf shattered the door and entered, her life hanging by a thread. Chapter 7. A narrow escape. In this critical juncture, Li Yi could only evade to the best of her ability. Yet, having never faced such a situation, her lack of experience only amplified her danger. At that moment, she found herself contemplating that, should she perish, it would be preferable if no one recognized her. After all, a dignified princess vanishing was one thing, but becoming the subject of ridicule for being devoured by a beast without a trace left behind was another matter entirely. Though she appeared resigned to her fate, her movements were anything but slow. The wolf, growing impatient with her continued flight, leapt forward to pursue her. Caught off guard, Li Yi was tackled to the ground. Struggling to turn, she clutched a short blade in her hand, a weapon she had taken from the treasury for protection. Its length suited her perfectly, serving as a source of confidence, for she believed the knife to be a formidable weapon. Gripping the blade tightly against the wolf's throat, she met its icy green gaze. Undeterred by her audacity, its claws had already torn into her shoulder, the scent of blood igniting the wolf's instincts. It lowered its head, poised to bite down. Li Yi closed her eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. She had done her utmost and held no regrets. She accepted the consequences of her choice to leave the palace. As she felt the wolf's head linger above her, she opened her eyes to the radiant moonlight illuminating the scene. She saw clearly that the wolf's eyes remained open, yet its body was motionless. An arrow had pierced through its skull, blood trickling down onto her face. With her own wounds, she found herself unable to dislodge the weight of the wolf pressing down upon her. She turned her gaze toward the one who had rescued her, noticing the slender figure shrouded in black veils, obscuring their features. In their hand, they held a bow, with the arrow unmistakably fired by them. "Thank you for saving me," Li Yi expressed sincerely, feeling as though she had been resurrected, having been on the path to the underworld, only to be brought back to the realm of the living. The figure stepped closer, pulling her from beneath the wolf, and, as they removed their veil, Li Yi inadvertently witnessed the gesture, her eyes widening in surprise. "Yulin, it's you, not him." Yulin nodded in affirmation, replying, "Your Highness, it is I." "How did you end up here?" "No, the arrow you shot just now. It differs from your previous style. Were you deceiving us in the palace?" Li Yi stammered, her thoughts muddled. Yulin initially refrained from answering her queries, focusing instead on her injuries, noting the deep gashes inflicted by the wolf's claws, exposing bone. "Your Highness, please do not move. Let me tend to your wounds." The moment Yulin spoke, Li Yi's pain suddenly resurfaced. In her earlier state of heightened tension, she had momentarily forgotten her injuries. Her skin, usually supple and smooth, now bore clear signs of distress, and with each application of medicine, she involuntarily trembled, softly pleading, "Yulin, be gentle." Yulin, exercising utmost caution, worked with steady hands. "Your Highness, these wounds require careful nurturing." Once he completed his task, observing that her recovery would take time, he contemplated advising her against further travel. Having just broken a sweat, Li Yi, regaining her composure, reflected on Yulin's implication. You were sent by a one, weren't you? I had overlooked the fact that you grew up alongside us. However, upon further thought, I recall that you would occasionally disappear, which is why I had Moonhua temporarily assume your role. Indeed. Besides you, are there others? She inquired. Yes, the Emperor, concerned for your safety, has dispatched many to await your arrival along the route. In that case, does it mean I can act with impunity? Li's focus diverged from Yulin's expectations. She presumed the princess would feel constrained by the Emperor's excessive regulations. Having spent considerable time with her, Li could interpret her subtle expressions and smiled, saying, "Given the circumstances, I believe it would be unwise for me to traverse the world alone. Having an additional companion offers greater assurance. After all, I am a princess. Being able to endure hardship does not imply that I relish it." "Oh, ow." Li inadvertently brushed against her wound, nearly leaping in surprise. Left only with the instinct to exhale sharply, Yulin suppressed a smile, feeling conflicted as he observed her plight, and agreed, "Your Highness speaks wisely." Once Li settled into silence again, she asked, "Are Yulin, a one, and the Dowager Empress very upset?" Upon Yulin's affirmative nod, she pondered her emotions. "No one has been punished because of me, right?" Yulin then recounted the changes that had occurred in the palace following her departure, and upon hearing that the Emperor had conducted a thorough investigation, discovering that many matters were not solely the princess's fault, and consequently decided not to pursue the issues related to her, Li felt a slight sense of relief, albeit with curiosity. In the past, Owen would not have been so enraged. What could have transpired to provoke such a response from Owen? Yulin spoke somewhat ambiguously. There are individuals within the palace connected to certain officials in the court. Upon hearing this, Li understood and refrained from pursuing the topic further. Instead, she gazed at her wounds, feeling a twinge of headache. It was merely 2 days' journey to Wutian. Otherwise, that group of human traffickers would not have chosen this desolate place to act, where human habitation was sparse, and it would take a long time to encounter a village. "If your Highness insists on proceeding, I shall not intervene, but others will," Yulin stated. She was not being alarmist. The reality was as such. They only adhered to His Majesty's commands. Although the Emperor had not explicitly compelled the princess to return, he would ultimately deny her any choice in the matter. For a long while, Li remained silent. Just as Yulin thought she would not speak, she queried, "Have you relayed my message back?" Yulin confirmed affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, Li continued, "Then you must send another message, stating that if Han Xian were to perish, the princess would wed a corpse." "Your Highness." Yulin was taken aback by her words. "Are you speaking seriously?" "Indeed, I am quite earnest regarding this matter." Li never anticipated that she might develop a profound affection for anyone. She saw no issue in contemplating a life of asceticism, living simply and devoid of desires. Yet, she recognized that no one would agree with her sentiments. With trembling hands, Yulin affixed the letter to the leg of a wild goose, struggling to meet the princess's gaze. Must it truly be this way? His Majesty will be furious. "I have no idea how many times I've already vexed On," Li remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in her tone. In the palace, she was constantly constrained, forced to comply, or so she believed. On was traditionally stern and exacting. She dared not defy him. However, outside the palace, shielded from On's dark scowl and the stern gaze of the Empress Dowager, she felt utterly liberated. Yulin, resigned to the impending storm of His Majesty's wrath, prepared herself. As one of the secret guards, she had witnessed far more of the Emperor's darker side than the princess had, and was well aware of the potential repercussions. "Preposterous!" Lewin exclaimed, flinging his sleeve and striking the table, clearly exasperated. Gong's son, visibly anxious, observed the Emperor with trepidation. At that moment, none dared to provoke him, fearing they might share in his ire. "Gong's son, your servant is here. Dispatch a letter instructing the princess to do as she pleases. It would be best if she never returned." Gong's son understood this was merely the Emperor's anger speaking. He could issue such commands, but they must not be taken literally. Nevertheless, he could not appear dismissive, opting to prolong the process. When the Emperor calmed, still simmering but more composed, he inquired, "Has that letter been sent?" "In response to your Majesty, is about to be dispatched," Gong's son replied, bowing and scraping. Do not send it yet. Alter it. State that the princess shall represent me on my travels. Seeing her is akin to my own presence. Ultimately, he set aside his initial absurdity to make an exception for the esteemed princess. Gongsun mused that this would further solidify the impression of the emperor's fondness for the eldest princess. Li Yi, taken aback, recognized how deeply her brother cared for her. Yet, until now, his affection had always been measured. This time, however, his behavior mirrored her own unrestrained fervor. If Li Wen were present, he would undoubtedly retort, "Isn't this your doing?" Li noticed Yulin still gazing at the command token and remarked, "Yulin, cease your staring. Your princess carries the imperial decree this time. Her actions must reflect her esteemed image. Go procure a few splendid garments. I am eager to witness the capabilities of the various fiends and specters in Wuqian town." "As you wish, your highness," Yulin replied readily. Having exuded authority for merely half a day, Li Yi felt a twinge of pain from her injuries and promptly settled back down. As she sat in the carriage heading towards Wuqian town, eagerly anticipating her meeting with Han Xian, shadows danced ominously around the town. Isolated from the world, news traveled slowly, and Han Xian remained oblivious to the approaching figures. Presently, he stood in confrontation with several local power brokers. "For a month now, I have pondered my transgressions against you all. Pray, what is your intent?" Han Xian stood before the gate, with his current office behind him, somewhat dilapidated yet tidy enough. He gestured to a figure on the ground, clearly deceased for some time. "I do not recognize this individual. Why am I accused of his murder? Such baseless claims are utterly unacceptable. Feigning ignorance, are we? Who here is unaware of the consequences of offending us? You, an outsider, know nothing and thus are fearlessly ignorant. What a fitting description of you." A corpulent man, dressed extravagantly, delivered these barbed words. "Everything must be conducted according to the law of the land," Han Xian replied coolly. Laughter erupted at his naivety. "Huh, you little wretch. Since you have come here, do you not inquire about our ways? Here is not the king's law that prevails, but our own customs." Han Xian sighed inwardly, troubled by the predicament. The nearest military force was days away, and he was uncertain whether they would be complicit with these ruffians. Revealing enmity at this juncture seemed unwise. However, he realized that these men had no intention of waiting or concealing their murderous intent, aiming to frame him with the simplest of deceit. He contemplated allowing Han Yi to handle the situation. As Han Xian found himself encircled, seemingly with no means of escape, an arrow suddenly flew between them, accompanied by a voice declaring, "This princess wishes to see who dares to harm him." Han Xian turned towards the sound, witnessing a well-trained group of horsemen surrounding a carriage, which advanced with an imposing presence that compelled the standing figures to part. "Who dares?" The corpulent man scowled, his gaze fixed on the individual claiming to be a princess. "Yulin, this princess prefers that they do not remain standing." No sooner had she spoken than a shadow darted among them, and in a matter of moments, they all knelt before her. Once Yulin completed her task, she lifted the curtain of the carriage and extended her hand. "Your Highness." Li Yi nodded, placing her hand in Yulin's, gracefully descending from the carriage. Upon raising her head, she immediately spotted Han Xian, standing out prominently among the crowd. "Your Highness." Han Xian approached respectfully, bowing deeply. This time, he could not contain his emotions. The unexpectedness of her presence overwhelmed him. "Rise," Li Yi said softly. The kneeling man, intending to shout, faltered upon realizing it was indeed the princess, momentarily lost in the unprecedented situation. The plump man bowed exaggeratedly and exclaimed, "I am but a commoner, unaware of the princess's arrival. It is my lack of discernment that has led to this oversight. I beg for your forgiveness." "Who are you?" Li Yi inquired, gazing down at him with an air of authority. "I am Wu Xiang, a merchant from this locality," he replied. "A merchant?" I had no knowledge that a merchant could detain officials of the court in such a manner. What audacity! Her words, laced with both sarcasm and skepticism, rendered the kneeling man speechless. Wu Xiang wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled nervously. "It is a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. I was simply caught off guard. This princess is quite reasonable," she continued. "If that is the case, we shall adhere to proper protocol." Do not obstruct the duties of court officials so thoughtlessly. Yes, I shall escort my companions back and await your esteemed guidance, Wu Xiang said, realizing he could not act further in the princess's presence. He retreated, preparing to discuss with his associates how to address this unexpected visit from the princess. As they hastily departed in clusters, Li Yi's expression remained tense, and she cast a subtle glance at Han Xian. Being new to this place, she was uncertain whether their departure was favorable or detrimental for him. Sensing her hesitation, Han Xian remarked, "Your Highness, the journey has been arduous, and given your recent arrival, it would be wise to rest." "Very well, lead the way," Li Yi acquiesced, and they traversed the path in silence. "Your Highness, I apologize for the hasty arrangements. However, this is indeed the finest chamber available. I kindly ask for your patience," Han Xian explained as they surveyed their surroundings. Li noticed an inkstone still damp with ink and speculated aloud. "Did you reside here previously?" After a brief hesitation, Han Xian nodded. Perceiving that the princess might be concerned about having occupied the same space, he reassured her. "Rest assured, Your Highness, the room is quite clean." Li Yi shook her head, clarifying, "That is not my concern. I merely wish to know if you previously slept here and I am to stay here now. Where will you sleep?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I shall take residence in the rear quarters. Should any issues arise, I can attend to them immediately," he replied. Li glanced towards the dilapidated structure behind them, noting its gloomy and lifeless atmosphere, and felt displeased. "Yulin, please investigate if there are any other accommodations nearby." "Yes," Yulin responded and departed. Han Xian was puzzled by her directive, and Li Yi added, "This room is yours. I have no intention of usurping it. That shabby dwelling does not sit well with me. You are not permitted to reside there." Han Xian chuckled, and Li Yi shifted her gaze elsewhere. "You were surrounded by them. What transpired?" She attempted to adopt a serious demeanor, yet the redness in her ears betrayed her. Han Xian, noticing this, felt a warmth spreading in his previously icy heart. "I merely sought to ascertain the happenings here, but my investigation has not been fruitful. After a month, the only lead I have is the Wu family. Yet who could have anticipated that they would be more eager than I? Today's events mark neither a beginning nor an end." Han Xian slowly divulged the circumstances, omitting many details. Yet Li Yi grasped the gravity of the situation upon witnessing it firsthand. Li had to look up at Han Xian, who was quite tall. His face, which she hadn't seen for a long time, had thinned a little, appearing altered yet somehow unchanged. As they walked, a question lingered her mind, one she had refrained from asking in front of An. Now, she turned to Han Xian and inquired, "What have you done to offend the emperor? What caused him to harbor disdain and demote you to this state?" Han Xian replied calmly, "I can only say that this is not a bad thing." "Not a bad thing? There must be a good thing. Is there anything better than achieving fame on the imperial examination?" Li probed tentatively. Han Xian did not respond. His gaze remained fixed on Li Yi, and the suppressed emotions in his eyes conveyed a turbulent warmth that made her recoil for the first time. Her hands trembled slightly, and in that moment she felt flustered, lacking the courage to utter the next words. "Your Highness, we have found a house." Yulin timely interrupted their silent exchange. Han Xian stepped back, allowing Li Yi to escape that intoxicating feeling. She turned to Yulin and said, "Since we have a place, let us proceed." Han Xian silently followed behind, and Li Yi noticed he had nothing to say. The place Yulin had found was at the Wu family estate. Upon hearing that a princess would reside there, the family was quite eager, and without further ado, everything was in place. Li Yi was somewhat taken aback by the arrangements, as she had not expected to find a touch of Qingqiang in this small town. "This is all very nice, but it is still some distance from Han Xian's residence," Li Yi observed. Noticing that Han Xian was gazing at a particular spot, she followed his line of sight and discovered that it was the home of Wu Xiang, where smoke was rising, presumably indicating that dinner was being prepared. "Is something wrong?" she asked. Han Xian did not answer, but countered with a question. "Your Highness, are you certain you wish to stay here?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Li Yi replied, noticing his silence. "Regardless, they lacked the audacity to act against me, unless they were willing to risk their lives." She spoke these words to reassure Han Xian. However, Han Xian understood how audacious these people could be, emboldened by the remoteness of the imperial court. The saying held truth. Years of neglect from the court had eroded their respect for the throne. Though they currently considered the princess, this deference was not guaranteed in the future. Seeing that Li Yi remained oblivious to the perils of their situation, Han Xian thought it might be for the best. Her presence would make certain matters considerably easier. Noticing that the princess had settled in, he mentioned he had other matters to attend to and took his leave. Li Yi nodded, encouraging him to attend to his affairs. The arrival of a princess of noble birth in the small town was a sensational event that resonated throughout the entire county. Within days, she had met dozens of local officials, a result of her only having met court officials before. If the gates were opened for visits, not only officials but prominent figures would seek an audience, and she had lost count of how many groups she had turned away. Speculation abounded regarding the reason for her arrival, with those harboring secrets wondering if their misdeeds had been uncovered. In this small locale, where life was often treated with disdain, even the infamous Long Princess had her share of daring souls come forth seeking the truth. As Li walked along the road, suddenly someone knelt before her, crying out for justice, prompting her to summon Han Xian to investigate. Matters of legal disputes and seeking redress were Han Xian's forte. Through the similarities in various cases, Han Xian discovered the Wu family's vulnerabilities, a most unexpected delight. He was not mistaken. The arrival of the princess brought more advantages than disadvantages. Upon his arrival, he discovered a stark reality. Takeda Town was a stagnant pool, tranquil yet lifeless. The townsfolk were exceedingly vigilant, resisting inquiries with great hostility. A closer examination revealed that they had endured years of oppression, rendering them too fearful to discuss even the slightest matters concerning Takeda. Those with a modicum of courage would only whisper among themselves, and any probing questions were met with silence. However, Princess Rowan was an entirely different presence, infusing life into this stagnant water, prompting even the most elusive fish lurking in the depths to conceal themselves further. Yet, how could Han Xian allow them to retreat in a hiding? Li Yi, seeing Han Xian's delight, hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you have rendered me a great service." With that, she dashed off to continue her duties, leaving Li Yi both astonished and somewhat pleased. The realization that she could assist Han Xian brought an involuntary smile to her face. Yulin, noticing the princess had met with Han Xian but appeared lost in thought, helplessly remarked, "Your Highness, he has already departed, and your spirit seems to have vanished with him." Li Yi fanned herself, attempting to cool the warmth rising to her cheeks. "Yulin, you cannot fathom the indescribable emotions that arise when one realizes they are needed by another. Your Highness, be cautious not to become too deeply involved," Yulin cautioned, having observed Li Yi's growing infatuation. Yet, she found it challenging to decipher the enigmatic Han Xian. In recent days, she had heard of his extraordinary judicial acumen, unraveling complex cases that seemed insurmountable. A testament to his profound wisdom and strategic mind, Han Xian was indeed a man of inscrutable depths. "I am well aware, Yulin. However, the moment I lay eyes upon him, joy blossoms within me. I believe he feels the same way." Li Yi did not dwell on her sentiments, while Yulin perceived them as profound. In her eyes, Han Xian was shrewd and possessed a genuine compassion for the victims. "There is no remedy for this." Yulin sighed, but at least the esteemed Han Xian understands the boundaries. Han Xian was engrossed in reviewing an old case, one so antiquated that most of those involved had long since passed away. He found himself grappling with the harsh reality. Although he knew the truth, the evidence had been destroyed, and the witnesses were no longer alive, resulting in a situation where no one could corroborate the facts. "Sir Han, please take a moment to rest and enjoy some tea. This case has lingered for decades, now merely a cold case." "Achieving this much is commendable," said Wu Yunlu, who had managed the affairs prior to Han Xian's arrival. He was a warm-hearted individual, often tending to the miscellaneous matters Han Xian could not oversee. Han Xian accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Wu. I am merely perplexed by certain matters." Noticing Han Xian's willingness to engage, Wu Yunlu eagerly inquired, "What confounds you, esteemed Han? If I possess the knowledge, I shall share it without reservation." "Then allow me to inquire. The two brothers were known to be amiable and likely had friends. Yet, after so many years of their passing, not a single soul has come forth to pay their respects. This strikes me as rather peculiar. Wu Yinlu pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, there are some inconsistencies. However, most who knew them have departed, and those few remaining have forgotten the events of that time. Their discourse continued, ultimately yielding the conclusion that there had been no progress. As Han Xian gazed down the path of martial affairs, the warmth in his eyes faded. Han Guang, I shall meet the princess. You must assume my guise here and ensure that no one discovers my absence. Understood. Han Xian deftly maneuvered past his watchers, avoiding the throngs of people, and arrived at the princess's residence. Chapter 9. A hidden agenda. When Li Yi beheld Han Xian emerging from the wall, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Upon recognizing him, her initial wariness dissipated. What prompts the esteemed Lord Han to take on the role of a thief today? She jested. Had it been before, she would not have dared to speak thus, for a thief is not a compliment. Despite the two young ladies witnessing his somewhat awkward descent, Han Xian maintained his composure. As he carefully slid down from his perch, Li Yi suppressed a faint smile. Brushing off the dust from his attire, he remarked, entering through the door would have aroused suspicion. Thus I had no choice but to come this way. I beg your pardon for the spectacle. Sensing the gravity of his forthcoming discourse, Li Yi invited him to sit. What do you require? If there is any way I can assist you. This was the very response Han Xian awaited. He recounted the tragic case of the innocent demise of the two brothers in detail, only to find that crucial testimonies were deceased and evidence obliterated. Li Yi listened intently, but as he reached this point, her brow furrowed. All destroyed? Upon receiving Han Xian's affirmative nod, her indignation surged, prompting her to rise. This is preposterous. Your words imply that someone is systematically erasing traces. The perpetrator is indeed vile. Indeed, Your Highness. The paths have all been obstructed. After my investigation, the only certainty is that the deaths of those two were at the hands of the Wu family. Han Xian emphasized the name Wu with deliberate weight. The Wu family, a prominent local lineage, effectively governed this small town. Previously, I instructed Yu Lin to investigate, discovering that surrounding villages were similarly controlled by various clans. The county level was somewhat better, yet powerful factions still wielded influence behind the scenes. In essence, the power dynamics were intricate and convoluted. Even those dispatched by the court were instinctively marginalized. Li articulated the predicament Han Xian faced. This is no mere town. It is a labyrinthine web of complexities. They exclude outsiders and exhaust themselves internally. Yet if anyone dares intrude, they unite against them. What is your plan? Li inquired, perplexed. Since you have sought me out, you must possess a strategy. Your Highness, as the Grand Princess of the realm, permitting them to wreak havoc here leaves no room for resistance against absolute power, Han Xian stated, revealing a harsh and chilling truth. I comprehend now. Li's approach was straightforward. She intended to exert force. As Han Xian completed his remarks, Li promptly relayed several instructions to Yulin. First, to inform the sovereign about her intention to mobilize troops. Second, to dispatch someone to the nearby military camp. Any refusal to comply with orders would warrant charges of treason. Third, to ensure that all actions remain discreet. If anyone attempted espionage, measures should be taken to eliminate them without hesitation. In the event of any wrongful actions, appropriate reprimands would follow. Understood. At that moment, Yulin felt as though the emperor were before him. When the topic of wrongful executions arose, his demeanor softened slightly. Ultimately, there was a distinction. Were it the emperor in this situation, he would certainly declare that it is better to wrongfully execute than to let a guilty party escape. Han Xian looked upon him with newfound respect, as the impression left on him by the princess had previously been one of a certain domineering charm, albeit tempered with innocence. Witnessing another facet of Li Yi, Han Xian's admiration grew. Having lived in the palace since childhood, Li Yi harbored no fondness for power plays. Yet this did not imply an inability to wield it. She was inherently rebellious, her actions unconfined by convention. As she stepped out into the world beyond the palace, she increasingly felt the weight of authority, something she had come to accept, yet which remained unattainable for others. Yu Lin needed time to conclude his affairs, and during this interval, Han Xian and Li Yi maintained the status quo. In the grand hall of the Wu family, the clan leaders from surrounding towns gathered, summoned by the failure of Wu Xiang to promptly manage Han Xian. Among them was a robust man named Li Xian, who bluntly remarked, "Wu Xiang, you promised to handle this matter, yet here we are with the princess herself in attendance. Is this what you call foolproof?" Seated across from Li Xian, another leader retorted, "What is there to discuss? Our family is merely fated to be trampled upon. After all, the princess is ultimately connected to your Li family from a century ago. Shouldn't you be currying favor with her? Perhaps she might overlook your transgressions." "Yuqing, what do you think of my suggestion?" he inquired of Fang Yuqing, who was seated beside him. Though Fang Yuqing preferred to remain silent, he found himself compelled to respond to Peng Qi's provocation. "Peng Qi, what you propose is absurd. Is this truly the situation of the Li family's dominion? It is wiser to tread carefully. Brother Fang speaks wisely. We ought to contemplate how to resolve this matter. After all, those who have arrived are not easily dismissed. The sister of the current emperor, Princess Ruan, is no trifling adversary." Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Wu Xiang then interjected, "There is no need to overcomplicate the princess's arrival. While she is indeed a princess, ultimately, she remains merely a woman. What havoc can she truly wreak?" Li Xian's face darkened, clearly displeased by the earlier slight, yet he managed to contain his irritation. "Are you suggesting we are being overly cautious?" "Precisely. What do you have to fear? Han Xian will find no evidence, and the princess possesses no substantiation. On what grounds could they target us? For the time being, we must ensure the princess is well attended, making her content and pleased, so that we may see her off smoothly." Wu Xiang, with a hint of pride, surveyed the room and continued, "What do you all think?" The previously silent Gao Dawei nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic of Wu Xiang's words. Wu Xiang then turned his gaze towards the Tian family, recognizing that among them, the Tian family wielded the greatest influence, unlike the rest who were merely collateral branches. This family maintained genuine ties with the Tian family of Qingcheng. Tian Yongfu had remained silent, leaving others perplexed. The impatient Li Xian queried, "Elder brother Tian, what is your perspective? Can the princess truly act as you all envision?" Tian Yongfu finally posed this critical question. No one was able to provide an answer. They merely heard that the princess possessed a delicate disposition, akin to that of the daughters from noble families, albeit with a touch of arrogance. However, knowing this did not signify much. Wu Xiang, having encountered the princess once, hesitated and remarked, "If we could discern what the princess favors, we might cater to her tastes, thus ensuring our success to a significant extent." Tian Yongfu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, my knowledge on this matter exceeds yours. This princess is exceedingly difficult to please. Gold and jewels hold no sway over her." The others began to ponder the princess's preferences, and in doing so, they seemed to forget that the one closest to them, and the one who posed the greatest danger, was Han Xian. After their discussions, Li's door was frequently knocked upon, and upon discerning the identity of the visitors, she chose to ignore them. These individuals merely sought to pursue underhanded means, and moreover, she had no interest in the items they offered. Li Yi recounted this as a jest to Han Xian, who chuckled in response, yet he noted who had come and what they had brought. A few days later, as Han Xian was about to retire, someone called out to him, saying, "Lord Han, your recent actions have not gone unnoticed. We have collectively agreed to host a celebration banquet in your honor. Notable figures from the locality will be in attendance. You must not decline. We implore you to join us." Wu Yunlu said with a smile. Han Xian feigned delight and assured them of his attendance. Another individual, upon hearing Wu Yunlu mention the matter, interjected, "I have heard the princess has yet to experience our local customs. This banquet will also welcome ladies. Perhaps Lord Han could mention this to Her Highness? Your presence would undoubtedly enhance the occasion." This speaker was Tian Yong, a shrewd and detail-oriented man, prompting Han Xian to exercise caution in his dealings with him. "Why not directly invite the princess?" Han Xian inquired. Tian Yong appeared somewhat embarrassed, and Wu Yunlu elucidated, "The princess has always disregarded individuals like us. The last time we brought gifts to meet her, we were denied entry and promptly dismissed. This time, we sought to extend an invitation, yet the princess remained noncommittal. Hence the desire for you to speak with her directly. Han Xian nodded in understanding, and Tianyong added, if the princess truly refuses, it is our lack of etiquette. I will convey your sentiments, Han Xian assured them, providing them with some relief. They were genuinely at a loss regarding the princess's temperament, and were grateful for Han Xian's presence. Otherwise, they would struggle to justify their actions to their own families. When Han Xian broached the subject, Li Yi expressed her confusion, saying, is that so? I do not recall their invitation. They are speaking nonsense. I shall attend the banquet they claim to have invited you to. Han Xian then noticed a piece of paper that had fallen to the ground, picked it up, and observed that it had not been opened. Li Yi watched him absent-mindedly unfold it, revealing the expected expression of realization. He handed it to Li Yi, saying, it seems Her Highness has not taken it to heart. Yet she mentioned that she would attend the banquet for ministers. Li Yi, somewhat bewildered after reading it, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing Han Xian's words. In essence, she had overlooked the matter. She truly had forgotten, dismissing the event as merely a gathering for ladies to admire flowers, an unremarkable social affair. However, I believe this gathering to be extraordinary, for His Highness would be within my line of sight. Han Xian's request posed a bit of a dilemma for Li Yi, who jestingly remarked, does Lord Han not realize that such occasions, attended by both men and women, usually require separate seating? Not this time, Han Xian replied with ease, indicating that there was no need for separation as in Qingsheng. Li Yi's interest was piqued. How then will the seating be arranged? Han Xian, having attended such gatherings before, teasingly responded, you'll find out when His Highness arrives. Li Yi, intrigued yet slightly dissatisfied, shot him a glance. Is it amusing? Unable to contain himself, Han Xian burst into laughter, and Li Yi, her seriousness fading, joined him. Han Xian, you are quite audacious. Do you not realize that I, the princess, have the power to punish you? Please do not hold it against me, Your Highness. I have lost my composure, Han Xian said, his gaze fixed upon Li Yi. She averted her eyes, looking at the sky and the ground, but not at him. Clearing her throat, she said, it is good that you recognize your mistake. I forgive you. That night, both Li Yi and Han Xian appeared at the banquet. Li Yi observed the intriguing arrangement. Han Xian had indeed described it well. Men seated by the lakeside, women positioned upon the lake itself, allowing them to see one another while maintaining a respectful distance. Li Yi took her place among the ladies, while Han Xian remained by the water's edge. In Chapter 10, The Realm of Tenderness, Li Yi noticed only two available seats, one in the center and one at the edge. Glancing around, she discerned some averted gazes, while others scrutinized her with unabashed intensity, clearly intrigued by how this bold woman would make her choice. Having encountered such tactics in the palace before, she typically would have overturned the table, but now she found no objection to engaging with these people. Thus, the assembly witnessed an unexpected scene. The princess wasted no time and approached the main seat. Yulin, understanding the unspoken etiquette, delicately wiped the chair with a handkerchief before slightly bowing. Your Highness, please take a seat. Only then did Li Yi gracefully settle down. Meeting the curious stares of the assembly, she raised an eyebrow. What is it? Is it improper for me to sit here? Naturally, Your Highness is entitled to sit wherever she pleases, the bold woman retorted, pointing towards the men by the lakeside. Moreover, none here could possibly rival your esteemed status. Surely, you could sit anywhere, even over there. Li Yi had not observed closely before, but now she took a few more glances, finding it rather amusing. It was evident that they dared not offend her while speaking in such a veiled manner, seemingly concerned that she might miss the implication. Since you have put it that way, if I choose to go over there, you should also partake in the enjoyment. It would be quite unfair for me to be the sole recipient of such pleasure, would it not? Li Yi's words carried a dual meaning, and those present understood well. The women seated there were all married, and discussing such matters was somewhat embarrassing. They could hardly fathom a young, unmarried princess being so brazen. At this, the speaker fell silent, having refrained from provoking the princess, only to be outmaneuvered in return. They thought to themselves that this princess must indulge in secret escapades, for she appeared quite charming. Perhaps they had misjudged her. Now, Li felt inclined to inquire about them. Yulin had merely mentioned a few names, and thus far, she had not recognized many. Mistakenly calling someone by the wrong name did not embarrass her, yet one could not avoid the speculation that would arise among those present. As she had spoken, others proceeded to introduce themselves, revealing their identities and positions. Li was not surprised by the outcome. Her husband's status was subtly evident in the company they kept. However, when she learned that the person nearest to her was the lady of the Tian family, her interest was piqued. The Tian family from Qingsheng must be connected to them, which explained why the previous visitors had refrained from making any moves, primarily out of concern for that official's hat. She wondered whether the esteemed individual from Qingsheng was aware of this. If so, and still chose to indulge, it could indeed have far-reaching implications. Han Xian, noticing that nothing unusual had yet occurred on Li Yi's side, felt somewhat reassured. Observers noted Han Xian's gaze drifting toward the lake, exchanging knowing smiles among themselves, anticipating an upcoming performance that had evidently required considerable effort. "Lord Han, you shall surely be pleased," one remarked, to which Han Xian simply nodded, lacking the leisure for further contemplation. As everyone began to succumb to inebriation, the sound of drums resonated through the air. Initially, the rhythm was sporadic, but soon became more frenetic, capturing the attention of the women on the water. "Look, what are they doing?" Li Yi exclaimed, intrigued by their graceful movements on the water's surface, devoid of boats or any form of support. Moreover, how is the drumming being produced? Though she had witnessed water performances before, this was a novel experience. As the dancers executed their turns, the secret of their footwear became apparent. They were standing upon leaves. Captivated by the spectacle, the lights began to flicker on the lake. Han Xian noticed Li Yi, who was watching the performance with a radiant smile. In that dim light, she appeared exceptionally gentle. Her mere presence was enough to draw his gaze away from all else. Suddenly, Li Yi turned her head, locking eyes with Han Xian. As the drumming reached its conclusion and the dance came to an end, the performers turned gracefully and vanished into the night, a poetic representation of coming and going. "Lord Han, what do you think? Is it not delightful? How does it compare to what you saw in Qingsheng?" A nearby person continued to chatter, but Han Xian remained focused on Li Yi, instinctively replying, "Qingsheng is more beautiful." "What?" the individual exclaimed, their voice rising and jolting Han Xian back to the moment. Qingsheng was indeed beautiful, yet the water dance, buoyed by leaves, possessed an ethereal quality, with the mountains and moon forming a picturesque backdrop, imparting an air of nobility, a splendid concept, a delightful experience. "Ha ha! Lord Han speaks true. Indeed, it possesses a unique charm. Immersing oneself in it brings boundless joy." Han Xian chuckled lightly, but when he turned to look for Li Yi again, he found she had vanished. An uneasy premonition washed over him. Just as he contemplated searching for her, others around him began bowing their heads and murmuring, "We pay our respects to the princess." Han Xian turned to see her standing before him. Before he could even pay his respects, she interjected, "No need for formalities. This princess merely sought Han Xian. Please disperse." "Thank you, Your Highness," Li Yi said, noticing Han Xian's confusion. "It is late. Although it is the sweltering summer, the wind can be chilly after a while. So I came over first. What do you think? Are they not beautiful?" Han Xian had not scrutinized them closely, only knowing they danced splendidly, which he affirmed. "They are indeed captivating, especially the one leading the dance." Li noticed that Han Xian did not respond to her words and asked, "What are you thinking about? Is what I said too dull?" "No, not at all. It's just that I find it perplexing," he replied. "What do you find perplexing?" Li Yi inquired, somewhat puzzled. Han Xian, feeling troubled, questioned, "Is the princess aware that your current actions may lead me to misunderstand? What if I say it is indeed open to misinterpretation?" Li Yi's words stirred a tempest within Han Xian, and he lowered his voice to say, "It seems that I might inadvertently offend the princess." Before Li Yi could respond, he added, "It would be best if the princess refrained from teasing me." Li Yi was momentarily taken aback by Han Xian's self-justification, feeling somewhat at a loss. During their mutual silence, someone approached them, announcing, "Commoner Fong Yuqin, at your service, your highness." Seeing Han Xian quietly standing behind her, Li Yi had no choice but to set aside her thoughts and glance at the newcomer. "You may rise," she commanded. "Thank you, your highness. What brings you to seek an audience with me?" Fong Yuqin hesitated before speaking, glancing at Han Xian, seemingly at a loss for words. Li Yi grew impatient, but Han Xian took the initiative to say, "I still have matters to attend to." "Then go ahead," Li Yi conceded. "Now, what is it you wish to discuss?" "Your highness, I wish to present a small gift, one that rivals the aquatic performance we just witnessed." This intrigued Li Yi. Fong Yuqin smiled and said, "To behold this item, your highness must accompany me. There lies something extraordinary." He pointed toward the building. Li Yi, curious yet uncertain, replied, "Lead the way. I have seen many things, but I am eager to discover what this extraordinary treasure may be. With Fishlin by my side, I doubt any trouble will arise." Han Xian intended to follow, but was intercepted by Wu Xiang, who said, "Lord Han, a humble commoner wishes to offer a small gift and hopes you will not refuse. I have pressing matters to attend to. I fear this gift must wait for another time," Han Xian stated as he attempted to leave. However, everyone else stood up, pulling him back with smiles, saying, "Lord Han, there is another performance awaiting you. Rest assured, you shall not be disappointed." Han Xian's sense of foreboding intensified. It was not the right time to sever ties. He reluctantly sat down and asked, "What performance are you referring to?" His inquiry elicited laughter among the group, as if he had made a jest. Wu Xiang replied, "Lord Han, you are not yet married. Before that, you should experience the pleasures of life." As he finished speaking, a seductive woman approached, clad in revealing attire that accentuated her curves. Han Xian squinted uncomfortably, suppressing his disgust. Visibly alarmed, a scene that delighted the onlookers, revealing that even the lofty scholar was not so different from them. Each of them had a woman by their side, engaging in merriment. The woman seated herself before Han Xian, raised a cup of wine, and attempted to feed it to him. Han Xian pretended to drink, unaware that the wine was laced with a drug, and the woman was assured he would not resist. As she proceeded to unfasten his garments, Han Xian countered her advance, covering her mouth and exerting pressure, saying, "If you wish to live, nod your head." The woman nodded, and upon seeing her countenance, Han Xian realized why she appeared familiar. Was she not a dancer? "I ask you, answer." Han Xian observed her nodding again and inquired, "What is your purpose?" The woman, her pallid face trembling, replied, "I know nothing. My master said for me to accompany you and my senior." We. Han Xian repeated these words, and upon grasping their implication, his countenance turned ashen. Utterly absurd. It was as if he wished for death. He glanced around, disgust evident on his face. These individuals, oblivious fools, remained lost in their dreams even as calamity loomed. The agitation reflected in his eyes caused the woman to tremble, fearing she might be choked to death. Han Xian asked, "Do you know where they have taken the princess?" Yes. She quickly nodded. "I wouldn't deceive you, my lord." "Take me there." Han Xian rose, and some noticed his slightly wrinkled clothing and gasped, pushing aside the woman beside him, shouting, "What do you intend to do?" "Someone, quickly, someone, restrain him." Wu Xiang summoned a few warriors, all of whom had been prepared in advance. Han Xian, observing their panic, suddenly laughed. "What are you afraid of? You devised a scheme involving me and the princess. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Perhaps I have been too merciful." With that, he dismissed any further dialogue with them. "Han Guang, Han Yi, yes, clear the way." Han Xian no longer glanced back, allowing the woman to lead the way, who appeared flabbergasted, stuttering as she guided him. "And master, it's right here, I learned from my senior." Han Xian regarded the door before him and unhesitatingly kicked it open. Chapter 11. Rising to the surface, Han Xian beheld the scene before him. Li Yi leaned against an unfamiliar man, her expression inscrutable. However, when the princess glanced his way, she appeared composed and inquired, "What are you doing?" Li Yi looked at him with confusion, then glanced at the handsome man seated beside her, her expression darkening as she quickly rose, explaining to Han Xian, "It was nothing. I tripped, and he helped me." Just moments before Han Xian entered, Li Yi had been led to a secluded room by Fong Yuqing. Upon her entrance, Fong Yuqing did not follow, wearing an enigmatic smile as he said, "From here on, I shall not intrude. Within, your highness will find what you desire." Such mystery. Li Yi found his behavior perplexing. And when she finally laid eyes on the kneeling handsome man inside, the motives of her companions became clear. How audacious to present a man to the royal princess as a concubine. Did they not fear she might slay him on the spot? Looking up, Li Yi noticed him gazing up at her, allowing her to discern his features clearly. He arched an eyebrow, garbed in sheer silk, yet his visage was unblemished, his brows and eyes noble, resembling a gentleman. She mused on the lengths they went to in order to please her. "Do you know why you are here?" "I do." This was the first phrase she heard from him, and his voice struck her as familiar, prompting her to scrutinize him closely. "Why, you're the lead dancer?" "Indeed." Li Yi pondered for a moment before responding. "You dance exquisitely. I had thought you a woman, only to discover you are a man. Stand up." He stood up, instantly towering over Li Yi, which positioned him to gaze down upon her. Li Yi was unfazed. Initially, she intended to ignore him, but surprisingly, as they contemplated their preferences, she realized she had a certain fondness for such men. What was his name? Yi Chun. "Very well, Yi Chun, do as you must." Li took a seat, wishing for him to leave swiftly to pursue his own desires. However, unbeknownst to her, he interpreted her intentions differently, approaching her instead and slowly disrobing. Upon witnessing his bare form, Li Yi averted her gaze, commanding, "Put something on, and keep your distance from this princess. I'm not so desperate." Yi Chun, taken aback by her rejection, pondered if this was what a princess was like. He harbored some disdain for his appearance, yet felt fortunate that his visage had allowed him to be raised as a girl and, consequently, to survive. But now, a golden opportunity lay before him, and he was unwilling to relinquish it. He yearned for vengeance against those who had scorned and belittled him. Noticing his hesitation and the two sets of clothing prepared nearby, Li Yi seized one of the male outfits and tossed it to him, declaring, "Wear this for me." Yi Chun, anxious and frustrated by the princess's lack of understanding, steeled himself and refused to don the clothing. Instead, he knelt before her, a bitter smile on his face, and implored, "I am aware this is a grave transgression, but I find myself with no alternative. I began dancing in my youth, drawing the admiration of many. Yet such favor is fleeting. As I age, my master seeks to sell me for a handsome price. Arrangements have already been made for my sale, but I refuse to comply. I have risked everything to plead for your compassion, princess." He presented himself, articulating his plight. Li Yi remained silent, scrutinizing him with a gaze as piercing as if she could see into his very soul. He had relegated himself to the status of a wretched performer. Thus, she could not be faulted for her lack of sympathy. "Yi Chun, what you desire, this princess is unwilling to grant." Yi Chun had anticipated failure and, in that moment, accepted it. Wealthy and powerful men could easily turn cruel, and he and this noble princess were destined to remain strangers. "However, you dance remarkably well," Li Yi remarked as he raised his head. "Your troubles, this princess can resolve." For her, a single word could alter his fate, and she relished the prospect of enacting such change. "Thank you, princess." In a twist of fate, Yi Chun had believed he would become merely a plaything for those men, forever separated from the one he cherished. Li Yi stood, feeling lightheaded. She faltered and nearly collapsed, prompting Yi Chun to hasten to support her. "Princess, are you unwell?" At that very moment, Han Xian kicked the door open. Li Yi, hopeful that he would heed her explanation, was dismayed to witness him turn and leave without uttering a word. She was left bewildered by his thoughts and commanded Yulin to take the others away. Han Xian, stop. When he appeared not to hear, she added, "This is an order. If you dare to defy the imperial decree," before she could finish her sentence. Han Xian halted, not only stopping but also returning to stand before her, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I merely recalled that I had matters to attend to." "Does having matters to attend to justify ignoring me?" Li Yi replied with displeasure. "I have made myself very clear. The guilty ones are those who devised this scheme, not the innocent. Am I wrong?" Han Xian's expression remained unchanged. "You are not at fault, Your Highness." Li Yi pondered asking why he was upset, but her pride forbade her from doing so. Instead, She maintained a stern visage and excused herself under the pretense of having further matters to handle. She was well aware of the nature of Han Xian's concerns. After witnessing Yi Chun assist her, something had evidently shifted within him. The commotion stirred by Han Xian became quite pronounced, and the events of the banquet were fervently discussed throughout the taverns, where gatherings of people could not refrain from gossiping about the wealthy, who were deemed frivolous and shameless. Beyond the banquet, Han Xian presented the evidence he had meticulously gathered. He instructed his men to excavate in the Wu family's backyard, uncovering several corpses. The coroner declared that they had been buried for some time, yet coincidentally matched the identities of those who had perished in previous miscarriages of justice, a correlation that could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. Wu Xiang found himself in a state of silent despair, observing the discord among the families present, and he felt a headache coming on. He placed his hopes in the most seasoned among them, Tian Yongfu. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tian Yongfu felt compelled to speak. "Gentlemen, you seem to have underestimated Han Xian." Li Xian scoffed. "That lad, feigning innocence. Who would suspect that the princess's dog is, in fact, a wolf?" Fang Yuqing sighed. "The problem is that his pretenses have successfully concealed his true nature from me. It is utterly unpredictable." Wu Xiang, witnessing their reluctance to assist him, felt a chill in his heart, understanding that such reluctance was only human. Yet, it still stung as he expressed, "Friends, my family has never treated you poorly. Now that we stand on the brink of calamity, will you truly turn a blind eye to our plight?" And Peng Shi hastily interjected, "Brother Wu, your words are misguided. It is not that we refuse to help, but look around. How many of us are truly innocent?" This revelation sent shivers through the assembly. They were all implicated, with blood on their hands. Assisting Wu Xiang would only bring them closer to their own doom. Wu Xiang yearned to argue that they could not possibly escape unscathed after all they had done, yet he held his tongue. His silence instilled a sense of unease in the others. The situation need not be so dire, but since they were all present, the truth had to be voiced. When Wu Xiang was imprisoned by Han Xian, he could no longer resist. In his final moments, he asked Han Xian, "How will you deal with them?" Han Xian offered no reply, and Wu Xiang did not expect one. "I am but a minuscule merchant, content to safeguard my little domain. You, Han Xian, are different. You will confront a monstrous entity. We, before it, can only tremble and prostrate ourselves." "What do you mean?" Han Xian sensed the unusual weight behind his words. Wu Xiang ceased to speak, casting a deep glance at Han Xian. Han Xian seemed to comprehend his intent and attempted to intervene, but Wu Xiang had already charged toward the blade's edge. Han Xian knelt down as he approached Han Guang, reaching out to feel his neck, only to find no pulse. He shook his head in sorrow and said, "Return him to his family for a proper burial." Upon hearing the news, Li Yi felt a tinge of regret. Wu Xiang had departed with secrets in tow, which meant that Han Xian would need to exert considerable effort to gather evidence from the other 6 families. She recalled a matter she had yet to address. "Yulin, do not report my predicament to the emperor." Yulin hesitated. "Your Highness, the fact that you were ensnared in such a scheme speaks volumes about their lawlessness and could provide the emperor with a clear understanding of the situation here. Why not let him know? I am well aware of what you say, yet I believe it is better to avoid unnecessary complications." Noticing Yulin's differing perspective, she smiled and added, "I have not suffered any harm. Do you think I am a sort to endure grievances?" Yulin concurred and chose not to press further, achieving Li Yi's intent. "Your Highness, someone requests an audience." "Who?" A resonant voice replied, "Nan Jiashi seeks an audience." This name was rare, and Li Yi remembered it vividly from a prior encounter. "Let him in." Nan Jiashi was the individual she had selected for Yulin, meeting all her criteria: capable, without connections, unaffected by the military factions, and steadfast in purpose, an ideal candidate for this task. You stand here and should know what you must do, what you need, and what this princess can provide. Do you understand? Understood. This is Wuqian Town, seemingly a minor place, yet fraught with various factions vying for control due to its remoteness and mineral wealth. If you assist this princess in resolving matters here, a significant reward awaits you, promising a bright future. Li observed that despite this enticing offer, he showed no sign of elation. Well, now I understand why he is not favored in the military. With no intention of painting a rosy picture, she stated plainly, "In short, this task is perilous, and I cannot guarantee your safety. Are you willing to proceed?" "Yes." Nan Jiashi responded affirmatively. "I will take you to meet someone." Li Yi led him to Han Xian, who was pleasantly surprised to find that the visitor was the very person he had been awaiting. Before Li Yi could speak, she observed Han Xian and Nan Jiashi engaging in conversation, recalling Nan Jiashi's previously cold demeanor, now softened, and contrasting it with Han Xian's rare warmth. She wondered if she was merely an eyesore. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly, filled with a sense of regret for the time lost, and in Li Yi's presence. They pledged brotherhood before Guangong, leaving her momentarily astonished. Chapter 12. Unbeknownst to the Abyss, Han Xian informed Li Yi that Nan Jiashi would enable her to navigate Wutian with ease. Li Yi believed him and watched the ripples of change brought about by Nan Jiashi's arrival in Wutian town. Li Yi was aware of the Li family in this town, yet she had never visited, despite their previous attempts to send envoys, which she had declined. Now, with Han Xian's encouragement to act as she once did, she resolved that the greater the commotion, the better. "Open the door." Li Yi, accompanied by Yulin and Nan Jiashi, stood at the threshold of the Li residence, resembling a band of ruffians seeking trouble. When there was no response, Li Yi instructed Nan Jiashi, "If they do not comply, force the door open." The door was forcefully flung open, and Li Yi was taken aback by the refusal to grant entry. She strode inside, commanding the gate to be opened for all to witness. Her audacity was overwhelming, prompting Li Xian to emerge hastily. With a face wrought with emotion, he implored, "My esteemed aunt, what is the meaning of this? I have done you no wrong." "The princess believes you have offended her," she retorted. "Is there an issue with that? Do you dare to question me? Or perhaps you wish to disregard my authority and challenge the royal family?" Li Xian, flailing his arms in protest, replied, "I would never dream of such a thing. If the princess feels wronged, we implore your mercy not to sully your royal presence with our petty grievances. And what if I choose to hold you accountable? What will you say then?" Upon her utterance, a pallor swept over the crowd. For Li Xian could hardly fathom that the princess would target him first after the downfall of the Wu family. He felt utterly powerless to resist. Li Yi held no regard for those who cowered before her, uttering, "Search them." Nan Jiashi, Li Xian, witnessing the unfolding drama, was consumed by a mix of fury and trepidation. Unlike Wu Xiang, who had resorted to self-sacrifice for his family's sake, he sought a more prudent path. "My lord, we must devise a plan," he urged. Madame Li, though uncertain of the impending fate, was acutely aware of the grim end that awaited the Wu family. Observing the princess leisurely surveying them as if they were mere entertainment, she felt as if she were witnessing a tyrant's reign. Li Xian was further vexed by the incessant wailing of his beautiful concubine. "What are you crying for?" he snapped. "I'm still alive. Do you wish for my demise?" Suddenly struck by an idea, he whispered to his wife, "Did you send someone to inform Brother Tian of the princess's arrival?" Madame Li steadied her nerves and replied softly, "Yes, a messenger was dispatched, but the princess arrived too swiftly. We are uncertain if he received the message in time." Desiring a contingency plan, Li Xian ceased his anxious fidgeting. Noticing their swift return to composure, Li Yi's malicious nature resurfaced as she grinned. "Ah, I almost forgot to mention, I encountered a rather reckless individual who nearly disturbed me. Seeing he had exited from here, I thought it only fitting to send him on an errand for me. I trust you do not mind?" As her words hung in the air, the countenance of Li Xian and his wife turned ashen. At that moment, Nan Jiashi had completed the search, having overlooked the treasures of gold and jewels, focusing instead on the ledger she ultimately presented. Glancing at it nonchalantly, she added, "By the way, your objections hold little weight, do they? For the transactions recorded herein will easily condemn you for the illicit sale of the mine, a grave offense." With that declaration, Li Xian collapsed to the ground in defeat. What transpired next was resolved by Han Xian, who, surprisingly, found the affair to unfold with unexpected ease. The secondary plan remained unused, as they had anticipated the ledger to be more securely hidden. Nan Jiashi remarked that it was carelessly placed beneath a flower pot, a location too pristine to escape suspicion. Li Yi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, pondering, Why do you not observe that the other flower pots are quite clean? How is it that you can find faults so easily? If Li Xian were to learn that this was the reason, he would surely feel wronged. Nevertheless, this incident underscored Han Xian's assertion that Nan Jiashi possessed an exceptionally keen sense of observation, which, when wielded wisely, could be as sharp as a sword. For instance, at this moment, Nan Jiashi tactfully afforded Han Xian and Li Yi some privacy. Observing Li Yi's serious engagement with the account book, Han Xian noted that after a prolonged period, she lifted her gaze and said, "Come and take a look, for I am weary." Very well. Li Yi handed him the account book, but inadvertently applied a bit of force, preventing Han Xian from withdrawing it. Puzzled, he glanced at her, and Li Yi remarked, "Ever since that incident, you have been somewhat peculiar. What are you thinking?" As she released her grip, Han Xian managed to extricate the book and replied, "I have always been the same. I have not changed. You are overthinking, Your Highness." Overthinking? Especially upon witnessing my efforts to secure Yi Chen's freedom. Li Yi had been observing him intently, and in that fleeting moment, his demeanor radiated an unexpected sharpness, starkly contrasting his usual gentleness. Faced with Li Yi's nearly accusatory expression, Han Xian found it somewhat amusing. "Your Highness, does it truly matter?" "Indeed it does," Li Yi replied without hesitation. Noticing Han Xian's astonishment, she added with a hint of disdain, "If it were anyone else, I would not have reacted in such a manner." Was her concern not apparent? Li Yi contemplated her recent actions, realizing that her kindness had been quite evident. Han Xian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to articulate the sensation that enveloped him. Despite his eloquence, he found himself at a loss for words to express this feeling, ultimately leading to an embarrassing situation that would serve as fodder for laughter long after. Indeed, Han Xian fled. Li Yi was so taken aback that she barely registered his departure. What kind of reaction is this? Has his princess been spurned? When Yulin heard Li Yi recount the incident, even her composed demeanor faltered, causing her to double over in laughter. For the protagonist was none other than the modest Han Xian. Is it truly amusing? Li Yi questioned, feeling somewhat downcast. However, witnessing Yulin's unabashed mirth alleviated her spirits, and a smile crept onto her lips. "Very well, it is somewhat humorous, though I cannot claim to be entirely composed at this moment." "Your Highness, one cannot be so blunt," Yulin remarked, finally managing to contain her laughter. "First, you presented gifts, then began to consider everything in light of Lord Han's interests. And now you directly assert that all your actions are for him. Pray tell, where is the subtlety in that?" Li Yi pondered gravely for a moment, arriving at a conclusion. "So it appears I have frightened him away. That is a question best posed to Lord Han himself." While they conversed, Han Xian sat alone, engrossed in a book. After an extended period, he turned a page, though he could not recall what he had read. Frustrated, he set the book aside, his thoughts lingering on the moments spent with the princess. What to do? Han Xian pondered as he approached the door, sighing as he gazed at the moonlight. The weather had turned to autumn, and the sound of cicadas resonated throughout the small courtyard. He felt as if he were grappling with a perplexing dilemma, eternally seeking an answer, yet remaining a fool attempting to solve it. He reminded himself, "Han Xian, you must understand your purpose, rather than wallowing in futile emotions." Perhaps this self-affirmation had taken effect, for Han Xian gradually regained his composure. The following day, Han Xian visited the princess as if nothing had transpired the previous day. Li Yi had anticipated a discussion regarding yesterday's events, yet she found Han Xian calmly deliberating with Nan Jiashi about future matters, leaving her momentarily at a loss. It seemed her feelings had been misplaced. Perhaps it was best not to force him into affection. This was Li Yi's initial thought. However, when Han Xian expressed his desire to meet Miss Fong to delve deeper into the Fong family, Li Yi, with a stern countenance, interjected, "Absolutely not." Noticing the curious gazes from those around her, Li Yi swiftly concocted a suitable rationale. "Consider this, you are well known throughout the entire town, let alone the Fong family or the Tian family. They regard you with great suspicion. Furthermore, exploiting a woman to achieve one's ends is not the mark of a gentleman." Her final remarks rang with righteousness. Without hesitation, Han Xian posed the question, "Then, what insights does your highness possess?" He had indeed queried the right individual. It was said that Miss Fong had a penchant for operas. If they could engage a trustworthy opera troupe and infiltrate the Fong residence, would it not be a seamless endeavor to uncover whatever they sought? Han Xian initially nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of the proposal, then inquired, however, there are only a few opera troupes. How can we ensure that this troupe remains undisclosed? Li Yi had anticipated this concern and was not deterred. She possessed her own ingenious strategy, urging him to wait and see. Han Xian observed Li Yi as she conversed cheerfully with a handsome young man, while Nan Jiashi, standing nearby, remarked, there is something peculiar. What is peculiar? Nan Jiashi replied meticulously, you appear somewhat unusual. Typically, you would engage actively, yet now you merely observe quietly. Although he glanced at Han Xian, he continued, there is not much difference from before. I just wish to comprehend certain matters. Han Xian's explanation seemed somewhat inadequate, prompting Nan Jiashi to shake his head and state, in my opinion, you are not seeking understanding. Rather, you are evading. Han Xian fell silent, and Nan Jiashi recognized his reluctance to pursue the topic further, thus refraining from additional comments. Very well, I shall certainly assist in this matter. Then we shall entrust it to you. Li Yi concluded their conversation with delight, watching as Yi Chun and another delicate young lady walked away hand in hand. She waved towards Han Xian, who, along with Nan Jiashi, approached her. What now? She inquired. Soon, we shall enter the Fong residence openly. However, have you considered where to seek information? Li Yi referred to the recent upheaval following the raids on Wu Xiang and Li Xian's homes, which had rendered their activities virtually undetectable, as if they had never existed. Nevertheless, the common folk found their lives improved, marking this as a victory of sorts. Seeing her triumphant demeanor, Han Xian chuckled unconsciously and remarked, as for locating the items, let Jiashi handle that. I shall elaborate on the other matters shortly. Li Yi nodded, anticipating the return of Yulin, who would bring news she longed to hear. Let us return first. The events in Wu Tian town have drawn attention, perhaps holding clues to that so-called colossal entity. Agreed. Han Xian concurred, sharing her sentiment. As soon as Yulin returned, she recounted everything she had learned from the outside world. When she mentioned the corruption within the military, Nanjia 11 remained as silent as ever. Given the circumstances, there was little left to say. He himself had been subjected to relentless oppression and had resigned himself to a life of aimlessness. However, the arrival of the princess unexpectedly altered his fortunes. Li Yi remarked, soon, this place will be peaceful. Chapter 13. The Fong family's grand performance. Ultimately, Li Yi discovered that although she claimed not to pressure Han Xian every time he appeared, her gaze would uncontrollably gravitate towards him. Initially, she could justify her fixation as needing time, yet as days passed, her interest only intensified. At present, while Han Xian was engrossed in his reading, she found herself observing him intently. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, prompting Han Xian to gently interject, Your Highness, must you continue to look at me so? Perhaps you should engage in other pursuits. He sought to express his desire for tranquility with subtlety. Li Yi blinked, realizing it was time for her to depart. Reluctantly, she averted her gaze, concocting a rationale for herself. She had merely come to assess whether Lord Han's heart was at peace. It was evident now that he was indeed a paragon of virtue. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she hastily added, Lord Han, do take care of yourself. Han Xian set down his book, bemused, unaware of how gently he smiled at that moment. It was not until Han Guang returned, weary from his travels, that he composed himself and regained his composure. My lord, Han Guang saluted. As you predicted, the Tian family is preparing to depart, and their actions have been shrouded in secrecy. If it were not for my vigilant observation, we might have remained unaware. The Tian family was of the same lineage as the one in Qingqing. Such a connection would not allow news from above to remain hidden for long. Han Xian murmured, pondering deeply, nearly grasping an elusive thought. It had slipped away before he could seize it. My lord, the Tian family's movements remain unknown to other families for now, but it will not be long before the news spreads. Han Guang lamented, having lost sleep over the matter. He felt they were on the verge of fleeing, yet lacked the evidence to apprehend them. What is there to fear? Let us not forget that it is not just you and I involved. The princess is also here, Han Xian implied. Han Guang was somewhat skeptical, but, seeing Han Xian's calm demeanor, chose not to press the matter further. When Li learned that certain individuals were planning to flee, she disregarded her makeup, lifting the curtain to appear before Han Xian, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? Do they truly believe I will not take action? Han Xian was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. She was clad in a striking purple garment that revealed a portion of her arm, showcasing her graceful form, with a hint of crimson at her brow, exuding an alluring charm. Until now, Li Yi had always maintained an air of dignified playfulness. Noticing the warmth in his gaze, Li Yi felt a blush rise within her. Though she deemed her attire appropriate for her impending visit to the Fong residence, she had not anticipated hearing of their plans to escape at this juncture. Han Xian steadied himself and replied, "Your Highness, they're merchants driven by profit. Such a move is not difficult to predict, especially given their haste, which only underscores their guilt. Yet, we have yet to uncover the evidence." Li Yi was still pondering this matter. She even donned attire that most would deem scandalous. Should word of this escape, her already tarnished reputation would suffer further, and both the dowager and one would cast blame upon her. However, it was apparent that Fang Yuqing, a man of vanity, would not depart until the very end. Anything that needed to be discovered could indeed be unearthed. Han Xian's choice of the Fang residence stemmed from similar reasoning. The Wu family was excessively arrogant and domineering, a primary consideration. The Li family was oblivious to the times, impulsive, and had relied on their surname to reach their current status, making their resolution a trivial matter. As for the Fang family, they were hypocrites, filled with pride, yet possessing the most knowledge. As long as they were allowed to speak, other issues would pale in comparison. Li Yi was unaware that Han Xian had already calculated all of this. She merely placed her faith in him, and thus believed his words without question. Li Yi and Yulin were tasked with attracting attention, while the others dispersed, concealing themselves throughout the Fang residence. Fang Yuqing was indeed cautious, meticulously recording the comings and goings each day. Any suspicious individuals would be dealt with swiftly. However, as the theater troupe had performed for the Fang family for many years, they were not subjected to thorough scrutiny. It was this lapse that allowed Li Yi and her companions to smoothly infiltrate the Fang household. A group of genuine performers was situated in the courtyard, entertaining Fang Yuqing and the other ladies of the household. Li Yi was specifically dancing for the young ladies of the Fang family, as they had grown weary of merely listening to plays and longed to witness a dance. With her striking appearance, particularly accentuated by the crimson hue at the corners of her eyes and the veil she wore, she resembled a captivating enchantress. As she began to twirl, it was evident that while she had acquired some skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting during her youth, her dance was hastily learned over a few days. Although it appeared somewhat refined, those well-versed in dance could discern its flaws immediately. The young lady of the Fang family, disappointed that the performer did not embody her ideal, expressed her sorrow, asking, "Master of the troupe, is this person not the previous one? Where has that individual gone?" The master, bowing low, responded, in reply to the young lady, "This person is new. Yichun is unwell and could not rise today. I hope the young lady can forgive this. Yichun is ill. Did you not care for him properly? I knew it. You people always neglect him, treating him as if he were less than human." She erupted like a powder keg. Her earlier melancholic demeanor seemingly vanished. The master kept his head lowered, enduring her reprimands without a hint of rebuttal, aware that silence was preferable to risking further scathing remarks. Eventually, the young lady of the Fang family grew weary of the master and ceased her inquiries. She was indeed displeased, having spent her money. She had not been able to see Yichun. Contemplating this, she asked, "Master of the troupe, has Yichun not already gained his freedom?" She had been kept at home, rarely venturing out, and no one had mentioned this to her. Upon seeing the master nod, she felt a flicker of joy mingled with confusion. Who had redeemed him? The master shook his head and cautioned that this person hailed from a significant background and should not be discussed lightly. Only then did the young lady of the Fang family relent and cease her questioning. At the peak of noon, under the blazing autumn sun, Li Yi managed to complete a dance, only to notice that the gazes of the troop leader and Miss Fong were not upon her. Rather, they appeared to relax. Descending from a stage and making her way backstage, she overheard a maidservant of Miss Fong speaking to an indistinct figure, warning, "Remember, if this matter is discovered, neither of us will escape death." Understood. Li caught the tail end of the conversation, which piqued her curiosity. She wondered what could warrant such secrecy. Once the maid departed, she followed discreetly, observing as the maid approached Miss Fong and whispered something, to which Miss Fong nodded in satisfaction. Li dared not draw closer. Thus, she heard nothing of their exchange. Desiring to advance further, she was suddenly silenced by a hand over her mouth. She widened her eyes in surprise to find it was Han Xian. "Shoo!" Li nodded, and Han Xian released her. Realizing that someone had approached her previous position, she understood that Han Xian had hidden in advance to protect her from being discovered. Once the coast was clear, Li spoke. "What are you doing here? I found it strange that it was so quiet on your end." Recalling Miss Fong's disdain from earlier, she chuckled. "It seems Miss Fong is not particularly fond of my dancing, hence her lack of attention. Look, she has already gone to the front courtyard. Did you find the letter?" Han Xian replied. Nan Jiashi was correct. Fong Yuqing would not keep the letter on him. It was found in Miss Fong's room. He hesitated, as if there was more to say. Noticing his unfinished thought, Li inquired, "What else is there? Since the letter has been found, we should apprehend the culprits." Han Xian struggled to convey his thoughts. "There is another person in Miss Fong's room." "Who?" Li pressed. "Yi Chun, and he is being restrained." Li gasped in astonishment. "Is it as I imagined?" Seeing Han Xian's nod of affirmation, she inhaled sharply, impressed yet perplexed by how Yi Chun could be bound and present in this place. Surely, this was the matter Miss Fong had alluded to earlier. Has he been released? She wished to ask more, but Han Xian seemed to ignore her, simply stating, "The performance has concluded." Understanding the implication, she replied, "I should change my clothes." Han Xian grasped her arm, shaking his head. "There is no time." Just then, Fong Yuqing's figure appeared, brandishing an empty box and calling out, "Help! Catch the thief! They are here! Quick! Do not let them escape!" Li shot Han Xian a skeptical glance. Was this deliberate? How could you be so timely? She had another question. "Are you aware that Miss Fong has feelings for Yi Chen?" Han Xian chose not to respond, deeming the matter unworthy of further discussion as he led the way. Li followed closely, but oddly, they encountered no one along the path. Eventually, Han Xian brought Li to the rooftop, declaring, "I want to show you a captivating scene." From that vantage point, the entirety of the Fong estate lay before them. Li spotted Fong Yuqing standing in Miss Fong's chamber. In that moment, she realized this was the spectacle Han Xian had intended for her to witness. Fong Yuqing, like an enraged lion, rushed to the bed and flung back the covers, revealing Yi Chun. As Miss Fong was about to strike, she intervened, weeping, "Father, please don't. It is my fault. I am the one at fault, and it has nothing to do with him. He knows nothing, and he did not steal anything." Fong Yuqing, unable to bear her shaking head, demanded, "Do you even realize what state you are in? Step aside. No, if you must strike him, then strike me first. This is all my fault. Do not involve others. You ungrateful wretch. Do you understand how people will talk about you after today? Do you still see me as your father? Do you know the meaning of shame? Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Fong Yuqing, infuriated, stomped his feet and staggered back a step. "Father." Miss Fong attempted to support him, but Fong Yuqing forcefully pushed her away, declaring, "Do not come near me. I do not have such a despicable daughter." Stung by his words, she retorted angrily, "Father, are you not also a beast? You call me despicable, yet you engage in actions lower than any beast. How will you enjoy the company of those performers?" "You." Fong Yuqing pointed at her, incredulous that she would speak such words. "You do not think I am unaware, do you? Yi Chun was once your plaything. Why can I not make him mine? I know what I'm doing, and I admit my shamelessness, but what about you? You are clearly a beast, yet aspire to be a human." Li, witnessing this, understood everything clearly. "Is this play amusing?" Han Xian inquired. "A dark farce." Li described his sentiments succinctly. When Nan Jiashi arrived with troops, Fong Yuqing cast a sullen gaze upon him. At this juncture, there was no turning back. Fong Yuqing, a tyrant who oppressed both men and women. showed no remorse for the chaos he wrought. The farce of the Fong family left Li Yi deeply reflective. To have arrived at such a conclusion was indeed self-inflicted. Yet, among them, Yi Chun, the victim of their plunder, was the most innocent and tragic figure. Fortunately, he had managed to escape this stifling cage, and from then on, the world was vast and open. He had acquired the rightful means to establish his place in it. Chapter 14. The wind stirs Ganjia. You seem quite pleased, Nan Jiashi remarked, observing Han Xian in a meditative state. Why do you say that? It feels like this is the first time I've seen you so at ease. Since the affair with the Fong family concluded, it seems you have come to a realization. Han Xian opened his eyes, took a sip of the brewed tea, and replied, I feel at ease because many matters have become manageable. Speak your mind. It is not your style to be evasive. Nan Jiashi seated himself before him and said, I heard earlier that the incident involving the princess was orchestrated by Fong Yuqing. Is your harshness towards the Fong family a result of that? Surrounded by the swirling steam, Han Xian's laughter was nearly inaudible. Jiashi, you are too perceptive. He did not deny it. Nan Jiashi furrowed his brow slightly. If you act in this manner, should the princess discover, she will not, Han Xian interrupted. She will not suspect this side of things. Are you so certain? Yes. I am merely concerned, Ganjia. If you stray from your path, Nan Jiashi said coldly, I will stop you. Han Xian casually brewed a new pot of tea, seemingly unaffected by his words. Jiashi, how can you be so certain that I would stray from the right path? Nan Jiashi fell silent as they exchanged glances. Han Xian's gaze was profoundly intricate, prompting Nan Jiashi to avert her eyes, relinquishing her insistence. Do as you wish. I will continue to watch over you. Subsequently, they engaged in light conversation. Yi Chun and his wife knelt before Li Yi, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Yi hastily assisted them to their feet, saying, There is no need for such formality. Noticing the woman who had previously worn her hair down, now elegantly styled, she inquired, Have you wed? Yi Chun and his wife exchanged smiles, responding, We have known each other since childhood. On the day I was liberated, my heart was filled with trepidation, fearing it might all be a dream. Thankfully, she has stood by me, never shunning my humble origins, and willingly chose to marry me, to share our lives together. How wonderful, Li Yi remarked, sharing in their joy. She removed a bracelet and placed it in their hands, declaring, This is my wedding gift to you. Accept it without hesitation. Without waiting for Yi Chen's refusal, she turned and departed. Though she claimed not to be domineering, her actions spoke otherwise. Yi Chun and his wife exchanged bemused glances. When Yi Chen noticed his wife wishing to chase after Li Yi, he gently restrained her, urging her to stay. His wife, admiring the exquisite gold bracelet, hesitated to wear it and carefully wrapped it instead. She truly is a remarkable person, she mused. Indeed, like a compassionate bodhisattva, Han Xian learned many undisclosed matters from Fong Yuqing, some of which were lethal for the remaining families, deeply intertwined with lives, a sordid affair. After reporting to Li Yi, she pondered briefly before asking, Shall we capture them all at once? Upon receiving Han Xian's affirmative nod, she concurred and dispatched the information to Qingcheng and Yulin, granting him full authority to act upon the emperor's forthcoming orders. Understood, Han Xian replied, accepting the decree. In the following days, the Tian and Gao families came to plead for Li Yi's clemency, yet she remained unmoved. The blood-stained evidence presented by Han Xian revealed ruthless sabotage in commercial rivalries and manipulation of internal discord for personal gain. Innocent, she laid their transgressions before them, observing their inability to defend themselves, finding it utterly absurd. You brought this upon yourselves, Li Yi concluded with 4 succinct words. Utterly outrageous, she declared, sealing the fate of those implicated with a single command, death. As the emperor reviewed these matters, he issued a death decree without hesitation. Days later, the emperor's orders arrived in Wuqian town, and Han Xian, upon receiving the command, wielded his authority like a merciless blade. Execution was the only recourse. Yulin withheld this grim news from the princess, deeming the scene too bloody for her. Yet Han Xian remained poised, rendering the atmosphere even more surreal. She recalled his words. You know how to address the princess, do you not? A simple statement, yet it sent chills through her as the cold autumn air enveloped her. Li Yi stood in the courtyard for a while before feeling the chills seep into her bones. Yulin, this autumn is truly frigid. Your Highness, we should return. It seems a storm is imminent. Li Yi gazed at the sky, and indeed, the clouds had thickened. Let's return. How is Lord Han Xian faring? Yulin lowered his head, concealing his pale visage, and replied, Lord Han is progressing quite smoothly. Your Highness need not worry. I anticipated as much. Li Yi sensed that Yulin was not particularly cheerful and inquired, What troubles you? Is there an issue? It is nothing. Yulin shook his head, but then posed a question to Li Yi. Your Highness, the matter concerning Wutian Town is nearing its conclusion. Shall we return to the palace? I do not wish to return, yet can things unfold as I desire? You are to heed my words, yet once the Emperor issues a command, you must comply. Ultimately, I possess no choices. Speaking of this matter only deepened Li Yi's melancholy. Though Wutian Town lacked the palace's opulence, it offered a sense of ease. It began to rain. The sound of rain pattered against the ground, the roof, and the leaves. Leaning against the window, Li Yi felt some of her inner turmoil dissipate. Yulin draped a cloak over her shoulders, saying, Your Highness, it is best to rest early. I am not tired. Besides, I cannot sleep. Yulin, you need not busy yourself any longer. Go and rest. I am fine here. Very well, Your Highness. Should you require anything, just call out. Li Yi nodded, urging him to take his leave. All right, go and rest. Listening to the rain, Li Yi gradually began to feel drowsy. Just as she was about to close the window, she caught a glimpse of a figure outside. Setting her hand down, she strained to see more clearly, but the figure had vanished. She thought perhaps it was merely her imagination and prepared to close the window again. Do not close it. Li Yi released her grip on the window and stared in astonishment at him. He was soaked to the bone and coughed a few times. Do not close it. Han Xian? Li Yi beckoned for him to enter, but he declined, stating, Your Highness, as a noble of the court, my presence here at such a late hour is already overstepping bounds. I dare not approach further. Li was taken aback. Seeing him in such a disheveled state stirred her anger. Given your words, what can I say? You are aware it is late. What matters could not wait until tomorrow. This display, who is it for? After delivering her biting remark, she observed Han Xian's drenched appearance and felt a pang of remorse. What transpired? Han Xian gazed at her with confusion, saying, I do not know what has happened, Your Highness. The blood today was truly abundant. So many people. Their expressions haunt me. Did I err? He stood in the rain, his eyes fragile, as if a mere touch could shatter him. Li Yi vaguely comprehended the brutality Han Xian had endured. After all, who was he? He was the scholar whose parade had drawn throngs of onlookers, not an executioner. Li Yi regretted allowing Han Xian to seek Wen's approval to undertake this task. Seeing that Han Xian had not stepped closer, Li Yi supported herself with one hand and leaped out the window, drawing nearer to him, equally immersed in the rain. Han Xian, you have not erred. You have fulfilled the Emperor's command. Thus, can you not find solace? Han Xian had not anticipated Li Yi would leap out, and in that moment, it felt as if he had been genuinely consoled. He involuntarily replied, Very well. Li Yi smiled gently, extending her hand to grasp Han Xian's sleeve. Now, we are no longer innocent, are we? Your Highness, do you comprehend what you are doing? Han Xian gazed intently at Li Yi, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of her heart. Naturally, I am aware. Li Yi, perceiving Han Xian's silence, felt a surge of irritation. Han Xian, you have already rejected me once. Must you do so again? Observing her vexation, Han Xian slowly shook his head. Your Highness, what you have done is what I ought to have done, he replied, just as Yulin approached. Noticing them standing in the rain, he hurriedly opened the door, urging the princess to enter. Yulin rushed to prepare hot water. After being drenched, she was chilled to the bone, and a careless handling of the situation could lead to a cold. Li Yi, having not received the remainder of Han Xian's words, could only helplessly gaze at his retreating figure, exclaiming, What? Clarify yourself, Han Xian. Your Highness, you should not engage with Lord Han in this manner, Yulin remarked, gently patting Li Yi's back and pouring warm water over her shoulders. You know this is inappropriate. Why persist in it? The steam enveloped them, obscuring Li Yi's expression. Yet she uttered, "If I wish to act, I shall. There is no rationale behind it. It is beyond my control." What would happen if the princess discovered that Lord Han is not as she perceives? Yulin inquired tentatively. "I do not know. I have not contemplated that yet," Li Yi confessed, aware only of her affection for Han Xian. As dawn broke after a night of rain, Li Yi, having bathed promptly, avoided falling ill. However, Han Guang approached her with news. "The Lord is unwell and cannot come. He fears passing his ailment to the princess." "Has he taken his medicine?" Li Yi asked with concern. "The Lord said he would feel better after some rest, and that I should not worry about him." "That cannot be. A cold is no trivial matter, and negligence could lead to serious illness." Observing the dampness outside, Li Yi instructed Yulin to fetch some medicine and told Han Guang, "It is imperative that I witness him take it." Han Guang appeared troubled, replying, "Princess, how can I compel the Lord? If he refuses to drink, I am powerless." Li Yi, seeing his distraught expression, declared, "I shall go. Do not hinder me. Your Lord would not dare obstruct me. So it would be best if you refrain from further objections." "Understood," Han Guang acquiesced. Yulin hesitated, but seeing Li Yi's determined demeanor, followed her to Han Xian's quarters. Han Xian, clad in a thin white robe, appeared pallid, half sitting on the bed, drowsy. As he vaguely perceived a figure, he opened his eyes to see Li Yi regarding him with a serious expression. He attempted to rise, but she halted him, instructing him not to move. Han Xian, somewhat sluggish in his response, realized that he ought to maintain distance and turn away, coughing a few times. "Your Highness, why have you entered? Han Guang informed me that you are unwilling to take your medicine. That is not a commendable habit, hence you must drink it." Sensing her own tone lacked firmness, she emphasized, "In any case, I do not wish to see the court filled with sickly ministers. Since your Highness has said so, should I refuse? It would indeed be a grave offense. It is good that you understand." Li Yi handed him the prepared medicine, warm but not scalding, a perfect moment to consume it. Han Xian drank it readily, surprising Li Yi, who had expected some resistance. She then presented a sweet fruit, uncertain if he desired it. Han Xian, noticing what she held, inquired, "Is that for me?" "Yes," Li Yi replied, extending her hand for him to choose one. Han Xian picked up a green object, and, at that moment, when their hands touched, Li Yi felt her heart race a little faster. Han Xian gazed outside, where the autumn wind rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. It was the wind that stirred, my lord, yet it was also the heart that fluttered. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, he had already answered her question in a place hidden from her. Chapter 15. Shadows looming in Qingsheng at the Tian residence. A calamity had struck. Tian Yongyi and his wife expressed their disbelief, lamenting how Yongfu had conducted such affairs in Wutian town without his knowledge. Fortunately, the emperor was discerning and did not hold him accountable, merely imposing a fine on his salary. "My dear, let us economize during these trying times," he advised. Lady Tian, frail and burdened with worries, furrowed her brow upon hearing the news. "My husband, winter approaches, yet we have not prepared adequate clothing for the season. Is there truly no alternative regarding our finances?" Tian Yongyi shook his head, but comforted her. "My dear, we were initially to face punishment for Yongfu's actions. The fact that we stand here today is a blessing. Let us adopt a more lenient perspective." "Adopt a lenient perspective? You merely say that. Look at our family. Who among us is not affected?" Lady Tian's voice dripped with discontent, and she began to grow agitated. Tian Yongyi, eager to appease her, replied, "I understand your grievances, dear. Allow me to speak with Aunt Jiang. I will ensure she listens to your concerns and address any dissatisfaction you may have." His words, though sweet, failed to ignite her fury. He indeed sought out Aunt Jiang, urging her to refrain from causing trouble during such a critical moment, as it could lead to ridicule throughout the city. Aunt Jiang, languidly resting in his embrace, remarked, "You know well, Master Tian, how I dread losing face. I have been tolerating her these past few days. Is that not enough?" "Ah, Jiang, your words resonate with me," Tian Yongyi mused, momentarily forgetting his troubles in the warmth of her presence. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, and Tian Yongyi, displeased, rose to inquire, "Who is it?" My lord, someone seeks your audience. I'm not meeting anyone. Tell them to leave. Just as he believed the visitor had departed, the voice called again, My lord. They're still at the door. Who is it? Irritated, Tian Yongyi stepped outside, but before he could discern the visitor's identity, a flash of steel glinted, and he collapsed to the ground, the sound of a blade piercing flesh resonating in the air. Aunt Jiang recoiled in terror, her eyes wide as the fatal blow struck, leaving no chance for a cry. Very well. Such audacity, committing a heinous act beneath my very nose. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. If the Ministry of Justice cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall demand their heads. Li Wen almost suppressed his violent urges to utter those words. Beside him, Eunuch Sun lowered his head, attempting to diminish his presence, yet Li Wen, upon lifting his gaze, immediately spotted him, knowing he would once again bear the brunt of the Emperor's ire. When the Emperor finally settled into silence, Eunuch Sun cautiously addressed him, Your Majesty, Lord Zhu from the Ministry of Justice is already investigating. Please remain patient. Are there any survivors from the Tian family? Indeed, on that day, the Tian children happened to be out and returned home late. Now, they have been assigned a residence by the Ministry of Justice and are under protection. This is good. It will soothe their spirits. Li Wen, reflecting on recent events in Wuqian Town, remarked, I have a persistent premonition that this matter is connected to Wuqian Town. Relay this information to Han Xian. He will surely grasp my meaning. As for the princess, let her indulge in her amusements. Such grave matters are too burdensome for her to concern herself with. When this winter passes, she cannot continue in this manner. She must return, understanding the implications. Master Sun chose to remain silent. Upon receiving news from Qingsheng, Han Xian was perplexed by the connection and questioned why the Tians must be eradicated. This individual had revealed nothing. Was not this act intended to draw all attention to the massacre? Indeed, he could only surmise that this individual was responsible. Someone who could exploit Wuqian Town for personal gain, with sufficient influence to orchestrate such a heinous crime. Few possess such power. Sir, Miss Fong wishes to speak with you regarding the massacre. She only desires to speak with you alone, Han Guang announced from behind him. Very well, understood. Han Xian soon encountered the enslaved Miss Fong, now called Seether, who claimed this name helped her numb her senses, as she was no longer the esteemed young lady she once was. Master Han, I have awaited your presence for quite some time. What is it you wish to convey to me? Before proceeding, she expressed a desire to pose a question, hoping for an honest response. Han Xian nodded, permitting her to ask. Seether's demeanor hardened. When you conspired against my family, did you harbor any regrets? None, he replied. Ha ha ha. Seer laughed, realizing her naivety in posing such a foolish question. Her current plight was deserved, was it not? At least she had survived, unlike her brothers who were slain, or her father who suffered a gruesome fate. She considered herself fortunate and began to drift into a daze, pointing at Han Xian. I am not surprised by the Tian's fate. My father once spoke of the irreversible consequences should the truth be unveiled. Master Han, you uphold your integrity, believing you have committed no wrongdoing. Yet when you pressed my father, you were unaware that the death toll would only rise. She wept and laughed, resembling a madwoman. Ha ha, you think you are enacting justice, but in reality, you are merely an accomplice. Ha 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 ha. Ah, father, please, do not harm him. He is innocent. I love him. Let him be mine. Allow him to be with me. She shook her head, frantically tugging at her hair. I'm not wrong, nor are you. Ah. Han Xian frowned, but did not intervene to halt her madness. Han Guang arrived with the brothel keeper. Han Xian inquired about her condition and how long she had been this way. The brothel keeper, with her crimson lips, replied, Ah, when she arrived, she was somewhat unhinged, yet still cognizant of her words. I found her pitiful and did not overburden her. However, as time has progressed, her episodes of madness have become more frequent, which is detrimental to my business. She rubbed her hands together, hinting at her desires. Han Xian calmly instructed Han Guang, provide her with some money. Thank you, my lord. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Keep a close watch on her, Han Xian stated as he departed, leaving behind his final words. Sir, Miss Fong has gone mad. Do you believe what she says? Han Guang inquired. Han Xian, walking ahead, prepared to seek out Nan Jiashi. Upon hearing Han Guang's question, he replied, "She is astute, aware of how to survive." Certainly, her words are not to be taken at face value, yet her demeanor has revealed much to me, and that suffices. Why is that? Han Guang pressed. Regardless of her sanity, one thing is certain. Someone is watching us. The one who annihilated the Tian family of Qingsheng will not spare anyone who might expose him. Having spoken, Han Xian arrived at Nan Jiashi's residence without hesitation. As he approached, Nan Jiashi's voice reached his ears, tinged with a hint of discontent. "Are you unwilling to even call out? Surely, you can hear me," Han Xian retorted as he pushed the door open. "If they see you like this, they may no longer regard you as humble and courteous," Nan Jiashi remarked, descending from a tree and leaning against the side. "Thus, it is indeed my privilege," he added with a shrug. "Since you have come to see me, it must be of some importance. Speak, what has transpired?" Han Xian conveyed the news from Qingsheng, including the matter of Miss Fong, and succinctly concluded, "What should I do? You typically inquire of me when you already possess the answer, so why seek my counsel?" Nan Jiashi noted, fully aware of Han Xian's nature. Though they appeared to be of different worlds, they understood that only they could fathom the depth of their disconnection from others. With resignation, Han Xian admitted, "Very well. I do have some ideas, but, first and foremost, I need to depart from Wuqian town. His actions are commendable, yet they have not yet won the king's heart. This is pivotal for his return to the center of the nation. What would you have me do? You know my intentions. Do not hinder me." Han Xian's gaze lingered on Nan Jiashi, their understanding silent yet profound. Nan Jiashi grasped the weight of the moment, falling into silence as he turned his gaze skyward. "Han Xian, I know no one can obstruct your path." He acquiesced, seeing his agreement. Han Xian's expression remained stoic as they both gazed at the heavens. "It is time to meet the princess," he said, departing from Nan Jiashi's abode. "Your Highness," Li exclaimed upon Han Xian's arrival, her face brightening. "Master Han, it seems your recovery from the cold is quite satisfactory. Thanks to the princess's supervision that day, I am on the mend," Han Xian replied with a smile. "That is good to hear. Do take care of your health. Avoid the rain as you did before." Li Yi accepted his gratitude cheerfully, though she recognized that Han Xian's visit was not solely for her. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Your Highness, the Tian family of Qingsheng has encountered a calamity." As Han Xian observed Li Yi's countenance grow serious, he continued with greater detail than he had with Nan Jiashi, meticulously recounting the specifics of the case. The more she listened, the graver her expression became. "Stop." Han Xian paused, concern etched on his face. "Your Highness, are you all right?" "It is my fault. I shall refrain from speaking further. I am merely feeling a bit unwell. It is of no concern to you. Tell me, aside from the children who were away that day, how did the Tian family escape this disaster?" Li Yi covered her mouth, rendered speechless. She recognized the young ladies of the Tian family and dared not imagine the extent of their suffering. Han Xian nodded. "Your Highness, the matter concerning Wuqian town is far from resolved. Are you suggesting that this is no mere coincidence?" "Indeed, it is not." A sudden chill enveloped Li Yi. Despite the charcoal fire burning within the house, she felt an icy dread. Han Xian, who could it be? In the shadow of the emperor, such audacity is utterly brazen, directly challenging the imperial family. Observing her pallor, Han Xian reassured her, "Your Highness, do not dwell on this. I assure you, this individual will face justice." "You speak of this freely, not under duress," she replied. "Yes, I am speaking of my own accord," Han Xian echoed her words. Chapter 16. Winter Snow, my lord. "You must champion the cause of us common women," the woman cried, tears streaming down her face. Beside her, a man interjected swiftly, "My lord, this wretched woman is exceedingly vile. She even plotted to harm her mother-in-law. Do not be swayed by her tears. You must see through her deceit." "Nonsense. I have served your family for many years, and just because I have not borne a son, you treat me with disdain. Now, your cruelty has escalated to the point of seeking my dismissal. How dare you? You despicable woman. I speak only of your intent to kill my mother. Do not conflate other matters." "Ah, very well. Accuse me of lying, but open your eyes and see who the real deceiver is. You claim I am the murderer, yet your mother is alive and well, is she not? You, Seeing the two squabbling below the platform, Han Xian interjected, "If you wish to argue, take it outside. This is a court of law, not a marketplace." His voice carried an air of authority. Initially perceived as an easygoing scholar since his arrival, the bullies of Wuqian town had been dealt with one by one. Following this, even the most ferocious among them had to behave with decorum. Once they quieted, Han Xian calmly summoned the woman who had been wronged, posing a few questions to grasp the essence of the situation. It appeared that the elderly matron desperately desired a grandchild. She had saved a sum to procure one. Her son, a gambler, seeing that his mother still had money, plotted with his wife to feign conflict over the matter of children, hoping to extract funds from the old woman under the guise of familial strife. Han Xian ordered the couple imprisoned for a period of reflection. Before they could respond, the elderly woman trembled as she spoke. "My lord, this is a grave injustice. They are not as you think. I assure you, you can trust an old woman's words. Perhaps you should ask them if they dare to meet your gaze." Han Xian remarked, observing her inability to respond. He sighed, "Their misdeeds will not go unpunished." Turning to the couple, he continued, "One of you is selfish, the other cunning, exploiting your mother to such an extent. Did you ever foresee this day?" Adjourned. The crowd gathered at the entrance erupted in applause. Prior to Han Xian's arrival, chaos reigned here. But through his efforts and those of others, order began to restore its rightful place. Li Yi was among them, clapping the loudest, exchanging smiles with Han Xian from a distance. For Han Xian, however, this was not the conclusion. He subsequently mediated several family disputes and dealt with petty matters until the sun sank below the horizon. As he stepped outside, he heard someone passing by remark, "Lord Han, you have worked hard. Your Highness, is it not time for you to return?" Han Xian's weary voice replied, "It is indeed late," Li Yi observed. "You have scarcely rested these past few days. I stood outside watching you all day, and I am utterly exhausted." Han Xian shook his head, disapproving of her actions. "Why do you do this, Your Highness? This is the duty of a minister, not something you should concern yourself with." Li Yi replied candidly, "Because I do not wish for you to be overly fatigued. After much contemplation, I realized I could not let you bear this alone, so I must accompany you in your burdens." Han Xian found himself at a loss with the ardent Li Yi. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "What shall we do about Your Highness?" "Quite simple. Just heed my words," Li Yi smiled. "Do you have any objections?" "I dare not. I shall comply," he responded. Due to the decline of the Wu family, the houses around Li Yi became vacant. A few were purchased by others, while the remainder were acquired by Li Yi to accommodate Han Xian and Nan Jiashi and their companions. Gradually, the area became lively again. Even before Li Yi could enter the courtyard, she heard some commotion that piqued her interest. She recognized the voice of Yulin, who was usually so restrained and seldom spoke loudly. As she shared her discovery with Han Xian, they opened the door just in time to hear Yulin exclaim, "Nan Jiashi, must you behave this way? A loss is a loss. Do not be dishonest." Nan Jiashi retorted, "Let's play again. I was not yet serious." This shameless remark incensed Yulin, who shot back, "You have said that 3 times already. No more. You had best accept this fact. You cannot defeat me." Upon hearing the door open, they turned in unison. "Your Highness, Lord Han," they greeted. "I heard your quarrel from outside. What is the cause? Please enlighten me." Li Yi said eagerly, wishing to join the fray. Nan Jiashi chuckled briefly, a sound only Yulin caught. She shot him a glare. Noticing the princess's curiosity had sparked again, and reluctantly said, "Your Highness, perhaps you should inquire of him. I just remembered the charcoal in my chamber needs to be replaced." Such a dismissive response, Li Yi lamented. "As a princess, how can I allow a maid to trample upon my dignity?" However, Han Xian recognized that she was not truly upset and understood that Li Yi regarded Yulin as a friend. Calculating the days, Han Xian remarked, "In a few days, it will be the winter solstice. How swiftly time passes." Li Yi mused, reflecting on the many events of recent days, feeling somewhat dazed. "By next spring, I must depart. Do you not wish to stay, Your Highness?" Li Yi sat down, gazing at the bright moon. "How shall I express this? I realize I'm being somewhat selfish. I know there are responsibilities awaiting me, yet I yearn to disregard them. Han Xian, do you not find contentment in this life? Here, the most common sights are fields and toiling farmers who cannot contemplate beyond their immediate 3 acres, striving merely to live better. Han Xian remained silent. Li Yi was acutely aware that Han Xian would not be content to squander his time in such a manner. It was only natural. A majestic eagle, destined to soar the skies, could not bear to confine its gaze to the ground. The emperor had no intention of allowing him to depart. Li Yi admitted that this sentiment stemmed from a sense of retribution. Han Xian had never regarded her with the same depth of feeling she held for him, and that disparity felt unjust. She had never experienced a loss until Han Xian entered her life, becoming the first entity she feared losing. After a moment of silence, noticing Han Xian's lack of response, she inquired, "Why do you remain silent? What does your highness wish to hear from me? Tell me, do you wish to leave this place?" At long last, Han Xian heard the princess voice this inquiry, yet he hesitated. The princess awaited his reply, and he slowly articulated, "Your highness, my heart aspires to great heights." Li Yi, however, did not share Han Xian's convoluted thoughts. She pondered how to convey her feelings to An, who was intent on using Han Xian as a weapon, determined to elevate him step by step. Li Yi could not bear the thought. Han Xian should not be a harbinger of death. His hands were meant for wielding a pen. Han Xian reclined wearily, reflecting on his conversation with Li Yi, his mind swirling with thoughts, leading to a restless slumber. The emperor had personally decreed that with the winter solstice approaching, all was well here, and upon the arrival of spring next year, the journey back would pose no cause for concern. Li Yi found herself unable to continue writing, tearing the page apart, surrounded by a mound of discarded paper. When Yulin entered, she discovered the princess had spent the entire night writing. While collecting the scraps, she noticed Li Yi's intention to take Han Xian back with her and could not help but exclaim, "Your highness wishes to take Lord Han with you?" Li Yi, disheartened by yet another failed attempt, replied, "Do you think I am mistaken?" Yulin, recognizing the turmoil evident in the discarded pages, understood the struggle Li Yi faced. "Yes, I remember clearly. The emperor permits my frivolities, but politics is not among them. I recall the first time we met, when he forcibly restricted my movements. I knew then that the inner court must never meddle in governance. Since that encounter, Li Yi had matured, yet the weight of oppression only grew heavier. Your highness, yet you must still endeavor," Yulin observed, noting that Li Yi had not given up, understanding her resolve. "Yulin, I wish to possess him," Li Yi confessed, believing that such actions would win Han Xian's favor. She had initially relinquished hope, but found herself unable to let go. Her feelings had transcended mere affection. From their first encounter, she had been smitten, and now she longed to marry Han Xian, hoping for their union to be blessed. After much contemplation, she inscribed her final words. She instructed Yulin to deliver the message to the courier. Yulin hesitated, asking, "Your highness, do you truly not wish to reconsider?" Li Yi responded resolutely, "My mind is made up. If the emperor truly becomes enraged, all blame shall rest upon me. Han Xian knows nothing and is merely a victim of my coercion. But if the emperor truly seeks to punish Han Xian, your highness, you will be unable to resist." Yulin refrained from voicing, aware that Li Yi possessed a deeper understanding of the situation and might have devised a comprehensive plan. In truth, Li Yi had no foolproof strategy. Her greatest challenge lay with the current emperor, the sovereign above all. Upon witnessing Yulin deliver a letter, Nan Jiatan immediately surmised the letter's intent. When he relayed this to Han Xian, it became evident that Han Xian was unaware of Li Yi's actions, yet he could make an educated guess. "What do you surmise? By what justification does the princess intend to take you back?" Noticing Han Xian's unwavering calmness, Nan Jiatan remarked that he appeared quite confident. "Regardless of what follows, I shall accept it." "You likely do not even believe your own words," Nan Jiatan chuckled to himself. Han Xian's demeanor stemmed from his insight into the emperor's affections for the princess. While the world knows of the emperor's fondness for her, Han Xian was equally curious about its depths. "I speak the truth. Come what may, I shall accept." Han Xian reiterated this twice, and Nan Jiatan detected a hint of stubbornness in his tone and clapped his hands, saying, "Let us hope so." A chill brushed across Han Xian's face as he looked up to see snowflakes descending. "Your Highness, it is snowing," Yulin announced, extending his hand to catch the melting snowflakes. As he spoke, Li leaned out from the windowsill, observing the delicate snowflakes drifting down. A thought crossed her mind, and she hurried into the courtyard. Her current residence was merely separated by a wall from Han Xian's. She had initially considered breaking through the wall to avoid the longer path through the door. But Han Xian's reluctance had quelled that notion. She climbed onto a nearby shelf and leaned against the wall, noticing both Han Xian and Nanja Tan gazing at her. After a brief pause, she smiled, inviting them to join her in watching the snow. Chapter 17. A world of pure white at first. The snow merely blanketed the ground in a thin layer, but after 3 days of snowfall, Li Yi observed that the snow had accumulated to her ankles. The moment the snowfall ceased, Li Yi joyfully stood amidst the snow, glancing back with a smile. Han Xian, let's play a game. Her breath transformed into a mist as she crouched down, unperturbed by the cold, scooping up snow to fashion a snowball. Han Xian, residing in the plains of Dongping, where heavy snow was a rarity, found snow to be a wondrous phenomenon. Watching Li Yi expertly mold a snowball, he mimicked her actions, clumping the snow together. Han Xian, catch this. Li Yi hurled a snowball toward him, exclaiming, "This is how we play. Toss it back to me." Han Xian, still unaccustomed to walking in the snow, stumbled and fell to the ground. For reasons unknown, when he gazed at Li Yi's smile, it seemed as enchanting and elusive as the pristine snow, evoking a yearning within him. "Your Highness," he called from the snow, not rising. Li Yi assumed he was unable to get up, and having lowered her guard, she approached him. "What is it? Are you all right?" With a sudden movement, Han Xian pulled her down beside him, causing her to stumble forward. "Ah!" she exclaimed, clutching Han Xian tightly. In their struggle, they found themselves in close proximity. Lowering her gaze, Li Yi noticed the slight curve of Han Xian's eyes, and even in her innocence, she realized she had been tricked. Amused, she declared, "I shall punish you for your mischief." "What offense have I committed, Your Highness?" he replied, feigning innocence. "You have committed the grave crime of disrespecting your superior," she retorted with mock severity. Han Xian could not suppress his laughter, nodding repeatedly. "Then let Your Highness exact your punishment. I am willing to accept my fate." As he uttered the final few words, they were spoken close to Li Yi. Her ears, whether reddened by the cold or by shyness, bore a distinct hue in the white expanse, a detail that Han Xian observed quite clearly. He rose and gently pulled the princess up, urging, "Your Highness, let us return. It will grow colder soon." After the snow falls, the chill intensifies. Li Yi gazed at her hand, now held by him, her thoughts muddled. Whatever Han Xian said, she simply nodded, resembling a cat, freshly fried, now consoled and obedient. Yet, that brief contact was fleeting, as Han Xian quickly released her hand. Upon entering the room, Yulin placed a small brazier in her hands to warm her. In truth, Li Yi was not particularly cold. She had been momentarily tethered to him, and her mind was unable to refrain from wandering. "Yulin, please send a brazier to Lord Han as well." "Your Highness, it has already been delivered. Do you not recall?" Yulin replied, exasperated. Li Yi blinked, contemplating indeed. That did happen. As soon as the snow began to fall, she had instructed Yulin to deliver it. She explained, "Lord Han was kind enough to indulge me in childhood games earlier, displaying remarkable patience. His time is indeed precious, and I feel I have not given enough in return." Seeing her face light up with joy as she spoke, Yulin remarked, "Your Highness, your fondness for him is evident to all, and moreover, the Emperor has yet to voice his opinion. It is prudent to maintain some distance between you and Lord Han." Yulin harbored a lingering wariness towards Han Xian. Li Yi clung to a glimmer of hope. If you do not speak of it, the Emperor will remain unaware. Noticing Yulin's reluctance to agree, she sighed. "Is it truly wrong for me to harbor feelings for him?" "Not at all, but you are a princess, a noble first princess, endowed with luxuries that others can only dream of in a lifetime. Thus, I must restrain my emotions until all are satisfied," Li Yi replied, feeling disheartened. Yulin was at a loss for how to comfort her. She was exceptionally fortunate, born into privilege, always surrounded by the finest. Yet, when juxtaposed with the nation's burdens, her personal desires seemed trivial. "Do you think I'm being greedy?" Li Yi articulated Yulin's Yunin's unspoken thoughts. And upon receiving no response, she surmised she was correct. Witnessing Li's sorrow brought a weight of melancholy to Yulin's heart. Why is it that I am the one in distress, yet you require my consolation? Li, noticing the sadness in Yulin's eyes, invited her to sit. You have watched me grow, caring for me like an elder sister. Do you not know that I have always defied fate, responsibilities, and the greater good? If I wish to cast them aside, I shall, and if I wish to bear them, I will. How could such rules bind me? Your Highness, the Emperor seems resolute in arranging a marriage with a noble family. Pursuing a relationship with Lord Han will only provoke him, prompting a swifter decision. As a shadow guard, Yulin understood the dynamics of the throne. The princess, being the Emperor's sister, witnessed only his gentle facade, yet behind that gentleness lay an unfathomable abyss. If such is the outcome, I shall accept it, Li spoke calmly. As long as I draw breath, there remains hope. Remarkably, her thoughts mirrored those of Han Xian. In the 12th month of the 3rd year of the Xingyuan era, news arrived from Wuqian town. Li Wen, engrossed in his documents, was alerted by the words of Eunuch's son, yet he continued his work with unwavering focus. Eunuch's son, with utmost reverence, placed the letter beside him. Once Li Wen completed his review of the files, he instructed for them to be taken away. Upon glancing at the handwriting, he immediately discerned that this was not penned by Yulin. He maintained his composure as he continued to read, but his gaze grew colder with each word written by his sister. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, causing Eunuch's son and 2 young eunuchs to bow their heads lower in submission. The Emperor resembled a statue of ice, motionless, and upon reaching the final sentence, he had already adopted this demeanor. Eunuch's son, he suddenly called out, prompting the ever-tense Eunuch's son to nod in response. At your service. Draft a decree summoning Lord Liu from the Ministry of Rights. He issued 2 commands, and in making this decision, he recalled his late mother. Li, like her, would never yield. She had always been proud. His father had once broken his mother's spirit, and he had no desire to emulate him. Lord Liu, the princess is to return in the spring for her grand wedding. Your Majesty, is this a marriage for the princess, or are we to receive a groom? The Emperor hesitated. He understood the implications of the word marriage in relation to his sister's intentions. It was impossible to overlook. Yet, he ultimately found himself reluctant to accept it, a groom. This declaration solidified Han Xian's position. The ministers take their leave. Lord Liu comprehended the Emperor's meaning. Standing before the grand gates of the Taixing Hall, Li Wen gazed at the falling snow, a scene of red bricks and white snowflakes painting a serene picture. In this moment, the depths of winter and purity coexisted. This was the imperial palace, and he was its sovereign. Eunuch's son maintained a respectful distance, refraining from intruding. A nearby young eunuch whispered, "The Emperor gazes at the snow every year without changing his spot. Doesn't he ever tire of it? Mind your tongue. You will surely bring trouble upon yourself. Is the Emperor merely watching the snow? One must ponder deeply. Does having a brain merely mean waiting for a move?" Eunuch's son admonished him, urging him to be more perceptive, rather than solely focused on his own desires. The young eunuch, puzzled, wondered, if it's not the snow he's watching, then what else could it be? I pass by there daily and see nothing else. Seeing the young one's bewilderment, Eunuch's son sighed. In his youth, the Emperor delighted in the snow, playing with the princesses. Back then, they often excluded him from their games, save for the headstrong Princess Rowan, who would insist he join, though eventually, it would be just the 2 of them. I too was young then, never anticipating that now the Emperor has grown, and a princess is to wed. The young eunuch, feeling rather astute, remarked, so that's it. The Emperor is missing the princess. Eunuch's son tapped his head lightly. Do you think you comprehend everything? Not all. What then is it? The young eunuch inquired, a frown upon his face. Eunuch's son gazed out at the pristine white landscape, stating, You see, when one observes the snow for long, the heart finds tranquility. I want to claim to fully understand it. I'm merely suggesting that the heart of a sovereign is elusive. If you could decipher it, surely, your end would be near. Eunuch, one must not utter the word death within the palace. The young eunuch was taken aback, believing that Master Sun was truly about to depart. Master Sun, in a fit of irritation, scolded him, You foolish little eunuch with your thick head. Why must you speak in such a manner? Do you wish to denounce me? The young eunuch, scratching his head, chuckled nervously. I wouldn't dare. I sometimes utter that word quietly. The word death is a taboo among the nobility. In this palace, our lives are never in our own hands. To survive, one must learn to feign deafness and silence. Do not forget this, young eunuch. I shall pretend I did not hear what you just said. Understood? Understood, Master Sunday. Perhaps you could be my godfather? I have been avoiding others who wish to take that role, the young eunuch suggested. Master Sun, amused, replied, you seem to have gained some wisdom and put it to good use. The young eunuch's eyes brimmed with tears. I have seen those who entered their chambers emerge unrecognizable. I've heard from others that they revel in tormenting people like myself. Upon hearing this, Master Sun scrutinized the young eunuch's delicate face, noting that he had yet to fully blossom, making him a target for those with wicked hearts. If they ever summon you again, simply state that you are under the protection of Master Sun. Understood? Yes, yes, thank you, Master Sunday. I shall honor you well. The Emperor, disallowing any display of weakness, continued to review documents as the snow fell persistently. Observing the Emperor preparing to leave, Master Sun hastily followed suit, beckoning the young eunuch to join them. The Emperor, noticing the young eunuch's unfamiliarity, inquired, "Are you bringing him along?" "Indeed, he is honest and possesses great potential," Master Sun replied, a rare smile gracing his features. "Is His Majesty returning to the chambers?" The Emperor, memorizing the young eunuch's face, shook his head. "No, we are headed to the council hall." Behind them, the snow seemed to intensify. Chapter 18. Until tomorrow, don't run away. Ha ha ha. Come, chase me. The children darted through the alleyways, unfazed by the presence of the princess's residence, merrily frolicking at the entrance. The usually desolate streets came alive with excitement. A new year heralded fresh beginnings. May this year bring forth prosperity. Li Yi stood at the doorway, watching as they prepared to set off firecrackers. With each crack of the firecrackers, joy radiated among the surrounding people as they embraced the spirit of the new year. Han Xian emerged as the firecracker sounds erupted, offering a calm smile. "Your Highness." Together with Li Yi, he observed the lively streets, remarking on the splendid day. "You are quite right," Li Yi concurred. "I adore this feeling. It is vibrant, filled with the essence of life, and each smile is genuine." "How did you typically celebrate the new year in the past, Your Highness?" Li Yi pondered for a moment, feeling a tinge of melancholy. In the palace, red lanterns would adorn every corner, with rewards given to the palace maids and eunuchs, and exotic treasures sent from overseas, accompanied by auspicious words. The imperial dowager would host a family banquet, attended by the emperor, myself, and my sisters. At this point, she realized that the new year should evoke joy, adding, "Indeed, it was a harmonious affair." "Enough about me. How did you celebrate?" "In my hometown, the new year was never this cold. We would gather to chat and enjoy glutinous rice balls," Han Xian replied, selecting pleasant words. In truth, his childhood experiences during the new year were far from joyful. To put it accurately, since he became aware of his surroundings, there had been no happy moments. Han Xian. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Li Yi seized Han Xian's wrist and urged him forward. Ordinarily, with Li Yi's strength, she would be unable to move Han Xian, but he had relaxed, allowing her to pull him along freely. Li Yi felt compelled to take his hand, driven by an inexplicable impulse. If a reason were to be articulated, it would be her aversion to Han Xian's previous expression. Upon realizing this, Han Xian was momentarily taken aback. He prided himself on his emotional control, never anticipating that Li Yi would be perceptive enough to notice. They traversed bustling streets and winding alleys, eventually arriving in an expansive, snow-clad expanse, where they shouted joyfully, momentarily shedding the weight of worldly concerns and focusing solely on each other. "Han Xian, may your wishes be fulfilled. May fortune favor you. May you ascend in every endeavor. And may your days be bright and long. Your Highness, I wish you peace every year and joy each day." Li Yi reclined in the snow, her heart warm, turning her head to gaze at Han Xian, who wore a constant smile, which in turn made her smile. They appeared like fools, laughing without understanding the reason, simply reveling in the act of laughter. Yulin and Nan Jiashir searched for them, but upon inquiring with several individuals, eventually located them, choosing not to intrude. Why aren't you going? Didn't you say you had matters to discuss with Lord Han? Yulin murmured. Nan Jiashir shook his head, deciding against it. After all, today is the first day of the new year. It should be spent in merriment. I advise you not to summon the princess. I certainly will not, Yulin replied. Her change in attitude surprising Nan Jiashir. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, has His Majesty consented to their marriage? No matter how much time passed, Yulin always found herself startled by his keen insight, feeling as though he could see right through her. Having undergone training, she was accustomed to this sensation. Yet she wondered what it would be like if he were just an ordinary person. Nan Jiashir casually remarked, not expecting Yulin to remain silent. It seems you tacitly agree. Did I choose the wrong person? Yulin pondered, feeling she had picked someone troublesome, akin to a toxic substance that could easily backfire if mishandled. Sensing the negativity in her thoughts, Nan Jiashir countered, you possess a discerning eye. You recognize my worth at a glance. Surely, the princess requires someone of my caliber. You make a valid point. Hearing her say this, Nan Jiashir felt a sense of relief. As night fell, Han Xian and Li Yi strolled back slowly. Li Yi turned to Han Xian and said, it is getting late. You should retire early. We shall meet again tomorrow. Until tomorrow. The exuberance of the new year lingered for half a month. But soon the outside world returned to its somber state. Upon returning, Yulin shared the neighborhood gossip she had just encountered with Li Yi. Initially disinterested, Yulin found herself compelled to pay attention, knowing Li Yi enjoyed such tales, and thus she made it a point to relay them upon her return. This time, she recounted a quarrel between two families over a jar, each claiming ownership. One insisted that the jar bore a scratch left by them, while the other pointed out a mark on its base. Coincidentally, their claims matched the jar's characteristics. And then, whose jar was it? Li Yi inquired with curiosity. Yulin recounted. Eventually, neither party yielded. Just then, Lord Han happened to pass by, glanced at the situation, and declared that the jar belonged to neither of them. Why? Both families have indeed utilized this jar, and the marks upon it are undeniably theirs. However, prior to this, the jar had an owner who had previously reported its loss. Lord Han had noted the owner as description, primarily because this jar was distinct from others not due to its scars, but because of its weight, which the owner claimed was to differentiate it from the rest. Yulin paused briefly before continuing, stating that the truth is the owner was not present when the jar was contested. Both parties, upon sighting the jar, initially agreed to share its use. Unexpectedly, they each developed a desire for sole possession, which led to their dissatisfaction. Li Yi clapped his hands, exclaiming how splendid it was. This matter encapsulates two aspects: the wisdom of the owner and the fact that the jar had been missing for some time, yet Lord Han could recall it vividly. Are you satisfied, Your Highness? Of course, I merely wish time would slow down. Li Yi, having heard so much, always felt time was insufficient, hoping that this winter would linger a bit longer, for when spring arrives, comfort may elude him. As for Han Xian, he adeptly resolved the case of loss. In every matter, whether trivial or significant, he approached each with diligence. Wu Yunlu observed how patiently he handled these minor issues, and initially held some biases that soon dissipated, leading to a newfound admiration for this colleague. Wu admired Lord Han's meticulousness in his work. During these days of collaboration, he felt profoundly aware of his own inadequacies, feeling quite ashamed. There is no need for such modesty. In my view, your meticulousness surpasses mine. Ha ha! Lord Han is overly humble. Let us say we are both commendable. Wu Yunlu was aware of his own worth, yet who does not relish flattering words? Moreover, Han Xian struck a chord, stirring a sense of pride within him. Han Xian nodded and smiled faintly. Tian Yong silently watched as Han Xian departed, noticing Wu Yunlu still gazing after him, remarked, "You seem to have forgotten his purpose for coming." Wu Yunlu, turning back as Han Xian moved further away, replied, "What do you wish to convey? Currently, his arrival seems advantageous for us. In the past, we faced excessive oppression from our families, yet now that we have emerged, being collateral relatives, we have been spared much of the impact. So, what further grievances do you harbor?" "Grievances? I am merely concerned. Consider this. Han Xian's earlier impression was one of harmlessness, which led to our betrayal. Is there a shift in his attitude towards us from then to now? There is none. Tianyong, perceptive as he was, could sense the terrifying side of Han Xian. Wu Yunlu absorbed this, feeling some doubt. But we have not acted wrongly. Is that so? Tianyong merely speculated. For although Han Xian appeared gentle, his decisiveness in action was evident. He had witnessed an execution firsthand, which instilled a sense of dread within him. The cruelty inflicted by those who once stood above them was indeed severe. Yet, Han Xian could observe it all with a smile. Do not forget, you have also benefited greatly. Moreover, were we truly compelled at that time? We both know the truth of our thoughts back then. There is no need for me to articulate it. Tianyong urged Wu Yunlu not to be complacent, and Wu Yunlu agreed, subsequently stating, I believe that Lord Han will eventually depart. It is merely a matter of time. It would be best for him to leave sooner rather than later. I hope that is the case, he continued. My lord, will you truly let them go unpunished? They are not virtuous individuals, Han Guang interjected. In truth, he had not strayed far, having listened to the entire conversation. Upon relaying what he had overheard to Han Xian remained silent. In a world as clear as water, there are no fish. Han Guang, in the realm of politics, no one is untainted. If I were to apprehend them as well, it would prove detrimental to my future endeavors. I possess their secrets, and it is best to let them remain in uneasy trepidation. Han Xian could have chosen not to explain, but knowing that such matters would proliferate, he deliberately addressed Han Guang. Han Guang understood, his tone growing somber. My lord, will you also become such a person? No, Han Xian replied with certainty. I entered public service not to become one of them, but to transform them. Regardless of how corrupt they may be, I have never intended to change my stance on this matter. Li Yi came to see Han Xian, finding him still engrossed in his case files. She initially intended to leave quietly, not wishing to intrude, but was nonetheless noticed by Han Xian. Since you have arrived, my princess, why do you wish to depart? I did not expect to come at an opportune time. You are still occupied, and staying would only be a disturbance. Li Yi observed that Han Xian's lamp was still lit, indicating he had yet to retire for the night. To her surprise, he was not merely awake, but was laboring late into the night on official matters. I do not wish to intrude. I am merely organizing my work. I have already reviewed everything, he explained. Initially, Li Yi felt no discomfort. They had already exchanged touches, yet speaking face-to-face about this made her blush and her heart race. You must be quite fatigued. It would be wise to retire early. My princess, did you come merely to ensure I sleep? Han Xian inquired. Li Yi thought to herself that she should speak plainly, correcting Han Xian's words. I am expressing concern. You serve the nation, and I am merely showing compassion on behalf of the sovereign for his subjects. Then I feel quite apprehensive. Your intentions are evident, my princess, and heaven is my witness. Though he spoke of trepidation, his face bore a smile, as if he were sharing playful flirtations with her. Li Yi cleared her throat. These are tasks assigned by the sovereign. Focus on your duties. It is quite late, she remarked, her words trailing off as she turned to leave. Han Xian remained rooted in place, watching her retreating figure. Indeed, until we meet again tomorrow. Chapter 19. The inscription on the back this winter had yet to pass. In one fateful morning, Nan Jiashi vanished. The first to notice was Han Xian, who had seen Nan Jiashi practicing martial arts in the courtyard every morning without fail. He instructed Han Guang to search in the usual places, pondering if he was merely being overly concerned. After a thorough search, Han Guang returned to report to Han Xian, stating that Lord Nan had likely not been present late at night, as they had seen each other before retiring the previous evening. Upon observing the surroundings and finding no signs of a struggle, it appeared that Nan Jiashi had left of his own accord. However, the question lingered. What could have transpired that compelled him to depart in haste without uttering a word? Han Xian stood before Nan Jiashi's residence, scrutinizing the area until he noticed a charred spot in the corner. He crouched down and asked, Han Guang, are you certain you saw him retire last night? As Han Guang reminisced, he remarked, I witnessed him enter the house and extinguish the lights. What transpired thereafter remains beyond my knowledge. Han Xian, after a prolonged silence, gazed contemplatively at the charred area. When inspiration finally struck him, he decisively rose and set off in search of the princess. "My lord, what have you discerned?" Han Guang inquired, trailing closely behind him. "He is likely in peril," was Han Xian's sole response. Li Yi, having recently awakened, was seated in a rocking chair by the window. Upon hearing Han Xian's voice at the door, she became alarmed by his hurried breaths. "What has transpired?" "My lord, it appears that Nan Jiashi has returned to the army. Did not news from there reach us intermittently in recent days? Corruption and chaos have resurfaced. Originally, these matters fell under the purview of those dispatched by the sovereign. Yet recently, several individuals have been implicated, likely including acquaintances of his. I presume he intends to investigate further. However, this is not a task he can undertake alone. It undoubtedly places him in jeopardy." Han Xian succinctly elucidated the situation. Li Yi nodded in understanding. "In other circumstances, this would be manageable, but given that it is a military camp, outsiders are prohibited from entry, and I cannot venture inside." After a moment's thought, she devised a plan. "However, it is not entirely hopeless. I shall seek out the individual sent by the sovereign and request an audience. Time is of the essence. Yulin, prepare the carriage. We must depart immediately." Nan Jiashi had left at night, and he was likely already en route. This was no trivial matter. He was currently among his subordinates, and not within the confines of the military camp. Should he breach the premises, there would be no mercy shown. Despite this knowledge, Nan Jiashi pressed onward to rescue someone, indicating the individual's significance, so crucial that he would risk his own life. While Han Xian refrained from uttering the words to save, Li Yi acted upon this impulse. The entire sequence of events, from his arrival to his conversation with her, transpired swiftly, almost as if Li Yi instinctively understood Han Xian's urgency, despite his calm demeanor. Later, when Han Xian inquired, Li Yi was taken aback by what seemed to him a trivial point of concern. Yet in her eyes, Han Xian's visit signified a need for assistance. If her capabilities could aid him, she felt a sense of joy, not merely for this occasion, but for countless others as well. Unbeknownst to Nan Jiashi, who was currently restrained on the ground, he remained fixated on the figure before him, declaring, "He is innocent." "Are you referring to that lieutenant, Qiu Ruo?" "Indeed. I have heard that you were once rescued by this Qiu Ruo. How can I trust you given your connection? Do you possess evidence? If I were to say that I do, would you be inclined to believe me?" Nan Jiashi gasped for breath, struggling against his captors, gritting his teeth as he spoke. The interrogator turned to him, his expression grave. "You must understand that such claims cannot be made lightly. He has been dispatched by the sovereign specifically to investigate corruption within the military. This matter involved a vast network, and even with imperial command, he would not act rashly. During the investigation of financial affairs, evidence was presented pointing towards a certain lieutenant. He was aware that this was a deception. How could a mere lieutenant possess such substantial power to stir the winds of fate? Yet at that moment, nothing could be uncovered, and they could only detain the lieutenant for the time being. Little did they know that there were those who sought to make him a scapegoat, armed with a complete chain of evidence, and the mastermind behind it all was shrewd indeed. However, these matters had remained buried within his heart, unspoken to anyone else. He never anticipated that there might yet be a turning point. Nan Jiashi stated, "I possess material evidence that can prove it was not Xiu Ruan, but rather another individual." Over the days, many had claimed to possess evidence, yet none were credible. Thus, he was not surprised by this declaration. However, what Nan Jiashi subsequently revealed piqued his belief. It was not a single person, but rather a collective. Since the esteemed individual was dispatched by the emperor, one could surmise that their capabilities were extraordinary, and they should be able to deduce as much. Yet, Nan Jiashi paused, removing his garments. Just as others assumed he was about to draw a weapon, his back revealed an array of densely packed characters. The esteemed individual was so taken aback by the sight that he instinctively stepped forward, gazing at the intricate writing. This esteemed figure, aware of the strict regulations within the military, noted that upon his departure from the barracks, he had taken nothing but the garments provided to him. The records inscribed upon his clothing were retained within his mind, articulated and transcribed by others. These were the fruits of his observations: time, place, and persons, all indicative of unfolding events. "Who pinned these words upon your back?" It was the lieutenant, Wan. At that moment, he not only saved my life, but also concealed Nan Jiashi's secret. Nan Jiashi had long harbored the ambition to bring those corrupt individuals to justice, vowing to unveil the truth to the world the instant he was rescued. Are you Nan Jiashi? Indeed. Do you know who these people are? Upon observing the names of several prominent officials, it became evident that this matter could not end amicably. Nan Jiashi nodded affirmatively, stating, I am aware. In the end, silence enveloped them, and Nan Jiashi received but a single phrase in conclusion. Your courage is commendable. This matter shall be reported to His Majesty. After uttering this, the individual instructed others to detain Nan Jiashi while he sought to transcribe the names and events behind the scenes. Nan Jiashi was assigned to attend alone. Understanding the implications of this action, he remarked sarcastically, Master Zhang, Lord Zhang Hifeng, since you are fearful, what purpose does this serve? Zhang Hifeng refrained from reprimanding him for his insolence, for the truth lay in his words. Fearful, indeed. Zhang Hifeng had merely intended to investigate corruption and had not anticipated the enormity of the affair. The bravado he had displayed before the emperor now rendered him a subject of ridicule. Nan Jiashi held no expectations, thus felt no disappointment. His purpose for being there was solely to rescue Wan, the man who had spared his life, a simple, honest soul who ought not to be entangled in such matters. My lord, once this matter is reported, the court shall be engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos, stated Wang Lian, an aide to Zhang Hifeng. Zhang Hifeng, in exasperation, replied, was there not already such turmoil before? I am well aware of that. The emperor demands a thorough investigation. Yet it seems that we cannot proceed any further. In his efforts to balance the various factions within the court, His Majesty treads cautiously, unable to afford any missteps. Wang Lian pondered for a moment and suggested, My lord, how about we resolve this matter first, and then discreetly investigate those individuals later? Zhang Hifeng retorted, What do you mean by resolve? Shall we sacrifice the designated scapegoat to death? How utterly absurd! His Majesty would never consent to such a thing. In fact, he intends to use this situation to counter them. But you must understand, His Majesty is still vulnerable. Confronting them is no easy task. At this, Wang Lian found himself at a loss for words. As Zhang Hifeng was deep in thought, a guard entered and saluted, stating, My lord, someone wishes to see you. Who? At this moment, who would still seek an audience with him? The visitor did not disclose a name, but handed me an item to show you, insisting that you would recognize it immediately. The guard presented the object to Zhang Hifeng. Upon seeing it, Zhang Hifeng quickly made his way outside, urging, Hurry, I must step out. Do not alarm others. I pay my respects to your highness, the princess. Li Yi gestured for him to rise and respond, saying, Has my guard been captured by you? If so, release him. Zhang Hifeng inquired with confusion. Is the guard in question named Nan Jiaten? Indeed, she confirmed. To be frank, Your Highness, this individual cannot be released. He hesitated slightly, for the temperament of Princess Rowan made him cautious. Li Yi exchanged a glance with Han Xian, her demeanor growing firmer. What? Does my command to release my man require your approval? Zhang Hifeng, focus on your duties. It is best not to meddle in others' affairs. Your Highness speaks harshly, yet this matter has far-reaching implications. I cannot afford to be careless. Nan Jiaten possesses crucial information. If you release him, will you not proceed with this case? Li Yi interjected, then quickly realized her error. Wait, who is implicated in this case? For someone as cautious as you, there must be individuals whom His Majesty cannot handle lightly. Speak, who are they? Zhang Hifeng did not anticipate that the embezzlement case was actually conveyed to the emperor by the princess. He was merely astonished that she could conceive of such a notion, but he knew it was not the time to disclose anything. He shook his head, asserting that this matter needed to be decided by His Majesty. Li Yi perceived his stubbornness, but recognized that these were the established protocols, which she could not forcefully alter at the moment. May I go see him? Surely that is permissible? I shall escort the princess, he replied. He glanced at Han Xian behind him, having recognized who he was, but remained uncertain about how he came to be with the princess. Li Yi, noticing his gaze toward Han Xian, stated, I require someone to accompany me along the way. Is that a problem? She did not disclose Han Xian's identity. No issue. Nanjia Ten resides here. Please, Your Highness. Zhang Hufeng, having spent many years in the political arena, was adept at feigning ignorance. Upon entering, Li Yi found Nanjia Ten reclining on the bed without a shirt, appearing unharmed, which brought her some relief. Though his leisurely demeanor was somewhat irksome. I shall remain at the door, Zhang Hufeng said, allowing them some privacy. Chapter 20. A peach for a plum you have arrived. Nanjia Ten said as he sat up. Han Xian, maintaining a neutral expression, urged him to don his clothing. With a cheerful grin, he complied, and, as he stood, Li caught sight of the words inscribed on his back. Is this the important information Zhang Hufeng mentioned? Nearly so. Nanjia sure nodded, urging them to cease standing and take their seats. Han Xian's voice carried a chill as he remarked, I had thought you would gallantly rush to save others. Have we inadvertently interrupted your noble endeavor? His tone was restrained, yet both Li Yi and Nan Jiashi could discern his anger. Nan Jiashi glanced at Li Yi, silently pleading for assistance, but Li Yi shrugged, indicating her inability to help and suggesting he fend for himself. Well, the situation is as follows. I failed to consider the implications at the time, and it appears I have indeed acted recklessly. Han Xian's words implied that Nan Jiashi should stop pretending. He was not convinced that Nan Jiashi was unprepared. Moreover, the expression of nonchalance upon their first encounter clearly indicated his intentions were deliberate. Li observed him with curiosity, somewhat perplexed, and thus she sat quietly, continuing to watch. Nan Jiashi's expression was difficult to articulate. Evidently, Han Xian had spoken truthfully. Ganjia, I simply wish to take a gamble. It seems you have lost your wager. Unexpectedly, you have shown naivety this time. Nan Jiashi. Finally, Li Yi interjected. So, are we to continue this discussion? Shouldn't we be deliberating on what steps to take next? That is indeed the case. I shall share what I know with you. Nan Jiashi recounted his experiences with Xiao Ruo. In his first year of service, he was but a mere soldier, believing himself destined for greatness due to his superior abilities in various aspects. However, circumstances shifted during an operation against bandits. Jiashi quickly climbed. A figure with a soiled face lay on the ground, and Nan Jiashi, breathless, replied, If we must flee, I shall carry you. Give up. I cannot go any further. You are different. Hurry, live for me. He attempted to push Nan Jiashi away, urging him not to concern himself. Nan Jiashi stumbled from the shove, resolute in his decision to carry him, declaring, They have all departed. I cannot bear to watch you perish here as well. He forced a bitter smile, stating, Then we shall both meet our demise. Nan Jiashi, I know you look down upon us wretches, but this time, do not concern yourself with me. Lu Xiaohei, I was wrong. You are all true heroes, while I am the one unworthy of life. How is it that no one has come to our aid? Nan Jiashi's eyes reddened. Xiaohei, how could this happen? Xiaohei grasped his hand tightly, asserting, Nan Jiashi, remember, we are not cowards. No. His expression grew fervent. It is not we who have abandoned our lives, but those generals who indulge in feasting and revelry. Jiashi, I truly cannot move anymore. Look at my abdomen. Nan Jiashi turned his gaze to Xiaohei's midsection, where his intestines were protruding. He choked back tears. I know, Xiaohei, do not close your eyes. Yet his words could not rouse the already closed eyes of Xiaohei. During their encirclement, for reasons unknown, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, dressed as mountain bandits. But Nan Jiashi noted their movement was too methodical, indicating they were far more than mere simple brigands. Caught off guard, they were compelled to defend themselves, resulting in a devastating defeat. Ultimately, only he remained, for in that dire situation, no one but him could attest to the truth of his words. Coupled with the grim outcome of the battle, he was labeled coward. When his life hung by a thread, it was Churro who recognized his potential and fervently intervened to save him, thereby incurring the ire of others. Even though Nanjia Ten sought to prove that the chaos was merely a result of internal strife, he lacked the evidence to substantiate his claims. Surviving, Nanjia Ten withdrew into himself, yet he continued to endure mockery and exclusion. Over time, he began to scrutinize the unusual occurrences within the military. His innate talent was pushed to its limits as he recorded and theorized daily, allowing him, a mere soldier, to discern the intricate connections at play. Shiro once urged him to let go, but how could he? Innocent lives have been lost while the malevolent roamed free. It was a profound injustice. Shiro remarked, "Right and wrong are not so clearly delineated. This world is not merely black and white." Nanjia-ten waited, and though Shiro remained silent, she too was anticipating the unfolding events. Little did they expect that Shiro would ultimately be thrust into the role of scapegoat. After hearing the account, Li Yi was left in turmoil. She had never witnessed darkness, for none had allowed her to see it. Thus, when the truth lay before her, she was rendered mute and helpless. Han Xian accepted the sordid reality with remarkable composure, calmly inquiring, "Did you assume that the emperor sent someone, hence their arrival?" It was evidently apparent. Nanjia-ten shrugged, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Indeed, he had been overly optimistic. "Nanjia-ten, I fear I cannot extricate you for the time being," Li Yi concluded after gathering her thoughts. She had previously asserted that the inner court should not meddle in politics. Other matters could be permissible, no matter how absurd, yet the ministers of the court, particularly those from the Board of Punishments, would never allow a woman to participate in governance. Regrettably, Li Yi felt guilty for her inability to resolve this matter, to which Han Xian responded, "Your Highness, you have done your utmost. Indeed, Your Highness, this predicament is of my own making. There is no need for you to feel remorseful." Nanjia-ten met Han Xian's gaze, who patiently continued that Lord Zhang would certainly not allow me to perish. As long as I live, all can be negotiated. Li Yi found little solace in his words and felt even more disheartened. Nanjia-ten, sensing Han Xian's calm scrutiny, forced himself to voice in truth. There might still be a way. Noticing Nanjia-ten's increasing evasiveness, Han Xian quietly suggested to Li Yi, "Your Highness, Lord Zhang remains at the door. It will be prudent to inquire with him. He has been sent by the emperor and should be trustworthy." Li Yi abruptly lifted her head, nearly twisting her neck in the process. "Yes, let him in, Lord Zhang. To be frank, I do not wish for Nanjia-ten or Chiro to meet their demise. What do you propose we do?" Li Yi confronted Zhang He with a formidable challenge. Yet fortunately, he had anticipated this dilemma and was prepared to respond. "I shall convey this matter truthfully to His Majesty. It is of utmost significance and cannot be hastily concluded. However, they have presented Shirao, and I must ensure that Shirao is regarded as deceased, allowing them to lower their guard, thus granting me more time to unravel the circumstances surrounding this incident." Han Xian discerned his implication and remarked, "But they are not fools. How can we convince them that Shirao is dead?" Zhang Hufeng questioned whether to voice his concerns, acknowledging that what he sought to address was precisely what the noble lord wished to inquire about, yet he felt it permissible to proceed. Li Yi gestured for him to continue. As Zhang Hufeng's words echoed, Li Yi issued his commands. Li Yi and Han Xian silently observed the unfolding spectacle. In the presence of the soldiers, Zhang Hufeng proclaimed Qiuerao's transgressions, amidst a chorus of accolades and skepticism. Qiuerao stood before the assembly, bowing his head in admission of guilt, an act laden with humiliation, of which Nanjia certainly comprehended. Yet, he recorded this moment, as it would recur time and again, noting the countless individuals who prostrated themselves in subservience, their actions etched deeply in his memory. Everyone was aware of Qiuerao's demise. He sought compassion and forgiveness before the crowd, yet none deigned to cast him a glance. In the depths of his despair, he chose to suspend himself with a rope, a testament to his unwavering resolve, conveying to them that he was no coward clinging to life. Li Yi watched as Qiuerao was carelessly discarded upon the mountainside, and then observed as Nanjia rescued him, the timing impeccably synchronized. Witnessing their embrace, Li Yi suddenly remarked to Han Xian he was not performing. Indeed, he was not, and Han Xian nodded in agreement. "I have come to understand why Nanjia chose to save him, not merely because Qiuerao had spared his life, but because he was inherently a person deserving of rescue. If given the chance again, it is likely he would extend his hand to Nanjia, even knowing it might lead to his own demise. He shall not perish." Li Yi regarded Han Xian as he spoke. "He is already a dead man." Zhang Hefeng arrived in autumn, but as he departed, winter had firmly established itself. This season was ill-suited for travel. Nevertheless, the urgency of the matter compelled him to hasten homeward to report to the emperor. "Be cautious on your journey," Li Yi observed as he departed, her gaze lingering on the snowy landscape. She contemplated preparing her belongings for the return journey once the snow began to melt. As Han Xian saw Zhang Hefeng off, he cautioned, "I understand your urgency, but the road is long. Even in haste, one must be vigilant of their surroundings. For you carry secrets now." Zhang Hefeng discerned the underlying meaning in his words, despite his belief that no harm would befall him. He scrutinized the route more closely before departing. This careful observation revealed inconsistencies, prompting him to alter his path. It was this very change that enabled him to evade disaster. When Zhang Hefeng presented himself before the emperor, news of his return to the city had already circulated. A figure, shrouded in wrappings, sat upon the stone seat. Their voice raspy, "What? He has returned to Qingcheng?" Below, a masked individual stood, reporting, "My lord, we did not anticipate that Zhang Hefeng would alter his route. By the time we arrived, we had missed the opportunity to ambush him. Was there no prior indication? What are those placed beside him?" It was a spontaneous decision. "I heard that before Zhang Hefeng departed, someone had cautioned him. Who was that person?" "I do not know. Only that it pertains to Princess Rohan." "Understood. Proceed to investigate further." "Yes, my lord." As he left, only those seated remained, enveloped in darkness, with a solitary beam of light illuminating the stage. "Princess Rohan, it appears you have formidable allies behind you." The figure upon the stone pedestal rose and leisurely departed. Chapter 21. Agreement. Zhang Hefeng. Is all that inscribed here truly accurate? The emperor gazed at the document he presented, which contained a meticulous account compiled by Nanjia Ten over 4 years. "I would not dare deceive. All these records were made by an astute individual named Nanjia Ten, whose keen observational skills allow him to infer much from seemingly trivial details. This is his talent." The emperor scrutinized the detailed entries for an extended period. Upon finishing, he finally acknowledged Zhang Hefeng, stating, "Since he is not deceased, why not bring him before me?" In response to the emperor, Nanjia Ten is currently a guard to Princess Rohan. The princess believes you will eventually meet him. Hence Zhang Hefeng spoke this sentiment cautiously. Fearing the emperor's wrath, he recalled the casual manner in which the princess had expressed this, and a bitter smile crossed his lips. "Oh, princess, may you ensure my safety." The emperor, indeed, fell silent, not appearing angry, but rather remarked calmly, "In that case, we shall discuss this upon the princess's return." He paused, folding the document, and continued, "I am already aware of the military matters. Zhang Hefeng, the investigation into this has been ongoing. At long last, they have grown impatient. Your Majesty, I cannot accomplish this alone. What is needed? Personnel, funds. Their cunning in gathering evidence is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight." "Very well. Sun Gongong, go to my private treasury to procure funds. As for personnel, the emperor will summon the secret guards and allow them greater freedom." Zhang Hefeng exited the palace burdened with worry. He was no longer the impetuous youth who had just entered the court. His ambitions were now but a flicker, sustained only by the remnants of his aspirations. The path ahead was uncertain, and he could not discern what awaited him at its end. The emperor aims to curb the aristocracy and balance various factions. While the current situation seems obscure, it is evident that one faction is destined for decline. He could perceive this, and surely the emperor had as well. Zhang Hefeng shifted his thoughts, recognizing that these concerns were for another day. For now, he was to serve the emperor. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. Since he had pledged his loyalty to the emperor, he would remain his subject, regardless of life or death. That night, after the emperor had finished reviewing documents, a hint of fatigue graced his countenance. Sun Gongong approached him, noting that it was already the hour of the rat. Only then did the emperor rise and return to his chamber, stretching out on the bed as Sun Gongong assisted him in undressing. "Your Majesty has been laboring for days. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare some soup." Sun Gongong observed the emperor, who, though still youthful, had begun to show strands of white hair, eliciting a pang of sorrow. The emperor took a sip and remarked, "Sun Gongong, Let us refrain from this in the future. Do you think I cannot discern the flavor? With so many nourishing herbs available, I do not require such tonics. Indeed, I merely hope that your majesty may find more time to rest. So many matters weigh upon me, and I dare not rest. The former Grand Tutor once imparted that a ruler must be diligent. Countless eyes await my missteps, thus I must not falter. The notion of being infallible is, in itself, a paradox. He reassured himself. Before succumbing to slumber, he inquired, Master Son, is the eldest sister returning soon? As the seasons change, it is nearly the beginning of spring. At this juncture, Princess Rowan should be on her way, and within a month, the Emperor shall be reunited with her. Upon finishing his words, Master Son exited, and the Emperor drifted into sleep. Master Son quietly withdrew. At times, he would also rest in the adjacent chamber, sitting alongside other eunuchs on duty. Some would remark that, as a high-ranking eunuch and favored by the Emperor, he need not exert himself so. Yet, Master Son merely smiled in silence. He understood that his current standing was bestowed upon him by the Emperor, who trusted him solely because he had remained steadfast throughout the years. The young eunuchs he mentored initially failed to grasp this, but over time, they began to perceive why he behaved as he did. The Emperor, while seemingly amicable, harbored a suspicious and sensitive nature. One misstep could prompt him to doubt those nearest to him. When Li Yi departed from Wutian town, he took Han Xian with him. Initially, they did not intend to make a grand exit. However, for reasons unknown, news of their departure spread throughout the town. Who are they sending off? Do you not know? Lord Han Xian is leaving. We wish to present him with some tokens of our appreciation. Ever since Lord Han's arrival, the atmosphere here has improved. What? I shall return to fetch something as well? Wait for me. Do not go back. Have you not considered the long journey? How can he carry so many items? The speaker regarded their baskets filled with eggs and cured meats. These are our finest offerings. The palpable disappointment silenced the crowd. Li Yi, seated in the carriage, heard Yulin announce that many were gathered ahead. She opened the door and witnessed them conversing with Han Xian. Lord Han, to speak candidly, these are indeed our best gifts. We hope you could take them with you, but we are uncertain if that is feasible. They felt genuine remorse for not being able to bestow their gifts. Han Xian replied, Dear villagers, all I have done is my duty. I never anticipated such offerings. I'm already content. As long as you do not find us shabby, it is because of officials like you that Wuqian town has flourished. Safe travels, my lord. Safe travels, echoed their heartfelt blessing, as if viewing Han Xian as a beloved child embarking on a journey, wishing for his safe and smooth passage. Han Xian mounted his horse, while Li Yi climbed into the carriage. As they ventured far, the townsfolk continued to follow. Han Xian glanced back and saw their sincere smiles and waves. Li Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she initially thought her vision deceived her, but after several glances, she realized it was genuine. Han Xian bid them farewell properly. She wished for him to harbor no regrets. Han Xian halted and turned, raising his voice. There is no need for you all to see me off. He could not articulate vague sentiments of enduring distance or future meetings. He merely wished for these people to thrive. All he could do was urge them to return. Though he appeared to be dismissing others, Li Yi seemed to understand, and a smile crept onto her lips. It was hard to discern that he was a man of contradictory words and sentiments. In the 4th year of Xingyuan, on the vernal equinox, Li Yi sat upon a stone, and the spring breeze, sharp as a scissor, was indeed as described. After a short while, her face began to ache, yet she paid it no heed, gazing at the magnificent landscape before her. The earth was awakening, and hints of verdant spring were emerging from the once barren ground. The thought of returning to the palace, where such natural beauty would elude her, filled her with reluctance. Han Xian and Nan Jiashi conversed beside their horses, and in a burst of enthusiasm, decided to bathe the steeds. The river water remained cool, though the ice had melted. Your Highness, it is time to depart, Yulin announced, replenishing their water supply. Provided there were no unforeseen delays, they would reach the vicinity of Qinsheng in a fortnight. I am aware, Yulin. There is no need for reminders, Li Yi replied, feeling quite fatigued. Throughout the journey, even without her inquiries, Yulin felt compelled to share information with her. Although Yulin's intentions were commendable, Her diligent reminders served to caution Li Yi to maintain decorum, as etiquette was paramount within the palace. Li Yi acknowledged this. Yet, during their return, she had indeed begun to temper her demeanor. Previously, in Wuqian town, she had conversed freely with Han Xian at any hour, but in Qingcheng, she feared being labeled as reckless. Unbeknownst to her, she had voiced a final thought aloud, prompting Yulin to clarify the reality. "Your Highness, do you not recall? Once, when the Empress Dowager wished for you to select several scions from noble families, you remarked that none compared to your guards." This statement had been misconstrued, twisted into rumors that she had taken a paramour, disguising her guards as mere playthings. Li was taken aback. "Is that so?" she asked, to which Yulin nodded affirmatively, sighing, "Your Highness, it was precisely this remark that incited ire. The young nobles you had ridiculed that day spread slander against you in secret. No wonder. It was indeed these individuals who had tarnished her reputation." Li Yi suddenly comprehended. She had never intended to provoke, and reflecting upon it now, those individuals were indeed not worthy of her guards, exhibiting cowardice. Currently, the Emperor had consented to her marriage with Lord Han, yet the full implications would only be revealed upon their return. At present, the situation remained ambiguous. The noble families, initially eager for an alliance with the princess, began to subtly pressure the Emperor upon learning that she was to wed the top scholar, voicing their discontent. "You refer to the noble families, do you not? They sought to secure me from the outset, and now that they are dissatisfied, it is only a matter of time before conflict arises." These thoughts were Li Yi's own musings. The Emperor would not disclose such matters to her, and the Empress Dowager, wishing for her to remain modest, had refrained from discussing court affairs. Li Yi had previously felt indifferent towards the noble families until she encountered Han Xian. In his presence, she suddenly understood why her father and Wen wished for the nobility's demise. Without exceptional merit, a scholar without connections could scarcely ascend to prominence. Meanwhile, the young scions of noble families effortlessly obtained their desires. Much like herself, though the advantages accorded to men were far greater. Li Yi conversed with Yulin in the carriage. While outside, Nan Jiashi and Han Xian continued to deliberate over the matter at hand. Nan Jiashi remarked, "Upon your return, you shall be the prince consort. Congratulations. The princess is quite splendid." Han Xian squinted against the wind, scoffing inwardly at the ostentation. "Ah, how pretentious, as if I cannot see through it." Nan Jiashi feigned disdain. "Yet it is evident that His Majesty is willing to sever ties with the noble families for the sake of the princess. Upon your return, you may find the path ahead rather tumultuous. You ought to tread carefully. As for the Binlin Pei family, the Anshin Wen family, the Songliuko family, and the Gu family, who do you suppose harbors the greatest malice towards you?" Han Xian replied, "If they harbor no malice, that would indeed be peculiar." From the moment he achieved the top scholar title, he had already offended many, and now, with the impending marriage to the princess, it is only natural for His Majesty's stance to draw their attention towards him. Nan Jiashi, with a hint of schadenfreude, laughed. "Ha, Ganjia, you truly fear not for your life. Any one of them could lead to your demise. Now you have antagonized all the noble families, but there is still you. Isn't there?" Han Xian retorted. Both Nan Jiashi and Han Xian, unfazed, exchanged smiles. Perhaps their laughter was too loud for Li Yi, seated in the carriage at some distance, could hear them. She opened the window and leaned out, inquiring, "What is so amusing? Do share." Naturally, no one opposed her request. Han Xian rode his horse closer to the carriage, maintaining a respectful distance, and began to converse with her. Chapter 22. The return journey in spring. Yulin observed that it was late and advised, "Your Highness, the night has grown dark. Let us depart tomorrow. By noon, we should arrive in Qingcheng." "Very well," Li Yi nodded, as they had always adhered to this practice of not traveling under the cover of night. The thought of entering the city the next day kept her awake, and she stood in the courtyard, her thoughts wandering aimlessly into the distance. The night was chilly. "Why do you not return to rest, Your Highness?" Yulin offered her a robe to wear. "Tomorrow, we shall enter the city, and I know His Majesty and the Empress Dowager are awaiting me. Yet I cannot shake this unease. Do not overthink, Your Highness. His Majesty has arranged everything meticulously. And there is no need for your concern. Li Yi shook her head. It is not that. I have never considered anything to be truly frightening. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall dam it. It is Han Xian. Him? Yulin was taken aback that the princess was still preoccupied with Han Xian at this moment. Lord Han is to be your future husband, with you beside him. He shall come to no harm. What Li Yi did not voice was her fear of what might happen if Han Xian were to encounter misfortune on his own. Of course, she hoped her worries were merely the musings of an anxious mind. The source of Li Yi's apprehension lay in her understanding that An, the emperor, would not easily allow Han Xian to enjoy peace. Historically, the prince's consort had led lives of mediocrity. Would Han Xian be content with such a fate? While she pondered these thoughts, she remained unaware of the watchful eyes upon her. The robe that Yulin had just provided was, in fact, brought by Han Xian, who had asked Yulin to pass it to her. Yulin found it curious. She mused how, in Wuqian town, they had shown little regard for propriety, yet now, on the brink of becoming a married couple, they seemed to be more circumspect. If Li Yi were to articulate her feelings, she might say that the long-desired object, once finally attained, evokes a sense of reverie, a fear of breaking the dream by daring to touch it. On the following morning, Li Yi rose late, unresponsive to Yulin's persistent calls. In a state of helplessness, she turned to Han Xian, who paused for a moment before suggesting, "Let us wait a while longer." "But what if we are late? Should we keep the emperor waiting?" Yulin replied, visibly troubled. "We had already agreed on a time, and surely by now, everyone is waiting for the princess." Han Xian sighed, stating, "You must convey to the princess that I dare not offend the emperor. He will not hold her accountable, but he certainly can blame me." Yulin relayed this to Li Yi, who indeed got up, feeling it was too slow and wondering why she hadn't been called earlier. Observing Li Yi's demeanor, Yulin felt that Han Xian had truly grasped the princess's temperament, which did not bode well. She felt as though a naive little rabbit was about to be thoroughly devoured. Nan Jiashi had witnessed the entire exchange and remarked to Han Xian, "It seems with the princess present, no one would dare see you suffer." This comment was clearly a jest aimed at Han Xian, who was undeniably cunning. The term cunning was the most fitting word he could conjure, with others like shameless being too mild. As they prepared to enter the city, Han Xian did not refute Nan Jiashi's statement. Indeed, the princess was currently his protector. He navigated perilous paths, engaging in a gamble where failure would merely mean a tragic end, yet success could lead to greater fortunes. Li Yi's carriage slowly entered the city at noon, when the streets were bustling with people hastening home. Only a few leisurely souls noticed the carriage. Perhaps a couple recognized Han Xian, mistaking him for someone else, and out of curiosity, stole a few glances. Upon being noticed by Han Xian, they quickly averted their gaze, scanning their surroundings. Nan Jiashi approached, leading the horse, and commented, "It appears your fame as the top scholar remains undiminished." Han Xian gazed down the path, replying, "I was indeed on this very road at that time, yet your words make it feel oddly surreal. It is merely your imagination." Nan Jiashi was reluctant to admit his jealousy. Understand that during his time as the top scholar, he was widely celebrated in the prime of youth, and notably more handsome than the flower scholar. It was a long-standing notion that flower scholars were the more attractive, making this beautiful top scholar a remarkable rarity. Seeing his evident jealousy, Han Xian could not help but chuckle. "Your Highness, do be cautious." Yulin carefully assisted Li Yi down from the carriage. Noticing Yulin's caution, Li Yi attempted to lighten the mood, but upon observing the vigilant guards surrounding them, she restrained her smile. She had assumed the emperor would see both her and Han Xian together. However, a young eunuch, unfamiliar to her, announced, "Lord Han, the emperor requests you to wait outside for his summons." Li Yi intended to suggest they could enter together, but Han Xian subtly shook his head. Only then did she relent. Eagerly, Eunuch Sun hurried into the council chamber, announcing, "Your Majesty, Princess Rowan has returned." Li Wen had been waiting, and upon hearing this, he could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Quick, let's go see her." Those accompanying him observed his fervor with irritation, yet no one noticed her own displeasure. This thought deepened her gloom as she confided in a palace maid, Lan Qing. "After all, I am his sister, yet he shows no inclination to heed my words." Yet now, With Li Yi's return, the emperor rushes to see her. What is so special about Li Yi? He is nothing but an unlearned rogue. Lan Qing lowered her gaze and remarked, "Third princess, the eldest princess must find the outside world less comfortable than the palace. The emperor wishes to console her. This statement might deceive you, but how could Li Yi possibly feel wronged? In my opinion, she merely seeks an excuse to venture out, and the emperor has provided her with one. Third princess, the eldest princess has returned. You ought to pay her a visit." Lan Qing recalled the Empress Dowager's recent admonition and felt compelled to remind the third princess. Understood. Is this yet another suggestion from the Empress? How insistent she is. I'm not like that Li Yi, who disregards familial ties. I shall visit her as needed. The third princess rose, bearing gifts, declaring, "It has been ages since my sister has seen anything delightful. Thus, I have prepared this with good intentions." Lan Qing held the box and accompanied the third princess to meet the eldest princess. However, upon arrival, they were met with disappointment. The emperor insisted on having a private conversation with the eldest princess, forbidding anyone else from entering without permission. The third princess glared at the person blocking her path. When Li Yi was absent, there was no such obstruction. Why does it change with her return? Lan Qing, wishing to suggest waiting until next time, was caught in the third princess's wrath. "Leave. Do not bother me." Upon hearing the commotion outside, Li Yi inquired about the situation, but An calmly replied, "There is no need to concern yourself. I have not permitted any outsiders to enter." At this, Li Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for the person outside. However, the noise soon dissipated, and she turned her attention elsewhere. "An, you have lost weight. Why do you neglect your health?" She began to chastise those around him. "If anyone has been dismissive of you, you must let me know. I shall make them regret it." She refrained from saying more, knowing An to be sensitive and unable to bear such remarks. "Sister, who could possibly dismiss me now?" Li Wen chuckled. "I am now the emperor above all others. With a mere word, I can determine life and death." Li Yi found herself amused by this, realizing that indeed, An's commands would not go unheeded. Their bond remained unbroken, and soon they were recounting amusing tales from Li Yi's time away. As their conversation flowed, she cautiously ventured, "An, do you truly wish for me to marry Han Xian?" Noticing Li Yi's careful probing, Li Wen maintained his tone. "Sister, you are of marrying age. Since you have affection for Han Xian, I naturally support it. But An, you have yet to meet him." Despite numerous mental reassurances, Li Wen's words hardened her resolve. As she struggled to suppress her desire to confront Han Xian, "I will see him shortly." Li Yi had intentionally broached this subject, and indeed, this revealed An's true feelings. "An, you may relax your fists." "I cannot endure this," Li Wen retorted. "Sister, do you know what kind of person Han Xian is? Are you aware of his intentions? Why choose him? There are countless suitable suitors, even among the noble families." He withheld further comments, as he could not bear to hurt his sister. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. They had never engaged in such discussions before, making it somewhat awkward. "But An, I truly like him. From the first moment, I was drawn to him. I desire to have him alongside my treasures. Standing there brings me immense joy." Li Wen simply cannot comprehend the mutual admiration that exists between them, rendering him incapable of understanding her sentiments. However, when she speaks of Han Xian, her countenance lights up with enthusiasm. He recalls only having seen Han Xian in his childhood, during which time Li Yi would proudly stand before him, showcasing the delightful treasures she had acquired. "If that is the case, why must you inquire of me? I have already consented to your grand wedding, allowing the Ministry of Rites to preside over the proceedings. Everything that is requisite has been arranged," he replied with a hint of reluctance. Noting that he is a son-in-law by marriage, Li Yi is well aware of what a son-in-law entails. Would Han Xian be agreeable to such a situation? Li Wen added, "If he is unwilling, it is not my fault. It merely reflects his insufficient affection for you. This, does it not seem somewhat coercive? If he is willing, then it is hardly coercion. Sister, do you not wish to be with him?" Li Wen discerned her lack of objection and mused. His sister indeed holds Han Xian in high regard, yet is oblivious to the fact that Han Xian remains in a position of disadvantage in their relationship. Her kindness and shortcomings are burdens he must bear. With this realization, Li Wen felt a measure of comfort. Eventually, Li Wen invited Han Xian to enter. Li Yi had hoped to overhear their conversation, but was silenced by Li Wen's remark. Do you not trust me, sister? Am I not worthy of your trust? With no choice but to step aside, she allowed them the privacy to converse. Yulin, what if he is unwilling? That will not happen. Yulin felt uncertain. Yet if Han Xian wished to live, he must acquiesce. The last time he had angered the emperor, he was sent to the remote Wutian town. Had the princess not intervened, Han Xian would likely have perished in service. Should he provoke the emperor's ire again, he might be exiled to an even harsher locale. Han Xian certainly desires to live. Otherwise, he would not exert such effort in his studies or strive to cultivate vital connections. Chapter 23. Until death do us part. Before Li Yi could await Han Xian's emergence, Mama Yin arrived with a summons from the Empress Dowager. Although Li Yi intended to pay her respects to the Dowager, it appeared the latter was more eager than she. Mama Yin, is the Empress Dowager still displeased with me? Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has long since quelled her anger. She has been solely focused on you, anxious about your well-being and fearing you might suffer distress outside. Upon hearing this, Li Yi felt a twinge of guilt. The Empress Dowager had always been stern with her, yet had never deprived her in other respects. She felt ashamed for having previously distanced herself. However, her thoughts quickly shifted. Upon encountering the Empress Dowager, she found herself overlooked, and the anticipated scene she had envisioned did not unfold. Having been treated this way before, she experienced only a fleeting moment of disappointment before quickly reconciling herself to the situation, even finding the leisure to observe the Empress Dowager. The Dowager sat regally, impeccably attired, surrounded by a faint aroma of sandalwood, resembling a deity devoid of warmth. Just as Li Yi grew impatient and contemplated departure, the Dowager spoke. Rowan, I expected you to temper your ways, yet you remain so singular in your actions. How severe must the public's opinion be before you will temper your behavior? Your Highness, why must you say such things? Those are merely the opinions of outsiders. I do not concern myself with them. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, she felt an even deeper pang of sorrow, perceiving her as exceedingly selfish. Pointing her finger at her, she exclaimed, It is not just about you. Behind you stands the royal lineage, and in such a manner, how can you call yourself a princess? Are you not providing others with an excuse to mock our royal family as a farce? Li Yi had long harbored doubts about such assertions, and seeing her insist on this line of reasoning, she chuckled softly. Your Highness seems to believe I possess the extraordinary ability to alter others' perceptions of the royal family, which is indeed an overestimation of my capabilities. Did you not once say that as a woman, I should adhere to decorum, maintain propriety, and leave a favorable impression on my future in-laws? Does this not imply that you view me merely as a young woman awaiting marriage? Now that I have indeed married, is this not in accordance with your wishes? My purpose has been fulfilled, yet how is it that you imply I have fallen short? Utter nonsense. The Dowager, exasperated, found herself struggling to breathe, utterly taken aback by Li Yi's audacity upon her return. These words had been pent up within Li Yi for far too long. Previously, she had considered the Dowager's intentions to be well-meaning, but the more she endured, the more she realized the Dowager's relentless criticisms intensified. She had once believed that the Dowager, having watched her grow, would not allow external rumors to sway her opinion. To her dismay, the Dowager had not only changed but sought to reshape her as well, clearly showing concern for the whispers of the outside world. The Dowager took a moment to compose herself and clarified, That is not my intent. I merely believe you should be mindful of your words and actions, embodying the grace and decorum befitting a princess. Li Yi, taken aback, questioned, Do you genuinely believe those external voices, Your Highness? Have I committed any indiscretions within the palace? This sarcastic inquiry left the Dowager at a loss. She wished to enumerate Li Yi's many indiscretions, yet upon reflection, she realized that while Li Yi's actions might have lacked subtlety, she had never truly erred, nor had she displayed the same arrogance as other princesses. The Dowager fell silent, recognizing that many matters were best left to inquiry. You act on impulse. Yet marriage ought to be dictated by parental decree and the intermediaries' council. How can you so brazenly make your own decisions? And do you think I am unaware? You left the palace for that Han Xian. Were it not for the emperor suppressing the rumors, you would find yourself in dire straits. The dowager seized upon the opportunity to compel her to admit her faults. Is it truly wrong to love someone? Li Yi countered, expressing affection is a commendable act. Your Highness, Han Xian and I have conducted ourselves with propriety. Our feelings stem from genuine emotion and culminate in respectful decorum. In the eyes of the public, we are indeed an enviable couple. Li Yi deliberately opposed her, leaving the dowager both incensed and speechless. I must speak with the emperor. I do not consent to this marriage. The dowager commanded Aunt Yin to summon the emperor. Having previously selected a suitor for Li Yi and now presenting his portrait for her inspection, seeing the dowager's unwavering obstinacy and lack of comprehension, Li Yi tore the portrait to shreds, exclaiming in fury, by the banks of that river, the cypress boat drifts, with its 2 oars. It is my dignity that it upholds. To die without understanding. Mother, oh heavens! How can you not comprehend? My dear heavens, do you truly doubt my discernment? The Grand Dowager was taken aback by her gaze filled with sorrow and indignation. Could it be that she was so enamored, even unto death? Moreover, Li Yi had just regarded her as a mother. This was the first time Li Yi acknowledged her current status as a mother. Yet she was now in opposition to her. So be it. Ultimately, the fault lies with me. The Grand Dowager's complexion turned ashen. Earlier, the emperor had advised her on this matter and urged her not to interfere excessively. It seemed he was indeed correct. She no longer wished to see Li Yi and instructed Mama Yin to escort her out. As Li Yi departed, Mama Yin remarked, "Your Highness means well." She simply did not anticipate that the princess's heart was like a rock. Do not hold it against her. I do not blame her, Li Yi replied. For so long, she has never truly sought to understand me. Since she has no intention of doing so, she will remain unaware of the reasons behind my steadfastness, and I shall no longer demand that she comprehend me. Mama Yin, I will not change her, nor should she attempt to alter me. Each individual is unique, is it not? With that, Li Yi strode away with grace, eager to meet Han Xian and boast of her prowess in rendering the Grand Dowager speechless. Observing her retreating figure, Mama Yin sensed a transformation in the princess, though the specifics eluded her. The Grand Dowager had succinctly articulated it. Rowan no longer cares. Yulin, why do you gaze at me so? Is there something amiss upon my visage? Your Highness, you spoke to the Grand Dowager in such a manner for the first time. Previously, regardless of how the Grand Dowager treated you, you were always most respectful. Li Yi quickened her pace, but upon hearing this, she slowed her steps and replied, "Because your princess is no longer afraid." Pausing briefly, she scanned her surroundings for eavesdroppers and, finding none, continued, "In the past, I believed I could never forget the Grand Dowager's kindness, so I feigned compliance. However, I have since realized that I need not force myself. My true self is thus. If she perceives my demeanor as improper, so be it." Expressing this felt liberating. Li hurried to find Han Xian, only to learn that he had yet to emerge. He and the emperor had remained inside without stepping out even once. "How much longer?" she inquired. "Your Highness, it will be soon. Rest assured, my godfather just informed me that the emperor and Lord Han are enjoying a delightful conversation." "Who is your godfather?" Li Yi casually asked. "It is Eunuch's son," came a reply. This prompted Li Yi to focus on him, recognizing him as the unfamiliar face who had delivered the message upon her return to the palace. "What is your name?" she inquired. "I am called Xiaoyin." Xiaoyin, as in silver? Upon his nod, Li Yi thought to herself that this name was indeed easy to remember. "Very well, Xiaoyin. I ask you, can you enter?" Xiaoyin looked at her with a pained expression, and Li Yi understood that it was impossible. "All right, I comprehend. However, Eunuch's son mentioned that they are engaged in pleasant discourse. Did you hear incorrectly?" "Certainly not. I heard it quite clearly." "Yulin, reward him." Li Yi was elated, finding him quite articulate. "In the future, should you have any queries, feel free to approach this princess." Yes, for Xiaoyin, this was a fortuitous day, as this encounter with the princess would alter the course of his future. Li Yi conversed with Yulin, Xiaoyin, and others outside the palace, sharing amusing anecdotes. In the palace, however, harmony is not as prevalent as it seems. Although Eunuch's son describes the conversations as lively, It merely reflects the superficial atmosphere between His Majesty and Lord Han. In reality, every utterance exchanged between them is laden with hidden meanings. Han Xian inquired, "Why would your Majesty believe I would refuse?" Li Wen retorted, "Lord Han, being so astute, do you truly not comprehend what I desire? Your Majesty, my feelings for the princess are as clear as day. From the very beginning, I have made my stance known." Upon witnessing Han Xian's attitude, reminiscent of Li Yi's, Li Wen questioned, "Do you think me foolish? How did you first encounter the princess? Must I elaborate? You are unworthy of her. Do you require me to repeat it?" At that moment, Li Wen spoke as a brother would. Were Han Xian his subject, he would be pleased, for he needs such loyal vassals. However, that does not imply he is willing to allow Han Xian to become his sister suitor. "Your Majesty, do you not care about the princess's thoughts? I wish not to hurt her feelings, and I trust you feel the same." Li Wen, feeling a headache coming on, thought, "Sister, are you seeking someone to mediate for you?" He began to doubt his earlier assumptions, believing it was his sister suppressing Han Xian, only to realize it was the opposite. If that were the case, he was even less inclined to agree, as no one wishes to find themselves at a disadvantage. "Your Majesty, I am at your service for any task you require," Han Xian replied calmly. "The families of Wen, Ko, and Pei are currently discontent with your Majesty. The Gu family is somewhat better off, but they control the military power. As it stands, your Majesty has but a few allies left, and confronting that formidable entity is no trifling matter. It has only been 3 years since your Majesty ascended the throne. Although you have established some foundation during this time, it pales in comparison to those families with centuries of legacy." Upon hearing the final statement, Li Wen exploded with rage, impudent. Han Xian knelt, falling silent as he awaited Li Wen's command. Aware of Li Wen's vulnerabilities, he knew he had the upper hand. "Han Xian, I do not trust you. Hence, I shall have you executed." Han Xian comprehended the implication but remained unperturbed, recognizing that his fate lay entirely within the hands of His Majesty, who could extinguish his life with a mere gesture. A profound silence enveloped the chamber, allowing them to hear Li Yi's voice outside, seemingly engaged in cheerful banter. Chapter 24. The lost item. Li Wen conceded that Han Xian was indeed correct, and at this juncture, he was irreplaceable. He had yet to find anyone more suitable, capable, ambitious, and lacking a powerful background. Though difficult to control, he could command Han Xian's life and utilize him to his advantage. After issuing the secret decree, Li Wen ensured that only those present were privy to its contents. "I accept the command." As Han Xian exited, he found Li Yi and the others weary, disregarding decorum as they sat on the steps, one leg propped up, an arm resting on their head, squinting at the sky. It was evident she had been anxiously waiting all night, and despite Fish Lin's efforts to console her, nothing had worked. She reluctantly donned a coat and grasped a small stove to warm her hands. Although spring had arrived, the nights remained chilly. Han Xian crouched before her, adjusting her clothing to keep her warm. "Why do you not return?" Li Yi blinked in surprise, somewhat daftly responding, "Because I am waiting for you. Your Highness, I cannot meet with you before the wedding." This statement awakened Li Yi completely. At this moment, the sun rose from the east, casting a gentle glow upon them. Li Yi smiled radiantly, pondering, "What if I wish to see you?" Under the illumination, Han Xian's pupils lightened, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Then I implore the princess to be patient. I shall not flee." "Good." Li Yi nodded earnestly, willing to exercise her patience. Han Xian observed the light transform from a single ray into a broad expanse, and the chill enveloping him began to dissipate. The marriage contract, the ceremonial letter, and the proposal were all meticulously prepared by Han Xian. He proclaimed, "Princess Rowan, as my elder sister, embodies grace and propriety, diligent and gentle, harmonious and pure in nature, virtuous and kind-hearted, with admirable conduct. Moreover, the newly appointed top scholar, Han Xian, is both esteemed and frugal, diligent in his duties, and possesses a commendable character. It is fitting that upon reaching the appropriate age, I bestow upon him the title of Duke of Ngua and grant this union. May the two of you be of one heart and mind, forever entwined in a bond of mutual affection and harmony, fulfilling my wishes." Thus, Grand Eunuch Sun read aloud before the assembly, and both Han Xian and Li Yi expressed their gratitude. I accept the decree. Nguo accepts the decree. After calculating the auspicious dates, for characters were delivered, destined union. Subsequently, an auspicious day was selected, in the 4th year of Xing Yuan, in the 4th month. Princess Li Yi of Nguo and the scholar Han Xian were officially wed. As all preparations had been made in advance, the ceremony proceeded smoothly and without haste. From this day forth, Li Yi would no longer reside within the palace, but rather at the princess's residence outside the palace walls. All belongings were to be transferred to her new abode. Although the emperor had initially suggested Han Xian take on the role of a son-in-law, he ultimately granted Han Xian the dignity of moving into the princess's residence thereafter. The venue for the wedding was a house bestowed upon Han Xian by the emperor. The wedding attire was crafted to the specifications previously submitted, and Li Yi first tried on the garments, inquiring, "Yulin, do I look beautiful?" "Your Highness, you are indeed beautiful." Time passed swiftly, and tomorrow would mark the grand wedding. Li Yi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, still feeling a sense of unreality. When tomorrow dawned, she would discern the truth of her situation. "Ah, you have taken to jesting with me. By the way, where is Yuhua? Wasn't she supposed to fetch the jewelry? Why has she not returned?" Li Yi expressed her concern. Could something have happened? It was not without reason for her worry. An hour had elapsed, and the distance to the Internal Affairs office was but a few steps. She sent Yulin to investigate. Upon going out, Yulin soon found Yuhua, who was squatting on the ground, appearing utterly distressed. "Yuhua, what troubles you?" Yuhua looked up, tears still staining her cheeks. Hastily wiping them away, "Yulin, what shall I do? I have lost the pearls from the crown. If my mistake prevents the princess from marrying smoothly, my sin would be unforgivable." Yulin knelt down seriously, examining the crown, missing its pearls, feeling the surface which bore traces, suggesting it had not simply fallen off. The princess would surely have the finest adornments. Such a significant oversight was unlikely. Yulin harbored no doubts about Yu Hua's character, knowing her to be exceptionally cautious. "Do not despair. Accompany me back to the Internal Affairs office. This does not appear to be a natural loss. It seems rather as if it was forcibly removed." Yuhua remarked, "However, when I first received it, I was indeed holding it. I remember I accidentally bumped into someone, and that was when I realized it was lost. Who could it be?" Upon noticing her hesitance, Yulin began to feel uneasy. Yuehua revealed that it belonged to the 3rd princess, and Yulin finally understood the reason for Yuehua's reluctance. Yulin inquired, "Do you believe that the lack of evidence compels you to shoulder this burden alone?" Seeing Yuehua acquiesce, Yulin gently tapped her on the head and said, "Oh, you foolish girl, no wonder the princess is always worried about you. If that is the case, simply inform the princess. What could you, a mere maid, possibly bear? What could you even be responsible for?" Yuehua smiled bitterly. "Yulin, it's not that I haven't considered this, but I am a servant. Without evidence, how could I dare to claim it was the 3rd princess? After all, she is also His Highness's sister. Moreover, I am completely in the dark about this. The 3rd princess is His Highness's sister, so it would be best for His Highness to handle this matter." Yulin understood that Yuehua, having grown up in the palace, instinctively obeyed those in power. This was not her fault. If their master were not Li Yi, they would all face punishment for such matters. When Li Yi saw Yulin escorting Yuehua back and was about to inquire, she suddenly witnessed Yuehua kneeling. As Li Yi was perplexed, Yulin explained why Yuehua had returned late. "I was wondering what the reason was." "Rise, Yuehua, do not be afraid. Whether it was taken or lost, in the end, it is merely an object," Li Yi remarked dismissively. "But your Highness, that is not an ordinary object. It is something you will need for your wedding tomorrow. It symbolizes your nobility," Yuehua exclaimed, her urgency evident. Li Yi urged her to calm down, stating, "Do you think that without that object, I will no longer be a princess? Ultimately, it is just a beautiful, extravagant item. If anything can symbolize status, wealth suffices." Li Yi playfully added, assuring Yuehua to relax. Yuehua understood. "Thank you, Your Highness." She bowed, recognizing the princess's kindness, feeling immensely fortunate. "That is the right attitude," Li Yi replied, satisfied that Yuehua had come to terms with the situation. She began to contemplate the reasons behind this occurrence. though a more immediate solution would be to visit her younger sister, Li Jingle. Upon hearing that she intended to confront her directly, both Yulin and Yuehua felt apprehensive. Yulin cautioned, "Your Highness, might this be unwise? You are to be wed tomorrow, and if anything were to transpire beforehand, it would reflect poorly on the Emperor, on you, and on Lord Han. Do you think of me as a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment? Fear not. I simply wish to reconnect with my sister before I depart," Li Yi replied, finding their concern excessive. Hearing her say this, Yulin and Yuehua became even more anxious, as it clearly indicated the potential for trouble. Yulin, out of options, shot a glance at Yuehua, who reluctantly confessed, "Your Highness, you and the third princess have never been at peace since your first meeting. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Li Yi paused in her steps, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Heaven knows, she had always remained calm, yet somehow they invariably ended up in quarrels, which puzzled her greatly. "This time, I shall certainly not argue," she declared confidently. As a result, when she heard the sarcastic tone of Li Jingle, she exerted every ounce of strength to refrain from retorting, even though her fists had tightened. "I thought someone had arrived, but to my surprise, it was my elusive sister. What brings you here? Aren't you to wed tomorrow? Why abandon your ardent suitor to come here?" Li Yi feigned a smile, saying, "I was merely reminded of my sister. I heard that upon your return. You were eager to see me, but were turned away, which saddened me. I hope my sister is not too distressed." Hearing Li Yi's words, Yulin had grown accustomed to closing her eyes. Li Jingle, infuriated, exclaimed, "Li Yi, are you out of your mind? If you're ill, seek treatment. But do not unleash your madness upon me. Who do you think you are to believe I long for your company? Li Jingle, I am your sister. Are you truly unwilling to acknowledge our blood relation? My goodness, is it that you wish to deny the Emperor? I must inform him of your desire," Li Yi replied, her tone laced with feigned sorrow. Li Jingle, unable to counter with words, advanced menacingly, her nails aimed at Li Yi's neck. Li Yi recoiled sharply, saying, "Why resort to violence? Is your tongue rendered mute?" After her initial attempt failed, Li Jingle pressed forward, determined to vex the obstinate Li Yi. The latter felt a headache brewing. Was it not Li Jingle who instigated this quarrel? Ultimately, with no other recourse, she grasped Li Jingle's arm, insisting, "Enough of this nonsense. Tell me, did your people take the pearls from the crown I am to wear at my wedding? Is it merely to bully me that you come here? Let go of me if you dare, you shameless scoundrel," Li Jingle retorted. Upon hearing this, Li Yi released her grip, reasoning that if it wasn't Li Jingle, then it must be someone else. "If you've lost something, surely someone will assist you in retrieving it," she said, perceiving Li Jingle's foolishness. Li Yi, however, held a different opinion, declaring, "It was never my intention to cause such a commotion. Li Jingle, I am about to wed. Go ahead and marry. I am well aware of that. I have been utterly annoyed by you. Why not marry someone far away? I truly detest you. Just leave," she scoffed. Yet her gaze followed Li Yi as she exited the door. Lan Qing remarked, "Princess, are you reluctant to part with the eldest princess?" "Who would be reluctant? I would rather she leave. She is a constant source of annoyance. I truly do not understand how someone who grew up with us could act so oddly," Li Jingle replied, unsure herself of how much she had said, simply speaking her mind. Lan Qing observed from the side, recognizing that the third princess was indeed reluctant. Deep down, she envied the presence of a sister like the eldest princess. Noble ladies possessed diverse personalities, some gentle, others aloof, but all were elevated above the common folk. They said the eldest princess was peculiar, yet in the eyes of those beneath her, she was the finest of all, loyal, decisive, brimming with intriguing ideas, and bold, all while maintaining an air of harmony. Li Yi remained oblivious to their thoughts, inquiring of Yuehua, "Are you certain you have seen the third princess?" "Your Highness, I am certain. That individual claimed to be the third princess and bore the token of Fengrui Palace," Yuehua confirmed. Fengrui Palace was indeed where Jingle resided. Yet the actions of Li Jingle could not be denied. On her way back to the palace, Li Yi encountered the second princess, her younger sister, Li Yesan. Upon surveying her surroundings, she realized she had mistakenly entered Guangling Palace, which belonged to Yesan. Chapter 25, Reluctant Sister, Tomorrow You Shall Wed. and I wish for your harmonious union henceforth. Li Yi expressed her gratitude to Yeshan. The second princess beckoned one of her maids to step forward, stating, "My maid found a precious pearl on the way. I heard you were searching for it, and this must be it." Yuehua, prompted by Li Yi to confirm, approached and nodded, assuring her that it was indeed the lost pearl. What a delightful coincidence. Since it has been found, Yuehua, take it. Consider this your recompense. For it has drawn Yeshan out of her usual seclusion, Li Yi remarked. Hearing this, Li Yeshan smiled mildly. Sister, your words seem to imply a complaint against me. Not all. Yeshan prefers solitude, while my place tends to be more lively. Why would I ever complain about you? As they strolled together, their conversation flowed more freely than usual. Typically, their exchanges were limited to polite greetings when they met, with few words exchanged before returning to their respective quarters. Li Yi felt somewhat estranged from her relatives, save for the emperor, and given Yeshan's reserved nature, their interactions were often unpredictable. To bridge the silence, Li Yi initiated a topic. You have always favored this bamboo grove. I encountered a new species while outside recently. I shall arrange for someone to bring it to you. Thank you, dear sister. I seldom see the outside world and thought this was all there was. Discovering something new would be wonderful. Yeshan was earnest in her desire to cultivate a closer bond with Li Yi while harboring personal ambitions for her own future. Once, she had shut her eyes, reluctant to gaze beyond her confines. However, upon learning that Li Yi had ventured out for the sake of someone she cherished, she felt a tinge of envy, as if she glimpsed her own path through Li Yi's aspirations. Perceptively, Li Yi sensed Yeshan's hidden yearning. If you wish to step outside the palace, you can come to the princess's residence. I will take you to see. Can I truly? Yeshan hesitated. Why not? Li Yi responded, puzzled. Yeshan, if you can come, I will be most welcoming. Then, if I were to visit, I hope I would not be a burden to you. It was this concern that weighed on her mind. But Li Yi reassured her, not at all. I would welcome you, even if Jing Lu would join us. Everyone in the palace was aware of the tensions between Yeshan and Jing Lu. That Li Yi would extend such an invitation eased Yeshan's worries. As their conversation lingered into dusk, Yeshan suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. She had thought herself impervious to such feelings. Yet as she watched Li Yi step away from her bamboo grove, an inexplicable sadness enveloped her. Marriage should be a joyous occasion, yet she could not shake her sorrow. Later, on her wedding day, she would vaguely comprehend those emotions, realizing that she saw a reflection of herself in Li Yi, and she understood that she could never possess Li Yi's bravery. Li Yi, unable to find solace in sleep, wrestled with her own apprehensions while harboring a flicker of anticipation. As dawn broke, both Yulin and Yuehua arrived to rouse her from slumber, only to discover that Li Yi was already awake, sitting before the mirror, diligently arranging her hair. Yuehua inquired, Your Highness, did you not rest at all throughout the night? Li Yi replied, I intended to sleep, yet slumber evaded me. Yulin undertook the task of styling her hair, a privilege typically reserved for elders. However, due to the dowager's reluctance, the maidservant had no choice but to assist. She felt a tinge of regret. What difference does it make? The tradition of having an elder do the hair is merely a superstition meant to invoke good fortune. Does my having my hair done by you render it inauspicious? Yulin, finding humor in the situation, remarked, Your Highness, your reasoning is ever unique, suggesting that in your eyes, the world's logic holds little weight. That is not the case. My reasoning aligns with worldly wisdom. I maintain that the notion of not meeting before marriage is flawed. The rules set by humans can be disregarded. As Li Yi spoke, she examined the hair ornaments. Initially drawn to their beauty, she now found them cumbersome. Why? Yulin asked. They are too heavy, Li Yi complained, eliciting laughter from both Yulin and Yuehua. Yuehua commented, Your Highness, today's efforts are worthwhile. Besides these ornaments, you have a crown to wear. Very well, for my first grand wedding, I shall endure some discomfort. Otherwise, in a few years, I might forget this day. Li Yi mused. As Yulin skillfully secured the hair and adorned it with ornaments, she cautioned, There is no forgetting such a day, Your Highness. Such words should not be uttered lightly. Li Yi felt the weight of her head as it began to feel heavy. Isn't it said that life is unpredictable? I have a poor memory. If I forget, so be it. What is there to hide? Ultimately, I shall share a bridal chamber with Han Xian, performing the rites of Zhougong. That is all that matters. Yuehua, taken aback, blushed deeply. Your Highness, how bold you are. Li Yi chuckled, do not be shy. There is nothing inappropriate in speaking of it. Yulin teased, Your Highness, do tell us, what have you been secretly observing? At Yulin's question, Li Yi abruptly coughed, cough. What could I have been peeking at? Surely, you must have found nothing in your daily cleaning. Do not speak nonsense. Observing the princess's flustered demeanor, Yuehua admired Yulin's composure. I shall draw my own brows, Li Yi declared, taking the brush from Yulin and applying it herself. After shaping her brows and applying rouge, she set down the brush. Gazing into the mirror, she recognized herself, yet she appeared somewhat different than usual. Ah, it is my hair that is styled up. Yulin and Yuehua continued their bustling preparations, while other maidens assisted Li Yi in donning her wedding attire. Amidst the organized chaos, Han Xian was also making his way. Ganjia, how does this attire feel? Nanjia suggested, inadvertently grabbing a large red flower from in front of Han Xian. Han Xian swatted his hand away, admonishing him to remain still. What do you think? Having been rebuffed, Nanjia, unable to grasp the flower, instead slapped his own thigh, laughing, indeed, you must be overjoyed. With the honor of the gold list and the wedding night, you have captured 2 of life's 3 great joys. And the bride is none other than the most favored eldest princess. Indeed, your words ring true. Han Xian did not offer a rebuttal. His thoughts were wholly consumed by the imminent encounter with Li Yi, a yearning that emanated from the depths of his heart. He posed questions he would typically refrain from asking. Jiashi, do I look presentable in this manner? Are you curious? Come, let me examine you closely. Nan Jiashi, with an earnest demeanor, replied, let me put it this way. Soon we will be amidst a throng of people, and any exclamations will leave no doubt. They have already conveyed the answer to you. Yes, you look splendid. After an extensive conversation, Han Xian had anticipated something more profound, only to find that the crux of the matter lay in those last 2 words, which eased his previously taut nerves. I had intended to extol you as a rarity, a singular beauty in this world, he thought, yet Nan Jiashi could only conjure the simple praise of good-looking. Han Xian nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. At that moment, Yuehua joyfully entered from outside, exclaiming, Princess, hurry, the groom has arrived. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Yi inquired, Yulin, who does the emperor seek outside? The emperor, aware of Han Xian's literary prowess, had summoned several martial generals. Is there a ruckus outside? Are they competing in martial arts? Li Yi's voice trembled with anxiety, stemming from both the emperor's intimidation and her own hunger, having not eaten since the beginning of the day. Indeed, the leader among them is none other than the young master, renowned for his exceptional martial skills in Qingcheng, Yuehua replied, her face flushed with shyness. Upon hearing the name of the young master, Li Yi felt reassured, knowing he was a person of propriety who would never put others in a difficult position, and she assumed he would afford Han Xian the same consideration. However, she was mistaken. This time, the young master was acting under the emperor's decree, and Han Xian would not easily escape the challenge. Red envelopes, exclaimed the children blocking the doorway, eagerly demanding their gifts. Han Xian and the other scholars promptly distributed the prepared red envelopes, and the children, satisfied, opened a path for him. Just as Han Xian was about to advance further, the young master, accompanied by several others, obstructed their path, stating, if you wish to marry Rowan, you must accomplish a task. What must be done? Queried Han Xian. The young master replied, it is quite simple. Do you see the copper coin within that ring? You must shoot it in or sever the rope suspending it, allowing the coin to fall. He paused, noticing that Han Xian had spotted the target, and continued, we are not trying to make things difficult for you. After all, we all can manage this feat. If you aspire to be Rowan's husband, you must at least achieve this step. Han Xian had never trained in archery, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of the skill, and the target lay 100 meters away. Uncertain of his accuracy, he grasped the bow and attempted to draw the string, pulling it taut. All eyes were on him, waiting for his shot. And Ai Xiangming, aware of Han Xian's lack of expertise in archery, voiced his concern softly. Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for Ganjie? Hearing this, Nan Jiashur devised a clever solution, suggesting, Your Highness, since you have declared that it must be done, we need not be so rigid, shall we not? Why not allow us to take the shot? After all, you wouldn't wish for failure, especially with the princess waiting inside. The young master nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom of discretion. It would be embarrassing for Han Xian to truly fail before such a large audience. He silently reflected, Your Majesty, you would not wish for the princess to be put in an awkward position. This arrangement will suffice. Nan Jiashur was originally meant to be a princess's attendant, but as a precautionary measure, he accompanied Han Xian. Now, he proved to be quite useful. Observing Han Xian's bow, Nan Jiashur deftly took it and, while effortlessly knocking an arrow, remarked on the ease of the task. With a full draw, he struck a copper coin, and without pause, he knocked another arrow, severing the rope with precision. Excellent, exclaimed the people behind the young lord, all seasoned practitioners who could discern the nuances of depth and skill. The lord remarked, Were it not for Ruan's wedding today, I would have challenged you to a contest. Should you desire, I am always ready to oblige, Nan Jiashur replied, still limber and eager. Noted, the young lord said, remembering him. Yuehua had been observing the entire scene and hurriedly entered, announcing, Your Highness, Lord Han has passed the test. It is time for you to enter the sedan. Li Yi glanced at Yulin, who draped a red cloth over her head, advising, Be cautious, Your Highness. As she stepped out of the chamber, the young lord awaited her. He lifted her effortlessly onto his back, acting in place of the emperor as her familial guardian for this occasion. Li, it has been quite some time since we last met. I never expected you to carry me this time, she remarked. Li, the young lord, replied. You are still my sister. Chapter 26. The depth of the makeup inside the sedan, Li was enveloped in a sea of red. The sound of firecrackers echoing all around. The onlookers beheld a splendid procession stretching 10 miles, resplendent in its royal magnificence. The sight of the groom adorned with a large red flower was nothing short of breathtaking. How marvelous! They exclaimed, marveling at the stark contrast among individuals. The men recalled their own formidable wives, unable to suppress their chatter. Some married women, seeing the handsome groom with his eloquence, envied the princess. But upon reflecting on their own lackadaisical husbands, they felt disdain. Step down. Han Xian kicked aside the curtain of the sedan. Li grasped the red cloth he offered and carefully descended. Both moved cautiously, Li stepping over a fire basin, their embroidered ball swaying, revealing their shared nervousness. Upon reaching hall, they paused to honor the heavens and earth. Turning to face the assembly, they found the grand hall empty, only the ancestral tablets visible. Li and Han Xian bowed respectfully before the tablets. Couples bowed to each other. Facing one another, Li, perhaps a tad too eager, rose too quickly and collided with Han Xian, who was bending forward. The spectators chuckled warmly at this endearing moment. Han Xian's gaze softened with affection. Your Highness, Lord Han. No, Prince Consort. It is time to enter the bridal chamber, someone announced. Han Xian nodded, and Li quietly agreed. They were escorted to their chamber, where Han Xian held the veil, lifting it with care. Initially, he did not fully unveil her, instead lowering his head slightly to gaze at her, and Li instinctively leaned back. He caught a glimpse of her crimson lips, then lifted the veil further, revealing half her face. Han Xian's expression transformed into one of pure joy, and finally, he fully unveiled her. Li suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting, her arched brows captivating Han Xian, rendering him momentarily breathless. Yulin, standing nearby, chimed in dates, peanuts, longan, and melon seeds, wishing the couple a swift blessing of children and a harmonious union for 100 years. After exchanging auspicious words, the other palace maids offered melodious phrases to seek good fortune, and in turn, Han Xian rewarded them. Once the others had departed, only the two of them remained. Li felt a surge of excitement that left her at a loss for words. Han Xian approached with a cup of wedding wine, saying, My lady, it is time to drink the wedding wine. She thought to herself, should I now call you my husband? Although she could speak lightly in front of others. When a moment came, the words eluded her. Seeking to ease the tension, she reached for the cup, yet Han Xian halted her, instructing, This is how it should be done. He guided her arm over, wrapping his own around hers, asserting a couple should drink together. With him so close, Li Yi felt his gaze unwavering upon her, as if he were suppressing something. Anxious, she hurriedly drank, only to choke on the wine. Han Xian gently patted her back, advising, take your time, there's no rush. Li Yi thought to herself, this is all because of you, yet mustering her courage beneath Han Xian's gaze, she drank again. On the wedding night, we must perform the rites of Zhou Gong to complete our union, Han Xian said with a beaming smile. Li Yi's face flushed, asking, what must we do? Han Xian, with utmost seriousness, retrieved a small booklet from the chest she had brought, to which Li Yi protested in embarrassment. What do you need that for? Did you not read it before? Han Xian innocently replied, I believe such matters should be learned together. Do you think you know more than I? Li Yi retorted, standing to snatch the booklet from him. Han Xian did not resist, merely observing her as her expression shifted through embarrassment and frustration, until she finally relented. Fine, let us read it together. The ensuing moments were filled with whispered exchanges, the dim light casting a warm glow as the atmosphere thickened with intimacy. An exquisite time. It was spring. Outside, a cat mewed a few times, and soon the moon emerged from behind the clouds, illuminating the courtyard with a serene brightness. Peach blossoms quietly unfurled, their petals fluttering in the brisk wind, some already drifting to the ground, waiting for the servants to sweep them away come morning. The following day, no one disturbed Han Xian and Li Yi, allowing them to rise late. Han Xian opened his eyes, observing the arm draped over him, remaining still for a moment as he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Li Yi. She, groggy and half awake, noticed him watching and instinctively recoiled, but the wall hindered her retreat, prompting her to cover her face, believing that if she could not see him, it would suffice. Good morning, Han Xian said, pulling back her covers and reclining partially, revealing several scratches on his skin. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she remarked, good morning. You should put on your clothes. Han Xian complied, rising to don the new garments that had been laid out. Noticing that Li Yi remained in bed, he chuckled softly and stepped outside, granting her some space. As he departed, Li Yi finally lifted the quilt, donned the clothes set aside, and seated herself before the dressing table. Han Xian, estimating that she must be ready, re-entered to find Li Yi grasping a comb to tend to her hair. When I was young, I witnessed my mother styling her hair a few times. May I attempt it? Li Yi, feeling quite at ease, entrusted her hair to him, replying, precisely, I am still unaccustomed to this style. Before I grow accustomed, please comb my hair for me. At your command, Han Xian responded, his demeanor lively as he meticulously styled Li Yi's hair, his hands weaving through her strands. A thought flitted through Li Yi's mind about the things those hands had done upon her. What occupies your thoughts, my lady? Han Xian inquired, his fingers brushing against her earlobe, causing it to flush crimson. He was well aware of this change, yet teased her nonetheless. Do not inquire in such a manner. Li Yi stammered, observing his teasing smile, clearly intent on provoking her. Be wary, for I might just hold you accountable. Indeed, I have erred, I beg for your pardon. My princess, he replied, suppressing his mirth. From a mirror, Li Yi could not discern Han Xian's expression, but the tone of his voice hinted at a hint of annoyance. Their respective positions were indeed immutable. Though they were now married, a hierarchical relationship still lingered. Li Yi pondered that she ought to be mindful of Han Xian's feelings, as he would soon become the prince consort. Within the court, the prince consort often held a peripheral role. Previously, Han Xian had been a figure of prominence, yet now he would likely reside in the shadows. Han Xian, perceiving her expression, sighed and remarked, my lady, I am not angry. There is no need for such caution in my presence. Then why were you silent just now? Li Yi did not voice the rest of her thoughts, merely gazing at him with a sense of grievance. Han Xian bent down, took up an eyebrow pencil, and patiently began to apply it, saying, I was lost in thought. It was my fault, and I apologize. Li Yi felt her tension ease as one of Han Xian's hands cupped her face. If I err, my lady, please do not endure it silently. I shall amend my ways. And in private, do not refer to yourself as a subject. Very well. Li Yi considered Han Xian's impending role as a figure of leisure, albeit one tasked with patrolling the streets. Yet, In Qingcheng, officials and noble families were ubiquitous. If you encounter any grievances, act in my name. Who would dare offend the princess of Ngua? Understood. One final matter, Han Xian said, gazing into her eyes as if peering into her soul. What is it? Do not cast your eyes upon other young ladies. Li Yi boldly voiced the sentiment she had long harbored. Previously, she had deemed it improbable, but now she felt entitled to express it. Very well, Han Xian chuckled. What shall I do? I have a wife who is prone to jealousy. My colleagues will surely find amusement in this. Li Yi shot him a sidelong glance, declaring, that is merely their envy. They covet a wife like me and cannot attain one. Indeed, my wife is virtuous and rare among women. How fortunate am I? Han Xian proclaimed, his face aglow with joy, prompting Li Yi to smile in return. My husband possesses great talent, and his declarations of love are unlike those of others. I am utterly at a loss. Within the span of 3 days of marriage, they were inseparable and found great delight in one another's company. On the 3rd day, Li Yi was set to return to the palace, where the emperor had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. As for the empress dowager, she claimed to be heartbroken by Li Yi and expressed her unwillingness to see her again. True to her word, she did not attend Li Yi's wedding nor accept her audience. The emperor presumed that Li Yi would feel disheartened, yet she remained entirely unaffected, ironically echoing the empress dowager's previous remark about her being a white-eyed wolf. You may all leave. I wish to converse with my elder sister, he commanded, which naturally included Han Xian. Once they had departed, Li Yi remarked, On, avoid them. What would you like to say? Sister, has Han Xian treated you well? The emperor inquired, suddenly realizing the implications of his question. How could he dare to treat you poorly? Li Yi gently placed her hand on his and patted it, replying, On, your concern for me brings me joy. Indeed, Han Xian has treated me exceptionally well, without the slightest disrespect. Are you satisfied to hear this? Li Wen nodded eagerly, affirming yes. After exchanging a few more words, Li Yi recognized that he had matters to discuss with Han Xian and, being considerate, said, Since you need to converse with him on serious matters, there is no need to explain to me. I shall step out and summon Han Xian. Noticing that Li Wen still seemed to have more to say, Li Yi added, I also wish to chat with my younger sisters. Do not disturb us. With that, he finally allowed her to leave. Ganjia, the emperor wishes to speak with you. Please go in. I shall remain here with my sisters in my palace. Once you are finished, come find me. Understood, Han Xian replied as he entered to meet the emperor. Seeing a familiar face, Li Yi called over a servant holding tea. Xiaoyinzi, I need your assistance with a small task that will not trouble you. If you can overhear their conversation, please report back to me. Of course, do not feel compelled. Simply share what you can. With her words, Xiaoyinzi readily agreed. Yes, your highness. Chapter 27. The announcement Li Yi's marriage had a significant impact on Li Yeshan and Li Jingle. Firstly, the Empress Dowager was actively seeking suitable suitors for them, fearing they might follow Li Yi's example and recklessly arrange their own futures. However, this was merely her own wishful thinking, as Li Yeshan and Li Jingle were not in a hurry. Whenever Li Jingle encountered Li Yi, she seldom offered a pleasant demeanor and expressed her grievances regarding this matter, questioning why Li Yi did not heed the Empress Dowager's counsel. Li Yeshan, on the other hand, was more resigned, knowing that such a day would inevitably come. She did not enjoy the same level of attention from the emperor as Li Yi did, and, consequently, her future marriage would likely involve little choice, as the Empress Dowager would dictate her fate. Li Yi, observing their situation, felt at a loss for words. After all, she was not born of the Empress Dowager. They were. To put it bluntly, the Empress Dowager treated them with far more leniency than she did herself, meaning she would impose stricter constraints on them than on Li Yi. Enough, I should not share this with you. You do not understand. We cannot be as carefree as you, doing as we please, Li Jingle lamented, regretting her outburst. Jingle, do not speak so. Elder sister has done nothing wrong. There is no need to vent your anger, Li Yeshan said calmly. Li Jingle was in a foul mood, and naturally, anyone who spoke against her would receive a sharp retort. It seemed you thought that way. She used to loiter in your bamboo grove every day, indifferent to anything else. But now she adeptly delivered her sarcastic remarks. This is merely your perception, I do not share it, Li Yeshan said gloomily, clearly irritated by her words. Li Yi hoped they would not argue in her presence. It was a rare occasion for them to sit together. Couldn't they engage in more delightful conversation? They always seemed to be at odds. Li Jingle remained silent, and Li Yeshan followed suit. Li Yi sighed, acknowledging that her situation was indeed different from theirs. Yet if they faced any difficulties, she would not turn a blind eye. Gradually, the tense atmosphere among them began to ease. Li Yi recounted her thrilling experience outside, describing a moment when a wolf leapt upon her, its claws leaving a deep gash on her shoulder. Fortunately, she did not yield. She clung fiercely to a broken blade and plunged it into the wolf. They listened, both frightened and feeling the distance of the tale. Observing that they were engaged, Li Yi pointed to her shoulder, continuing, "The wound is here. Now, it is hardly visible." That wolf was larger than my entire body, its ravenous eyes fixated on me, ready to devour me. I shut my eyes in terror. As Li Yi became animated in her storytelling, she failed to notice their shift from silence to exchanging glances. "However, you see me standing here in good health. It is a stroke of luck, and at that moment, someone saved me with a single arrow that vanquished the wolf. I can still vividly recall the look in its eyes. I have not shared this with anyone." Finally, Li noticed their strange demeanor and felt a chill down her spine, quickly turning her head. Li Wen and Han Xian stood behind her, with Li Wen maintaining a serious expression, urging, "Continue. I seldom hear such stories, and I wish to hear more." Upon hearing this, Li Yi realized he had likely heard enough already. Rare tales draw listeners. She chuckled awkwardly. "I did not wish for this to come to light, which is why I didn't allow Yulin to share with others, only to find myself recounting it and being overheard. Is that so? Why not share a few more similar stories?" Li Wen appeared annoyed, unwilling to let Li Yi meander, directly questioning Yulin about what had transpired. "Speak plainly." Li Yi signaled to Han Xian to devise a plan. Han Xian sincerely shook his head. He too was eager to learn the details of the incident, feeling anger towards Li Yi for her concealment. Yet his frustration stemmed from his own feelings. Though he had harbored suspicions at the time, his mindset then was vastly different from the present. Yulin at that moment could no longer withhold the truth and recounted everything candidly. Once Li Wen finished listening, he turned to leave. The others dared not impede him. Li hurried after him, saying, "One, it's nothing serious. See, I am perfectly fine now. Nothing went awry, did it? There is no need to be angry over something that has already passed, is there?" Li Wen walked briskly, responding, "Oh, such a significant matter. And you did not inform me?" He moved quickly, and Li Ying nearly lost pace, grabbing hold of him, saying, "Yes, I did not tell you. Precisely because of your current demeanor, I did not wish to alarm you. I know you are upset. And are you not about to take it out on Yulin and the others? It was my fault. You ought to direct your anger towards me rather than others." She spoke in one breath, reluctant to acknowledge that Awen's kindness towards her felt like being held aloft, making it impossible for her to descend. Li Wen experienced a sentiment akin to that of the Empress Dowager. Indeed, Li Yi had changed. He gazed at her with a shadowed expression, silent. Noticing his demeanor, Li Yi implored, "Your Majesty, it was my sister's fault." At such moments, Li Yi acquiesced to him, which was the reason their relationship remained harmonious after all these years, regarding him as family while also treating him as the sovereign. "Elder sister, do not act this way in the future. Please tell me. All right?" "Very well." Li Yi smiled, lifting Li Wen's spirits as well, as Han Xian and Li Yi prepared to return to the princess's residence. It was not until they exited the palace gates and boarded the carriage that Li Yi sighed with relief. Observing her furrowed brow, Han Xian inquired, "What did His Majesty say?" Li Yi shook her head in response, "Nothing of consequence. Since the Emperor's ascension, their conflicts had become more frequent, and An was no longer someone she needed to protect. By the way, how did your conversation with His Majesty go?" Li Yi asked him in turn. Han Xian replied, "Just minor matters. His Majesty informed me about the city's factions, so I won't be caught off guard." "I see. That makes sense. It is essential to clarify such things." Li Yi harbored no suspicions, as he would soon be interacting regularly with those individuals, and thus refrained from further comment. The weather gradually warmed, leading to increased activity in the city, with people bustling about more frequently. Li Yi often found herself at the princess's residence or at Han's house, primarily because Han Xian frequently returned late, often spending the night wherever he happened to be. With much leisure time on her hands and Han Xian's busy schedule, Li Yi sought to occupy herself. Today, she was accompanied by Yuehua, while Yulin had other matters to attend to. Yuehua looked ahead and remarked, "Princess, you are married now. How can you come here?" "It is precisely because I am married that I can visit," Li Yi retorted. "Otherwise, do you think I would have delayed my arrival? I heard there are various amusements here, a fascinating place that this princess simply cannot miss." Yuehua trembled as she replied, "But this is not a proper place for respectable individuals." Li Yi had chanced upon this establishment during a previous visit. The current dynasty prohibited illegal enterprises. The unremarkable exterior of the building concealed its true nature, for upon venturing further, one would find a vast space filled with treasures rumored to have been unearthed from underground. Noticing Yuehua's expression of impending doom, Li gave her a playful nudge, saying, "Your princess merely wishes to observe. I shall not engage in anything untoward." "Why such a countenance?" "Princess, these items were all excavated from there." "It is ominous," Yuehua protested, doing her best to avoid the nearby objects, closely following Li Yi. "If there were issues, they lay not with the objects but with the people. Look at them. Each one is exceedingly cautious." It is indeed intriguing to see individuals engaged in such activities while still yearning for longevity. Thus, whether one believes or not, it all pertains to human nature. Li Yi mused, claiming to merely be there for a look, though that was merely a comforting lie for Yuehua. In truth, she sought something specific. It was said that skilled individuals from the common folk frequented this place, and if fortune favored her, she might just encounter one. As Li Yi was about to proceed, a frail voice from the side called out to her, "Say, miss, would you care to take a look? The items I possess are treasures you have never encountered before." Initially, Li Yi had no intention of engaging, but a casual glance at the so-called treasures left her momentarily astounded. Although she had never seen such objects, they felt strangely familiar to her. She pointed to one of them and inquired, "What is this?" "This is something I discovered years ago in the Imperial Palace." "Are you interested in it, miss?" He lifted the object she had indicated, which resembled a wooden tablet, but was composed of an unfamiliar material. Li Yi did not express her interest. She merely regarded him and remarked, "Years ago, in the Imperial Palace, you appear to have lived a remarkably vibrant life. Even in your twilight years, you see me as an old man, yet I am merely at the age of understanding fate," he replied. "In my youth, I was quite the playful spirit. Not just the palace, but any place you can think of, I have visited." Genuinely curious, Li Yi asked, "Have you been to the other side of the sea?" "Indeed," he replied, chuckling at her incredulous expression. "But what of it, miss? Everywhere is populated, and, aside from appearances, there is no distinction." Skeptical yet intrigued, Li Yi gazed at the tablet in his hand, a voice within her urging her to take it. "Old man, how much for this?" Yuehua whispered, "Princess, didn't you say you were merely browsing? It's truly just a look. Inquiring won't hurt," Li Yi softly retorted. The old man held up 3 fingers, stating, "This is the price." Li Yi queried, 3 taels of silver?" He shook his head. 30 taels of silver?" She received the same response. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed, "Old man, you are asking exorbitantly. Do you mean to say 300 taels? What value is there in this tablet? Who besides me would desire it?" The old man replied, "I do not seek much from you, miss. 3 copper coins will suffice." "Then so be it, Yuehua. Pay him," Li Yi instructed. As Yuehua retrieved the coins for the old man, Li Yi grasped the enigmatic tablet, which bore no inscriptions. The moment it was in her possession, it felt as though it was destined for her, and she effortlessly draped it around her neck. As the old man watched them depart, he cryptically remarked, "The erased words shall soon resurface, and the object will return to its rightful place." Yuehua, displeased, said, "Princess, this place is unsafe. It would be wise not to return." "Perhaps I may not be able to return at all," Li Yi mused, hiding around a corner as she observed officials encircling the area. "Why is it that upon my arrival, this place is sealed off?" While walking down the street, she pondered the situation, yet no conclusions came to her. "Master, the tablet has reached the princess's hands." "I understand. Do other families know of this matter?" "Messengers have already been dispatched." "Very well, this This is indeed splendid. Chapter 28. I shall oversee this matter. Han Xian had been covertly executing the emperor's orders. On the surface, he appeared to be a leisurely prince consort, engaged in daily patrols, yet it was a position rife with opportunity, as the street assigned to him was frequented by numerous taverns and often witnessed disturbances, necessitating good relations with the local authorities. Yet another sleepless night ensued as Han Xian devoted himself to organizing the information he had gathered, remaining awake until the break of dawn. Resolving not to seek further rest, he meandered onto the streets in the early morning light. Upon seeing Han Guang and Han Yi standing nearby, he glanced at the sun, pondering whether he might be late. Han Xian remained silent, continuing to walk forward, prompting them to discreetly follow in his wake. After a while, several soldiers clad in official attire approached, greeting him with a hint of surprise. "Your Highness, why are you here so early today?" Their intention was evidently to make a favorable impression on Han Xian. Yet they were taken aback to find him awake even before them. Confusion clouded their minds as they wondered why this prince, who typically adhered to a strict schedule, was already present. "Let us begin," Han Xian stated, clearly disinterested in conversation, prompting them to obediently follow behind as they commenced their patrol. Morning patrols usually encountered little disturbance, and Han Xian completed his rounds swiftly. He recalled that it had been several days since he had last seen Li Yi. He had previously instructed Han Yi to inform her of his intention to spend the night at Han Manor. He inquired, "How is the princess faring?" Han Yi replied, "My lord, the princess returned to the manor just before the hour of the rat yesterday. When I saw her, she said little, only advising you to take care of your health." Something felt amiss to Han Xian upon hearing this. Had it been anyone else, he would have sent someone to investigate thoroughly, but in the case of Li Yi, his wife, he could only speculate. "I shall return home tonight," he mused to himself. Before he could rest, he noticed traces of certain individuals, although he remained unaware of their intentions or identities. Han Xian listened for a time to the interrogation taking place at the government office, where the person being questioned was revealing the origins of his possessions, most of which were ambiguous, with some he could not even articulate. Just as Han Xian believed the matter was concluding, he heard a description of an individual that struck a chord of familiarity. The lady wore garments adorned with golden embroidery, unmistakably indicative of high status. "We all wish to present her with our wares, but she proceeded directly to the stall owner you are inquiring about. I observed from a distance as they engaged in a transaction, though I could not discern the specifics of what was exchanged. Moreover, the lady appeared quite youthful, and her attendant was clad in fine fabric as well." As they spoke, Han Xian felt an increasing sense of recognition, realizing that such discreet individuals were rare. Concluding that there was no further valuable information to glean, he decided to disengage from the conversation. Upon exiting the building, Han Guang asked, "My lord, where are you headed?" "Home," Han Xian replied, contemplating how Li Yi had unwittingly revealed her recent activities to him. He awaited her explanation as to why she had ventured there and what transaction had transpired. "What is this?" Li questioned, removing a pendant from around her neck to present it to him. Han Xian examined the object, recognizing it was no ordinary wood and pondering its significance. Why did those individuals entrust this to you, Yi? Given the array of peculiar items available, you must not fear the malevolent energies associated with them. Why then, did you choose to purchase this? Upon realizing what Han Xian had in mind, she remarked, "It seems familiar. I can't shake the feeling that it rightfully belongs to me. That peculiar vendor only charged me 3 copper coins." In conclusion, she subtly boasted about her perceived bargain. Knowing it was strange, did she not feel apprehensive? Han Xian found himself both amused and exasperated. If he dares to sell it, I shall certainly dare to buy it. The world is rife with oddities, most of which stem from a lack of understanding. If I were to shy away from every peculiarity, that would not be in my nature. After Li Yi's boastful declaration, she noticed Han Xian's displeased expression and lowered her voice, inquiring, "So, what do you find objectionable?" Han Xian returned the item to her, stating, "It is wise to exercise caution in such matters. Since you have said as much, I shall certainly be cautious." It had been a while since they had shared an intimate moment. As Li Yi soaked in the bath, she pondered whether Han Xian would engage in such activities that evening. She was not particularly keen on it, but she had heard that such actions were essential to demonstrate a strong marital bond. Sensing her thoughts, Han Xian entered the bathing area, dismissing Yulin, rolling up his sleeves and wielding a large wooden ladle to pour water over her. "Yulin, why are you so quiet today?" he asked, his voice warm. Startled, Li Yi submerged herself momentarily before turning to find Han Xian preparing to bathe her. "Why did you come in? Where is Yulin? Did you send her away?" "Yes," he replied, his vantage point offering an unobstructed view of her, though he chose not to comment on it, instead asking, "Shall we continue?" Li Yi instinctively shook her head, but then nodded, saying, "Isn't this scene reminiscent of the pamphlet?" Upon seeing Han Xian nod, she skeptically inquired, "You don't intend to try each scenario, do you? That might be difficult. Some scenarios are rather extreme." "How brazen of you! Who would have thought that the so-called gentleman is, in fact, quite audacious?" As she spoke, Han Xian stepped closer. That night, Li Yi lost all sense of her surroundings, overwhelmed by the heat of the water and the sweat that enveloped her. There is nothing that a good sleep cannot remedy. Perhaps we should add a meal to that, she mused, awakening the next morning ravenous, calling out for Yulin to fetch her some pastries. Yu Hua, responsible for cleaning, noticed the puddle of water by the wooden tub and pondered the intensity of the previous night's activities between the princess and the prince. However, having never witnessed such a scene firsthand, she could not fully imagine it. Han Xian waited until Li Yi had finished her soup before taking his leave, leaving her alone in the princess's residence. Just as Li Yi thought it would be another idle day, the steward entered, saying, "Your Highness, there are visitors seeking you." This steward had been appointed by Han Xian, possessing ample experience after the previous owner returned to their homeland, while the steward's family remained in Qingshan, thus becoming the steward of the princess's household. Their relationship was one of employment rather than servitude. "Uncle Song, who has arrived?" Li Yi inquired. "One is a lady from the Tian family, and the other is from the Wang family." "Tian family, Wang family," Li Yi murmured, realizing who they were. "Let them in." As soon as Li Yi laid eyes on them, she almost failed to recognize them, primarily due to the fact that the daughter of the Tian family had become exceedingly thin. With the departure of that temper, she appeared quite frail. "The commoner pays her respects to your highness," they said upon entering, performing a courteous bow, which Li Yi graciously dismissed. "Please have a seat. It has been quite a while. Allow me to take a good look at you." Among them was the legitimate daughter of the Wang family, Zhong, who had undergone little change. She remarked, upon hearing that the princess had returned, "I was eager to pay my respects. However, Pinghui had been unwell recently. Now that she is feeling better, I encouraged her to come out for some fresh air, and naturally, I thought of the princess, feeling it imperative to meet you." Li Yi found her reasoning sound and replied, "You are absolutely right. It ought to be this way. I must apologize, for I, too, should be visiting the sick rather than having the sick come to see me." "Your Highness is mistaken. I am not a patient," Tian Pinghui interjected. "I'm not yet at death's door." Li Yi perceived an underlying implication in her words, but chose not to delve further. Since they were present, in addition to catching up, it was evident they had matters to discuss. With few friends, she regarded them as cherished companions. Should her friends encounter difficulties, she would offer assistance if she could. Seeing that Tian Pinghui had grown silent, Wang Zheng felt compelled to speak on her behalf. "Your Highness, Pinghui has a fiancé, but ever since the incident, his family has sought to sever the engagement. Pinghui, of course, would not pursue the matter, but to avoid the stigma of appearing to take advantage of her misfortune, they insisted that she withdraw from the engagement herself. Although Pinghui understood and complied, the rumors proliferated, branding her as improper and suggesting that guilt had compelled her to end the engagement. Is this not a cruel indignity for her? In truth, she had not finished her thought. One could surmise that the family of the fiancé had likely placed Pinghui on their blacklist, leaving her at risk of a solitary life. Such slander against a woman's reputation could not possibly arise without the machinations of someone behind the scenes. Li Yi had investigated the origin of her own unfortunate rumors and had come to understand the trajectory of such gossip. Li Yi attentively listened to Wang Zheng's account, eager to hear Pinghui's perspective on the matter, and thus remained silent. Initially, after the Tian family's misfortunes, I was in a daze, uncertain of how to proceed. When I finally came to terms with the reality, my fiancé's family sent someone to discuss the dissolution of our engagement. I had anticipated this outcome. I knew I could not be the one to initiate the withdrawal. At the very least, it should not fall upon me to end it. However, their demeanor incensed me, and I contemplated threatening them, intending to expose their betrayal to solidify their reputation for being faithless. Yet, I soon realized that my attempts were no match for theirs. They turned the tables, defaming me instead. I wished to put an end to it, but initially I had entertained improper thoughts. Now, I genuinely find myself at a loss. Resigned to the situation. Ping Hui's account differed slightly from Zheng's. The latter was unaware of this particular twist. Why did you not share this with me? Zheng asked. Sister Zheng, you have already been so kind to me. How could I burden you with such thoughts? I feared it would tarnish your ears. After listening to their exchange, Li Yi understood everything clearly. The fiancé had presumed Ping Hui to be easily manipulated, not realizing she possessed the capacity to turn the tables on him. Nevertheless, dealing with a woman still seemed manageable to him. Indeed, this betrothed of yours is rather petty. To malign a young woman in such a manner is truly questionable. Ping Hui, your feelings are entirely understandable, especially since you did not anticipate their actions to be so extreme. It is hardly the mark of a gentleman for your fiancé to hastily sever ties. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter. I am curious to uncover what this scoundrel, who preys upon defenseless women, is truly concealing. Li Yi has agreed to this course of action. Chapter 29. Wu Shuang, Garden, Your Highness. Shall we simply wait? Should we not allow the prince to investigate? I promise to handle this myself, so I shall indeed see it through. The murmur of conversation emerged from the thicket, where Yulin crouched beside Li Yi. However, we have been waiting for quite some time, and not a single soul has emerged from within. Those who aspire to greatness must possess patience. Yet, it is peculiar. Not even a servant has ventured out to procure supplies. Do they truly lack nothing? Li Yi had garnered some life experience during her time in Wuqian Town. In families such as these, one typically either sends someone out to gather provisions or awaits merchants who come to deliver. Tian Ping Hui's former fiancé bears the surname Zhang and is named Zhang Liao, being the third son in his family. His father, like the Tian family, holds a fifth-rank official title, having risen from humble beginnings. Nevertheless, compared to the well-established Tian clan, the Zhang family still falls short. Your Highness, someone approaches, Yulin whispered, prompting Li Yi to quiet down and observe the unfolding scene. Young master, it is midday. Someone may see us, remarked a servant. I act with a clear conscience. If they see me, so be it, declared the young master, who, in his impatience, kicked the servant and exclaimed, Why do you not step aside for me? Be careful, or I shall withhold your wages this month. Please, young master, do not. I rely on this payment, the servant implored. Satisfied, the young master strode out, stating, I'm off to meet a fair maiden. Remember, do not divulge our affairs to just anyone. Discernment is key. Yes, yes. You speak wisely, young master. I shall keep this in mind, the servant replied eagerly. Once they departed, Yulin inquired, Your Highness, shall we follow them? Quickly, present the portrait. Let us see if he is indeed Zhang Liao, Li Yi instructed. Yulin retrieved the image from his back and held it up for comparison with the figure ahead. Indeed, it must be him. He favors white garments, has a pleasant visage, and his height aligns perfectly, Yulin observed, stifling a laugh as she reflected on the artist's skill, noting how the painting portrayed a celestial being entirely disconnected from reality. Let us proceed, Li Yi urged. As they attempted to enter the courtyard where the men had gone, they were halted at the entrance. This is not a place for you. Please turn back, the guard stated. But how is it that those men were permitted entry? Li Yi countered, refusing to accept the ridiculous notion that women were unwelcome in such places, especially when the doors were open for business. You are correct. The young servant had intended to explain, but hesitated, feeling awkward. My lady, our dealings are not public. You may enter only with an invitation from the owner. Who is your master? Li Yi pressed, wondering if there were influential figures in Qingsheng of whom she was unaware. Before the young servant could respond, someone emerged slowly from within, declaring, It is I. Li Yi was the first to hear a familiar sound, and as he approached, he finally discerned the face before him. handsome and imposing. In surprise, he exclaimed, "Ko Shinrue?" Upon receiving a nod from him, Li Yi took a few steps closer, inquiring, "When did you come to Qingsheng? Is Tsang Lu unable to accommodate you any longer?" The tone of his voice revealed a lingering unwelcomeness, whereas before, there had been some pretense of cordiality, now even that had evaporated. Ko Shinrue muttered a soft complaint, though it was audible enough for Li Yi to hear. Having once been engaged to Ko Shinrue, Li Yi wished to avoid reminiscing about the past. With pressing matters at hand, he asked, "Is there such a place in Qingsheng?" "Indeed." "Very well, lead me inside. I have some matters to attend to." Ko Shinrue replied with a smile. "You certainly aren't shy, are you? After all, we do share some fond memories. Given your frosty demeanor, I might reconsider granting you entry." Li Yi glared at him, retorting, "What fondness? Spare me nonsense. I am now a married woman. Furthermore, since this is your domain, would you dare prevent me from entering?" "Exactly. This is the familiar you I know. You were far too reasonable just now. Honestly, why did you marry? You ought to enjoy life on your own." Ko Shinrue clapped his hands, his expression one of mockery, which made Li Yi want to strike him. He remained as insufferably shameless as ever. Ultimately, Li Yi entered, deliberately ignoring Ko Shinrue's scrutinizing gaze, and calmly chose a seat near Zhang Liao. The garden was designed with twin rows, separated by an opaque curtain, aptly named Wushuang Garden. It was merely a venue for nobility to sip tea and appreciate music. After observing for some time, Li noted that Zhang Liao was merely engaging in conversation with someone nearby, nothing particularly remarkable. Though Ko Shinrue was the host, it seemed that the others were oblivious to his presence. When Li Yi inquired about this peculiarity, he replied, "Isn't it rather mysterious?" Noticing Li Yi's exasperated expression, he added benevolently, "By the way, you aren't developing a crush on him, are you? After a few years apart, how could your taste have diminished so?" To which Li Yi retorted, "Do you think it's only you?" Looking a few times equates to affection. After realizing her response, she questioned, "What do you mean by we? Apart from you, who else?" "Oh dear, I slipped up. Best left unsaid. Some matters are better left unknown." Ko Shinrue exaggeratedly covered his mouth, his eyes glinting with mischief. Li Yi found it impossible to discern his intentions. 8 out of 10 of his statements were dubious. Should she press him for more information? Shaking her head, she signaled her disinterest, as there were more pressing concerns to address. "Yulin, let us move forward and sit a little closer." Initially, she had hesitated, fearing that proximity would draw attention, yet remaining distant left her unable to hear anything. She was eager to uncover what Zhang Liao was discussing. Seeing her unwavering determination to leave, Ko Shinrue felt somewhat helpless. Why not ask a few more questions? Perhaps he would reveal something. However, noticing her genuine interest in that individual, Ko Shinrue took a few more glances, finding him somewhat familiar. It appeared he had frequently met with Miss Xie in recent days. "Miss Xie? Which Xie family?" Li Yi inquired of Ko Shinrue, who had mistakenly believed that she could hear his innermost thoughts. It turned out he had inadvertently voiced what was on his mind. After much effort, Li Yi managed to ask him a question, and he felt a sense of pride, preparing to weave a tale filled with twists and turns. However, sensing the impending lengthy discourse, Li Yi interjected, urging him to be succinct and stating, "I did not come here to hear a story. Simply tell me who this Miss Xie is and why she is meeting with Zhang Liao." Caught off guard by her abrupt interruption, Ko Shinrue initially thought her lacking in romantic sensitivity, but upon noticing her fierce gaze, he opted for honesty. "It is merely a matter of romantic entanglement. A talented gentleman and a beautiful lady sitting together are bound to develop feelings. The Xie family is renowned for their wealth, and their daughter is a paragon of beauty, sought after by many suitors this year." He paused for a moment and continued, "However, this Miss Xie is rather discerning, rejecting those from families of commerce like her own. The individuals I associate with are of esteemed lineage, and Miss Xie has come here, expressing her desire to choose for herself, a quality that bears some resemblance to you. It is indeed rare for her parents to grant her such autonomy." Li Yi sighed in admiration before asking, "So, Zhang Liao has caught her eye?" "That man is indeed Zhang Liao," Ko Shinrue replied, revealing that he had only just learned the name. "He is, and he is not. Look around. Everyone here desires a conversation with Miss Xie, yet it is true that she holds a certain affection for Zhang Liao. Look, here comes Miss Xie, Li Yi remarked, turning her gaze to see someone approaching from across a distance, separated by a layer. She then asked Ko Xinrui, "Have you ever seen her face?" "Never. She always appears veiled. Unlike you, who boldly shows yourself before marriage," Ko Xinrui commented, without a hint of sarcasm. Although the Qing dynasty has become somewhat more liberal, the principle of modesty in gender interactions remains deeply ingrained, and thus, respectable ladies adhere strictly to decorum. Li Yi, possessing a rebellious spirit, viewed these conventions merely as constraints to be broken. The more society dictated the behavior of women, the less inclined she was to conform. Her willingness to unveil herself was but a trivial act among many. "My beauty is meant to be admired. After all, you are able to gaze upon it. Yet you do not repent for tarnishing a woman's virtue," she retorted. Ko Xinrui found himself at a loss for words, lamenting, "I am genuinely curious about what kind of extraordinary presence Han Xian possesses to have captured your interest." "Your concern is unnecessary," Li Yi responded, just as she overheard Miss Xie requesting a private conversation with Zhang Liao. She decided against further banter with Ko Xinrui and urged him to find a discreet spot to eavesdrop. "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Ko Xinrui raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "I shan't cause you any trouble, so rest assured, I know my limits," Li Yi reassured him, insisting he should not fret. Seeing her resolute intent to eavesdrop, Ko Xinrui acquiesced, arranging for a place where she could remain inconspicuous, thereby preserving her dignity as a lady. Li Yi acknowledged his rare consideration with a look of appreciation. "There is no need for such formality. I understand your intentions," Ko Xinrui remarked, departing with a final instruction to the servant, to fulfill any further requests they might have. Li Yi and Yulin listened for a long time as the two exchanged heartfelt confessions, evoking a sense of romanticism akin to that of star-crossed lovers. However, with each passing moment, Li Yi's expression grew darker, for amidst their conversation, she discerned a troubling truth. It became evident that Zhang Liao had become acquainted with Miss Xie during his marriage to Tian Pinghui. While this revelation alone might not have seemed significant, it was the subsequent inquiry from Miss Xie regarding the resolution of the engagement that piqued Li Yi's concern. She asked if the rumors had garnered any believers. Zhang Liao asserted that the matter had been settled, claiming that Tian Pinghui would no longer pose a threat. At that moment, Li Yi felt a sense of unease. Just as she was about to rush in and confront the heartless pair with her indignation, Yulin restrained her, saying, "Princess, remain calm. I wish I could. But what are they saying?" To them, the honor of a woman appears utterly trivial, and their actions are supposedly in the name of love. Li Yi felt a surge of anger, yet the intensity of her frustration rendered her speechless. Yulin advised, "Your Highness, let us wait a moment longer to hear what they say next." Chapter 30. Exaggerated rumors. Li Yi decided to bide her time, eager to discover what further outrageous remarks might emerge. Zhang Liao spoke, "Inger, we now await your parents' approval. Let us not be hasty. I have already gauged their sentiments. Though they are not entirely pleased with you, should you present yourself favorably, they may consent to our union." Xiang replied, "If it were not for Tian Pinghui's meddling, we would not find ourselves in such a predicament." Zhang Liao expressed his frustration. "Indeed, it is quite vexing." Xiang smiled. "You must consider, had she not created such a disturbance, your marriage would not have been so easily dissolved. Initially, we were devoid of hope. True, in that sense, she has inadvertently done us a favor." Zhang Liao recalled how his father had been intent on forging an alliance with the Tian family, arranging his engagement to Tian Pinghui. Yet his heart belonged solely to her. Words caught in his throat. He felt that they had finally reached this juncture and could not afford to let it slip away. With tearful eyes, Xie Ying responded, "Zhang Lang, I have always known and have been waiting for you." The depth of their shared suffering and joy resonated, while outside, Li Yi's patience waned. Given her prior acquaintance with Tian Pinghui, a kind-hearted girl, she found it impossible to tolerate the sight of the couple inside. "Yulin, go summon the members of the Xie and Zhang families. Inform them that the moral fabric of society is deteriorating, and some are engaging in disgraceful conduct. I wish to ensure that those who spread these rumors experience the weight of public scorn. She added, and bring Pinghui here as well. She deserves to witness this. Initially reluctant to act excessively, Li Yi felt compelled to intervene, for it was clear that the two inside did not recognize the gravity of their wrongdoings. Understood. Yu Lin replied promptly and shortly thereafter returned, stating, Your Highness, they are on their way. Excellent. Li Yi kicked open the door, meeting the bewildered gazes of the couple. I am here to find someone. My apologies, I seem to have entered the wrong room. Despite her words, she did not move an inch. Zhang Liao, unwilling to lose face in front of Xia Ying, hesitated, but after a moment of silence, he asked, Why do you linger? I'm not seeking you. Upon hearing this, Li Yi retorted as a throng of people arrived outside. The individuals you seek are right here. Li Yi observed for a while, ready to intervene should the situation spiral out of control. Ah, father, we have done nothing. You are mistaken. Zhang Liao, in pain from the blows, had no choice but to retreat, pleading, Do you not trust your son? I assure you, nothing improper has occurred. I only believe what my eyes perceive. A man and a woman alone in a room. And you expect me to believe nothing has transpired? Xia Ying's complexion paled slightly, yet she maintained her composure, stating, We have done nothing. If you do not believe us, feel free to investigate. Just then, she was interrupted by her mother, who scolded her. What nonsense are you uttering? How could you speak such words? I do not recall teaching you to express yourself in this manner. Mother, your grand entrance suggests you have already concluded that Zhang Lang and I are engaged in illicit activities, does it not? Yes, I concede. I have feelings for Zhang Lang. She paused, as if steeling herself. I desire to be with him. Zhang Liao ceased to evade, standing firm. Father, I wish to be with her. I shall no longer pledge my heart to anyone else. You disgraceful wretch, do you not feel any shame in uttering such words? Both the Zhang and Xie families reprimanded them in unison. No wonder you were so eager to annul the engagement. Tell me, is the matter concerning the Tian's young lady true? Inquired Elder Zhang. Zhang Liao remained silent, feeling a twinge of shame. Xie Ying grasped his hand and addressed Elder Zhang. This is not his fault. He never sought this marriage. I was the one who knew him first. Her statement tacitly acknowledged that Tian Pinghui had been slandered, while they themselves were the ones lacking in virtue. Elder Xie and Madame Xie wore expressions of profound embarrassment, unable to fathom that their daughter would stoop to such depths for a man. If this were to spread, they would become the subject of ridicule. Ultimately, both were taken home by their parents, who claimed they had been blinded by foolishness. The Zhang family, too, refused to acknowledge their faults, disregarding their children's sentiments, ruling with an iron fist, which cultivated a duplicitous character. Conversely, Xie Ying's parents had granted her too many choices, fixated on marrying into a noble family, thus failing to discern true merit. The man she considered virtuous was anything but. Tian Pinghui had observed quietly for a long while. Are you satisfied now? Li Yi inquired. After today, they must be together, yet they will only become a laughingstock. A laughingstock? Tian Pinghui murmured. Is this truly what I desire? She felt no joy in this realization. Today, I also learned something, Li Yi continued. They must have known each other for quite some time. You did not mention it before, yet you must have been aware of their history, correct? Tian Pinghui felt a pang of anxiety. Her inability to articulate her thoughts betrayed her inner turmoil. Li Yi seemed to have seen through her selfish motives, yet expressed understanding as she sought to test her. This revelation deepened Li Yi's impression of Tian Pinghui, recognizing her cunning. She saw no fault in this, as it had not harmed anyone. Well then, this is still quite intriguing. Shall we sit down and chat for a while? Of course, she replied. They settled into their seats when a sudden cacophony erupted behind them, causing Li Yi's eyelids to twitch as she surveyed the chaos surrounding them. She sensed impending trouble. Tian Pinghui looked at her in confusion. Li Yi remained composed, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Is this what you call moderation? Ko Xinrui nearly faltered in maintaining his expression, the corners of his mouth twitching. Is this not a delightful surprise? A trivial matter. The cost is something I can easily bear, Li Yi said with a hint of unease. Ko Xinrui replied coldly. Do not misinterpret the situation. Is it the money I lack? Do you not understand that this place is coveted precisely because of its high level of secrecy? With such a commotion, who would still wish to come here? Li Yi wore an innocent expression, feigning ignorance. Upon noticing his genuine agitation, she awkwardly admitted, "I apologize. It was my mistake. I have a solution." "What solution?" Li Yi smiled mysteriously and replied, "Just wait a few days, and you'll find out." Before departing, she added, "By the way, she is my friend, so do not frighten her." Tian Pinghui and Ko Xinrui exchanged glances. Ko Xinrui, quick to react, engaged her in conversation. Managing to leave Tian Pinghui, smiling brightly. "Han Xian, what do you think? I did well, didn't I?" Li Yi recounted the events at Wushuang Garden, eager for his opinion. "Well done, Yi. I heard about the incident upon my return. I did not expect you to have a hand in it," Han Xian remarked. Li Yi beamed with happiness, though she quickly tempered her excitement. "However, there is still something you need to consider." "What is it?" "I wish to host dinner for your colleagues. What do you think?" Han Xian paused, seemingly taken aback by her proposal. Li Yi clarified, "You need not overthink it. I simply want to ensure you do not overexert yourself. Yi feels that I have been preoccupied and have not spent enough time with you. This is my fault. I have taken on too many responsibilities which do not concern them. See, I told you that you were overthinking. I certainly do not mean that. How could I not understand that your busyness is for the sake of our relationship? It is merely to facilitate our future endeavors." Having conveyed her intentions, Han Xian grasped her meaning. "In that case, I shall inquire tomorrow." "Great. Have you decided on a venue?" "Wushuang Garden." Han Xian deemed it a suitable choice. The following day, as everyone engaged in idle chatter, Han Xian extended the invitation, which took them by surprise. Upon learning that it was proposed by the Grand Princess, they readily accepted. Li Yi sat upstairs, observing as guests arrived at the garden in succession. Glancing ahead, she saw Han Xian conversing amiably near the entrance. "How is it? In just a few days, your garden will only become more populated," she proclaimed, asserting that it boasted not only exceptionally talented poets, but also carefree swordsmen, alongside affluent young masters and ladies. Initially, no one would believe such a place could exist, prompting her to think of Han Xian. Her husband, endowed with remarkable literary talent, was surrounded by equally impressive individuals of great renown. Sitting opposite her, Ko Xinrui, aware of her words, chuckled. This was once a tranquil little garden, but thanks to your efforts, it seems to have lost its serenity. Isn't it better with more people? Li Yi countered, "After all, I have not caused your garden to close. I keep my word." Observing the lively scene outside, Ko Xinrui, though taken by surprise, found it more favorable than he had anticipated. Indeed, being in the business of hospitality, a larger crowd would undoubtedly yield greater profits for him as the garden's proprietor. He glanced towards Han Xian, noting how adeptly he managed interactions with everyone. "Your husband is quite remarkable." Li Yi merely took it as a compliment directed at Han Xian, oblivious to the fact that she was indeed referring to her own husband. "I must make the acquaintance of this individual." As Ko Xinrui spoke, he rose and descended, while Li Yi remained seated, observing him approach Han Xian. Yulin inquired, "Your Highness, shall we merely watch?" "Yes, let us observe for now," Li Yi replied, finding no reason to intervene, though she hoped Ko Xinrui would remain discreet and refrain from mentioning past events. Before her acquaintance with Han Xian, she had behaved recklessly, and rumors of her licentiousness stemmed from her being seen in the company of various men. The Dowager Empress had once shown her portraits of noble youths, to which she retorted that none of them compared to her guards, a claim not entirely unfounded, as she had indeed sought out any man of some repute at that time. Although Han Xian professed indifference, the arrival of Ko Xinrui made her quite tense. After Ko Xinrui introduced himself to Han Xian, he expressed a desire to forge a friendship, which Han Xian did not refuse. After all, being the master of Wushuang Garden was no trivial matter. Their conversation revolved around recent significant events, and if their insights proved unique, the surrounding company would shower them with praise. In such gatherings, Han Xian had always been the center of attention, yet with Ko Xinrui's presence, their perspectives were equally compelling, prompting exclamations of rarity from onlookers. "Lord Han, it seems you have encountered a worthy opponent." Indeed, this moment was worth witnessing such a captivating dialogue. As Han Xian and Ko Shinrui basked in the accolades, they exchanged glances and shared a laugh. Ko Shinrui remarked, "Enough, enough, everyone. I believe we all spoke well today." He raised his cup and continued, "This drink is for you all." Chapter 31. The Lord's Counsel. Yi. Do you know him? Han Xian gently removed Li Yi's headpiece. Li Yi gazed at his reflection in the mirror, raising an eyebrow. "How did you discern that? Did Ko Shinrui mention it?" "He did not say, but I inadvertently spotted him upstairs in the direction of your room." "Inadvertently? If I were to say he wishes to meet you because of me, what would you think?" Li Yi, sensing something peculiar in his tone, sought to tease him. "I would feel uncomfortable." However, Han Xian settled down, urging Li Yi to face him, his eyes tender. "Oh, you would not deceive me, would she?" Li Yi stared at him, easily swayed by his charm. "Indeed, I may have omitted a detail. You would wish to know him as well." Han Xian inquired, "Is he merely the master of Wushuang Garden?" "He is the young master of Conglu, Ko Shinrui." No wonder. Li Yi leaned closer, her eyes widening, startling him. He placed a hand on her forehead and asked, "What troubles you? You were thinking of mischief just now." Realizing his expression had betrayed him, Han Xian quickly composed himself. "I merely reflected on how the number of visitors from Conglu seems to be increasing lately, which strikes me as odd." "Ah, your observation indeed holds merit." Li did not probe further into his unease, but continued, "Is there a problem?" Han Xian replied, "Not for the time being. Let's hope it remains that way. Now, do not dwell on it. We are in Qingsheng, beneath the emperor's feet, surrounded by abundance. It is not just Conglu that sees an influx. Those from Binlin come as well. Indeed, I may have overthought it." Han Xian chuckled. "It appears I have been the one to invite worry." Li Yi urged him to lie down quickly. It was already the hour of the rat. "Very well, I shall sleep now." And thus, she dreamt not at all that night. As Han Xian arose, Li Yi remained deep in slumber. He carefully got up, ensuring not to disturb her. Upon noticing Han Xian, Yulin was about to call out, but Han Xian hushed her, gesturing towards the room. Yulin nodded in understanding. Han Xian quietly finished his breakfast and remarked to Yulin, "There are still matters from the other day that require my attention. If I inquires, you know how to respond, correct?" "Yes, Your Highness. I shall remain discreet," Yulin replied cautiously. She perceived that this prince was not as easygoing as his highness, and each of his words and actions warranted careful consideration. Han Xian nodded, glanced at the time, and sauntered out. He neither rode a horse nor took a sedan chair, simply walking along, with Han Guang trailing behind him. At that moment, someone approached from the side with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Master, what a coincidence to see you here." Han Xian's gaze flickered over him for but a moment, and the man seemed to stiffen, as if his thoughts had been laid bare. However, Han Xian merely acknowledged his greeting. "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Dong Xiao. I recall that you usually haven tea risen by this hour." Dong Xiao awkwardly scratched his head, surprised that such trivial matters had been noted by him. "Your memory is impressive, master. I've only missed rising a few times. Yet you remember so well." He explained, "I've been on night patrol these past few days, apprehending a few gamblers. The ordeal took longer than expected, so I simply couldn't get up." "Are you lamenting the late nights?" Han Xian queried nonchalantly. Startled, Dong Xiao quickly responded with a smile. "Not at all. This only shows how much you value me. How could I dare complain? I am merely grateful." Han Xian offered a faint warning, satisfied with Dong Xiao's compliance, and chose not to elaborate further. Dong Xiao, the youngest in his family, had been spoiled to the brink of becoming inept. Fortunately, his elder brother, who had secured a position as the chief constable in the city, assigned him to the most arduous tasks, intending to teach him responsibility. Unexpectedly, the fortunate Dong Xiao was selected by Han Xian for a more leisurely position. Eager for an easier life, he sought to ingratiate himself with the prince. Yet unbeknownst to him, he had been assigned numerous tasks, leading to his delayed sleep and a sense of inner grievance. "Dong Xiao." Han Xian observed his lack of response and refrained from calling him again, waiting for him to regain his senses. Han Guang, unable to bear the sight, pondered why the master had chosen this dim-witted fellow. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure under Han Xian's gaze and nudged him with his elbow. "Ah, what are your commands, master?" Dong Xiao blurted out as he finally came to his senses, clearly a result of his cultivated quickness. Han Xian inquired, "What progress have you made regarding the individuals arriving from Songlu?" Dong Xiao pondered briefly before responding, "Master, most of those coming from Songlu are merchants, which is not unusual. It's not just Songlu, but also from Binlin and Xian and other places." Something felt amiss to Han Xian. He reflected that perhaps such occurrences had become commonplace, leading them to overlook the peculiarities. Yet, Han Xian knew that the world was rife with competition, driven by profit. What if their intentions were far grander? Han Xian pondered this thought, closing his eyes to conceal the ambitions on the verge of overflowing. This was his opportunity, and if seized, he could pursue his desires. As they passed by Wushuang Garden, Ko Xinrui fortuitously emerged from the entrance, yet neither noticed the other. Ko Xinrui was en route to an appointment, seeking a certain individual. He approached an unassuming house and knocked twice on the door. Receiving no response, he knocked again. An elderly man answered, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You've arrived," the elder stated. "Indeed," Ko Xinrui replied. "Please come in." The elder gradually opened the door wider, allowing him entry. Following the elder, he observed the man retrieve something from beneath a water vat, producing a faint sound. Subsequently, he witnessed the seemingly mundane courtyard descend, revealing a staircase that led into an underground realm. The elder escorted him down, but ceased to proceed further, instructing, "Continue forward, and you shall meet him." Ko Xinrui focused intently on the path ahead, giving little thought to the elder's presence. Upon the elder's departure, the surrounding lights illuminated, guiding him deeper into a spacious stone cavern. On the steps sat an individual, cloaked and concealed. As he descended, the figure remarked, "You have arrived." Noticing the individual's meticulous disguise, Ko Xinrui stated, "If we are to collaborate, I wish to know my partner rather than an enigmatic figure." The voice of Shaya resonated. "My friend, I stand before you now. This is my utmost sincerity. Moreover, if the outcome is favorable, does the process truly matter?" Ko Xinrui raised an eyebrow. "Does it not matter? My lord, these factors could determine the viability of our collaboration. However, you are correct in one aspect. You are indeed before me. So tell me, what can you offer?" "That depends on your desires, young Master Sangliu. Your visit to Qingcheng surely extends beyond mere commerce." The lord asserted confidently, "As long as Qingcheng exists, I can provide you with anything within the realm of Qinghua. However, at this moment, I seek information about a specific individual." "Whom do you seek?" "The current prince consort, Han Xian." Upon hearing this, the lord erupted in laughter. "Why do you find this amusing?" Ko Xinrui inquired, frowning. "You are the second person to inquire about him." "What?" "You are the second to come asking about him." The lord recalled, a hint of anguish in his expression. "I can only say, for you, he is perilous." Ko Xinrui's demeanor darkened. "What do you mean?" "He is merely intelligent, devoid of connections, and at present, he is simply the emperor's support. What danger could he pose?" "Are you not aware? If what you say is true, why seek me for information on him?" The lord chuckled at his reaction. "The current emperor is not as he once was. Do you believe you can replicate the events that forced the former emperor's abdication?" "It is precisely because we cannot that I have traveled thousands of miles to Qingcheng." Ko Xinrui fell silent, at the very least understanding that Han Xian indeed harbored secrets. What, after all, was his true intention? If he was truly the emperor's weapon, whom would it first be wielded against? "My lord, who was the first to inquire about Han Xian?" The master shook his head, stating that this matter did not fall within the scope of their collaboration. It was merely a few families involved. Even without his input, I could inquire independently. "Then go ahead and ask. The remaining matters are beyond my jurisdiction." Noticing that the master revealed not a hint of information, Ko Xinrui felt somewhat disheartened, but refrained from confronting him directly. Their meeting concluded on an unsatisfactory note, and after the master watched him depart, a glint of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. The bait had been taken. Ko Xinrui was escorted to the entrance by the elder, who advised him not to return here next time. Sensing the elder's implication, he inquired, "Shall we change locations? If so, does this mean I must await your contact?" The elder offered no response, merely urging him out the door. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the door shut abruptly behind him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Reflecting on the elder's previously unhurried demeanor, he felt deceived. Though Ko Shinrue remained skeptical of the master's words, he recognized that Wushuan Pavilion had always operated in such a manner. It was said that Han Xian was a perilous individual, so he would exercise caution regarding him. With this thought, he instructed his subordinates to seek out Han Xian and convey that a skilled chef had arrived in the garden and requested his presence for a tasting. Understood. Ko Shinrue believed that if Han Xian could be of service to him, he would become a sharp blade piercing the heart of his enemies. Upon receiving Ko Shinrue's invitation, Han Xian surmised some underlying motives. Arriving at Wushuang Garden, his newfound fame drew the attention of the crowd. As he entered, their gazes flickered towards him intermittently. Maintaining his composure, Han Xian greeted a few colleagues with calmness. The attendant led the way, with Han Xian following closely, navigating corners and ascending stairs until he paused, finding Ko Shinrue awaiting him inside. The specifics of their conversation remain unknown. Ko Shinrue was direct about his intentions. Yet Han Xian offered no reply upon his exit. Ko Shinrue faced a setback but remained unfazed, a testament to Han Xian's adeptness, murmuring, "What impressive individual Han Xian is." It appears the master's words hold truth. Chapter 32. No destruction, no establishment. Nan Jiashur accompanied the young lord for several days, engaging in archery, hunting, and kuju, all of which were mere pastimes shared among the young nobility. He was merely a companion in their revelries. Initially, Nan Jiashur intended to drift through this period without revealing his true capabilities, but an incident unfolded that exposed his strength. The event transpired when Nan Jiashur followed them to a Spring Breeze Pavilion, a name that sounded inviting yet was merely a venue for less than reputable activities. Though he held no interest in such a place, he felt compelled to accept the young lord's enthusiastic invitation. Nearby, a man cradling a beauty remarked, "Nan, why do you appear so reserved? What is your preference? We have it all here. Simply choose." Another, flanked by companions, his attire slightly disheveled, casually remarked, "Indeed, Nan, you must not yet have savored such delights. Come, I hear a new batch has just arrived. Why not select one?" Nan Jiashur contemplated a refusal, but with the young lord's encouragement, he hesitated, pondering that perhaps he might find something to his liking. The young lord was not accompanied by anyone like the previous two, yet everyone had grown accustomed to his solitary demeanor and found no fault in it. South Jiashur found himself unable to refuse any further. He reflected that he lacked the capacity to create a scene. Soon, a group of somewhat naive young women entered, half shy and half timid. The girl standing at the forefront raised her gaze and was instantly captivated by the sight of South Jiashur perched on the windowsill, gazing at him in awe. Those present, seasoned in the affairs of the heart, could not help but tease him, exclaiming, "Ah, brother Nan, it seems you are quite fortunate, with so many here, yet this young lady's eyes are solely fixed upon you. Who will you choose?" South Jiashur cast a nonchalant glance at the girl, remaining silent. His gaze swept across the room, landing on an inconspicuous girl, and he remarked, "I'll take her." The girl in the center felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, she was a sight to behold. Nevertheless, South Jiashur remained unmoved. Ultimately, the young lord decided to keep that girl, compelling her to set aside her feelings and attend to this esteemed guest. South Jiashur descended from the windowsill, and the girl he had chosen was fair of face. Her eyes red from previous tears, prompting him to say, "Serve me some wine." Noticing her flustered expression, he thought to himself, "She seems rather young." Initially, he only intended to humor the others, yet the young girl, oblivious to his true intentions, complied with his every word. When he saw the wine cup before him, he nearly laughed, but maintained an air of calm. "Pour me more," he instructed after finishing one cup, urging her to continue. He guided her in the task, and to his surprise, she followed his instructions diligently. The others, observing this exchange, chuckled with a hint of mischief as they retreated to their respective chambers, leaving South Jiashur and the girl in solitude. "All right, you may sit there," he instructed before returning to the windowsill, propping one foot up and gazing at the moonlit sky. The young girl remained still, transfixed for a long while. In time, South Jiashur, disguising himself among others, would occasionally summon this girl, and thus their interactions began. The girl, named Ziluan, a name as melodious as her spirit, gradually grew bolder, encouraged by South Jia Shure's gentleness, and began to engage him in conversation. He would sometimes respond, yet most of their time together was spent in comfortable silence. "Sir, why do you always choose me?" "I am not remarkable," she inquired one day. "Perhaps you resemble someone I know," he replied enigmatically. "Who?" she pressed, but South Jia Sure merely shook his head in silence. Ziluan speculated that this person must hold great significance to him, perhaps a beloved or sister. The dynamics shifted when the young lord ventured out with the group, including several women from Chunfeng Pavilion, among them Ziluan. The men in this group generally held disdain for South Jiashur, believing he was unworthy to stand among them due to his lack of connections. Yet, the young lord did not share their sentiments, consistently bringing South Jiashur along. This time, they sought to teach South Jiashur a lesson. Ziluan watched in fear as they approached. "Don't come any closer," she exclaimed, retreating. But before she could escape, she was seized and pulled among them. "Ugh!" She wept as she was forced to stretch her body. They bound her tightly, and soon a black cloth enveloped her head. She felt herself being pushed heavily forward, and before she could brace herself, she fell to the ground, trembling in fear as she awaited the impending pain. A chilling voice remarked, "Nang Jia Ten, aren't you quite formidable? I would like to see how you intend to handle this." It was already June. The weather had warmed somewhat, yet a gust of wind swept through, causing Xilan to shiver from the cold. The rules of the competition were straightforward. The last person standing would emerge victorious. "Shall we compete?" they proposed. The arena they spoke of was merely a series of wooden posts arranged in a crisscross pattern, requiring exceptional physical prowess to navigate. Listening to their malicious laughter, Nang Jia Ten's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene before him. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "If you wish to compete, then just say so. Why must you make things difficult for a girl?" "Nang Jia Ten, the heir has spoken highly of your capabilities, yet you seem to disregard our words entirely. This is merely a small lesson to temper your arrogance, is it not?" Upon seeing the trembling form of the young girl, Nang Jia Ten inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, his demeanor turning resolute. "Let us compete," he replied, his response entirely anticipated, for this was the trap they had set for him. Nang Jia Ten was to confront them all, and initially, he had held back his strength, believing they were more familiar with the terrain and approaching it as a game. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, one assailant struck at Nang Jia Ten only to be sent sprawling by a powerful kick. Grabbing the arm of another who attempted a sneak attack, he expertly dislocated the man's shoulder with a swift motion, casting him aside mercilessly. The rules dictated that touching the ground constituted a failure. The two who had fallen were dealt with so swiftly that they barely registered what had transpired. Another was soon kicked out, collapsing to the ground, lamenting, "Who said he was weak? By heavens, I'll tear his mouth apart." They all looked up to see Nang Jia Ten maneuvering with deft precision, skillfully evading them while maintaining his balance atop the wooden structure. They had not anticipated how formidable he would be, prompting them to regain their composure and strategize for an uninterrupted assault. As Nang Jia Ten retreated repeatedly, evading their strikes, their stamina began to wane, their movements sluggish. Seizing upon their vulnerabilities, Nang Jia Ten struck with remarkable speed, tossing them out one by one as if they were mere sandbags. "Have I won?" he inquired, crouching down to look at them with a victorious gaze. The leader, the last to be hurled out, wore a grim expression. "You have won," he admitted begrudgingly. Nang Jia Ten leapt down. Despite the ferocity of the earlier skirmish, he was merely slightly breathless, clearly capable of fighting longer. As the black cloth was torn away, Xilan's vision regained its colors, revealing the fallen adversaries who could not rise. She gazed at Nang Jia Ten with sparkling eyes as he said, "I apologize." "It's all right. I have been saved," Xilan replied. For reasons she could not fathom, she should have blamed him, yet as he bowed his head, his face marked by guilt, she found it in her heart to forgive him. The crown prince arrived halfway through the conflict involving Nan Jiashur, opting not to intervene, considering the sentiments of certain individuals. After all, this was an excellent opportunity for Nan Jiashur to prove himself. The crown prince chastised the unruly individuals without mercy. Subsequently, he assured Nanjiashir that he would never allow them to engage in such behavior again. Nanjiashir had already dealt with the matter himself, and thus it was deemed concluded. However, the aftermath left him troubled, as many sought him out for various reasons, some out of curiosity, while most came under the guise of seeking his counsel, which essentially meant engaging in fights. Overwhelmed by these incessant encounters, Nanjiashir sought solace from Han Xian. "Ganjia, seeing you thrive so well, I cannot help but feel discontent. Is there a reason for this?" Han Xian remarked nonchalantly. "Did you not enjoy your time with the crown prince?" It was common knowledge that a remarkable martial artist had emerged from Qing Cheng, challenging numerous masters without facing defeat. Yet, who could deny that this illustrious figure is none other than you? Nanjiashir. At Han Xian's unwavering demeanor, Nanjiashir nearly choked on his drink. Cough. Cough, cough. Is the rumor really that exaggerated? I haven't challenged that many masters, although I have yet to be defeated. Noticing Han Xian's silence, Nanjiashir continued. Is it not pleasant to be at ease? The princess likely wishes for your days to be filled with such leisure, fearing you might exhaust yourself. The recent grandeur of Wushuang Garden is well known. It was, after all, orchestrated by the princess to build your reputation. Whether it is good or bad is not for me to decide, Han Xian replied, a hint of disillusionment creeping into his tone. However, the crown prince now walks closely with you. Soon enough, you too may enjoy the same leisurely official duties as I do. That would be a dream I once deemed unattainable. But you know how the powerful are. When they favor you, they elevate you to great heights. Yet once they grow weary of you, they will unceremoniously cast you down. Nanjiashir understood that the crown prince was currently intrigued by him. But what would follow? Han Xian quietly absorbed his words, pondering his own reflections. He recalled Li Yi's smile, only to be reminded of past resentments. Suppressing these emotions, he deduced, from a moment Ko-Xian Rue sought him out, that certain matters were afoot. I must attend an audience with the Holy One shortly. It is likely related to the aristocracy. Their current strife is intense, and if the emperor were to call upon you at this juncture, it would be disastrous. Anyone entangled with the royal family is bound to face misfortune. Han Xian, however, maintained an open perspective. One must break before one can establish. In essence, he yearned to immerse himself in the tumult, to seize power and instigate change. Upon marrying the princess and stepping into Qing Cheng, he vowed not to cease until the final act was played out. Chapter 33. Crafting a beautiful dream, Your Majesty. The prince consort has arrived. Let him enter. As Han Xian stepped in and paid his respects, the emperor dismissed his formality and presented him with a document prepared by Zhang Yifeng. The document contained assessments of the current situation, summarizing the need to lower the guard of the aristocracy and foster amicable relations with them. Recently, Li Wen had begun addressing land issues through equitable distribution, a notion that incited widespread discontent among many noble landlords, who deemed it impractical and impossible to implement. In truth, Li Wen had yet to take any concrete actions. After all, this was merely a generalized notion. Nevertheless, the aristocratic families were eager to recount tales of the ancient reform failures to him, which clearly illustrated the magnitude of their opposition. After reading through the documents, Han Xian pondered for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, Your Majesty, will you accept this? Li Wen wearily retorted, Do I possess any alternative? Their terms demand a marriage alliance. And with his heir apparent vacant, the position can only be filled by a woman of their choosing, using his union to quell the aristocracy's ire. Indeed, the aristocratic families had already opted for compromise. Han Xian understood this. Your Majesty, I am prepared. At your command, I shall dedicate myself wholly to your service until my last breath. Li Wen responded, I shall establish an institution for you, one that will act solely on my orders. As long as I remain, your current status will surpass that of the 6 ministries. Do you comprehend? Li Wen's words were eloquent, yet they essentially described a role devoid of official title, unrecognized by the system. I understand, Han Xian acknowledged. As Han Xian exited the imperial palace, the dusk had fallen. He gazed at the towering walls around him, feeling as though he stood on the precipice of an abyss. On that day, An institution named King Chengxi came into the court's purview, making its debut by conducting a midnight raid on 2 families under the banner of corruption, targeting those of the second rank. With the evidence irrefutable, even those who sought to intercede were left helpless. This occasion marked Han Xian's second involvement in capital punishment. He observed calmly as heads fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. Gradually, he departed the execution grounds, ignoring the cacophony of curses behind him. Han Xian's reputation transitioned from that of a distinguished scholar to that of a ruthless specter. The denunciations aimed at him were contained beyond the princess's residence, and Li Yi remained oblivious to the clamor outside. She believed that Han Xian had merely switched positions and that nothing had fundamentally changed, except that he was busier than before. Each time he returned, he would bring Li Yi something novel, which brought her joy for a time. Her collection of boxes grew increasingly abundant, all intended to house trinkets she wished to cherish. To the uninformed, the boxes seemed far more valuable than their contents. On one occasion, upon returning, Han Xian found Li Yi engrossed with an embroidery needle, eliciting both surprise and anticipation from him. "Ai, what are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm embroidering." Li Yi was contemplating how to proceed. She had learned a bit of this craft in her youth, but later developed a strong aversion to it and ceased her studies. Now, as she attempted to relearn, confusion washed over her. Was this the correct pattern? Why was she suddenly compelled to take matters into her own hands? Li Yi shot him a glance, exasperated. "Is that so terrible? I'm bored. Is that not permissible?" Han Xian was about to respond with a remark about her doing it for him when her icy retort caught him off guard, revealing his expression too plainly, which made Li Yi chuckle. "What's this? You think I would do it for you? You're overthinking it. It's simply too hot these days, and I have no desire to venture outside. Thus, I sought something to pass the time. If you wish for me to embroider something for you, just say so." Han Xian was both amused and bewildered, finding Ai somewhat lacking in romantic understanding. Yet he sincerely replied, "It would be ideal for you to embroider a pouch filled with hemostatic herbs." Li pondered for a moment and replied, "I shall do it for you." Han Xian stepped forward and embraced Li Yi, exclaiming, "Ai, I knew you would be the best." Initially, Li Yi tolerated the embrace, but soon perspiration began to form, prompting her to push Han Xian away, saying, "It's too warm. Please keep your distance for the next few days." Han Xian, taken aback by her rejection, was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he complied with her request and maintained a greater distance. Li Yi added, "I merely wish for you to stay a bit further away. It does not mean I want you to be absent from my side." "What? Do you truly wish to be 100,000 miles away from me?" Han Xian silently thought to himself that there was no such distance, yet he inched closer, which pleased Li Yi. Should anyone witness Han Xian's demeanor in Li Yi's presence, they would not dare associate him with the malevolent figure he was perceived to be. Han Xian truly reserved his gentleness solely for Li Yi. Yu Lin and Yu Hua stood to the side, accustomed to the scene before them. No matter how imposing Han Xian appeared to the outside world, or how much he was despised in Li Yi's company, he was akin to a gentle breeze under a bright moon. Once Han Xian departed the princess's residence for an urgent matter. Li Yi invited Yu Lin and Yu Hua to sit with her, just as they had done when Han Xian was absent. While embroidering flowers, Li Yi inquired, "Does Han Xian treat you poorly? Why do you fall silent upon his arrival?" Yu Lin replied, "Your Highness, you and the prince are engaged in conversation. What can we possibly say? We would not wish to interrupt." Yu Hua nodded in agreement, affirming Yu Lin's sentiment. Li Yi responded with a simple "oh," and did not dwell on the matter, allowing Yu Lin and Yu Hua to breathe a sigh of relief, for they feared their secrets might be revealed if the questioning persisted. The princess's residence could be quite lively at times, especially when the second and third princesses visited. Their arrival often resulted in a flurry of activity, particularly since the third princess would engage in spirited discussions with Li Yi. The second princess would quietly observe, a smile gracing her lips. The Dowager Empress had already selected a suitor for the second princess. When Li Yi inquired about his identity and learned he was the second son of the Gu family, she reflected on his temperament and remarked that Gu family's young master is notoriously aloof. While he may be well-versed in the classics, he ultimately hails from a martial family. "Are you truly willing?" The second princess, Yi Shan, with her cool demeanor, replied placidly, "Elder sister, this is my choice." Li Yi found herself at a loss for words. She was well aware of Yishan's thoughts. The royal family needed support, and the Gu family was among the few remaining loyalists. "Is this the path you all wish to take?" Li Yi asked with a bitter smile. Having learned that a one was to marry a woman chosen by the aristocracy had already saddened her, and now, with Yishan also making political concessions, her sorrow deepened. "What place is left for me?" Li Yi continued. "While you all choose sacrifice, she opts for selfishness. How am I to reconcile this?" "Elder sister, you are not in the wrong. This is my choice, and no one has coerced me," Yishan reassured her, taking Li Yi's hand. "The Dowager Empress selected several candidates for me to choose from, and upon seeing the portrait of that young Master Gu, I felt a sense of joy in my heart." Li Yi queried, "Is that truly so? You're not deceiving me?" Yishan nodded decisively, affirming, "Indeed, it is true." This time, her decision was made with her heart. The concubine was reluctant for her to choose a member of the Gu family. Rather, she hoped her daughter would select a virtuous suitor from a distinguished family, even if it meant marrying down to a more modest household. The internal struggle was known to Yeshan as well. The royal family and the aristocracy were like scales, maintaining a delicate balance, yet that equilibrium might not last. Her position would inevitably become precarious in the future. "Have you truly thought this through?" Li Yi inquired. "I have made my decision, elder sister. You should be happy for me. This time, it is entirely my choice." Previously, she had cloistered herself, gazing at the bamboo grove, lost and aimless, but now she felt differently. In life, one must always strive to accomplish something. The third princess remained quiet, refraining from any mockery this time. From a young age, she had known her ambitions. Unlike Li Yi, she did not possess the same individuality, nor did she share Yeshan's spirit of sacrifice. She simply desired a lifetime of wealth and honor, indifferent to whom she would wed. "Elder sister, you must take care of yourself." After they departed, Li Yi found herself reflecting on those words, feeling somewhat bewildered, unsure of whom to ask about their meaning. No one answered her. In the following days, Li Yi's spirits remained low, and it was only when Han Xian inquired about her melancholy that he learned it stemmed from the second princess's engagement. Li Yi was not swayed by Yeshan's arguments. She believed Yeshan had been wronged. Upon hearing the news of the emperor's marriage, her mood soured even further. The emperor's choice for a consort had already been decided. Miss one from the one family of Anshin, known as Listening to Spring. Han Xian disliked seeing Li Yi in distress, so he relayed the situation to the emperor. The emperor glanced at him and said, "Han Xian, do you think I am a fool to play along with your charade? I will not deceive her. Then I shall take it upon myself to be the deceiver." Han Xian retorted. The emperor shot him an irritated look. Was it now his fault for not agreeing? In the end, he said nothing, tacitly accepting Han Xian's course of action. The emperor recognized Han Xian's obstinate heart, yet it was human nature to be selfish. Li Yi was their sanctuary, and they were unwilling to see that purity tarnished, even by deceit. Han Xian sought to weave a beautiful dream for Li Yi, wishing for her to remain in blissful slumber. Under Han Xian's careful orchestration, the princess's residence buzzed with life almost daily, filled with visitors, friends, and her younger brother, the young heir. Noticing they were all young men, Li Yi instructed the steward to prepare the stables for their amusement. Where the young heir was present, Nanjia naturally lingered nearby. He observed the princess engaging in light conversation with the heir, while a throng of noble youths vied to showcase their finest selves, eager to delight the princess and make her heart bloom with joy, relishing the novelty of it all. He remarked teasingly to Han Xian, who was silently watching them. "This is what you wished for. Otherwise, how could they gain entry? There will be no next time." Han Xian realized that whatever Li Yi desired, he would provide. He felt a sense of losing control, but was powerless to resist, surrendering to his own descent. Yet he also wished for Li Yi to share in his plight. Nangjia cast a dismissive glance at him. "Let be. Who knows what the future holds? A princess is, after all, a princess. She may harbor affection for you, but will never forsake her pleasures. So how could she heed your words?" Han Xian did not respond to his inquiry and instead made his way towards Li Yi, who regarded him with curiosity. With a smile, Han Xian addressed her, "Yi, what are you discussing?" I too wish to listen. The heir apparent wore a meaningful smile, fully aware of the gritted teeth of the young masters around him. Very well. Upon hearing this, Li Yi cleared a space beside her for him to sit, asking the others nearby to adjust their positions as they were too close. She beamed at Han Xian. There are many interesting things to hear. Let's enjoy them together. Chapter 34. Do not gaze upon what is inappropriate in the 4th year of the Xingyuan era. In October, the wedding date of the second princess, Yi Shan, was set. On the day of their union, both Han Xian and Li Yi were present. Han Xian said to Li Yi, "Previously I inquired with Gu Tongze, and he expressed his fondness for the second princess. Thus, you need not worry about her suffering any grievances." Li Yi indeed witnessed a scene of happiness. In her heart felt a measure of relief. If he dares to bully Yi Shan, I shall ensure he pays the price. Li Yi could only go this far, for their lives were their own, and she could not complicate matters further. Princess Chenkong, also known as Li Yi Shan, gazed upon the individual before her, who resembled a painting, even more vibrant than the likeness itself. Princess? Gu Tongze noticed her silent scrutiny, but said nothing. Yi Shan, having been called back from a reverie, felt a tinge of shyness as she remarked, "I have only seen you in portraits before. Now that I behold the real you, I cannot help but look a little longer." It seemed that her time spent with Li Yi had lent her warmth. Had it been the previous version of herself, she might have coldly concluded the conversation with a mere word of gratitude. Gu Tongze had heard evaluations of Princess Chenkong, often described as aloof and unsociable. Yet this encounter revealed a different reality. Nevertheless, he trusted his own judgment, for rumors are seldom to be believed. "Are you satisfied?" Li Shan pondered blankly. Satisfied with what? With the portrait compared to reality. "Are you disappointed?" Gu Tongze inquired. "Not all. Both your portrait and your true self are splendid. Otherwise, I would not have chosen you." She thought silently, unvoiced. Gu Tongze, typically proud, softened his tone when speaking to her. "I cannot predict what may transpire in the future, but as long as I am here, I shall treat you well." He understood the significance of the princess's arrival, yet such matters should not pertain to a woman's concerns. He was uncertain whether he would come to like another, but for now, he was willing to cherish this graceful lady, akin to bamboo. "Princess, I am now your husband, and you are my wife. We shall navigate life together." Li Shan's eyes widened in surprise as she listened to his words, her heart melting slightly. With her eyes crinkling in joy, she nodded vigorously. "Very well, husband." The Gu family held military power, steadfastly guarding the borders with unwavering loyalty. Both the royal family and noble clans remained vigilant. Gu Tongze was the second son of his family, born into a lineage of military officials. Though he initially pursued the arts, his father, General Gu, nearly broke his legs in disapproval, yet he chose to remain steadfast and took up the pen. Han Xian and Nan Jiashi were engaged in conversation when Nan Jiashi, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "In truth, no matter the path the Gu family takes, the current circumstances remain unchanged. Why is he so resolute in pursuing the literary route? How can one know it is a dead end if they do not tread it?" Compared to his family, Gu Tongze exhibited a certain flexibility. He wished to steer his clan away from strife and sought an alternative path to seize the initiative. Nan Jiashi cradled his head in his hands and reclined on the ground, deciding to entertain this notion for now. He sensed an unusual odor in the air and inhaled deeply. Observing his demeanor, Han Xian remarked, "The scent of blood. Indeed, I have just emerged from prison and have become tainted by the stench of blood. I shall return to my residence after the gathering." Nan Jiashi, at a loss for words, responded, "So cautious? Your reputation as a malevolent spirit is well concealed. I believe the princess would not harbor disdain for you. Rather, it is your deceit that may drive her away." Han Xian adjusted his posture, massaging his temples, and replied, "It is not yet the time. Have I not killed enough? There are many whom the emperor must address. This is devoid of right or wrong. If the princess were to learn of it, could she bear witness to the demise of the innocent?" "Ah, I see. You fear she would intervene, do you not?" Han Xian nodded, a mix of resignation and affirmation. This matter was too intricate. Should she become entangled, she would face peril. Nan Jiashi rose, expressing a hope that he would not come to regret his choices. Subsequently, Wen Tingshun arrived in Qingsheng from Anshin, with plans to wed in 6 months. The Ministry of Rites placed great importance on the emperor's marriage, meticulously preparing for each step. When Han Xian informed Li Yi that she could meet the young woman from the Wen family, Li Yi immediately seized the opportunity. Upon her return, Han Xian noticed her radiant expression and asked, "How is it?" "Well, from the way she speaks, she is a serene woman, quite amiable. I intend to visit her frequently." Hearing this, Han Xian chuckled, saying, "Yi, if you visit her often, will that not leave the emperor with little time to see her?" Li Yi then recalled that when Tingshun was to become the empress, realizing, "Indeed, I almost forgot. Lady Wen should be well liked, regardless of who stood behind her." When Tingshun was a commendable woman, a victim of political marriage, Li Yi observed that everything seemed to be progressing favorably. "Han Xian, have you truly been unoccupied these past few days?" In the princess's residence, Li Yi gazed at Han Xian with curiosity. Han Xian, engrossed in his reading, nodded in response to her inquiry, nothing of concern. "Do you not enjoy this?" "Not that. It is simply rather peculiar. Other princes consort with leisure, while my spouse seems eager to dwell outside." Li Yi jested, continuing, "Poor me, confined to an empty bed, yet recently my husband is transformed, embracing a life of leisure. What is this? Are you attempting to shirk your duties? By heaven's conscience, I assure you I had no such intentions." Han Xian set down his book, raised his hands in surrender, and approached, taking Li Yi's hand. She allowed him to grasp her hand tighter and said, "Since you have nothing pressing, let's take a stroll. I have heard that the maple leaves in the western suburbs have turned crimson." "Very well." Li Yi called out, "Uncle Song, prepare the carriage." The elegance of the crimson maple leaves in the western suburbs brought a profound tranquility to the heart. Indeed, the saying that autumn surpasses the spring morning rang true. Han Xian walked slowly behind, while Li Yi trotted ahead. When she looked up, she was greeted by a sea of crimson leaves. "Yi, slow down," Han Xian called out. Li Yi turned back with a smile, squatting down to pick up a fallen leaf. "Ganjia, come quickly. These red leaves are unlike any other." "I'm on my way." Han Xian quickened his pace and joined her in squatting down. Suddenly, Li Yi turned her head and found Han Xian gazing at her with lowered brows, his lips inadvertently brushing against her nose. The moment of unexpected warmth rendered her motionless, her eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at him. "Close your eyes," Han Xian said. Without hesitation, Li Yi complied, but just as she anticipated something to happen, she felt a tickle on her nose. She opened her eyes to find Han Xian teasingly sweeping her face with a leaf. "You," Li Yi exclaimed, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scowled at him. "What are you doing?" Han Xian raised an eyebrow, replying, "Isn't it obvious? I'm teasing AE." "Han Xian," Li Yi exploded in frustration, charging towards him. Han Xian laughed heartily and stepped back, leaving her to grasp at the air, which only fueled her anger. She thought to herself, "I won't believe it until I catch you." "AE, you're too slow." Han Xian effortlessly dodged her attempts. Li Yi grew more exasperated, wondering how it was that this scholar could evade her grasp with such agility. Han Xian, sensing her determination, allowed her to catch him momentarily, and with a hint of defiance, she asked, "Have you practiced?" "What?" Han Xian feigned ignorance. "Martial arts, of course. I have someone to teach me, yet I can't seem to match you." "Ouch!" he exclaimed, pretending to be hurt by her light punch. Li Yi was taken aback, glancing at her hand. "I didn't hit you hard." At that moment, Han Xian seized her flailing hand, and she looked at him suspiciously, realizing he was smirking mischievously. Despite her irritation, she couldn't express her anger. Han Xian's strength was something she had learned to appreciate during their numerous spring evenings together. You think of scholars as weaklings. But consider this. To excel in examinations until the end requires not only knowledge, but also physical prowess and willpower, Han Xian explained patiently. Li Yi pondered for a moment, acknowledging her previous misconceptions with a nod. "You're right. I had thought of it that way." They continued their walk through the forest, reassured by the absence of beasts. And without any concerns, they returned to the carriage as dusk fell. That night, the lights in the princess's residence still burned brightly. "Yulin, you should head back now," Li Yi said, just after washing up, her hair still damp. Unbothered, She let her hair fall loosely behind her to dry naturally. As Han Xian prepared to rest nearby, he sighed in mild exasperation upon seeing her hair left untamed. He rose to unfold the cloth, gently wrapping her hair and meticulously drying it. Li Yi chuckled. "What are we going to do about this?" "Why do you ask?" Han Xian inquired casually. With a playful turn, Li Yi made him release her hair, allowing it to cascade loosely down her back. Leaning closer, just a finger's breadth away from him, she whispered teasingly in his ear, "My prince is so considerate, always capturing my heart, making it impossible for me to let go. If the prince consort were to be absent, would I not be unable to sleep at night?" Tossing and turning in distress, after uttering these words, I exhaled softly, pleased as I observed his reaction. Han Xian's ears flushed a deep crimson. While Li Yi's gaze was drawn to his ears, she failed to notice the fervent expression that had overtaken Han Xian's countenance. By the time Li Yi sensed something amiss, she found herself unexpectedly pulled onto the bed by Han Xian, her vision gradually dimming as his grip firmly restrained her hands against her head. Han Xian lowered his gaze upon her and, in a hushed tone, remarked, "Since you cannot sleep, let us indulge in some delightful activities, as you desire." Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Li Yi felt as though she had ventured too far. She attempted to struggle, endeavoring to reason. "Wait. That is not my intention." However, Han Xian found her words somewhat bothersome, disrupting the ambience, and he resolved to render her speechless, drawing her into a rhythmic embrace. In the stillness, a soft voice suggested, "Blow out the flame. It is late. Let us dim the lights." Chapter 35. A tea offering at the Gu Mansion. Another day on duty? You are fortunate. The master is present today. Why not approach him and exchange a few words? The master is here today? Donot jest with Mistress from Europa. He has been absent these past few days. Is he truly back? Dong Xiao, do you doubt my words? Look over there. Dong Xiao followed his gaze, and indeed, Han Xian was present today. He felt a surge of joy and was about to approach when someone halted him, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Not understanding the hesitation, Dong Xiao inquired, "What is the matter, Brother Jiang?" Brother Jiang replied, "Do you not see that this is not the right moment to approach him?" Dong Xiao looked again and realized that Han Xian was likely preoccupied, given the presence of more pressing matters. Engaged in conversation with Han Xian was a representative sent by Master Gu from the Ministry of Revenue, here to discuss expenditures and convey the master's wishes, indicating that funds would not be easily approved and required careful deliberation before any decisions could be made. The Ministry of Revenue had been lamenting its financial constraints for quite some time. Regardless of the endeavor, funding must first come from them. Han Xian expressed his understanding, bid farewell to the visitor, and returned to his office, his demeanor growing somber. "My lord, the ministry's stance is quite clear. If we wish to expand, we cannot do so without financial resources," Han Guang interjected. "This matter requires alternative solutions," Han Xian mused, not anticipating such obstacles regarding finances. "By the way, has there been any news of Han Yi?" "None. You must allow some time for Han Yi to attend to matters in Dongping," came the reply. Han Xian reflected on the 4th month. Any progress would require at least half a year, and he chastised himself for being overly anxious. At that moment, Han Yi spoke up. "My lord, has anyone delivered items in recent days? You might utilize those." "Fool!" Han Xian rebuked him. "Everyone is waiting for me to make a mistake. Do you know what those items are? They hold the power to bring about my demise." Han Yi remained silent, bowing his head, contemplating that other officials had received more than he, wondering if they too had been careless. Throughout these days, as he shadowed Han Xian, he discerned that all crows in the world appeared black, and even the white ones were tainted. Han Xian's principles were gradually eroding, and if he were to be targeted, the consequences will be dire. "Han Guang, I am aware of your thoughts. Do you look down on your master? Do not forget, I still have a princess behind me." When Han Xian uttered the term princess, he hesitated momentarily, acknowledging that invoking the princess was indeed a last resort. Han Xian refrained from disclosing his troubles to Li Yi. Yet there were always those intent on undermining their bond, and unbeknownst to Han Xian, Li Yi overheard some remarks about him. Apart from spending her time in the princess's residence, Li Yi frequented Wushuang Garden, having chosen a fine day for her visit. There, she witnessed the butler escorting a young maid, dispatched by Madame Gu, who wished to invite her to a tea appreciation gathering. This event, seemingly a mere tea-drinking affair, was in fact a subtle examination of the family standing. While it would have been easy to decline if it were anyone else, the invitation came from Madame Gu, and with the presence of Yesan, she accepted the invitation. "Inform your lady that this princess shall certainly attend on the appointed day," she instructed. "Yes," replied Yulin. "Your Highness, it is said that this gathering organized by the Gu family will be quite grand, with many renowned noble women in attendance. Pray, elaborate on who will be present." Li Yi inquired. "All ladies of third rank and above within Qingcheng will be attending. Beyond that, there are also some from merchant families who have been invited." Li Yi twirled the bracelet on her wrist, reflecting on the Gu family's considerable expenditure in inviting such a large number of guests, albeit for what was purportedly a gathering among women. "Yulin, prepare some gifts. In such circumstances, one cannot avoid comparisons. If I do not present something, the perceptive ladies may speculate that the royal family is lacking in wealth." This aspect of social rivalry vexed Li Yi, the incessant competition among them. Upon entering the Gu residence, she was enveloped by a sense of gravity. The history of the Gu family paralleled that of the royal Li family, both steeped in antiquity. While the palace was adorned in hues of gold and crimson, the predominant tones here were muted browns and grays, exuding a subtle opulence. "Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Anghua, has arrived." As the announcement echoed, all present ceased their activities, bowing in unison to pay their respects. Li allowed them to maintain their posture for a moment before nonchalantly commanding, "At ease," and proceeded to take her seat at the head of the table. Such an air of authority she possessed. The cold treatment evoked a heightened sense of caution among them towards the elder princess. Madame Gu, smiling, remarked, "Your Highness has arrived at the perfect moment. The tea has already been prepared." "Let us commence," Li Yi replied. The subsequent proceedings faded into the background of her awareness. Her gaze was drawn to Yesan in the corner, wishing to engage her in conversation. Upon this thought, she rose, prompting a look of alarm among the others, who assumed she was about to express her displeasure. It was not surprising they thought so, for in their minds, this princess often engaged in unpredictable behavior. Observing their astonishment, Li Yi stifled a laugh and said with a serious demeanor, "You may continue with your tasks. Do not concern yourselves with me." She descended and added, "Should I catch wind of any disrespectful remarks, you may well lose your tongues." With that, she turned her attention away from their astonished faces. Yesan was taken aback by Li Yi's decision to sit beside her and understood that the warning had been intended for her benefit, stirring a touch of gratitude within her. There was no need for such caution from her elder sister. Some truths were simply inescapable. They may be referred to as noble ladies. Yet when it comes to idle chatter, one outdoes the other, and their underhanded tactics are as numerous as they are varied. However, I can hardly be bothered to indulge in such discussions. How could Madame Gu arrange for you to be here? Li Yi's emphasis lay in the final sentence. Yishan, observing her disgruntled demeanor, remarked, "I chose to sit here of my own volition. It has nothing to do with Madame Gu." After a pause, she added, "As you know, I'm not fond of crowds. This place offers tranquility." Yet, it sounded rather pleasing. However, Madame Gu did not utter a single word about you, clearly disregarding your presence, treating you as if you were invisible. Yishan found this intolerable. Li Yi wore an eager expression, as if she were ready to stir up some trouble. Yishan's eyes widened with apprehension. "What do you intend to do?" "Eldest sister, do not act recklessly." Li Yi, smiling sweetly, patted her and replied, "I will not act rashly. Do not overthink it. Have I ever made a mistake? Besides, this banquet will only be enjoyable with my presence." Madame Gu initially wished for the crown princess to engage in conversation, yet the crown princess publicly refuted her, leaving Madame Gu to maintain a smile while watching the crown princess seek out her daughter-in-law, whom she was reluctant to accept. The wives of the Zhang and Xie families fanned the flames, remarking, "You are, after all, the elder of the crown princess, yet she treats you this way." Madame Gu, with a forced smile, retorted, "Ladies, it seems you have ample leisure to discuss this. Perhaps you should attend to your own matters first. I have heard that your children are not faring well. These individuals, with their foolishness, believe that others would share in their ignorance. Regardless, She would not allow herself to become adversarial with the crown princess. The expressions of the Zhang and Xia ladies soured as they whispered to one another. What is there to be proud of? None of it is commendable. Who does not know her attitude towards that daughter-in-law? The Lady Zhang commented, indeed. My husband mentioned that the crown princess's husband has encountered difficulties as well. It would be best if they both faced misfortune. However, I pity my son, who has been ill for so long. Had it not been for the crown princess, would my son have ended up like this? And what of your son? My daughter has sought out countless physicians for him. Her visage has grown gaunt, yet she claims her love is profound as the sea, refusing to consider divorce. Lady Xia lamented, unintentionally revealing her true feelings. Lady Zhang, displeased, retorted coldly, What are you saying, Lady Xia? Divorce? Do you wish for my son's demise? I assure you, even in death, my son's ties will remain with the Zhang family. And what of your family? My daughter is a precious jewel. How could you be so malevolent? Their voices grew increasingly loud, and they nearly resorted to physical confrontation, pulling each other's hair, drawing the attention of others nearby. Madame Gu, suppressing her irritation, dispatched servants to separate them. Do you not realize the nature of this occasion? Do you wish to become the subject of ridicule for those around you? Engrossed in their conversation, the Zhang and Xia ladies failed to notice their surroundings, while Li Yi and Yishan, seated nearby, listened intently. Yishan, taken aback, weakly inquired, Can they not see us? Perhaps not. Li Yi replied obediently, her expression betraying no surprise. Yishan cast a skeptical glance in her direction. Eldest sister, did you anticipate they would quarrel? How could I? I had no idea they could escalate to such a conflict. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Madame Gu's composed demeanor. Moreover, it was Madame Gu who instigated this. At the banquet, the other ladies expressed their dissatisfaction with the situation. In an effort to pacify them, Madame Gu offered her apologies one by one. Noticing that Yishan still seemed troubled and was about to speak, Li Yi interjected softly, stating, It is my turn to take the stage. With a calm demeanor, Li Yi approached and consoled, Madame Gu, you have worked hard. I trust you did not foresee this turn of events. Allow me, as the princess, to assist you in resolving this matter. Madame Gu replied, Your Highness is kind. I do not hold you responsible. I merely wished for everyone to enjoy their time. It seems I have been remiss. I shall handle these matters myself. As you are a guest today, it would be improper to burden you. Li Yi responded, That is well said. Let Yishan take charge. You have prepared so much, and it is only fitting that you take a moment to rest. Such troublesome affairs should be entrusted to the younger generation. Wouldn't you agree, Madame Gu? Though Li Yi's tone remained unassuming, Madame Gu detected a hint of veiled threat in her words. It was unsettling for her to be addressed so by a junior. Yet Li Yi's suggestion was reasonable. Yishan, being her daughter-in-law, would have been the center of attention today had she not held a disfavor towards her. Ultimately, Madame Gu could only nod in acquiescence. Subsequently, Yishan adeptly organized the other ladies with a demeanor that was cool and seemingly indifferent. Yet her actions were steady and reliable. As dusk approached, she bid farewell to Li Yi, saying, Elder sister, thank you. Li Yi gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, You performed splendidly. I merely provided them with an opportunity. Had it been me, the outcome might not have been as favorable. Watching her carriage depart, Yishan reflected on Li Yi's words about striving for initiative and not compromising her own dignity. Meanwhile, seated in her carriage, Li Yi pondered the quarrel involving Madame Zhang and the others, recalling their mention of Han Xian encountering difficulties, although he had not confided in her. She resolved to keep this matter in mind, recognizing that since Han Xian had chosen not to speak, it must indeed be a challenging issue that could not be directly inquired about. Yulin, please investigate what problems the prince is facing. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 36. No turning back after Yulin's investigation. He returned to inform the princess that the prince needed to expand his department and required funds. But the treasury's allocation was insufficient. Is it a matter of finances? Li Yi pondered, retrieving a box from a nearby cabinet. She opened it and said, Yulin, take this gold to the treasury, but do so discreetly. Let them find a reason to allocate it to the Qingcheng division. Observing that the princess was still concerned for the prince's pride, Yulin remarked, Your Highness, there is no need for such measures. He longed to inform the princess that the prince was not as innocent as he appeared. Yulin, do you believe that merely providing some funds makes me benevolent? Li Yi playfully tapped his forehead and continued, this money serves no purpose if it remains with me. It is better utilized elsewhere. I shall see to it at once. Li Yi settled into a rocking chair, swaying gently as she gazed outside at the leaves falling gracefully, lost in thought. The prince should return today, shouldn't he? Moonlight replied. Earlier, the prince sent word that he would be back today. That is good to hear. I have missed him. At the Qingcheng division, Han Guang entered with a beaming expression, holding an official document. My lord, the treasury has approved it. Let me see. Han Xian took the document, scrutinizing it carefully, and was astonished by the final amount. Why would they allocate so much? The officials from the Ministry of Revenue reported a bountiful harvest this year, resulting in increased tax revenues. Other departments have dispersed their allocations as per usual practice, and these are surplus funds. Although Han Xian harbored doubts, he could not find fault with the ministry's reasoning at this moment. The newly established Qingcheng division would not divert any excess funds elsewhere. Han Guang, go and gather some people. With money in hand, other matters will become manageable. After a day of bustling activity, Han Xian noticed that dusk had settled, signaling it was time to return. Typically, he preferred walking, but this time he opted for a carriage to hasten his journey. Upon alighting and entering his residence, he found Li Yi awaiting him. Ai, I'm back. Please sit down and have something to eat. I'm quite famished. Since you're hungry, why not eat first? Li Yi took a bite, swallowed, and then slowly replied, I was waiting for you. Han Xian gently ruffled his hair and remarked, next time, if you're hungry, feel free to eat without waiting for me. No, I want to eat together. Han Xian acquiesced. Then I shall strive to return earlier. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Li Yi surmised that matters had progressed favorably and chuckled. You speak as if I cannot eat without you. I only waited because you mentioned you would return today. If you were busy, you could have simply attended to your affairs. Thank you, Li. Li Yi regaled Han Xian with amusing anecdotes from the Gu residence, his eyes sparkling as he animatedly recounted the quarrel between the Zhang and Lu families, captivating Han Xian's attention. As the conversation drew to a close, Han Xian inquired, Did you foresee their argument? I possess no such foresight. I merely conveyed some of their thoughts to one another. Li Yi abruptly ceased speaking, realizing she had spoken out of turn. Attempting to recover, she noticed Han Xian looking at her with a knowing smile. Taking a deep breath, she confessed, All right, I bear some responsibility. It was unforeseen to me. The Zhang family has become quite deranged, believing that virgin blood can cure ailments, and they have frantically sought out girls. Xia Ying is equally complicit in this madness. I cannot stand idly by once I learned of it. Li Yi continued her tirade, while Han Xian listened patiently, eventually stating, They have already broken the law. Once I gather evidence, I will report them to the Ministry of Justice. Li Yi had not considered this angle, exclaiming, Indeed. Han Xian, you are so thorough in your thinking. Pingtai, have you heard? Heard what? Tian Pinghui and Wang Zhen were seated together in conversation. Wang Zhen, with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes, remarked, The Zhang family has been reported for their misdeeds and their attempts to pursue unscrupulous paths. They have brought this upon themselves. Fortunately, you have distanced yourself from them. The Zhang family is truly afflicted. Tian Pinghui remained composed, taking a sip of tea, and replied, Sister Zhen, that is all in the past. Their affairs no longer concern me. Let us refrain from discussing them. Quite so, Wang Zhen nodded. However, you may not know that the Zhang family has been imprisoned, and the Xie family is hastily seeking a divorce. Xiang has gone mad, knowing you reside with me, and she came looking for you. If I had not sent someone to fetch Mrs. Xie, she might have caused a scene at the door. Is that so? Tian Pinghui expressed surprise. Why did you not inform me of this at the time? Do you not understand? Since Zhang Liao fell ill, Xiang has held you responsible for their misfortunes, harboring resentment towards you. If you were to meet her, it would not take long for rumors to spread like wildfire. Wang Zhen understands her kind nature, yet others may exploit this trait. Tian Pinghui feels a sense of oppression and questions Sister Zhen. Why must I endure such trials? With her family gone, only her younger brother remains, and she has been enduring this for a while. Yet, why are there always those who refuse to let her be? Wang Jun gently comforts her, saying, "This is not your fault. You must live to witness the truth." With her words, Tian Pinghui gradually calms down, and in that moment, an elegant figure appears in her mind. "Sister Jun, I have encountered someone. Who is it? Are you familiar with the master of Wushuang Garden?" Tian Pinghui recalls. "He is the master of Wushuang Garden, courteous and charming, and he has treated me well." Observing her fondness, Wang Jun inquires, "Do you know where he comes from? What is his family situation? Does he have a wife or concubines?" Tian Pinghui is at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Wang Jun, sensing her hesitation, advises, "Do not be foolish. The master of Wushuang Garden is quite mysterious. Many dignitaries in Qingcheng wish to be acquainted with him. It is wise to know more about such a person." "Sister Jun, I understand what you mean. I will inquire further. But rest assured, his feelings for me are genuine. He has not overstepped any boundaries." Wang Jun grows increasingly concerned. "Pinghui, how did you come to know such a person?" Tian Pinghui, feeling a bit shy, admits, "This is somewhat connected to Her Highness the Princess, who brought me into Wushuang Garden, helped me find relief, and introduced me to him. Since then, I occasionally receive letters from him." She describes their delightful encounter. Wang Jun believes half of her story, yet remains wary of the mysterious background of the master of Wushuang Garden. If he truly is a good man, that would be most fortunate. Koxin Rue, as per usual, sent someone to deliver a message to Tian Pinghui, and this time, she penned a reply. Koxin Rue smiled confidently, knowing she would eventually respond. However, upon reading her reply, he found it rather challenging. This young lady seems to be demanding an explanation of his origins. He took up his brush to write Wushuang Garden in a flowing, elegant script. Initially, Koxin Rue did not regard Tian Pinghui highly. He preferred someone like Li Yi. Yet, as he got to know her over the past few days, he discovered her remarkable ability to disguise her true self. Despite being a person of considerable cunning, she presented herself as an innocent flower, which intrigued him and became a reason for his selection of her. "Sister, you seem quite nervous. Is it that obvious?" Tian Pinghui touched her face, glancing at her younger brother. "Yes, is it related to the person you are about to meet?" "I don't know, Xiao Wu." Tian Pinghui chuckled bitterly, having deceived Wang Jun. The notion of affection felt too extravagant for her at the moment. Yet, when someone professed their love for her, she felt compelled to take a chance, wishing to trouble no one further. "Sister, do you like him?" Xiao Wu, no longer a child, had come to understand many things. Yes, Tian Pinghui is fond of him. She is somewhat superficial. How could she not admire an exceptional individual? Yet, this is merely instinctual, and she remains acutely aware that no one is irreplaceable. "Xiao Wu, why don't you step outside and see if he has arrived?" Xiao Wu obliged, stepping to the entrance to glance around, and soon spotted a man approaching. There was only one room here, and, turning back, he announced, "Sister, someone is here." Tian Pinghui composed herself and smiled gently. "Xiao Wu, could you please wait at the door?" "Certainly." Koxin Rue also noticed the youth standing at the entrance and raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was a precaution against him. The young man politely introduced himself, Tian Wu. Never had Koxin Rue encountered such a straightforward introduction, so he reciprocated, "Koxin Rue, I am aware that my sister is waiting for you." Xiao Wu stepped aside to open the door, and Koxin Rue entered without hesitation. Upon hearing the movement, Tian Pinghui stood up, and Koxin Rue's silhouette appeared before her, though a veil still separated them. "Please do not take offense. The young man at the door is my brother, and he sought to meet you, so I brought him along, but he shall not intrude upon our conversation." Koxin Rue settled down, smiling. "There is no need for explanation, Madam Tian. I fully understand." Tian Pinghui fell silent, and Koxin Rue patiently awaited her to speak. After a moment, she inquired, "Sir, is everything you have written in your letters true?" "It is indeed the truth." She realized she ought not to probe so deeply, but as he remained reticent, she had no choice but to ask. Tian Pinghui summoned her courage and ventured, "May I ask where your family resides?" Koxin Rue, poised to pour tea, paused and replied, "Since you have responded to me, Madam Tian, I shall disclose everything, but you must not waver in your decision." Tian Pinghui, already tense, felt her voice tighten as she asserted, If your feelings are genuine, I shall not retract my words. Very well. I am Ko Shinrue, the heir of the Songlio family. My father is elderly and seldom ventures out, so I have taken on the responsibilities. My mother is not an overbearing individual. Our household atmosphere is relaxed, and you need not fear being mistreated. His calm voice shattered Tian Pinghui's composure. In a flurry, she stood up. Her gown caught on the table. In her haste, she tugged at it, causing the table to topple. Ignoring decorum, she stepped out from behind the veil, meeting Ko Shinrue's gaze directly. Tian Pinghui stared at him in disbelief. You deceived me. Ko Shinrue's expression remained unchanged. To this day, I have not lied to you. No, you have deceived me. You are from Songlio, and you are the heir. Goodness, this is unacceptable. Tian Pinghui was at a loss for how to proceed, instinctively wishing to escape the room. You promised not to retract your words. Ko Shinrue's statement halted her retreat. The disparity between us is too great, sir. It is not that I do not trust you, but rather that I do not trust myself. Ko Shinrue approached her, lowering his head to meet her gaze. But you cannot withdraw. Do you understand the consequences of rejecting the heir of Songlio? Tian Pinghui shook her head, uncertain of his meaning. He continued, Madame Tian. He is quite petty. From his words, she sensed a hint of menace. Her pale face reflected a mixture of reluctance as she replied, But I am not retracting. I have not offended you. What shall we do? You have already offended me. Ko Shinrue coolly remarked that he had done nothing. Yet Tian Pinghui had already become paralyzed with fear. Chapter 37. The Discovery of the Stone Platform. Regret filled Tian Pinghui, but there was no turning back. She had promised Ko Shinrue, and now, faced with her brother Xiao Wu, words eluded her, leaving her heart heavy with bitterness. Xiao Wu, noticing his sister smiling at him, said, Xiao Wu, we're going outside. Soon, you will see sights unlike those of Qingcheng. Are you happy? Happy. Xiao Wu understood what his sister wished to hear. Was she going to accompany that young Master Ko? Of course. He will be your future brother-in-law. Tian Pinghui also sought out Sister Zheng. Wang Zheng was taken aback by Tian Pinghui's intention to leave, inquiring, Why must you go? Where will you go? To Songlio. Young Master Ko is from Songlio. Do not worry about me, Sister Zheng. Young Master Ko is a gentleman. He keeps his word and will not mistreat me. Tian Pinghui reassured her, speaking half-truths that even she began to believe. Wang Zheng felt a pang of sadness, saying, What if I cannot make it to your wedding? I will return, I promise. Just do not forget me when that time comes. All right, may you find happiness. They embraced, their feelings traditionally reserved. Yet at this moment of parting, their reluctance and sorrow converged into a single embrace. Ko Shinrue had concluded his affairs in Qingcheng and bid farewell to Li Yi, who then learned of the feelings that had developed between him and Tian Pinghui. Li Yi felt uneasy, while others were unaware of Ko Shinrue's true nature. She knew him to be a man of ill repute, prompting her to question Tian Pinghui. Do you know who he is? The young master of Songlio. He is not what you imagine. Do you still wish to leave with him? Yes. Li Yi, observing Tian Pinghui's resolute demeanor, could not comprehend her decision. Your Highness, I am grateful for your care. This path is one I have chosen for myself, and I shall accept all consequences. Tian Pinghui spoke with conviction. She had matters yet to fulfill. Li Yi glanced at Ko Shinrue in the distance, waiting, and bade farewell to Tian Pinghui, cautioning, the road ahead is fraught with difficulty. Take care. Understood. Li watched as they boarded the carriage and departed. Han Xian, I am not accustomed to farewells, yet I cannot avoid them. A.E. In this world, people come and go. No one can remain stationary forever. Acceptance is key. Li Yi grasped Han Xian's hand, saying, Fortunately, you are by my side. I suspect you shall never leave me. Han Xian chuckled softly, responding, Yi is right. The master of Wushuang Garden had departed, taking with him the daughter of the Tian family. Yet few noticed this occurrence. Others continued to sip tea and listen to music within Wushuang Garden. Occasionally inspired to compose renowned verses, their routine unchanged. Han Guang followed closely behind Han Xian, asking, Sir, why are you investigating Wushuang Garden? There are issues here. Ko Shinrue may have reached an understanding with someone in Qingcheng, and I must ascertain who that individual is, as they're closely tied to the recent turmoil within the court. Han Guang summoned Dong Xiao and instructed him to thoroughly investigate the surroundings, paying particular attention to the inconspicuous corners. Understood. Bearing the master's command, Dong Xiao knocked on door after door in every corner. Who is it? From the Qingsheng division. Stop the idle chatter and open the door swiftly. I have pressing matters to attend to. All right, all right. Many responded similarly, as Dong Xiao, overly proud, seemed eager for others to recognize his connections. His companion, Brother Jiang, unceremoniously smacked the back of his head. Smack! Hey, Brother Jiang, why do you hit me? It hurts. Dong Xiao rubbed his head, looking at Brother Jiang in confusion, feeling a bit aggrieved. I'm hitting you to teach you a lesson. Just look at you. Your eyes are gazing skyward. The master has instructed you to investigate, but that does not mean you should go looking for trouble. With your demeanor, you are merely signaling to those with guilty consciences to hide. Lacking experience, Dong Xiao took Brother Jiang's words to heart and slapped his own head, realizing, Brother Jiang is indeed astute, instantly knowing what to do. Yet he found it peculiar. Someone like Brother Jiang should be a sidekick like himself. Brother Jiang, tell me, are you perhaps a martial arts master or some kind of hero here to experience life? Dong Xiao grinned mischievously, prompting Brother Jiang to feel a twinge of annoyance. Wow, Brother Jiang, what did I say wrong to earn another slap? This time, Brother Jiang's strike was unrestrained, leaving Dong Xiao stammering and revealing his accent. Brother Jiang scolded playfully. I told you to stop daydreaming. It's not as mystical as you imagine. You spend all your time listening to those storytellers' fanciful tales. If I were truly as formidable as you claim, would I stand here with you? This was indeed a valid point. Dong Xiao chuckled. Yet I still hold a certain status. Being with me does not bring you shame. Brother Jiang was speechless, thinking Dong Xiao's optimism bordered on absurdity. Was this a form of talent? They continued deeper into the alley until Dong Xiao halted at a doorway. Hey, Brother Jiang, look. This place feels rather eerie compared to the others. It must surely harbor ghosts. Before Brother Jiang could intervene, Dong Xiao had already knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Your hands are a bit too quick, Brother Jiang remarked dryly. But to his surprise, after a few knocks, the door swung open, unlatched. As they stepped inside, Brother Jiang sensed something amiss, his brow furrowed. Had they stumbled upon something by chance? Brother Jiang, look, there's no one here, Dong Xiao realized belatedly. Let us see. I have a feeling this is what the master referred to as unusual. Oh, Dong Xiao wandered aimlessly and inadvertently stepped on a round log, losing his balance and leaning forward. Brother Jiang turned just in time to reach for Dong Xiao, but was a moment too late. Dong Xiao's back collided with the vat, causing it to shift backward. Dong Xiao propped himself against the vat, his foot landing on its edge, producing a resounding crash. Before he could catch his breath, he and Brother Jiang tumbled down together. Cough, cough. How long has it been since anyone was here? Dong Xiao coughed while surveying the surroundings. Brother Jiang brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, Let us report back. Only someone exceptional could construct such a mechanism. Dong Xiao nodded. All right, Brother Jiang, you stay here and keep watch. I will return immediately. As Jiang Gu observed him sprint away, he pondered whether Lord Han had decided to employ this fortunate young man based solely on his luck. Indeed, it appeared that Han Xian had taken a rather simplistic approach this time. Upon first hearing about Dong Xiao's experiences, he immediately recognized the young man as a talent worth bringing under his wing, believing that a touch of fortune was essential for accomplishing tasks. Dong Xiao hurried back to the Qingqing division to report this matter to Han Xian, who promptly gathered a group of individuals to accompany him. Upon arriving underground, the surrounding oil lamps flickered to life, revealing that the residents had not vacated the premises for long. As he ventured further, a spacious area unfolded before him. He ascended the steps and noticed the stone seat, observing and contemplating its significance. Han Guang, find someone knowledgeable in mechanisms and have them come to examine if there are any undiscovered elements here, he instructed. Yes. Han Xian seated himself upon the stone seat, contemplating why this specific location was chosen and what thoughts occupied the mind of the individual who once sat there. Han Guang summoned artisans from the Ministry of Works, renowned for their expertise in mechanism studies, who upon entering remarked, "To construct such a device is an ingenious feat. This individual is truly remarkable. If you were to replicate it, how long would it take?" "At most, 6 months," they replied. Han Xian nodded and requested they further investigate for any overlooked details. "Might I take the liberty of sketching this structure? Compared to what I know, it exhibits a bolder design, a true innovation that deserves documentation. If there are merits, let them be recorded." By the time Han Xian returned to the surface, dusk had settled. Han Guang inquired, "My lord, where shall we head now?" "To the princess's residence." Han Xian responded. As he made his way, he encountered vendors packing up their stalls, and he noticed a familiar figure standing by a jewelry booth, appearing quite distressed. Upon spotting Han Xian, the individual hesitated but approached nonetheless. "Brother Han, good evening," he greeted. "Runyan, it's late. Why have you not returned home?" He Runyan, whose courtesy name was Runyan, had been a fellow examinee with Han Xian. Producing a hairpin, he spoke cheerfully. "To be honest, I have someone in mind." Han Xian quickly grasped the implication and wished for Runyan to achieve his heart's desire. "Thank you, Brother Han," he replied. As Han Xian observed him depart, he noticed that Runyan's gait seemed slightly off, as if he were nursing an injury. "Runyan?" "Yes." He turned back. "Take care of yourself. Avoid getting hurt," Han Xian advised. His concern encapsulated in that single statement. Runyan continued to nod with a smile. "Brother Han, you too." Li Yi had assumed Han Xian would not return. Typically, he would notify her in advance of his arrival. Just as she was disrobing, someone opened the door. "Who is it?" she called out, draping a garment over herself as she emerged from the inner chamber. Upon seeing Han Xian, her face brightened with delight. "You're back." Han Xian closed the door behind him and approached her. "Indeed, I wish to see you." Li Yi poured him a glass of water, urging him to drink. "Sit down. I want tea. Run away. You've traveled a long way. It's as if I were absent." "Hey!" Han Xian regarded her disapprovingly. Li Yi slapped her mouth in realization. "Yes, I shouldn't have said that. How could I speak of being absent? I'm here." At this, Han Xian broke into a smile. "Hey, shall we bathe together? Would that be agreeable?" Li Yihong felt her cheeks flush, thinking that Han Xian had an audacious disposition, speaking of such intimate matters openly without a shred of shame. "Don't look, you are exhausted. Why not rest early instead of dwelling on trivial thoughts? I suspect the books of gentlemen you have read have been devoured by you." Han Xian chuckled. Even gentlemen have desires." A clever retort. Ultimately, Li did not acquiesce. "Be gentle," she requested. "Very well, I shall be attentive." Upon rising the next morning, Li Yi found herself alone. Yuehua entered with a basin of water. "Has Han Xian already gone to the ministry?" she inquired. "Yes, the prince left at dawn." After Yuehua styled her hair, she asked, "What shall His Highness do today?" "I haven't decided yet. I declined several invitations earlier." "Tell me, what amusing events have transpired in Qingxing recently?" "Your Highness, there are happenings every day. The most talked about recently is the marriage of the top scholar." "Who is the bride?" "It is the sister of Lord Wen from the Ministry of Works, Wen Lian. It is said that this top scholar caught Lord Wen's eye at first glance. This matter has been in the works for months, and the scholar's talent has piqued Miss Wen's interest, leading to her consent. What a splendid match. Lord Wen, like myself, has a penchant for scholars." Li Yi laughed heartily, then suddenly remembered. "I almost forgot. During the tea banquet, was Lord Wen's family present?" Yuehua nodded. Li Yi had been preoccupied with matters concerning Yes Han at that time, and had overlooked this detail. Clearly, everyone must have known it was she who had been oblivious. "Yuehua, remind me on their wedding day." Li Yi wished to partake in this joyous occasion, as happiness seemed to follow one after another. Chapter 38. An unexpected visitor. The wedding was lively, and Li Yi watched the scene with a smile. However, she had not anticipated that someone would wield a knife in broad daylight. The target of the assault was none other than herself. As the blade descended towards her, she found herself frozen, unable to move, only able to watch helplessly as the knife fell. Yuehua rushed forward in a panic to shield her, but was easily pushed aside and fell to the ground. Li Yi heard a sharp sound near her ear and stumbled backward, having narrowly escaped harm. She beheld the blade shattered and turned to her rescuer. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" "I am fine, Yulin." Li Yi inquired about Yulin, who, as a shadow guard, was often dispatched by the emperor on various missions, appearing and disappearing like a wraith. I have completed the task assigned by the emperor. Upon my return to the city, I witnessed someone attempting to assassinate your highness. Yulin had yet to sheath her sword, which was now pressed against the throat of the assailant. Coldly, she demanded, "Who sent you?" "Ha ha ha! The kingdom of Qing is doomed." The assailant spat before foaming at the mouth. Yulin frowned, feeling discontent with her lapse in vigilance. She had thwarted many attempts on the prince's life before, but this time, she had been careless. "Yulin, can you deduce who sent him?" "I apologize, it was my oversight. I failed to ascertain his origin, putting your highness in danger." Li Yi had seldom encountered such assassination attempts. Her heart raced, yet her demeanor remained composed. "It is nothing." Han Xian, nearby, hearing the commotion, promptly approached. Upon seeing Li Yi at the scene, he moved closer, inspecting her for injuries. Relieved to find her unscathed, he turned to Han Guang and instructed, "Take the body back for examination by the coroner." "As you command," Han Guang replied. Li Yi gazed at Han Xian, her expression growing cold as she reached out to tug at his sleeve, saying, "I am fine. This is not my first experience." Han Xian remained silent, prompting Li Yi to patiently reassure him, "There have always been people protecting me. You need to relax." "How can I possibly feel at ease?" Han Xian replied, unable to bear the thought of Li Yi lying on the ground. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Han Xian continued to remain silent, which troubled Li Yi. She had intended to change the subject, but he refused to engage. "Where are you going?" Li Yi had hoped for a conversation with Han Xian, but to her surprise, he mounted his horse as she alighted. "To Qingsheng Division," he replied. Li Yi let him go and entered the princess's residence, where she sat savoring the pastries on the table. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she remained still as she spoke to Yulin. "I always felt something was peculiar about the person who attempted to assassinate me. Upon reflection, I noticed that his gaze was fixated on my neck. I initially thought it was due to his intention to slice it. Yet, in the end, he did not strike there. Look, I still have this pendant around my neck. Could it be related to this?" The reason Li Yi considered the pendant was not solely due to the man's gaze, but also because of the pendant itself. She had yet to decipher its secret, but she understood that it was of great importance. Han Xian, naturally, had come to similar conclusions, although his judgment was based on the patterns found on the corpse. He vividly recalled the design of the pendant. Li Yi reported the assassination attempt to the emperor, who summoned her to the palace the same day, with Han Xian accompanying her. Upon seeing that Li Yi was unharmed, the emperor began to reprimand Han Xian, holding him responsible for her distress. The rebuke was laced with an undercurrent of frustration, and Han Xian accepted the blame entirely, considering it his fault. Li Yi attempted to interject, but the emperor warned her, "It would be best if you remained silent." With that admonition hanging in the air, Li Yi fell silent. After concluding his admonishment of Han Xian, the emperor finally inquired about the pendant. Li Yi removed it and presented it to him. The emperor examined it for a moment, but found nothing amiss, nor did he experience the familiarity that Li Yi had felt. That man claimed this is an item from the palace, supposedly acquired 20 years ago. Since it is a palace artifact, it must have been seen by someone. Li Yi explained. The emperor then summoned an elder from the treasure vault for identification. Having spent 30 years in the treasure vault, the elder had a recollection of everything that had been stored there. He carefully inspected the pendant, noting its jade-like appearance, a wooden texture, yet not entirely wood. The elder felt a sense of déjà vu. There should have been 3 of these. The one in my hand is one of them. The emperor inquired, "Why were there 3? Your Majesty, that is a tale from the past." This pendant was commissioned by the late emperor to be given to distinguished individuals of that era. However, fate is capricious. One of those individuals met an untimely death, another vanished without a trace, and the last suffered a mental breakdown. One night, he fled into the wilderness, only to be devoured by wild beasts. It is astonishing that, after all these years, this pendant has resurfaced here. The elder's account was exceedingly fantastical. Given his status as a respected and ambitious individual, one would expect him to serve in the court, striving for the welfare of the people. How, then, could he have fallen to such a lamentable fate? The elder did not respond. He merely shook his head and said, Your Majesty, the old servant has forgotten. Those events transpired so many years ago that all I recall is the sorrow of those who perished. After all, that year, they drove the entire Qingcheng into a frenzy. Age has indeed taken its toll. It had been so long since he had thought of those remarkable individuals. The elder departed, leaving 3 bewildered souls behind. The emperor ordered an investigation into the people from that year, seeking to uncover the identities of the 3. Han Xian and Li Yi remained in the palace, for this matter was of great significance to them as well. Han Xian, are you pondering the elder's words? Indeed. Li Yi gazed at the plaque, hesitating as he spoke. 2 of the 3 have perished. Could it be that the one who seeks to harm me is the one who has vanished? Han Xian had no answers and silently shook his head. Though they harbored secrets within, they eventually succumbed to slumber. Upon receiving the emperor's command, the chamberlain of the library tirelessly scoured records from 20 years prior throughout the night. By dawn, he presented his findings to the emperor. After listening, the emperor waved them away. When Li Yi and Han Xian entered, the emperor glanced at them and said, "The records from that time are missing half. It is as if those 3 never existed, with not a trace left behind." Li Yi found this hard to believe. Could it be that the old man was deceiving them? The emperor firmly asserted, "No, that is not the case." His certainty stemmed from the absence of those records. Han Xian explained that over the years, records had been periodically organized, and the appointments of officials from 20 years ago were clear as day. Nothing appeared to be missing. However, if the chamberlain claimed something was amiss, then it undoubtedly was. Such coincidence was improbable. The emperor's expression darkened. The palace was fortified with multiple layers of security. If there were no internal issues, how could records go missing? He rubbed his ring, instructing Sun Gongong, investigate discreetly. Ensure the internal affairs office cooperates. Yes. Li Yi and Han Xian exchanged glances, and Li Yi stepped forward, saying to the emperor, "Your Majesty, allow Han Xian to handle matters outside." The emperor momentarily found no other suitable candidate, especially since this issue related to his sister. Entrusting it to anyone else might lead to significant oversights. Thus, he conceded to Han Xian, "This matter is yours to manage." Understood. As Han Xian and Li Yi exited the palace, they reached a point where Li Yi wished to disembark from the carriage. Han Xian joined her. Yulin attempted to follow, but Li Yi waved him off, saying, "With Han Xian here, you may return. But your highness's safety." Han Xian interjected, "It is prudent for him to accompany us." Li Yi was somewhat reluctant, but Han Xian gently urged, "It is best to have Yulin follow. We cannot afford to be careless now." His soothing tone compelled Li Yi to acquiesce, and she nodded. "You make a valid point. Yulin, please follow behind us." They strolled leisurely, and Li Yi enjoyed a candied hawthorn. "Would you like some?" Han Xian shook his head, and seizing the moment while Han Xian was momentarily distracted, she playfully popped the candied hawthorn into his mouth. Han Xian was caught off guard by her sudden movement and bit into one of the pieces. "Is it sweet?" Li Yi asked him with a smile. Han Xian paused for a moment and nodded. "Sweet." Eating something sweet could indeed uplift one's spirits. Listening to her cheerful voice, the corners of Han Xian's eyes crinkled with laughter, and he mused that perhaps it was not merely the sweetness, but rather her presence that brought him joy. Upon arriving at the princess's residence, as Han Xian was about to enter with Li Yi, someone rushed over, breathless, saying, "My lord, there has been a new development." Han Xian instinctively glanced at Li Yi, who gave him a slight smile and said, "Go ahead." She took out a token and handed it to Han Xian, saying, "This should be useful." When Han Xian arrived at the Qingchang division, Han Guang came out to greet him. As they walked, Han Xian inquired, "What is the situation?" "My lord, we have traced the background of the deceased. He was a butcher. We visited his shop and discovered this," Han Guang replied, producing a bloodstained cloth and handing it to Han Xian, continuing, "This is human blood." Han Xian carefully examined the cloth, noticing that the blood seemed to form a single character. He held it up to the light, but the latter part had been deliberately smudged, as if to conceal something. "My lord, have you discovered anything?" Han Xian could not think of anything immediately and asked, "Is there anything else?" No, the man's home was bare, quite apparent. Apart from his cloth, nothing else was found. Han Xian tucked the cloth away and gazed at the corpse. Han Guang asked, "My lord, shall we simply leave the body here? We have gathered all we can. Let him rest in peace." Thus, Han Xian once again spent a sleepless night, sitting alone in front of candle, staring at the cloth and the token. Suddenly, a gust of wind extinguished the flame, and he looked up, sensing something amiss. He opened the door and surveyed his surroundings. "Who was there?" No one responded. Han Xian felt uneasy, closed the door, lit a candle, and then concealed himself in the shadows. This time, he saw a figure standing by the window. The person spoke in a hushed tone. "Han Xian, do not pursue this any further. We are of the same kind." Upon hearing these words, Han Xian recognized the visitor and chuckled. "What do you think I am? You are merely a bunch of shadowy rats. Aren't you one of them?" The person replied calmly. "What you seek to protect is nothing but a group of worthless beings. Do you not wish to see them vanish?" Han Xian felt a pang of truth in those words and hesitated before responding. "I understand what you intend to do. Will you join us?" "No. You will contact us," the figure said before vanishing from Han Xian's sight. Han Xian opened the window, finding the outside world eerily silent. The earlier figure seemed like a figment of his imagination. The forceful motion of opening the window startled Han Guang, who rushed over. "My lord, what has happened?" "Nothing. Go back to sleep," Han Xian replied nonchalantly, closing the window again. He had not anticipated that the visitor could bypass Han Guang to reach him. He was not afraid, merely perplexed as to why the person was so certain he would reach out to them. This question would soon reveal its answer. Chapter 39. A Child's Heart. Han Xian. "It's rare to see you looking so grim." "Worry not, I am fine," and I Xiaoming said with a cheeky grin, lying on the bed, his back marked with welts from the whip. "Do not move." Han Xian gazed at him coldly, his eyes fixated on the wound, and inquired, "Who inflicted this injury?" And I Xiaoming, sensing his displeasure, stammered, "It just happened, that's all." Observing Ni's evasive demeanor, Han Xian's mind began to formulate a plan. "I can investigate. Did you inflict this upon yourself, or was it at the hands of another?" He rose, appearing ready to inquire further. "Hey!" And I Xiaoming quickly called out to him. "Ganjia, please don't be so hasty. I caused this injury myself." "Yourself?" Han Xian pointed to his back, incredulous. "How did it come to this?" And I Xiaoming replied, "I know you doubt me, but it truly was my own recklessness that led to this, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Please, do not question others about it." Han Xian remained unconvinced. "Recklessness? Do you find that credible? You arrived in Qingcheng without any grievances against others. You understand the rules of engagement. You know what is appropriate and what is not. Do not hold me in such high regard, Ganjia. Unlike you, I lack protection, and a single misstep can lead to dire consequences." And I Xiaoming offered a bitter smile. "In Qingcheng, I dare not offend anyone." "What transpired then?" Han Xian sat down, his tone softening. As In I Xiaoming reflected, he began to speak. "The situation is as follows. Do you recall He Jing, one of our fellow scholars?" Han Xian nodded. "I remember him." And I Xiaoming continued. "His family was impoverished, yet he possessed a remarkable intellect. They endeavored to ensure he received an education. On the day he achieved the status of scholar, they must have felt a surge of pride. However, tragedy struck when, in the absence of his family, He Jing ignited a fire that reduced him to ashes, leaving no remains behind. His family could not bear this reality and reported the incident, insisting it was not suicide. Indeed, how could it be? He was destined for a bright future, yet he perished before reaching his prime. The authorities, however, concluded unanimously that it was a suicide. His family, aware of their lowly status, spent their days leaning against the walls of the official residence, only to be rebuffed whenever they attempted to appeal to those of higher standing. No one cared about the deceased He Jing. This realization shattered his family. When I first encountered them, they knelt before me, pleading desperately, revealing that He Jing had spoken of me, claiming I was a good person and someone who understood him. Consequently, I agreed to visit the site of the fire. There, I uncovered traces of He Jing's presence, and the evidence suggested he had been murdered. When I learned this news, I was elated. It was proof that He Jing had been killed, warranting a reopening of the case. Yet, when I hurried to share this revelation with his family, I found them lifeless in their beds, motionless, surrounded by a substantial amount of arsenic. As I Xiaoming concluded, his expression was laden with complexity. At that moment, like them, was unwilling to accept fate. He sought the truth and approached numerous individuals who might provide insight, only to receive the same disheartening advice: to abandon hope. Upon reporting the matter to the authorities, I was met not with the truth I sought, but rather with obstruction to any further complaints against me. They subjected me to corporal punishment, warning me that certain matters were beyond my jurisdiction. Han Xian inquired, "Why did you not seek my assistance?" And I, Xiangming, upon hearing this, appeared despondent. As I delved deeper into the investigation, I discovered a complexity far beyond my initial understanding. I was already enmeshed in this web, and how could I implicate you? You ought to confide in me. Han Xian sighed. The Qingqing division is not merely for show. And I, Xiangming, felt a twinge of embarrassment, acknowledging that he hadn't given it much thought at the time. Focus on your recovery. Leave this matter in my hands. Han Xian reassured him, urging him to relax. Without hesitation, he instructed Han Guang to gather men and proceed to the magistrate's office. At the magistrate's office, a middle-aged man wore a troubled expression as he watched Han Xian occupy his seat, his countenance darkening further. "What is the meaning of this, sir?" "Master Han, I hold no grievances against you, so why would you bring harm upon me?" Han Xian casually accepted a cup of tea offered by an attendant, taking a leisurely sip before responding. "Master Zhao, how could you say such a thing? As you mentioned, we are without enmity. I would never conspire against you." "Master Han, this situation is indeed putting me in a difficult position," Zhao protested. "You merely request me to handle a case, and that is your hardship? What do you mean?" "Master Zhao," Han Xian replied, his demeanor growing increasingly displeased. Seeing Han Xian's resolute intent to intervene, Zhao steeled himself and declared, "The He Jing case has been resolved. It was ruled a suicide. Without evidence, we cannot reopen the case." Han Xian set down his teacup and rose to his feet. Han Guang stepped forward, presenting a confession, which Han Xian took and approached Master Zhao, stating, "Master Zhao, do take a look at this. Could it not be considered evidence?" Upon receiving the document and reading its contents, Zhao realized he was powerless to challenge it. Han Xian revealed the self-account of He Jing, which clearly indicated his foreboding of impending harm. The text was brief, yet every word resonated with sorrow and a profound sense of injustice. After a decade of diligent study, He Jing had cultivated a resolute character, harboring grand ambitions. He did not envy the lavish lifestyles of the privileged. His intellect was sufficient to look down upon them, and he believed that one day he would become a benevolent official safeguarding the realm. However, He Jing was confronted with a harsh and grotesque truth, one he could not accept. His talents were deemed worthless in the eyes of the powerful, who mocked his innocence. Yet, they remained unsatisfied, feeling compelled to further humiliate him. He Jing's life was tragically cut short at the age of 23. It was not a suicide. It was murder. Who was responsible? Those who toyed with him, maliciously stripping him of his dignity and casting him onto the streets for public ridicule. What else did they do? They did far too much. The details escape me. I cannot recall. Ha 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 ha. After listening to various testimonies, Han Xian remained deeply unsettled. He pondered over the matter and ultimately confided in Ni Xiaoming. Upon hearing the account, Ni Xiaoming was not overtly surprised, but simply asked, "Can you seek justice?" "Indeed," Han Xian affirmed with a nod. What should He Jing have been like? A person with a pure heart, gentle and upright, always willing to lend a hand when asked. He approaches his tasks with neither arrogance nor impatience. Were he to attain an official position, he would undoubtedly be a diligent and conscientious official. Moreover, he must have a cherished young lady, for it has been said that once, on his way home, he bought a hairpin with his freshly received wages. He could not sway He Jing's stubbornness, nor did He Jing's family ever arrive at that day. The world continues to turn, indifferent to the absence of any individual. Han Xian acknowledges this as a reality, one that induces a sense of guilt within him. Despite his efforts to reach this point, he still feels a profound helplessness, reminiscent of his childhood when, no matter how much pain he endured, he remained silent. Li Yi was abruptly awakened, bewildered by Han Xian's distressing dreams. He trembled incessantly, prompting her to hold him tightly in an attempt to soothe his unease. Gradually, Han Xian calmed, and as Li Yi slowly released her grip, he would again shudder and embrace her. Believing he had awakened, she softly reassured him, it's all right, I'm here. Yet Han Xian remained lost in dreams of his youth, a time when he felt invisible, in the stillness of night as wounds tore open. He would silently wrap his arms around himself, seeking warmth in solitude. Li Yi spent the night holding Han Xian, both enduring restless slumber. Upon noticing the weariness in her eyes, Han Xian apologized. Yi, I'm sorry for disturbing you. She shook her head, replying, it's nothing. Did you have a nightmare? He smiled and shook his head, merely gazing at her. Li mumbled, if you won't speak, then don't. Your smile seems so insincere. Han Xian, feeling somewhat helpless at her candidness, affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Yi, I too cherish my dignity. I know you are the best. Her heart softened at his words, rendering her unable to remain upset. Indeed, she thought, I forgive your insincerity for the sake of that sentiment. After Han Xian departed, Li Yi, still feeling anxious, confided in Yulin, please investigate what the prince has been up to lately. Understood. Han Xian did not visit the Qingxing division. Instead, he entered a shop along his route. The shopkeeper, upon recognizing him, discreetly gestured upwards. Ascending the stairs, he found a woman awaiting him, her face obscured by a veil. Upon his arrival, she smiled faintly. I anticipated you would seek us out. What can you offer? Han Xian inquired without preamble, taking a seat opposite her. I am curious why you went to such lengths to summon me. Do you know of the Wushuan Pavilion? She continued without awaiting his response. The master of the pavilion possesses remarkable abilities to discern the fates of the world. He claims you can alter destiny. She had already divulged the answer to Han Xian, who regarded the notion as absurd. I have never subscribed to superstitions. Such words will not sway my beliefs. Yet the truth remains. Do you not think the world is in need of change? Surely you harbor some thoughts on the matter. We have cast the bait, and you have taken the hook. It is a matter of choice. Han Xian chuckled. You urge me to become a traitor. How intriguing. We merely wish to assist you. For among your friends are those who cannot be offended, including the current prince consort. You must tread carefully. Han Xian fell silent, directing his gaze toward the window. He observed the fervent shouts of the street vendors, the hurried footsteps of passing tourists, and the noblemen seated in opulent carriages. I need to see the outcome, Han Xian remarked. We have come with sincerity. Please be patient, and soon you shall witness what you desire. The woman rose, nimbly leaping from the windowsill to the rooftop, and under Han Xian's watchful eyes, she swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 40. Unforgiven Li Yi invited the heir to the princess's residence, an unexpected gesture that astonished him. For Li Yi seldom extended such invitations. He understood that she sought something from him. Indeed, Li Yi began with a direct inquiry. Are you aware that a person named Yi Jing has died? The heir had anticipated such a question, though he had not expected it to arise so soon. He nodded. Naturally, I am aware, as he was a remarkably talented individual. It is quite unfortunate. Do you know that several individuals who have been following you are the very ones responsible for his demise? Li Yi paused, her tone softening as she continued. I do not intend to question your character. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I am well aware of the kind of person you are. Yet those individuals do not inspire my trust. The heir shook his head, replying, I have only heard that he committed suicide. Sister, from whom did you hear this? And why do you ask? Recalling the findings of Yulin, Li Yi felt a pang of discomfort and frowned as she said, I dispatched someone to investigate. A band of ruffians disregarding the law, acting with impunity. Li, were you completely unaware of this? The heir retorted, Sister, are you doubting me? Did they not speak of Yi Jing in your presence? They have been with you every day. The more Li Yi pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. She often struggled to decipher Li Li's thoughts. The few you mentioned do follow me, but I have never truly understood them. Hence, I am unaware of their daily exploits. Li Li replied indifferently. Li Yi hesitated before saying, Since you assert this, I shall believe you. Can you assist me with a task? Li Li affirmed, Sister. You wish for me to inquire with a few individuals, correct? Li Yi nodded. Li, I seek to uncover the entirety of this matter. They are the key witnesses. Perhaps they truly were involved? Curiously, Li Li asked, Sister, do you wish to have them accompany Yi Jing in death? Li Yi remained silent. Li continued. The reality is, if they're indeed responsible, so what? What does it matter? Sister, do not forget, while I hold influence among them, it is contingent upon our unity. You stand with us, do you not? Li felt no need to ask further. He understood well the depths of their depravity, though he did not require explicit knowledge of their actions. Yet, he was acutely aware. Li could not deny the validity of his assertions. However, was it right to overlook their misdeeds? Li found herself at a loss for words. Sister, you know we still require their support. Their families back the emperor, and they're the future heads of their respective clans. At this juncture, what do you propose we do? Sever our own limbs? Li Yi's expression turned icy. I understand your implication, yet what does our current stance signify when compared to those domineering families? This answer eludes me. Li explicitly expressed her stance. Eldest sister, you can no longer be willful. You must consider the greater good. Li observed him leave, her mind lingering in a daze. Your Highness, Yulin inquired with concern as she remained seated for an extended period. It's nothing, Yulin. Today, the heir apparent is visiting. Do not let the prince consort know. Understood. Li realized she was powerless to change the situation, a truth that weighed heavily upon her. When Han Xian returned, Li acted as though nothing had transpired, dining and conversing with him as usual. They appeared oblivious to each other's unusual demeanor, passing the night with a calmness that belied their inner turmoil. As the cold deepened, Han Xian stood in the courtyard at dawn, acutely aware that winter was approaching. In the 4th year of Xingyuan, November, as Han Xian stepped into the Qingqiang division, Dong Xiao hurried to his side, urgency evident in her tone. Master, there has been an incident. What kind of incident? Han Xian quickened his pace. At the brothel on Gushi Road, several noble youths have been gruesomely murdered overnight. Upon hearing the last 2 words, Han Xian abruptly halted, causing Dong Xiao, who had been trailing closely, to bump into him. Ignoring the pain, she swiftly retreated. Bring the coroner. We must go to Gushi Road, Han Xian commanded. He initially intended to inspect the scene, but paused to inquire. Have the officials from the Ministry of Justice already arrived? They should have, given the magnitude of the case and the prominence of those involved, Dong Xiao replied. Deciding against proceeding himself, Han Xian instructed, never mind. Han Guang, you and Dong Xiao go. Inform them that the Qingqing division is here to assist, and we shall act according to their directives. My lord, are you not going? Han Guang asked, perplexed. If I were to go, the case would become far more complicated. The Qingqing division, after all, is not merely for investigating cases. It is the emperor's private force, and all actions must originate from a decree from his majesty. Han Xian awaited the imperial edict. As he observed them depart, he settled back into the Qingqing division. Shortly thereafter, someone entered, their footsteps unmistakably loud. Han Xian inquired, Did you orchestrate this? Why would Lord Han presume it was us? After all, those individuals had plenty of enemies, the newcomer retorted. It was the same woman from before, now clad entirely in white, devoid of any embellishment. Han Xian rarely encountered anyone dressed in such a manner and could not help but ask, Is this mourning attire? Is it not evident? She replied with a smile. A family member has passed away, and I wear this garb as a sign of my respect. Han Xian chose not to press further. Your earlier implication was that this was not your doing? I can only assert that we have honored our commitments, Lord Han. The decision now rests with you. Han Xian articulated his choice, diverging from the options presented by her. Ultimately, when the woman departed, she appeared satisfied. The nature of their accord remained solely within their understanding. Upon Han Guang's return from the scene, he recounted the details to Han Xian. One victim was unrecognizable. Another was mangled beyond repair. One had been hanged, and the most horrific fate was reserved for the last, his limbs severed. Han Guang briefly mentioned the situation, but the reality is even grimmer than he described. He dared to assert that among all the deceased he has encountered thus far, none suffered as tragically as this instance. Han Xian, observing Dong Xiao, who was still retching nearby, understood that Han Guang was holding back on the details and nodded in acknowledgement. My lord, the Ministry of Justice has dispatched a certain Jian Jingzhen to investigate this case. Jian Jingzhen? Han Guang affirmed, indeed, Jian Jingzhen is quite young and is reputed locally as a master of solving cases. Most of the cases he has handled have been resolved successfully. He is a promising individual, which is why he has been promoted by the ministry. And what of his character? Dong Xiao, having exhausted his retching, stood up just in time to hear Han Xian's inquiry. He stepped forward, saying he's rather peculiar, almost mystical in his demeanor, a formidable talent. He was able to discern my family background upon our first meeting. After only a few exchanges, he seemed to understand me completely. It is quite frightening. Han Guang added. He analyzed me as well. The most alarming part is that everything he stated resonated with my own experiences. Han Xian was intrigued to meet this extraordinary individual. For if even Han Guang found him intimidating, he must be an exceptional person. Han Guang, please investigate where he is currently residing. I wish to consult this remarkable character. My lord, are you certain of this? What if he reveals your secrets? Though Dong Xiao refrained from voicing this concern, Han Xian was already aware of it. Do not worry. I am eager to witness such a person for myself. Thus, Han Guang reluctantly set out to make inquiries. Li Yi, upon hearing Yulin mention the gruesome deaths of several individuals on Gushi Road, felt a wave of unease wash over her. The extent of their suffering indicated a deep-seated enmity. Yulin, the prince has not visited Gushi Road in recent days, has he? The prince has been shuttling between Qingchengxi and the princess's residence, never venturing there. That is fortunate. Li Yi felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety. This matter likely had no connection to Han Xian. When Han Xian returned, it was the first time Li Yi inquired about the incident in his presence. As she mentioned He Jing, she carefully observed Han Xian, only to find him unresponsive. This shouldn't be the case, she pondered. Han Xian was aware that Li Yi had investigated the matter. He had assumed she would remain silent about it. Regarding He Jing, it is in the past. Is that so? Li Yi was skeptical. Why would I deceive you? Han Xian sighed, embracing Li Yi as he spoke. One cannot resurrect the dead. All I can do is cherish the present. These were the words Li Yi longed to hear, yet for reasons unknown, she could not nod in agreement, allowing Han Xian to hold her. But Han Xian, do you know? I am deeply saddened. I understand. He has always had a kind heart. No, I am selfish. Li Yi murmured silently. In the darkness, they explored one another, Li Yi sobbing softly, a blend of anguish and joy. Han Xian exerted a gentle force, his strength tinged with frustration, yet she bore it all. They both sought to release their burdens, attempting to achieve a fleeting moment of oblivion through this shared experience. The following day, they awoke simultaneously. Li Yi propped herself up, sleepily observing Han Xian as he changed his clothes. I wish to accompany you. Han Xian paused his actions, turning to look at her. Seeing her nod, he realized his assumption was correct, yet this time, he declined. No. Why not? I have yet to visit Qingshang Temple. Yet I can serve as your aide. With Han Guang and Han Yi, that should suffice. Li Yi cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, I am not seeking your counsel. Han Xian sighed and inquired, what do you intend to do? What they cannot achieve, I am capable of. Li Yi rose and approached him, assisting him in donning his garments. I am a princess and also a woman. In certain circumstances, my presence is indispensable. Initially, Li Yi merely contemplated this, but she had now resolved to act. Han Xian intended to protest. This is rather improper, but was interrupted by Li Yi. Do you believe I will heed your words? Seeing him a loss for words, Li Yi tiptoed and patted his shoulder. Do not be confined by these rigid conventions. It is said that only men can hold office, yet that notion is erroneous. There was a time when women also held positions of authority. Unfortunately, that era left little behind and was heavily criticized by many historians, gradually fading from memory. In time, it may well be forgotten. Li Yi pondered silently. Understood. Han Xian smiled, pleased to allow A Yi to pursue her desires. Observing Li Yi's flowing sleeves, he suggested, Then, A Yi, you must change into different attire. Very well, Li Yi exclaimed, dashing towards the trunk and continuously inquiring of Han Xian. What about this one? Indeed, the early morning was a splendid time. Chapter 41. Extraordinary individuals Li Yi and Yulin trailed behind Han Xian. Yulin, perplexed, questioned, Your Highness, as a princess, why must you engage in such activities? What do you mean by such activities? Li Yi countered. Is it disgraceful to follow him? Yulin found himself at a loss. The crux of the matter was that both Han Xian and Yu Lin perceived her as merely seeking amusement. Very well, if you wish to consider me here for sport. So be it, Li Yi retorted, noticing Han Xian glance back, prompting her to lean closer. What is it? Li Yi asked. Her riding attire, though understated, still hinted at her noble status. Han Xian remarked, this outfit is still rather ostentatious. There is a tailor nearby. Perhaps you could procure something more suitable? Li Yi nodded, having insisted on accompanying Han Xian, and thus should heed his advice. However, as she assessed her attire, she mused, is this truly ostentatious? It was only upon encountering the tailor that her perspective shifted. Indeed, the garments there were far simpler and more unadorned than her own. Han Xian proposed several requirements, and the proprietor swiftly presented a selection. The shopkeeper appeared quite seasoned, as some ladies often sought similar masculine garments for their outings. Li Yi chose a black outfit, and when she emerged after changing, a handsome youth stood before Han Xian. How do I appear? Li Yi inquired, but upon speaking, it was evident she was not a mere lad, but rather a delicate young lady. Han Xian nodded in approval. Quite good. Li Yi, somewhat awkwardly touching the collar of her garment, remarked, this fabric chafes my neck. I have worn similar before, yet why does this one cause such discomfort? She referred to her previous escape from the palace. Han Xian explained, previously, the finest materials you encountered were merely what common folk deemed acceptable. Upon your utterance, I grasped your meaning. Li Yi, noticing that he did not head towards the Qingchang division, inquired with curiosity, where are you taking us? To meet an extraordinary individual. He replied. This statement piqued Li Yi's interest, prompting her to ask, is he someone I am unfamiliar with? Indeed. Why must we meet him? He is responsible for investigating the Gushi Road case, and I have some inquiries I wish to pose to him. The mention of Gushi Road instantly put Li Yi on high alert. Is he from the Ministry of Justice? Yes. As Han Xian spoke, he had already come to a halt, and Li Yi followed suit, realizing they had unknowingly arrived at their destination. Han Xian approached the door and knocked. After a brief moment, a voice from within inquired, who is it? Qingcheng Division, Han Xian, he responded. After a moment of silence, the door opened to reveal a young girl, who, upon seeing one man and two women, was taken aback by their numbers. Unsure whether to admit them, she hesitated until a person inside emerged and said, come in. The young girl opened the door, and after they entered, she closed it behind them. Han Xian discreetly surveyed the surroundings and remarked, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope it is not a bother. The young girl, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, you know it is an intrusion, yet you still come? Li stifled a laugh, for the truth of the matter was indeed as such. She burst into laughter, which seemed to offend the young girl, who maintained a stern expression and shot Li a glare. The two men present observed their interaction and chuckled, while he exclaimed, my apologies, please continue. The owner of the courtyard, Jian Zhengzhen, gestured, please have a seat. There is little to offer, merely plain water. Han Xian shook his head, indicating his indifference. He sat down, with Li Yi and Yu Lin standing beside him, embodying the demeanor of attendants. As Li Yi was well aware of her current position, Jian Zhengzhen tapped the table, prompting the young girl to swiftly pour water. Han Darren, while your arrival is not unexpected, bringing the princess along is quite beyond my anticipation. Han Xian took a sip, confirming it was indeed plain water. This individual was forthright and did not extend him any courtesies. Jian Darren, what leads you to believe I am accompanied by a princess? Li looked up, equally intrigued. Jian Zhengzhen, noticing this exchange, elaborated, where to begin? Let us start from the moment you knocked on the door. The one who knocked was you, not the women accompanying you. Thus, at least one of these women must hold a rank superior to yours. Upon entering, this woman has the liberty to act freely before you, which reinforces your subservient position to her. Han Xian found this amusing, as did Li Yi, who could not resist asking, yet there are many women of higher rank than Han Xian. Why presume she is a princess? Your mannerisms reveal much, do they not? Addressing her by name and behaving intimately. If she were not Han Darren's wife, the current princess of Ingua, who would dare act so? How many would dare to do so? Li Yi listened with delight, laughing heartily. Indeed, you speak the truth. Han Xian, you truly are an extraordinary person. All the disguises you concocted for me were in vain. Han Xian nodded, adding, I never intended to conceal it from him. It is merely that with others, it might still suffice. The moment the young girl laid eyes on the princess, she found herself utterly captivated, unable to comprehend why the princess, much like herself, donned a simple, coarse linen garment, rather than attire befitting a celestial being. She edged closer to Jian Jingjin, whispering, Jinjin, why does the princess differ from what you described? Though her voice was soft, those nearby could overhear. Jian Jingjin coughed lightly, taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, and seeing the princess awaiting her response, she explained, You see, there are many types of princesses. I previously spoke only of those akin to fairies, but there are also princesses who share our joys and sorrows, who are very much human. Upon hearing this, the young girl scrutinized Li Yi, realizing that she was, in fact, more beautiful than the sister next door, her skin delicate and tender. Noticing that the princess's neck had been chafed red by her clothing, the girl's eyes sparkled with thought, and she dashed back into the house. Before Li Yi could react, the girl re-emerged, carrying a medicinal ointment, which she offered to her, saying, Princess, this is very effective. Apply it to your neck, and the redness will fade. Li Yi was deeply touched by the girl's thoughtfulness, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, Han Xian had intended to suggest that she change her attire, but Li Yi had been resolute, insisting that if others could wear such garments, so could she. She was indeed a stubborn one, Han Xian mused. Noticing Han Xian's gaze once more falling upon her neck, Li Yi reassured him, It's nothing. She encouraged him to consult Jian Jingjin instead. Jian Jingjin replied, If you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Han Xian, therefore, turned his attention to Jian Jingjin and inquired directly, What progress have you made on the Gushi Road case? His inquiry was straightforward. Knowing that circumlocution would not serve him well with Jian Jingjin, she regarded him with a probing look and replied, What you truly wish to know is not merely my findings, but whether it is connected to your friend and I, Xiangming, is it not? Han Xian's expression remained composed as he asked, What do you know? Li Yi noticed his urgency, as did Jian Jingjin. He continued, I fear my knowledge may not surpass yours, Lord Han. What do you propose? Li grasped Han Xian's sleeve, feeling a bit unsettled. Seeing her anxious demeanor, he sighed and said to Jian Jingjin, Indeed, I possess some information. Should this lead to your suspicion of me? Of course, I would not doubt you for this. Jian Jingjin stood, adding, Would you like to accompany me to the scene? I had intended to visit once more. Han Xian glanced at Li Yi, who nodded without hesitation. Yes, I would very much like to see the crime scene. Jian Jingjin noted their eagerness, stating, Perhaps you will uncover answers you seek. At this, Li Yi, already brimming with anticipation, tugged Han Xian along. They had previously discussed Gushi Road, a place notorious for its revelries and gambling dens, and Li Yi had never ventured there before. Thus, when she set foot on Gushi Road, she was unprepared for the overwhelming fragrance that assailed her senses. As she steadied herself, she noticed several heavily adorned women approaching them. Li found herself jostled by them and couldn't help but exclaim, Wait, just a moment. Upon hearing her voice, the women who had intended to draw closer expressed their disappointment, saying, Oh, it turns out she is just a girl. They appeared somewhat disheartened, their gazes fixated on Han Xian and his companions, the intensity of their stares sending shivers down Li Yi's spine. My lord, would you care to join me in some amusement? The moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew you were that noble gentleman. Would you like to come in? My abode is quite comfortable, she said, preparing to lift her garments. Having never encountered such a scene before, Li Yi stood in stunned silence, watching as each one of them exuded an enchanting allure, employing every charm to ensnare the passers-by. Han Xian calmly grasped Li Yi's hand, leading her forward as if oblivious to the others. What do you think of them, my lord? Li Yi managed to slip her hand from his grip. Circling her fingers in his palm, I find the sight utterly satisfying. Han Xian, aware of Li Yi's mischievous inclinations, tightened his hold on her hand. Do not be foolish. I have not paid them any heed. From his actions, Li Yi discerned that he had undoubtedly frequented such places before. With a hint of reluctance, she insisted, regardless, When we return next time, you must inform me. If time does not permit, you must tell me afterward. Han Xian often found himself pondering what thoughts occupied Li Yi's mind daily, feeling somewhat exasperated by her antics. Would you like to hear about official matters? Why not? Whatever you say, I shall listen. Jian Jingjin, observing their exchange from behind, silently remarked how they resembled newlyweds. Ahem, are you finished? This is the place. Li Yi and Han Xian followed Jian Jingjin into the venue. The madam awaited their arrival, and one could hardly deny her misfortune. Her establishment, second only to Chunfeng Pavilion in popularity, had been marred by a murder involving several noble youths. The venue had been forced to close, and its patrons scattered. Had she not invested a substantial sum to purchase this establishment years ago, it might have been lost. Jian Jingjin politely thanked the madam and inquired about the individuals present at the time. She presented him with a list, her first attempt at documenting such details, fearing forgetfulness in the face of repeated inquiries. She also took Jian Jingjin and his companions to meet a few individuals, all of whom had nowhere else to go and thus remained with her. Jian Jingjin was already familiar with these individuals and gently asked a few common questions. The young women appeared timid, evoking a sense of pity. They responded to his inquiries with hesitance, their eyes betraying a lingering fear when discussing the deceased. As if trapped in a nightmare, Jian Jingjin persistently probed for the sequence of events, while Han Xian did not believe Jian Jingjin was merely asking without reason. In his eyes, no matter how courteous Jian Jingjin's demeanor, it could not disguise the fact that he was pressing for answers. Just as Li Yi was at a loss, Jian Jingjin's question silenced all present. Could you tell me why they were killed? Chapter 42. The Decadent Flower. When Yan Zi received her first client, she paused at the doorway, hesitating for a long while, gripped by fear. She had previously witnessed many of her elder sisters endure unbearable torment during their inaugural encounters. Her mother stood nearby, urging her, "Be quick. Do you have any idea how impatient the guests are?" Yan Zi hesitantly asked, "Mother, who are the people inside? Do not inquire further. In any case, you shall not suffer any loss. He is a generous patron, so why the hesitation?" Mother said, preparing to open the door and pulling her inside. Yan Zi exerted some strength. She appeared slender, yet her force was considerable, such that even Mother struggled to move her. Observing this, she advised, "Oh, Yan Zi, your parents have raised you with great difficulty, and now your family awaits your earnings for support. If you hesitate now, such opportunities may not present themselves again." Yan Zi stubbornly inquired, "Then who is the person inside?" Mother, somewhat displeased, replied, "This guest is of noble status. Someone of whom you, a mere girl, cannot presume to know." With that, she firmly pushed Yan Zi inside. Once Yan Zi steadied herself and looked up, she beheld a towering figure. The door behind her closed, leaving only herself and this guest within the confines of the room. "I have met this esteemed gentleman." Yan Zi spoke first. Upon her words, the man turned, revealing a handsome visage, clothed in fabrics of which Yan Zi had never before laid eyes. "Your voice is truly melodious," he remarked with a smile. Yet Yan Zi remained guarded, offering a practiced smile as she leaned closer. "I can sing even more sweetly. Would you care to experience it?" Her lips curled into a smile, yet her lowered gaze betrayed her trepidation. The man scrutinized her, intrigued, and seated himself on the bed, patting his thigh as he beckoned, "Come closer." Leaning against him, Yan Zi felt the rhythm of his heartbeat, which quickened in an instant. Just as she was about to utter something, her eyes were suddenly covered. "Do not be afraid. It shall not hurt," he assured her. After uttering this, he pushed her onto the bed, shrouding her eyes with a piece of cloth. In the enveloping darkness, she could only sense her body being exposed, a hand resting upon her slightly trembling shoulder. Soon, tears streamed down Yan Zi's face as she called out delicately. The man atop her finally withdrew, panting, and said, "Yan Zi, your cries are truly enchanting. I find them delightful." This statement marked the beginning of Yan Zi's nightmare. When the esteemed guest departed, he left several coins scattered upon her. Clutching the coins, she felt a slight measure of solace within her heart. Mother was exceedingly pleased with her, never having anticipated that she would attract the attention of nobility, who had been quite forthright in his desire to purchase Yan Zi for a period of time. Yet, Yan Zi could not find joy in this. She disliked the notion, for the man's eyes glimmered with a thick desire, as if intent on destruction. In the morning, some of the sisters remained asleep, while those who were awake gathered to converse. Yanzi sat among them, and someone inquired about the blue young master. This blue young master referred to her noble patron, who donned blue garments, earning him the moniker. Yanzi answered, I do not know. How could you not know? Does he not come to see you every few days? They pressed. I truly do not know. He has always been rather mysterious. Upon hearing this, the others seemed to understand something unspoken and chose not to pursue the topic further. Yanzi had hoped that, after the blue young master lost interest in her, she could save enough money to escape this place. However, events rarely unfolded as she envisioned. This time, the blue young master arrived accompanied by several others, all clad in sumptuous attire. Only Yanzi was present among the women. She noticed a man among them who was different from the others. He bore a tense expression and did not smile. Yanzi, come here, beckoned Master Lan, inviting her to take a seat. Master, I pay my respects to you, she said, lifting the wine cup to Master Lan's lips. He raised an eyebrow and drank. Yanzi was unaware of their intentions, yet she dared not inquire, quietly sitting aside and listening to their conversation. What kind of woman do you prefer, brother he? The charm of it can only be comprehended through experience, came the reply. Do not jest. Brother he has lofty aspirations. How could he grasp such a lure? No, I have no favored woman. The man named he waved his hand dismissively, clearly resistant to their assertions. Is your surname he? Yanzi pondered, wondering why these individuals had brought him here. This he did not seem like someone seeking pleasure. Yanzi, pour a drink for brother he, Master Lan said casually. Yanzi complied, feeling hesitant to look at him, for he appeared so fragile. Yet she was compelled to play the role of the disruptor. In the brothel, some rules were unspoken yet universally understood, such as the manner of pouring wine. One must lower their waist and lean forward. The angle must be subtle, almost elusive. Yanzi was not adept at this, especially before this and upon seeing his anxiety, she nearly fumbled the cup, narrowly avoiding disaster. From his position, He Jing inadvertently caught sight of Yanzi's neck. He sat rigidly, unable to move, too afraid to direct his gaze toward her. Please, master, she offered. Thank you. He Jing nodded dazedly. For some inexplicable reason, Yanzi felt a surge of joy upon seeing his reaction. She smiled briefly at him, a fleeting moment before turning back to Master Lan. Her expression composed as she resumed her place. The others, oblivious to Yanzi, erupted in laughter at He Jing's demeanor, showing no concern for his discomfort. As the young masters indulged in drink, Master Lan arranged for their return home, choosing to remain behind and spend the night with Yanzi. Noticing his jovial mood, she cautiously asked, Master, will you always hold affection for Yanzi? Yanzi, why do you pose such a question? He evaded a direct answer. His response eased Yanzi's tension. From then on, every time Master Lan visited, he brought along He Jing, and Yanzi was always present as well. She learned that Master He was indeed named He Jing, a man of considerable talent. Master He, please. Each time, Yanzi locked eyes with He Jing. A sense of delight blossomed within her. One day, she witnessed a shocking scene while holding fruit at the door, peering through the crack to observe the unfolding events. Cursing, kicking, pulling, binding, and striking, these were endured by a man. Yanzi widened her eyes, refusing to look away. It was He Jing, that delicate yet noble figure akin to a white crane. Upon witnessing He Jing's initial struggles, followed by his eventual stillness, those onlookers grew weary of the spectacle. They crouched down to ascertain whether he had succumbed. And upon noticing his labored breaths, one remarked, Do you aspire to hold an official position? Without our approval, such aspirations are futile. Be wise. Being a performer might suit you well. With a visage like yours, even the courtesans would spend lavishly on you. The door opened, revealing Yanzi, pale as a ghost, gazing at young Master Lan. The ferocity he had displayed earlier was replaced by a gentler demeanor as he addressed her. Ah, Yanzi, what did you witness a moment ago? Clutching the tray tightly, Yanzi shook her head and replied, Nothing. That is fortunate. I have some matters to attend to. Please tidy up the room, he suggested. Very well. She acquiesced. Once they departed, Yanzi entered silently, rearranging the fallen items, stifling her voice as she worked. When He Jing noticed her presence, he contorted his body, aware that he must appear quite unseemly. Yet he heard the sound of her sobs. "No, please do not weep. It is nothing," he uttered softly. Yinzi, unable to contain herself any longer upon witnessing his contorted form, replied, "I shall fetch the physician." "Could we keep this from others?" He Jing asked, his voice laced with insecurity. Wiping her tears, Yinzi responded, "Then I will procure some medicine. Wait for me." Before he could call out to her, she had already departed. Heedless of his plea, ignoring the gazes of others, Yinzi hurried back with the medicine, kneeling beside He Jing to apply it gently. She could feel her hands tremble as she asked, "Why do they treat you so?" He Jing shook his head slowly, perplexed, as Yinzi watched him gradually step outside. In the days that followed, she often received letters from him, accompanied by some coins intended to cover the cost of the medicine. Having witnessed his most vulnerable side, she felt a surge of joy upon receiving his correspondence, and her affection for the young gentleman blossomed. Yinzi would purchase gifts for He Jing, primarily books or writing materials. Initially reluctant to accept them, He Jing eventually succumbed to her thoughtful selections, which aligned perfectly with his interests. In the reeds by the river, the elegant lady awaits her gallant suitor. Over time, their hearts entwined. "I shall take you as my wife," He Jing professed, eliciting a radiant smile from Yinzi as she anticipated that day's arrival, unaware it would be their last meeting. Young Master Lan had grown disinterested in Yinzi, preparing for one final encounter. In a moment of casual inquiry, she asked him, "Why do you treat young Master he so?" His blunt retort, "Is a reason necessary?" shattered Yinzi's composure, for He Jing was her cherished white crane. Upon encountering He Jing's acquaintances, Yinzi learned of young Master Lan's true nature and discovered numerous others who had suffered at his hands, both men and women. The men had mostly been dealt with. Much like He Jing, seeking out these women, Yinzi inquired if they desired vengeance. However, their fear rendered them fragile. The slightest disturbance could send them into tears. Witnessing their distress, Yinzi hesitated to impose upon them. Yet, a few agreed to her cause, provided she guaranteed their safety and the promise of their escape. Swallow agreed. She would discreetly escort individuals out of the city. Subsequently, the act of murder would ensue. A woman's strength was insufficient to move a man, thus she opted for poison, procuring the most effective sedative available. She bound them, and I was the first to strike, targeting the most despicable among them. Gradually, I severed his head and crushed it. Then with force I dismembered his limbs. They awakened and struggled, initially cursing, but eventually, as agony overwhelmed them, they pleaded for mercy. I found great satisfaction in their despair. Chapter 43. Swallow of Gushi Road. After listening, Li Yi remained in a daze, a chill creeping over her. "If you truly relished this, you would not linger here. Others have already been sent out of the city under various pretenses, and it would be difficult to retrieve them now. You must realize that one day we will find you," Jian Jingzhen asserted. Swallow chuckled softly and replied, "My lord, you are mistaken. I am indeed content, for I never wish to live. They, however, yearn for life." Jian Jingzhen stepped forward, seizing a rope he had casually brought along to bind her, saying, "There is still a matter you have yet to disclose. Before that, you must accompany me. You cannot die." Swallow, her expression sorrowful, shook her head. "My lord, I do not wish to follow you." Jian Jingzhen seemed to recall something and reached out to cover her mouth. "No." Yet, he was too late. Swallow had already ingested the fatal poison. Han Xian and Li Yi were caught off guard by the unfolding events. Han Xian furrowed his brow, checking Swallow's breath, and informed the others, "She is dead." The usually composed Jian Jingzhen finally displayed a trace of regret. He had spent days surveying the surroundings, visiting the apothecary frequented by Swallow, and had seen the letters she had not destroyed. Swallow was gone, taking with her all the sins. No matter how one viewed it, this was a revenge orchestrated by several women. Yet he sensed that the matter was far more intricate. Seeing Li Yi crouch down, gently wiping the blood from Swallow's face, a wave of sorrow surged within her. "Jian Jingzhen, how will you explain this to the aristocrats?" "I will speak the truth," he replied. Li Yi and Han Xian exchanged glances. Han Xian seemed to understand her unspoken thoughts and nodded. Jian, allow me to save you this once, Li Yi said. The young women sent out of the city had now assumed new identities. Finding them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The noble families, bereft of their children, would undoubtedly be dissatisfied with such an outcome, and their fury would be directed towards the Ministry of Justice, which would inevitably thrust Jian into the spotlight as the scapegoat. From the outset, regardless of the outcome, Jian was destined to bear the blame. Li Yi was no deity. She could not remain indifferent to this tragedy. All she could do was ensure some individuals could find peace. When the enraged nobles clamored for retribution, Li Yi, accompanied by the private soldiers of the princess's residence, intervened to prevent them from dragging others into the fray. Is my child not innocent? Princess, your bias must have its limits, they retorted. Indeed. Listening to their mournful lamentations, Li Yi replied, do you comprehend how many lives they have destroyed? A particularly clear voice responded, belonging to the head of the Zhao family and the father of the blue young master, who stated, how can those people compare to my son? No matter how many they perish, they cannot compare to the life of my son. Li Yi felt a wave of nausea upon hearing this. So, this is retribution. You all present yourselves as resplendent and virtuous, yet behind the scenes, you are capable of the most malevolent acts. Your son has learned from your example, and I have yet to voice the heinous tactics you employ. Do you wish to hear of your beloved son's misdeeds? Li Yi believed she could maintain her composure, but as the conversation reached its climax, she nearly succumbed to the urge to wield her power and banish them all. We shall bring this matter before the emperor, they declared, emboldened by their apparent immunity. Seeking justice from a sovereign. Justice? Li Yi scoffed as she watched them depart. Han Xian listened quietly from behind, and Li Yi turned to embrace him, saying, Han Xian, do not be disheartened. Do not lose hope. She wished to convey to him that she understood. At this juncture, they were all being propelled forward against their will. Han Xian returned her embrace, gently nuzzling her head with his chin, assuring her, Yi, I promise you, I will not be disappointed. As Li Yi entered the imperial palace, she ascended the steps slowly. It began to snow. She heard the palace maids exclaiming joyfully about the snowfall. Li looked up, feeling a slight chill. Seeing her pause, Eunuch Sun bent slightly and said, Your Highness, the Emperor is awaiting you. Very well. Li Yi continued onward. Upon stepping into the palace, she narrowly avoided being struck by a falling document. She picked up the scroll that had fallen, only to find it contained scathing remarks directed at her. Eunuch Sun announced, Your Majesty, the princess has arrived. As his words fell, the emperor's expression softened, and he waved for him to leave. Sun retreated and shut the door. Li Yi approached and placed the document on the table, inquiring, What has incited your anger? The emperor picked up the scroll she had just placed, visibly irked, and contemplated casting it aside, but Li Yi intervened. Ultimately, he refrained from throwing it, and with displeasure, remarked, Is it not evident? Li Yi examined the article. The words were indeed accurate. I have been reckless, meddling in court affairs. Elder sister, the emperor interrupted. You know that if I acknowledge this, it will not end with mere words. His tone carried a hint of reproach. The censors are known for their sharp language. Even trivial matters can be blown out of proportion. They believe I am oblivious. How absurd. Li Yi asked, So, do you think I have erred? Elder sister, you are not at fault, but you must understand, after all, the deceased was their son, and it is only natural for them to grieve. Li nodded, I understand. So what must I do? On the surface, an apology is required. The emperor's voice faded as Li Yi held his hand, asserting, I am not in the wrong. The emperor responded with a muted acknowledgement. I will not apologize. Elder sister, this is not about admitting fault, the emperor said calmly. You want me to endure this? Indeed. Li Yi nearly choked on her words, tears brimming in her eyes as she exclaimed, A one, is they who are clearly in the wrong. Yes, is they who are at fault. Seeing her distress, the emperor refrained from provoking her further. In truth, placating the ire of those nobles was not a simple matter, especially since he still required their support. The resolution demanded more than mere apologies. He entrusted the remaining affairs to Han Xian. As for the actions taken, His Majesty did not disclose them to Li Yi, nor did Han Xian. However, Han Xian retained the memory of the humiliation of being manipulated. He exerted considerable effort to locate the women who had ventured beyond the city walls. Their panicked expressions remained vividly etched in his mind. His intent was to escort these women to the doorsteps of the nobility. The women, realizing they had nowhere to escape, understood that entering those doors would spell either death or a fate worse than death. Thus, they implored Han Xian for poison, declaring, "I have endured enough of their cruelty. All I seek is a swift demise." Han Xian sent Han Guang to procure the poison, while he kept watch over the women during Han Guang's absence. "My lord, you seem to pity us," they remarked. "Indeed," they continued, "you are a kind-hearted person, much like the one Yinzi spoke of, always performing acts that warm the heart." Han Xian denied this, stating, "I am not." He observed the women laughing, exclaiming, "Ah, we are the timid ones. Yinzi has borne all the burdens. To have erred and yet desire a tranquil life. Such is the behavior of a beast. Not at all. If one could live, who would not wish to do so? Indeed, having endured such torment without succumbing, who would not wish to survive? Some remain unwilling to accept their fate. What are you saying? Yinzi is waiting for us. She must be anxiously crying for us. Pah, she has a lover. Let us keep each other company without disturbing their peace. Are they frightened? Of course they are frightened. Hence, they laugh, for no one wishes to display a face of despair. With the medicine in hand, Han Xian smiled at them, wishing them a safe journey. Li Yi and Han Xian lay together in bed, both unable to sleep as they reflected on the events of the day. "Han Xian, did you know it snowed?" "Though only for a brief moment," Li Yi remarked. Han Xian was indeed unaware and replied, "I did not see it." Li Yi continued, "Jian Jingzhen has returned to his rightful place. That is for the best. He should enjoy greater freedom now." Li Yi turned to Han Xian, saying, "He mentioned that the Gushi Road case is not yet resolved. What are your thoughts?" Han Xian faced that, troubled by the notion that a courtesan could so stealthily facilitate someone's departure. There must be someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. "Do you believe this is implausible?" "It is indeed improbable, which is why he is correct," Han Xian replied, recalling Yinzi's tale, where everything was her design, bold and meticulous. In the beginning, perhaps such deeds were within Yinzi's capability, but what about thereafter? He wished to articulate more, yet Li Yi had already drifted into slumber. Sweet dreams. Jian Jingzhen had reached the outskirts of the city. As night fell, he deemed it unwise to continue, so he paused to rest. A young girl, somewhat dejected, kicked at the stones on the ground, lamenting, "Qing Cheng is so delightful, full of enjoyable and fascinating things. Yet now we must return to our dilapidated abode. Enough nonsense. Is your life or amusement more important?" The young girl pondered gravely before responding. The importance of amusement. Jian Jingzhen, disinterested, thought of how his purse had grown thin since picking her up on the road. "Jingzhen, speak. Why do we leave?" Jian Jingzhen replied glumly. "Your Jingzhen cannot compete with those who play tricks." "But Jingzhen is so capable. How could that be?" the young girl asked, curiosity evident in her voice. In the realm of Qingcheng, actions are devoid of right or wrong, and some individuals harbor no reverence for life. Jian Jingzhen, gnawing on provisions, was not to be outdone by the young girl, who seized the other half of his food and began to nibble away like a chick pecking at grains. While munching, she mumbled, "Zhengzhen, doesn't your meaning imply that one should be shameless and invincible in this world?" With a smile, Jian Jingzhen affectionately patted her head, affirming, "Indeed, that is correct. Don't pat my head," the girl retorted, playfully swatting his hand away. "I want to grow taller." "And just how tall can you grow, little one?" he teased. "I'll certainly be taller than you, and then I'll pin you down and rub you into the ground," she replied disdainfully. Jian Jingzhen chuckled at her braggadocio. A moment later, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She awkwardly extended her hand, saying, "I'm cold." Jian Jingzhen, without hesitation, tousled her hair and embraced her, remarking, "Now you feel cold, after being so audacious just moments ago." The girl rationalized her actions. "I can adapt to circumstances." Such a little rascal. A gust of wind blew, prompting Jian Jingzhen to hold her even tighter. Chapter 44. The paving stone Nan Jiashir learned of the conclusion of the Gushi Road case, and, noticing Han Xian's indifferent expression, inquired, "Is the matter truly resolved?" "Why do you ask?" Han Xian replied, "Look at you. It seems resolved and unresolved all at once." It is concluded, with no follow-up, Han Xian stated. Then why the worry? It's nothing. Nan Jiashi expressed some dissatisfaction with Han Xian's reaction, saying, You must be pondering something ominous. Speak up. I've come this far. It would be remiss not to discuss it. As he spoke, he surveyed the sparsely populated surroundings, lamenting the gloomy atmosphere of the room. Your Qingcheng division lacks vitality. Such is unnecessary here, Han Xian replied casually. While sipping tea, Nan Jiashi nearly choked on Han Xian's words, retorted, right? I almost forgot you're now known as the malevolent ghost. Han Xian chuckled and asked, Jiashi, has the young master not been out much these days? Nan Jiashi nodded. Indeed, the weather has turned cold, and the young mistress is pregnant with their first child, so the young master stays home to accompany her. I see, Han Xian murmured. What prompted the mention of the young master? I wish to find a time to sit down and converse with him, Han Xian unabashedly stated. It seems you have been waiting for me. You and the young master are quite in sync. He mentioned similar sentiments during our last meeting, Nan Jiashi remarked nonchalantly. Since we are on the same page, you have spared me the awkwardness of being a middleman. When would you prefer? As soon as possible would be ideal. You are quite eager. Very well. I shall meet the young master shortly, though the exact timing remains uncertain. Having departed from Han Xian, Nan Jiashi proceeded directly to the residence of the young master, a place he frequented, and the guards, now familiar with him, granted him entry without hesitation. Both parties were proactive, and thus, Han Xian encountered the young master 3 days later. This meeting was known only to Nan Jiashi and a few of the young master's retinue. Their discussions were shrouded in secrecy, and no one was privy to the agreements reached. On his return journey, a long-absent masked woman appeared beside Han Xian, asking, What do you intend to do? Why seek the young master? Isn't your lord able to foresee such matters? Why then do you come to inquire of me? Enough of the pleasantries. Your failure to adhere to the rules compels us to believe that you are betraying us, the woman stated coldly, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her dagger, ready to draw at any moment. Han Xian, undeterred by the threat, retorted, When did I ever claim to be one of your kind? You. The woman, incensed, unsheathed her blade and pressed it against his throat, exclaiming, You are a scoundrel, devoid of integrity. I am not lacking in integrity. Rather, our paths diverge, and thus we cannot conspire together, Han Xian replied calmly. The woman, evidently uninterested in Han Xian's discourse, accused him, You plotted against us. Why did you not voice this sooner? After exploiting us, you now seek to distance yourself. What a hypocrite. The leader was right. You deserve to die. As she lunged forward, Han Xian was far from passive this time. Han Ye had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. Han Ye's martial skills stemmed from various sources. Initially, he honed his prowess through street brawls, learning to be ruthless. Later, after being rescued by Han Xian, he was sent to a security bureau for formal training in martial arts. He possessed a natural talent, capable of devising an entirely new set of techniques. Han Xian's confidence in Han Ye was bolstered by his ability to innovate, which is why he entrusted Han Ye with traversing the martial world instead of Han Guang. The woman had never encountered such a formidable fighter. She found herself overwhelmed from the outset. Sensing the tide turning against her, she uttered a hasty warning before fleeing. The leader will not spare you. This struck a nerve, as Han Xian had been concerned that this enigmatic leader would indeed pursue him. Han Ye remarked, My lord, we do not yet know how many they are. Is it wise to provoke them now? Repeat what you previously mentioned about the Wushuan Pavilion, Han Xian instructed. Han Ye recounted the earlier intelligence, noting the pavilion's elusive nature, its presence felt everywhere. Indeed, such a mysterious entity would invariably attract the attention of emperors, or those aspiring to become one. Is your intent to expose the Wushuan Pavilion? Han Xian nodded, explaining that the pavilion sought him out because it had previously targeted individuals of his ilk, all of whom had met with success. What type of individuals were these? In simplistic terms, they were those lacking power and status, yet brimming with talent, unwilling to endure oppression upon recognizing the injustices of the world. However, this is merely a partial perspective. Many harbored hopes for change. The Wushuan Pavilion capitalized on this sentiment. Han Xian could assure that the current court had already been infiltrated by the pavilion. He had once believed in the pavilion's cause, especially after witnessing He Jing's demise. What alerted him to the pavilion's dubious nature? It was the death of Yanzi. In truth, Yanzi need not have perished. Jian Jingxin had also expressed skepticism about the capabilities of a single woman to orchestrate so much, devising plans, seeking accomplices, and even facilitating departures, especially when the final task required connections and official documents. Han Xian could only surmise that the Wushuan Pavilion was behind it all. Ironically, the pavilion had manipulated a group of women to achieve its ends. What does my lord wish to do? Han Yi inquired. In truth, I need do nothing at all. At the outset, Han Xian belonged solely to himself, a fact that predetermined his refusal to submit to any faction. However, this reality eluded Wushuan Pavilion, thereby becoming a stepping stone for Han Xian. The existence of Wushuan Pavilion came to the emperor's attention, prompting an immediate command for Han Xian to conduct a thorough investigation. Failure to utilize them would result in their eradication. Wushuan Pavilion now found itself in a state of heightened vigilance. Alas, the pavilion master had been deceived by Han Xian, never anticipating that Han Xian would turn the tables on them. The masked woman knelt in fear, intimidated by the master's wrath, lowering her head in silence. You, go and kill Han Xian. Master, I cannot slay him. I cannot match his guards. Then find an opportunity. When he is without his guards, is that so difficult? The masked woman remained silent, clearly unable to guarantee such a feat. The pavilion master's head throbbed. This should not have been the case. Everything had gone awry. He had underestimated Han Xian. He was aware of Han Xian's perilous nature, yet did not expect to lose so swiftly after merely a brief encounter. Let everyone be discreet and refrain from contacting anyone. I must make a trip to Conglu. Master, what about Qingcheng? The master paused before responding. For now, we shall depart, but we will return. Understood. Wushuan Pavilion vanished once more. When Han Xian received this news, he was not surprised. At least his objectives had been accomplished. Upon returning to the princess's residence from the snowstorm, Li Yi awaited him, inquiring, "Why have you returned so late? Tomorrow marks the little new year. Tonight, I have instructed the cook to prepare dumplings." Han Xian's brow relaxed, momentarily forgetting the absence of people outside. He asked what filling. Li Yi replied, "Of course, beef filling. Here, have one." Han Xian accepted the dumpling she offered, exclaiming, "Delicious, isn't it? I heard that in recent years, the common folk have been consuming pork. Perhaps we should try that next time," Li Yi suggested casually. Han Xian found no issue with this and nodded in agreement. At that time, the aristocracy regarded pork as food for the lower class, viewing it as a symbol of ignorance and clumsiness. Satiated from their meal, Li Yi inquired, "Do you know of Wushuan Pavilion?" "I do. Don't be surprised. I'm also aware of the court's movements. I have heard that you are searching for Wushuan Pavilion." "I am not surprised. The search is indeed underway." Li Yi, with an air of mystery, continued, "I have actually noticed something peculiar. Wushuan, doesn't it sound familiar?" Han Xian raised an eyebrow, urging her to elaborate. "It's the pattern. I initially thought it was merely a design, but it could also be interpreted as two characters combined." Upon hearing this, Han Xian experienced an epiphany. Indeed, how had he overlooked this? He had been negligent. "Yes, you are correct. It is quite possible. No, very likely." Han Xian looked at Li Yi with delight. "This insight is invaluable to me." Li Yi, blushing under his gaze, responded, "I am glad to be of assistance. I am quite familiar with that pattern, which allowed me to make the connection swiftly." Han Xian sketched the pattern and instructed Han Yi to discreetly search for it. Upon sighting this design, do not act hastily. Send someone to observe. Understood. In the 5th year of Xingyuan, in January, Li Yi sat beside a small heater, watching Wen Ruchuan practice calligraphy. She greatly enjoys her time at Wen Ruchuan's place, where she finds tranquility. Apart from her frequent visits to Wushuang Garden, she initially worried that her regular presence might annoy Wen Ruchuan. To her surprise, Wen Ruchuan would often send someone to invite her. Every time she visits, Wen Ruchuan engages in calligraphy, reading, or playing the piano. She is yet to witness any other interest from her. These activities are more than sufficient. She finds them delightful. "Don't you ever play?" Li Yi, who has a penchant for amusement and a keen interest in all things worldly, inquired. when Ruchuan was momentarily taken aback. Play? How does one play? She was bewildered, having been told since childhood that one must not play, must not show anger, must not laugh heartily, and must understand propriety. Just play normally, Li Yi urged, sending Yulin to fetch some cards. Before long, Yulin returned with a deck. Look, these cards vary in number. They are distributed among players, and using addition and subtraction, whoever has the greater value wins. When Ruchuan's interest peaked as she hastily penned her last character and set down her brush, observing Li Yi and Yulin demonstrate the game. Though Li Yi was not particularly passionate about it, she found it quite entertaining and had managed to win numerous rounds. Once when Ruchuan grasped the rules, she played against Li Yi. Whether it was Li Yi's misfortune or when Ruchuan's good luck, when Ruchuan triumphed each time, Li Yi, undeterred, was determined to win at least once, her resolve only strengthening with each setback. Finally, as when Ruchuan laid down her cards with a gentle smile, she declared 35, surpassing Li Yi's 28. Li Yi conceded, lamenting, "Ah, I am indeed too inexperienced." Outside, Han Xian and the Emperor overheard Li Yi's unguarded exclamation and exchanged amused glances. Chapter 45. The winter wind is not cold. Li Yi slumped in her seat, feeling defeated and questioning her very existence. She began to doubt whether her previous victories were merely due to the kindness of others. Unbeknownst to her, as her back was turned to the door, someone had entered. When Ruchuan noticed the arrival of Han Xian and the Emperor, "Your Majesty, Lord Han," she greeted. Li Yi turned around, rising to her feet, and upon seeing them observing the cards on the table, she hurriedly gathered them up, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with laughter. "What brings you here? Did you arrive together?" The Emperor took a seat, encouraging them to sit as well. "If you do not come, I shall miss this rare glimpse of you. So, have you managed to defeat me, yet cannot best Ruchuan?" This thought made Li Yi ponder, and she asked, "Did you allow me to win? Why would one concede in a game?" The Emperor chuckled, finding Li Yi's embarrassment quite amusing as she dragged Han Xian away. Before Han Xian could speak, Li Yi pulled him out, and when she noticed his desire to re-enter, she quickly stopped him. "No, I'm creating space for them. You would only feel awkward among them." Han Xian nodded in agreement. "True, but the Emperor is waiting for my report," he realized. There was no urgency in that moment, and later, he would have nothing pressing. Their apparent awkwardness was palpable, and she thought it best to allow them some time to converse. Han Xian hesitated, but their relationship does not seem conducive to improvement. This statement left Li Yi at a loss for words. She contemplated the situation. They would have to live together in the future, and if they grew to resent one another, it would lead to a loveless union. If one attempt fails, then let there be a second. As Li Yi pondered how to facilitate a thaw between the two, the atmosphere in the room remained as frigid as ice. After Li Yi had rushed out, when Ruchuan fell into a contemplative silence beside the Emperor, understanding that Li Yi wished for them to develop feelings for one another. Observing her demeanor, the Emperor stiffly remarked, "If there is something you wish to attend to, do not feel obliged to sit here idly with me." "Yes," when Ruchuan replied softly, rising to approach the writing desk where she began to inscribe characters quietly. She assumed this silence would persist until the Emperor's voice broke through, inquiring, "Is it your father, Wen Tingxue, who taught you to write?" Wen Tingxue was the current head of the Wen family and Wen Ruchuan's father. With a gentle smile, she confirmed, "Indeed, my father has always instructed the younger generation in our family. I learned my calligraphy from him." Quite impressive, the Emperor praised sincerely, remarking that he had never seen a woman write with such elegance. When Ruchuan's calligraphy had long been a source of admiration among her family, yet she remained modest, and thus, few outside her household were aware that her talent rivaled her father's. Her humble response was, "Thank you." This acknowledgement compelled the Emperor to regard her with greater esteem. As he observed her practice, he too felt inspired, noticing his interest when Ruchuan offered him the brush, saying, "I am curious to see your handwriting." Taking the brush, the Emperor inscribed 4 characters, Tianxia Taiping, which when Ruchuan read aloud. "Your handwriting is splendid," she remarked. Her strokes were fluid and graceful, while the Emperor's script was sharp and imbued with an undeniable authority. From that point onward, their conversation flowed effortlessly as they discussed calligraphy, literature, and the philosophies of the world. Li Yi, overhearing the emperor's laughter, was momentarily taken aback. Crouching beneath a tree, she turned to Han Xian, who stood nearby, asking, "Did the emperor just laugh?" Han Xian nodded, looking at her with a hint of exasperation. "Are you going to remain crouched there? The emperor will not discover you eavesdropping." Indeed, Li Yi remained hidden beneath the tree, which leaned against the wall, directly facing the window, fearful of being seen. "Shh, lower your voice, we'll be caught," she urged. Han Xian considered saying that they would inevitably be discovered, but instead whispered back, "Let us go." Just as Li Yi was about to respond, the window suddenly swung open with a thud, and the emperor looked down to see her, inquiring, "Shall I invite you in?" "Haha, no need. I shall enter immediately," Li Yi replied, and she and Han Xian returned to the room. Upon seeing Li Yi crouched, Wen Ruchuan stifled a laugh, which the emperor could no longer contain, joining her in merriment. Noticing the improved atmosphere, Li Yi felt less embarrassed, stating, "As long as you are happy." The emperor and Han Xian then withdrew to a separate room for private discussion, allowing Li Yi to sidle up to Wen Ruchuan, asking, "So, how did it go?" Wen Ruchuan, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" "Of course, I mean, how was your conversation? You don't harbor any dislike for each other, do you?" "Not at all." "That is good to hear." Li Yi felt at ease, yet when Ruchuan appeared somewhat perplexed, questioning her concern. "Because the emperor is my family. Naturally, as family, I hope for his safety and happiness. While you cannot decide the nature of this marriage, you can influence its quality afterward. If it is good, there can be joy. If not, it leads to mutual suffering, does it not?" For the first time, when Ruchuan heard someone speak of marriage in such a manner, her mother had informed her that a daughter's innate mission is to perpetuate the family line, to bear children. The quality of marriage, she asserted, hinges upon whether one has offspring or not. She murmured, "No one has ever spoken to me in this way. I believed that merely having children would suffice." It was not too late to realize this. She ought to be kinder to herself. Li Yi gently caressed her abdomen. A year had passed without a child, and soon enough, rumors would circulate that she was barren, a notion both ridiculous and tragic. As winter's sun set early, Han Xian called out to Li Yi, "Let us return home." Li Yi took Han Xian's hand and turned back to nod at Wen Ruchuan, bidding her to rest early. The emperor also boarded his carriage to return to the palace, taking a moment to bid farewell to Wen Ruchuan. Han Xian tightened his grip on Li Yi's hand, inquiring, "Ai, are you prepared?" "Prepared for what? What do you intend to do?" Li Yi asked, puzzled. Han Xian clarified, "The emperor has instructed me to return to Dongping come spring. As you know, Dongping has been quite turbulent lately. The emperor is concerned, and, as it is my homeland, I have been tasked with addressing the situation. If you wish, you may accompany me." "Of course, I want to go," Li Yi responded decisively, realizing, "We have not been apart since our marriage, and we shall not be now or in the future." Han Xian urged her to remain calm, affirming, "Indeed, we will not be separated." Li Yi was so caught up in her emotions that she stood abruptly, nearly bumping her head against the carriage top. The news of Han Xian's departure did not create much of a stir. Only a few close friends were aware and organized a farewell banquet for him. And I Xiaoming wished to accompany Han Xian, but he had also been reassigned to another location. This farewell feast was, in part, for him as well. "Don't think I'm unaware. If it were just me, you would not be so generous with your expenses," and I Xiaoming slurred, drunkenly weeping and clinging to Han Xian. Mumbling, "Ganjie, I can't bear to part with you." The others erupted into laughter at the scene, teasing him. "Are we really that unappealing? You don't even glance our way." And I Xiaoming had previously fallen victim to their tricks, recalling a grudge, and with a wide grin, he declared, "Huh? Oh, you rascals. I won't pay you any mind. Gu Xiang, why the long face? You become a prince consort just like Han Xian. What is there to be upset about? Come, cheer up." The laughter grew louder, and when Gu Tongza, referred to as Gu Xiong, felt Ni Xiaoming clutching his leg, he sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, Ni Xiaoming was pretending to be foolish once more. With a scowl, he shook himself free, only to find Ni Xiaoming's grip unwavering. After a while, when he was regurgitated upon, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Ni Xiaoming, let go." "Huh?" Ni Xiaoming, startled by the outburst, released his hold, glanced at Gu Tongza and promptly fell asleep. Gu Tongza, irked yet silent, suppressed his discomfort, muttering, "Excuse me, I need to change my clothes." Han Xian observed the entire spectacle, feeling slightly tipsy himself, though not to the extent of an eye shaoming. He propped his head up with one hand while the other swayed the wine jug. Once Gu Tongza returned in fresh attire and sat beside him, he inquired, "Why did the emperor hastily send you to Dongping?" Han Xian replied slowly, "Didn't I mention already? Due to the unrest in Dongping, the sovereign is troubled, and as I hail from Dongping, I am deemed the most suitable candidate. While others may find this assertion credible, do you believe I would? If the reason for your reassignment is your origin from Dongping, then why not recall an Ai Xiaoming, who is also from Dongping?" Gu Tongza furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then, what do you wish to hear from me?" "Dongping is conveniently close to Cangliu, and so?" Han Xian replied with a smile that seemed ambiguous, yet his nonchalant demeanor indicated his inebriation. Gu Tongza, undeterred, pressed for confirmation of his suspicions, continuing, "You will also bring the princess this time. Rather than questioning me, why not contemplate the future of the Gu family?" "What do you mean?" Gu Tongza sensed an underlying message in his words. Just a reminder, after all, spring is approaching. As Gu Tongza pondered the implications of his statement, he noticed Han Xian had closed his eyes as if he were asleep. When Han Xian awoke, his head still swam with dizziness as he sat up. Li Yi, seeing him awake, remarked, "You should drink this soup. It will help sober you up." Han Xian drank it all in one go and asked, "When did I return?" "Quite late. You were in a deep slumber." With a hint of amusement, Li Yi added, "It was Gu Erlang who brought you back," and his face was quite dark. "What did you say to offend him?" Upon hearing Gu Erlang's name, Han Xian recalled his word from the previous night, feeling a mix of mirth and embarrassment. Perhaps my drunken ramblings were taken too seriously. Now I am curious. How did your ramblings manage to be taken seriously by him? Li Yi asked casually. Han Xian replied with composure, "I merely reminded him that spring is imminent." Li Yi harbored no doubts, for it was indeed true. After winter comes the thaw. Thus, my ramblings were misconstrued as having profound significance. Ha, how amusing. Within the room, Li Yi and Han Xian continued their light-hearted banter, while outside, winter quietly slipped away. Chapter 46. Sailing eastward in the 5th year of Xingyuan, spring. Suddenly, as if a night of spring breeze had arrived, thousands of pear trees burst into bloom. Sin Can Li Yi gazed joyfully at the branches laden with pear blossoms, while Han Xian stood beside her, smiling. With winter's departure and spring's arrival, they were set to leave Qingsheng. Friends who had come to bid farewell were reluctant to part, holding their cups of wine, hesitating to drink. Han Xian and Li Yi, however, took their cups and drank heartily. Nan Jiasi showed no hesitation, proclaiming, "Do not worry that the road ahead is devoid of friends. There is no one in the world who does not recognize you." With that, he downed his drink. Wang Zhen restrained her emotions, though her sorrow was evident. Li Yi took her hand and patted it gently, saying, "Do not be sad. It is not as if we will never meet again. We shall return." Wang Zhen managed a faint smile, yet as her friends began to depart, her heart ached. "Forgive me, Your Highness." Noticing Wang Ningxuang standing beside Wang Zhen, Li Yi whispered, "Your sister is a good person. Though she may act impulsively, with your patience, she will be of help to you in the future." Wang Zhen replied softly, "I understand, which is why I have been guiding her, preventing her from acting rashly." "That is good." Li Yi nodded, seeing that Han Xian had finished his farewells with Nan Jiasi and it was time to depart. Wang Zhen remarked, "The road ahead is uncertain. Take care, Your Highness." Li Yi nodded vigorously in agreement. She turned to leave, joining Han Xian as they boarded the carriage. As the carriage progressed at a leisurely pace, Li Yi opened the side window and leaned out, confirming their presence. She waved, and they reciprocated until they were out of sight. Once inside the carriage, Li Yi's emotions surged, a mixture of sorrow and joy. Han Xian, observing her tearful smile, embraced her, gently patting her back. "If all goes well, we shall return. If not, we shall delay." He refrained from mentioning any alternative possibilities, allowing Li Yi to hold onto her hopes. As they journeyed eastward, the scenery differed from the route to Wutian, with an abundance of water. To reach Dongping, They would need to travel by waterway. When Li Yi boarded the boat, she felt a pang of unease. Her limited swimming skills made her fearful of falling overboard. Han Xian provided reassurance, imparting some techniques. If you happen to fall in, remain still, hold your breath, and let yourself float. Li committed this advice to memory and soon spotted some leaves drifting by. Just like that leaf? She inquired. Exactly, Han Xian affirmed. No amount of his words could soothe her as effectively as the sight of those leaves, and she found herself relaxing, realizing it might not be so daunting after all. Han Xian could only chuckle at her response. The boat had a hypnotic effect. As Li Yi gazed at the surrounding verdant mountains, swaying gently with the current, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Concerned she might catch a chill from the wind, Han Xian lifted her and laid her on the bed, tucking her in warmly. Initially, everything was novel to Li Yi, and she found herself unable to get enough of the sights. However, after a month aboard the vessel, having seen all there was to see, a sense of numbness set in. Han Xian, how much longer until we arrive? She asked. Another month. We will disembark at our next stop. While she remained nonchalant about the journey, the mention of disembarking invigorated her. Where's the next stop? Han Xian recalled it clearly without needing to consult a map. Xiachuan. What sort of place is Xiachuan? Li Yi wondered, having only ventured as far as Wuqian before. Xiachuan is a hub, with numerous waterways converging here for rest before continuing to various destinations. Li Yi imagined it bustling with activity, a place she would relish. Her anticipation mounting as she longed to disembark. A few days later, during their casual exchanges, Han Guang called out, "My lord, your highness, we have arrived." Good. Li Yi stood abruptly, causing the boat to sway slightly. Han Xian quickly steadied her, cautioning, "Be careful." Once stable, she exclaimed with delight, "Han Xian, let us get off. If we linger any longer, I may forget what this feels like." She pressed her foot against the ground, savoring the sense of stability that the boat could never provide. Yulin and Yuehua followed closely behind, both equally unacquainted with Xiachuan. Everything felt foreign to them, and they curiously observed their surroundings. Yuehua's gaze landed on a vendor's wares. "What is that?" she inquired. "That is foreign grape wine," came the reply. Li Yi recognized wine, but had previously looked down upon it. Yet, she knew this was a bias. Since they were out, she felt compelled to try something she had never tasted before. "Let us buy some," she decided. Li Yi held the wine carefully and remarked to Yuehua, "Let us drink tonight." "Indeed," replied Han Xian, observing their eagerness to indulge. With a smile, he turned to Han Guang and inquired, "Have the rooms been reserved?" "Yes, they have been booked, and the items have already been delivered there," Han Guang confirmed. "That is splendid." Han Xian nodded in approval. Noticing that Han Xian had not followed, Li Yi paused, watching as he conversed with Han Guang. "Let's wait a moment," she suggested. After finishing his instructions to Han Guang, Han Xian looked back at Li Yi, who waved her hand dismissively. He approached her and asked, "Why have you stopped?" "I feared you might lag behind and lose your way," she replied. Han Xian then gently tousled her hair, bending down to meet her gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "My dear princess is so obedient." Feeling his proximity, Li Yi pushed his head away with an exasperated gesture. "You should be grateful, my lord. Were it not for my magnanimity, you would have been lost long ago." "Very well. I express my gratitude to the princess. I am deeply appreciative," Han Xian replied, following her lead as they continued to stroll and shop, soon burdened with an assortment of items. Li Yi, wishing to purchase more, was halted by Yulin and Yuehua, who posed a poignant question. "Princess, can you still carry those?" Coughing lightly, Li glanced at her own burdens, wanting to suggest that they could carry some as well. But upon looking at them, she saw they were already laden with plenty. Very well then. Upon returning to their quarters, Li Yi set down her belongings and shook her arms. The strain of carrying them was unnoticed until she released them, revealing a slight cramp in her muscles. Han Xian offered her a massage, and feeling the comfort, she could not suppress a sound of relief. "Ah, Yi," he chuckled, "your reactions are quite provocative." Coughing violently, Li Yi shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "You speak nonsense. Your mind is perpetually filled with such thoughts. Do you not feel ashamed?" Han Xian leisurely countered, "If my thoughts are occupied with you, is that truly a fault?" Li Yi replied with utmost seriousness, "You must not think solely of me. As a minister of the court, your focus should be on the welfare of the people." Han Xian laughed. "So it is not wrong, then? Is it not natural for a husband to think of his wife?" Li Yi, maintaining her stern expression, stated, "You may think of me, but only when you are alone. When I am present, your attention should be on me." Very well. Han Xian found amusement in the situation, unable to suppress his laughter. Li Yi discreetly rolled her eyes, deeming him quite mad. Given Han Xian's inexplicable laughter, Li Yi kindly indulged his whims. Unlike the familiarity of home, this setting made her somewhat anxious. Even though the fire was extinguished, plunging them into darkness, she stifled her voice, becoming more sensitive to his touch. Han Xian's movements were gentle, as if he were teasing her. Unable to resist, Li Yi grasped his hand and declared, "I can manage on my own." From his vantage point, Han Xian could clearly see Li Yi's reactions and was pleased with the changes. He reclined, allowing her the freedom to take the lead. Realizing his intentions, Li Yi gritted her teeth, thinking, "I shall not make it easy for you." The atmosphere in the room grew warmer. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes intertwined, muffled sounds escaping their lips. It became indistinguishable who embraced whom first. In that moment, they were lost in each other, devoid of any other thoughts. In the morning, Yulin approached Li Yi's door, carrying a basin of water. "Your Highness?" A loud thud resonated from within, followed by Li Yi's voice, "Just a moment. I'm coming to open the door." Yulin, perplexed, waited patiently. Inside the room, they were both dressing, and Li Yi complained, "My waist hurts." That movement nearly incapacitated it. Han Xian stepped forward to massage her waist, his voice gentle. "A little massage will ease the pain." Upon hearing his voice, Li Yi felt tense. She had not forgotten what he had said using that very tone the previous night. "Come in." Li Yi finally opened the door, and Yulin noticed Han Xian was also present. Seeing the disarray of the bed, Yulin understood immediately. Although she recognized that such matters were quite normal between married couples, she still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Li Yi instructed her to simply set down the basin, and upon doing so, Yulin exited the room, leaving Li Yi bewildered. Han Xian washed his face and declared, "I'll head downstairs first." "Oh." Li Yi was the last to descend, where Yulin and Yuehua awaited her. They had rented the entire establishment, so they were among friends. "Your Highness, today is the Tiger Festival. There will be various tigers in the streets. Would you like to see them?" "The Tiger Festival? I didn't know such a celebration existed." Yuehua elaborated, "It is said that long ago, this area was teeming with tigers, instilling fear in the hearts of many who dared not venture outside. One day, a formidable hunter sought to change this reality. He led a group of young and vigorous individuals, enduring great hardships, to eliminate these tigers. The people, grateful to the hunter, wished to name that day in his honor to remember him. However, the hunter refused. He asserted that tigers are also creatures of the earth, and while he killed them for the sake of survival, the outcome remained the same, the death of the tigers. He confessed to a profound guilt, hoping that if any of the tigers harbored resentment, it would be directed solely at him. After uttering these words, he vanished into the deep mountains, never to be seen again. Li Yi inquired, "So why is it called the Tiger Festival now?" Yuehua speculated, "There are many interpretations, but one belief is that the locals, feeling remorse for the hunter, thought his spirit was being tormented by the vengeful souls of the slain tigers. Naming the festival after the tigers was a way to express their wish that these departed creatures would not trouble the hunter, pledging their eternal reverence to the tigers." Li Yi found the hunter's perspective intriguing. It was a refreshing interpretation. Chapter 47. The spirit of all things the tigers adorning the streets during the Tiger Festival were not real, but rather depicted through paper, cotton, and even sugar art. The array of tigers lining the streets was truly diverse and captivating. Han Xian followed closely behind Li Yi, observing as she curiously glanced left and right. Outside the confines of the princess's residence, she maintained a demeanor of grace and composure. Yet upon stepping beyond the city's boundaries, she transformed into a bird freed from its cage, instinctively fluttering her wings, having never forgotten the joy of flight. As Li Yi advanced, she noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Piquing her curiosity, She squeezed through, apologizing. "Excuse me. Pardon me." Han Xian, trailing behind, seemed somewhat resigned to the situation. Standing at the forefront, Li Yi's eyes widened in delight. "Han Xian, look. It's a real tiger." Li Yi gazed intently at the tiger confined within the cage, her excitement palpable. Han Xian also observed the creature, noting its lethargy and complete indifference to the surrounding onlookers. He remarked, "This must be a domesticated animal." What does that imply? The tiger, as the king of beasts, is inherently proud. Even in captivity, it should not exhibit such a lack of spirit. Its eyes reveal no trace of anger. Li began to comprehend, saying, "So, aside from its fur, it hardly resembles a tiger anymore?" One could say so. Li felt a sense of pity for this tiger, recognizing its plight as tragic. "Perhaps," Han Xian replied coolly, "it is a failure, destined to endure the humiliation of being toyed with." Li Yi had anticipated Han Xian would express compassion, but was taken aback by his cold words, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing her silence, Han Xian added, "Tigers remain dangerous to humans." This served as an explanation for him. Li Yi continued to ignore him, her gaze fixed on the cage, perhaps more fervently than anyone else. The tiger glanced up at her, and though that look bore no significance, Li felt its vulnerability. She chastised herself for overthinking. Even in a cage, a tiger remains perilous. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you care to witness a performance?" The ringmaster called out. The crowd inquired, "What sort of performance?" He pointed to an unremarkable ring nearby, snapped his fingers, and the ring ignited in flames. "Behold, I shall demonstrate how the tiger will traverse the fiery circle." Some voiced their doubts, fearing for their safety. "Rest assured, I possess ample experience," he assured them, "and you have all witnessed my training skills before. Does this tiger appear as ferocious as you typically perceive?" As he spoke, he struck the cage with his whip, causing the tiger to tremble. Both Li Yi and Han Xian frowned in unison, while the ringmaster continued smugly, "There has never been an incident during previous performances. Is there any concern? Is that truly possible?" Li Yi inquired, her tone growing icy, her demeanor reminiscent of a princess. The ringmaster, feeling the weight of her scrutiny, took a step forward and declared loudly, "Indeed, I have succeeded. Would you not wish to see a majestic tiger maneuver through the fire?" His final words resonated with the crowd, igniting their enthusiasm as they exclaimed, "Yes." Han Xian grasped Li Yi's arm, leading her away as she voiced her disdain. "This ringmaster is arrogant and foolish. Even a domesticated beast may turn on its captor one day, especially when faced with his condescension and violent suppression. A trainer who lacks understanding of the animal is undoubtedly courting disaster." Li Yi felt a tumult of emotions within her. She exerted a bit of force, prompting Han Xian to halt and inquire, "What is it?" "Wait, let me look back once more," she replied. Upon turning, she witnessed the tiger leap through the flaming ring with agility, only to pounce upon the ringmaster the next instant, sinking its teeth into his neck. Li Yi could clearly discern the expression on the ringmaster's face, one of terror, disbelief, and confusion. A collective panic surged among the onlookers as they fled, terrified that the tiger might turn its wrath upon them. Li Yi remained motionless, her eyes wide as she watched the tiger approach her. The creature bore the blood of its tamer upon its visage, while Han Xian observed the beast with heightened vigilance. To their astonishment, the tiger merely passed by them without casting a glance, initially moving at a leisurely pace, which soon escalated into a sprint. Its presence startled numerous onlookers. It did not halt its advance. Han Xian noted that the tiger was heading towards the forest and remarked, "It has returned to the woods. It did not consume us, nor did it harm anyone else." "Why?" Li was perplexed. Han Xian too was at a loss, speculating that perhaps the tiger, since they meant it no harm, a notion he found almost absurd. "I believe," Li Yi asserted, "that all creatures possess a spirit. This tiger exhibits a sense of humanity." They engaged in a discourse regarding the tiger's violent outburst, ultimately concluding that it had never truly been tamed. It would obey its tamer only because it was in pain. Whether human or beast, the instinct to avoid suffering is innate. Humans may defy their instincts, but beasts remain true to theirs, unable to suppress their nature. Therefore, All its subsequent actions stemmed from instinct. Yes, the instinct to return to the forest outweighed the urge to kill. The tiger's rampage caused quite a stir in Sichuan, with various interpretations emerging. Li Yi had already encountered no fewer than 3 versions. Some believed the tiger's sparing of human lives was a testament to its newfound compassion, while others spun tales of a vengeful spirit. After hearing these accounts, Li Yi scoffed. Do they truly think the tiger chose not to eat them? They have fabricated such a beautiful narrative. Yuehua, captivated by the tales of the tiger's spirit, wept, lamenting the heartlessness of the unfaithful man, yet found solace in the notion that the tiger had found liberation. She sobbed softly, is quite touching. Through her tears, she demonstrated to Li Yi the kind of audience such stories cater to, revealing a market for such narratives. Li Yi glanced at the tiger statue Han Xian had just purchased, an embodiment of Sichuan's spirit. However, she questioned, why choose this piece? I recall many others that capture the essence more vividly. Han Xian responded, the others are artistically rendered, yet I desired an impactful sensation. Does it not appear as if it might leap forth? Upon closer inspection, Li Yi increasingly felt the artwork was lifelike. This style was unlike that of Qinghua. She had seen similar depictions in foreign lands. Do you favor this type? Han Xian affirmed with a nod. You should have mentioned it earlier. Your home is adorned with works from court painters, which you likely find unappealing. Foreign art should align more with your tastes. Han Xian seemed indifferent to such details, yet he did not anticipate Li Yi's thoughts, replying, then it shall be changed next time. Chapter 48. The Herbalist. 1. The Tiger Festival in Sichuan had satiated Li Yi's visual appetite, exposing her to numerous intriguing trinkets. Han Xian had business to attend to, so Li Yi accompanied Yulin and Yuehua. Suddenly, a female voice raced past them, exclaiming, stop. Don't run. Hey, someone please stop him. He stole my bag. Such occurrences were not something Li Yi could ignore, and she sprinted forward, instructing Yulin, you are swifter than I. Go apprehend him. I will follow shortly. Understood, he replied. Yuehua lagged behind the others, nearly failing to catch up. Upon seeing Li Yi come to a halt, she finally paused, panting as she said, you all run too fast. Li Yi helped her regain her breath, encouraging her, Yuehua, you did quite well. Keep up the effort. Yulin had already apprehended the culprit and returned the belongings to their rightful owner. Thank you, the owner said, examining the bag upon receiving it and, relieved, declared, I'm glad nothing is missing. Truly, thank you. She bowed deeply in gratitude. Yulin replied, no need for such formalities. Furrowing her brow, she inquired of Li Yi, how shall we deal with him? Li Yi observed the young man in question and asked, why did you steal from her? Receiving no answer, Li Yi grew more resolute, stating, no response, is it? Yulin, take him to the authorities. Let us not concern ourselves with him. The man, taken aback by the noble's willingness to intervene, had previously been dismissed with a trifling sum. Li Yi instructed Yulin to hold off for a moment, then turned to the man and said, speak up. Reluctantly, the man mumbled, there are things in her bag that can save a life. Speak louder, Li Yi urged. There are life-saving items in the bag. This revelation piqued Li Yi's curiosity. What could be so extraordinary that it wasn't apparent from the bag's appearance? The owner, still present and sensing something amiss, questioned, what makes you think that? I saw you revive someone on the brink of death. He replied, ah. She realized it was her method of administering acupuncture that had been observed. She retrieved a roll from her bag and unfurled it, revealing an assortment of needles. These are my tools for saving lives. While this set is indeed remarkable, it is meant for the one who possesses it, me. Li Yi found the situation intriguing. The woman, turning back to him with a smile, introduced herself. I'm Yuan, a herbalist by trade, living off selling medicine and healing. Li Yi was encountering a herbalist for the first time. Such professions were rare for women of the time, as many were confined to the home, engaged primarily in agriculture or handicrafts. I am Li Tsonghan, he replied, followed by Yulin and Yuehua as introductions. Yuan expressed her gratitude once more, saying, the most valuable thing I possess is indeed what's in my bag. Li Yi admired her courage to traverse the world alone and proposed, shall we become friends? Yuan beamed, of course. My acquaintances are mostly cantankerous old men. I prefer the company of beautiful women. Li glanced at the subdued man and queried, "If you seek life-saving items, why not simply ask someone for help?" "I have no money," she replied. Yuan erupted into laughter. He must have overheard my rates. "I charge a minimum of 30 taels for treatment." Taken aback by the steep price, Li inquired, "Why so high?" "That price is aimed at the wealthy ladies," she explained. "You see, the advantage of a woman practicing medicine is that the ladies of the households often prefer to consult older practitioners first, and, if given the choice, they tend to select female healers." Sigh. The sordid affairs within the depths of the mansion are plentiful, and those who resort to underhanded tactics require assistance. I was summoned, which invariably leads to my unwarranted entanglement in their disputes. With each encounter, I marvel at my own fortune in emerging unscathed. The prices they demand serve only to repel such individuals. Yuan lamented, to which Li Yi wholeheartedly agreed, convinced that Yuan possessed some remarkable quality. 30 taels are missing. Missing? Yuan exclaimed, as she considered this amount to be the most she could hope for. 30 taels would sustain her for several years. "Huh, missing indeed. Residing in a grand estate, you must report at least 100 taels, and it must be settled in one go. Moreover, this sum cannot be kept in one place." Li Yi proposed a rather mischievous scheme. As Yuan listened, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "How clever! I never imagined you could conceive such ideas." She had assumed Li Yi was merely a sheltered young lady of privilege. "Very well, let us proceed," Yuan declared, cheerfully patting the young man. "Take me to meet your patient." Li Yi, observing their departure, hesitated, uncertain if she should join them. At that moment, Yuan turned back and remarked, "I can see you're quite intrigued. Shall we go together? Is that permissible?" "Of course. However, you do not have any pressing matters to attend to, do you?" "I hope not to impede your affairs," Yuan cautiously inquired. Li Yi waved her hand dismissively and fell in a step beside her, saying, "What a coincidence. I have no obligations today. Perhaps fate has conspired for me to meet you." Yuan teased, "Your words are quite charming. Pray tell, who are you truly? What do you think I am? Perhaps a fairy?" Li Yi jested, believing Yuan to be one instead. They bantered merrily, wasting no time, and followed the young man until they reached their destination. "This is my mother. I am Linzhua. Please watch your step as you enter. The floor is somewhat slippery, and I haven't had the chance to clean up." "Very well, Linzhua." Li had never encountered such a dilapidated abode. It exuded an air of imminent collapse. She observed Yuan crouched beside the bed, her expression grave. Despite the dilapidation surrounding her, Yuan revealed no sign of discomfort. She too had endured hardship. Yuan instructed a few things, and soon enough, she opened her bag, retrieved needles, and expertly administered 3 precise injections. Ugh! The patient regurgitated black blood, which Li Yi finally noticed. The stagnant blood has been expelled. "What remains is for me to write a prescription for medicine to aid in recovery," Yuan stated calmly. Li gazed at Yuan with bright eyes and asked, "Why is it resolved so swiftly?" "Naturally, for I possess exceptional skills. This is not a matter of carelessness. A single misstep could cost a life." Yuan refrained from revealing too much, as this was her means of livelihood. She then inquired, "If one is devoid of funds, what do you possess?" The young man, assuming Yuan sought money, retorted coldly, "What a ridiculous question. If I had any, would I be resorting to theft? I have nothing." His response displeased Yuan, who replied, "Excuse me, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am merely trying to help you save the one you care about. And this is your attitude? Are you implying you do not require payment?" Lin's expression transformed into one of feigned cheerfulness. Chapter 49. The Medicine Woman 2. Yuan spoke with a hint of irritation. "With your meager appearance, what money could I possibly ask from you? Wouldn't that simply be taking advantage of you? Tell me what you possess. I can't just save you without any form of compensation. However, if you are willing to assist, I shall serve you." Upon hearing this, Yuan shook her head vigorously. "No, no, no. A young man like you would fare better as a laborer than under my roof. I am quite capable of managing on my own and have no need for servants. If you are willing to wait, I promise I shall repay you for the medical expenses in due course." Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Now that sounds much more reasonable. With hands and feet, as long as there is opportunity, one can certainly earn a living. And do not forget, you still owe me. Lin Zhua, filled with happiness, replied. I understand, thank you. After resolving Lin Zhua's matter, Yuan led Li Yi to a modest eatery. Waiter, please bring out several of your signature dishes. Certainly. The waiter promptly turned and called out, 1 order of pork rib soup and 1 spicy chicken. Yuan explained to Li Yi, do not let the simplicity of this restaurant deceive you. The flavors are exceptional. After each time I save a life, I always come here to indulge. The food is delicious and addictive, and the spiciness is unrivaled by any other establishment. She paused, then asked, by the way, I forgot to inquire. Are you able to handle spicy food? I can manage a bit, but how spicy are we talking? Li could tolerate some spice, but she was uncertain just how delectable it could be, considering her daily fare in the palace consisted of the finest delicacies. Thus far, she had yet to encounter anything that truly captivated her palate. Yuan chuckled mischievously. You'll find out soon enough when you taste it. As they awaited their meal, Yuan learned that Li Yi was already married, a revelation that left her somewhat astonished, as she had previously seen Li Yi with a youthful hairstyle. Li Yi brushed her fingers through her hair. As for this, I can style it however I wish. As long as it looks good, that is all that matters. Yuan had never encountered a woman like herself. In her earlier years, she had been scorned for her lack of propriety, which had caused her distress. Though she had moved past that sorrow, the words still echoed in her mind. A girl should not seek the limelight. This sentiment had left a lasting impression, one she was reluctant to forget, as it had once filled her with a suffocating dread. Has no one ever spoken against you? Li Yi lifted her chin and replied, Oh yes, look around. There are still those who cast us sidelong glances. I do not understand. Are we truly aberrations? Certainly not. Women in this world should not be confined to a singular way of living. We can also serve our country and people, just as many men do. Li Yi had once aspired to do so, yet her gender had relegated her to the margins of the court. Yuan had not felt such acceptance in quite some time, so encountering Li Yi filled her with a sense of kinship. It appears I am not an anomaly, she thought, smiling brightly, her heart lightened. Here comes the food, the waiter announced. Miss Yi, please enjoy. Wonderful. I am in for a treat, Yuan exclaimed. Noticing that Yulin and Yu Hua had not yet seated themselves, she encouraged them, Come, sit down. Let us all partake in this delightful feast together. Good food is best enjoyed in company. Li Yi, catching Yuan's eager gaze, picked up her chopsticks and tore off a piece. After tasting a morsel, she found the flavor to be quite different from her expectations. How is it? Yuan observed her companion devouring 2 pieces of food and inquired about it. Li Yi remarked, The exterior is crisp while the interior remains tender, and the meat is exceptionally fresh. Moreover, the spiciness is just right, and the sauce is unique, something I have never tasted before. In summary, it is simply delectable. Yuan smiled and stated, Visitors to this place often find it hard to believe that the food here could be so delightful, yet once they have tasted it, they never regret it. It is evident that it caters to many palates. This chef is quite remarkable. His skills in preparation are commendable. Li Yi was known for her discerning palate. She could easily detect freshness in meat, yet she was completely absorbed in the flavors of the dish. This was to be expected, as she had heard that this chef had previously worked in the imperial palace. Speaking of the palace, Li Yi had questions. When did he work there? It must have been quite some time ago, right? After all, he has been here for over a decade. Yuan replied uncertainly. No wonder. That predates Li Yi's birth. Is there a problem? Li Yi shook her head. No, it's just surprising to find such a talented chef here, once having served in the palace. In that case, we are essentially dining like the emperor. Indeed, how could I not have realized that? We are indeed dining like royalty, Yuan exclaimed in delight. Once they had eaten to their satisfaction, Li Yi announced her intention to leave. Yuan, feeling a pang of reluctance, asked, Are you leaving in a few days? Where to? She was aware that Li Yi was merely passing through, which meant she would soon depart. To Dongping, Li Yi replied. Yuan's previously disheartened expression brightened. If you're going to Dongping, I could join you. Li Yi was taken aback by the coincidence and inquired, What do you intend to do there? Yuan confidently declared, Naturally, to enhance my reputation as a healer and to make my name known far and wide. Despite her youth and gender presenting challenges, she was determined to prove herself, unlike the quacks who only deceived others. Then we can go together, Li Yi agreed, aware that her true identity could not remain concealed. However, she sensed that Yi Wan was not a malevolent person, and it would not pose a significant issue if her identity were revealed. I will return to prepare. Where do you reside? I will come find you. At the first establishment on this street. All right, Li Yi nodded. Just after parting ways with Li Yi, Yi Wan found her path obstructed by someone. Sensing danger, she attempted to retreat, only to find her escape blocked by several others behind her. Yi Wan swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she asked, "What do you want?" The leader, with an honest demeanor and a simple face, replied, "Miss Yi, please be accommodating and come with us. I need to know what you intend to do first." "I have no idea what you want," Yi Wan said, her hand slipping in her bag. "It seems that Miss Yi is unwilling to cooperate," the man chuckled ominously. In an instant, Yi Wan scattered a white powder, and taking advantage of the momentary blindness of her assailants, she swiftly fled. "Damn it, Flower!" After her, Yi Wan had not anticipated their persistence. Fatigue soon overcame her, and inevitably, she was captured. A black cloth was thrown over her head, and she was hoisted away, her stomach pressed so tightly that she nearly retched. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the black cloth covering Yi Wan's head was lifted, revealing a blurred figure before her. Blinking her eyes, she discerned that the figure was an elderly woman. The old lady remained silent, simply gazing at her, while Yi Wan's hands were bound behind her, causing her considerable discomfort. Reluctantly, Yi Wan initiated the conversation. "May I ask what brings you here?" A somewhat younger woman beside the elderly lady inquired. "Are you the herbalist, Yi Wan?" "Yes," Yi Wan replied. "We seek your assistance," the younger woman stated. Yi Wan, feeling a surge of trepidation, thought, "Is this truly how one requests help?" She had traversed this path in fear, dreading that one misstep could lead to her demise. Yet here they were, asking her to heal. It gave her a sense of boldness, for the old woman clearly needed her aid. What led her to believe they sought her healing prowess? Their immediate inquiry about her identity as the herbalist was too overt. The elderly lady, her gaze clouded and heavy, scrutinized Yi Wan with a menacing intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Yi Wan sensed that this might indeed be a perilous encounter. However, she maintained a facade of calm and queried, "All right, what do you wish for me to do?" "It's quite simple," the younger lady replied. "Save a life." "Whose life?" Yi Wan pressed. "Far yet near," she answered cryptically. Yi Wan nearly faltered, her vision dimming at the suggestion that she should save the elderly woman herself. Observing the old lady, she felt certain that even divine intervention would hesitate. "You wish for me to prolong her life?" she stammered, her mouth twitching almost betrayingly. The younger woman nodded, affirming, "Indeed. My esteemed grandmother has devoted her life to virtuous deeds, yet many matters remain unresolved. She cannot depart just yet." "Why seek me, then?" Yi Wan pondered, believing they could have approached more venerable physicians, unless they had already done so without success. As if confirming her suspicion, the younger lady admitted, "You are the last hope from Siachuan." "Then, if you wish for me to treat her, kindly release my hands," Yi Wan insisted. The lady hesitated, explaining, "I apologize for the means we employed. We feared that allowing you to enter openly would attract attention. We do not wish for this matter to become public." "Understood," Yi Wan replied. "I am well aware of the protocols. Rest assured, I shall forget this matter once it is concluded." As she spoke, she approached the elderly woman, her demeanor shifting to one of focus. After a thorough examination, she posed several inquiries to the younger lady, falling into a contemplative silence. The younger woman, anxious, implored, "Is there truly no hope?" "Not all," Yi Wan reassured her. "There is a possibility, albeit one fraught with risk. Were it feasible, Yi Wan would prefer to avoid this method entirely." The younger lady faltered, hesitating and instinctively glancing at the elderly woman. The old lady, breaking her silence, uttered the first words of their encounter. "Proceed. I have lived long enough to face many risks. If you assure me there is a way, let us follow your approach." Yi Wan felt a wave of unease wash over her, fearing the possibility of her own failure. "And if I should falter?" she queried, her fear evident despite her knowledge of the answer. The younger woman stared at her in surprise, but offered no response. The elderly lady gazed deeply at her and calmly remarked, "Child, you ought to understand that failure is akin to my own existence." Yuan ceased her futile words and promptly set to work. She endeavored to act. As she pondered her next move, Li Yi had already discerned that something was amiss. Li Yi instructed Yulin to inform Yi Wan of their departure, but upon Yulin's return, she reported that Yi Wan was absent. Yulin remarked, "There is already dust on the table. Could it be that she has not been home these past few days?" A sense of worry enveloped Li Yi, prompting her to inquire if anyone had seen Yuan. After questioning those nearby, it appeared that she had indeed been missing for several days. Li Yi felt a sense of foreboding regarding Yuan's safety. "Yulin, let's go and search for any trace of her disappearance." As they prepared to leave, Yu Hua called out to them from behind, "Your Highness, where are you headed? We are going to search for someone. It seems Yuan may be in trouble." Yu Hua suggested, "Why not let the local authorities handle it? They could expedite the search." "Indeed, I almost overlooked that." Li Yi nodded and entered the adjoining room where Han Xian was engrossed in reading. She expressed her desire to find someone and requested Han Xian's assistance. Han Xian acquiesced. Upon arriving at the local government office, their presence initially garnered little attention from the officials, who presumed they were merely respectable citizens reporting a matter. Name? Han Xian. Upon hearing this name, the clerk lifted his gaze and inquired, "What is the nature of your report?" "We are looking for a missing person." "Who? Male or female?" Han Xian replied with composure, "Female, the herbalist Yuan." "Very well, next." The clerk carelessly set aside the previous record, which Han Xian observed with a discerning eye. "I wish to speak with your superior." "Our superior is not someone you can simply request to see." "Oh, come now, do not impede my work." "Is this individual qualified for an audience?" Han Xian produced a badge from his clothing, presenting it before the clerk, who hesitated momentarily. After scrutinizing it closely, the clerk stood up, brushed off his chair, and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Of course, Lord Han, please have a seat while I fetch the magistrate." As Han Xian settled into a chair, Li Yi, disguised as a man, stood behind him. Observing the scene, she quipped, "Your transformation was remarkably swift." Han Xian replied, "Some of them were not always like this. Those at the grassroots level encounter peculiar individuals and bizarre occurrences daily, gradually eroding their patience. Such behavior can easily provoke resentment. Indeed, I do not intend to let this matter slide." Li Yi, witnessing Han Xian's calm assertion to address the situation, found herself unsure of whom to sympathize with. "My lord, there is no need for such flustered disarray. Speak your business quickly. The prince has arrived." "Which prince has come?" "It is the Honorable Lord Han Xian." The clerk, who had been seated comfortably, suddenly sprang up, causing the table to tremble. "Is this appropriate for me?" "My lord, allow me to adjust my hat and straighten my attire." "That will suffice." Seeing the clerk rush toward him, Han Xian greeted him, "Lord Chung, I apologize for my oversight in not knowing you were present." "No harm done. Your visit is quite timely. I had intended to seek your assistance in locating a person, but it seems your staff is not particularly keen on such endeavors." "How could that be?" Lord Chung cast a discreet glare at the recording officer before turning to Han Xian with a beaming smile. "You may seek anyone you desire. Rest assured, as long as it is a matter entrusted by Lord Han, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." Han Xian nodded in satisfaction and replied, "The person I seek is the herbalist Yuan, who has been missing for 3 days. Is that clear to everyone?" Lord Chung addressed the other officials and soldiers. "No matter the cost, we must locate her." "Yes." Unbeknownst to Yuan, the world outside was frantically searching for her. She was engrossed in studying an acupoint chart, pondering for a long while before arriving at a conclusion. A 3-to-7 ratio. Her objective was to administer the needle swiftly. The elderly woman closed her eyes, her wrinkles fading from view, her frame gaunt and her skin sagging. Yuan took a deep breath, calming herself. The moment she opened her eyes, her hands began to move, executing the needlework with remarkable speed, almost instinctively. Chapter 51. The herbalist, for the young lady could only catch glimpses of her hands, her anxiety palpable. They had reached their limit in Xiachuan, as the elderly matriarch was still needed at home, with many matters left unresolved. She could not die. She must not die. Yuan paused, exhaling in relief, and announced, "It is done." Did done imply success? Certainly, but from this point onward, she would require continued medication. The treatment could not be interrupted. Yuan wiped the sweat from her brow and continued, if previously she had but a single breath. I have now extended that breath by 3 years. The young lady was overwhelmed with excitement, grasping Yuan's hand. 3 years, ha ha ha. That is sufficient. She wept tears of joy, exclaiming, Heaven bless us, for we have a glimmer of hope. Yuan, accustomed to the frenzied behavior of patients' families, was not taken aback. She prescribed a calming remedy, stating, So, may I take my leave now? The young lady cryptically replied, Even if I do not let you go, it seems I must. Yuan was puzzled until she was carried back in a similar manner. When the black cloth was lifted, revealing Li Yi's worried face, the situation became clear. Someone had been searching for her with great fervor. Yuan felt deeply touched. The tears she seldom shed now threatened to fall. We have only met once. Yet you would go to such lengths for me. I know now that I have not chosen my friends in vain. Rest assured, if there is anything I can assist you with in the future, I will certainly help, as long as it is within my capability. Li Yi felt bashful from the praise. Relieved to see Yuan unharmed, she said, For me, these matters are simply what I ought to do. I'm glad you are safe. Yuan, coming back to herself, hesitated and remarked, However, I recall that the government would not concern itself with someone of my insignificance. So who are you? She did not voice her question, but Li Yi understood she awaited a revelation. Smiling, Li Yi responded, Indeed. Initially, they had no intention of involving themselves in your affairs, but someone intervened. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li Yi, the princess of the Qing kingdom. Upon hearing this, Yuan was left in bewilderment, taking a moment to gather herself before exclaiming, How foolish of me not to realize. Li Yi stifled a laugh and said, Well, if I hadn't said anything, you would still be oblivious. Thus, you're a princess. It is no wonder that everyone would heed your words. Li Yi felt a slight dissonance in her statement, yet could find no fault in it, and thus nodded in agreement. In truth, it was a valid observation. Yuan found the world around her becoming increasingly bizarre. Had it been just a few days prior, she would never have imagined herself befriending a princess, let alone dining with one in a modest eatery. She resolved to tread carefully, for she was in the presence of royalty, and recalled the necessity of addressing her as Your Highness. Li Yi remarked, when we are alone, You need not call me that if you prefer not to. However, in public, it must be observed, for while I am indifferent, others may not be. Yuan declined her suggestion, explaining that her previous familiarity arose from ignorance of Li Yi's royal status, and now that she was aware, she felt compelled to address her as Your Highness, a title she deemed fitting. Yuan understood that she had been saved by Li Yi. The lady had intended no mercy towards her. Because Li Yi was a princess, she had inadvertently placed Yuan within her protective sphere, leading the young lady to refrain from revealing her intentions, thus allowing Yuan to escape. I see, Li Yi said, puzzled by these thoughts, feeling a twinge of disappointment. To her, Your Highness felt like a term that delineated boundaries. Your Highness, do not overthink it, Yuan observed, recognizing the waning of Li Yi's smile. Does calling you Your Highness mean we are no longer friends? Li Yi instinctively replied, Of course not. We are friends. Thus, Your Highness was merely a title, just that, only a title. Indeed, that is correct, Li Yi affirmed vigorously. Han Xian approached, and Li Yi introduced him. This is Yuan, a skilled physician. Han Xian, much like Li Yi upon their first encounter, was seeing the herbalist for the first time. Curiously, in the vast expanse of Qingsheng, he had encountered more matrons and midwives than herbalists, predominantly middle-aged women. This thought flitted through Han Xian's mind without lingering long. Once a top scholar, now a royal consort, his excellence was undeniable. Upon meeting Han Xian, Yuan immediately discerned he was no ordinary individual. Hearing Yuan's words, Li Yi exclaimed in delight, Yuan, you can read fortunes? Only then did Yuan realize she had spoken aloud, feeling a bit bashful under the gaze of both individuals. In her travels through the world, it was inevitable to encounter fellow practitioners in those of the realm. Each possessed certain skills, and she had gleaned a bit from them. After all, mastering an additional craft could provide sustenance. Yuan felt a pang of guilt for her seemingly underhanded acquisition of skills and hoped they would not take offense. Han Xian perceived her sentiment but remained silent, while Li Yi deemed her quite astute, saying, Yuan, you should indeed pursue this path. Yuan replied, in truth, although I recognize the impropriety, I have nevertheless studied in secret, believing it would eventually prove useful. I have resolved to utilize this knowledge to save lives and pass it on to my apprentices, thus ensuring a legacy. Li Yi was elated by her words, exclaiming, I believe that is splendid. Some individuals hold onto outdated and rigid beliefs, unwilling to share their knowledge with others, which ultimately leads to a loss of invaluable traditions. Much of what was once cherished has now vanished. Yuan was assured that Li Yi would comprehend her perspective. Han Xian was reminded of a person from their conversation, a steadfast individual who also happened to be his mentor. Throughout a life fraught with suffering, this person devoted himself to the aspiration of writing a book, a tome intended to enlighten others, with the fervent hope that knowledge would permeate the entirety of Qin country. Han Xian inquired of Yuan, by the way, you mentioned encountering two individuals. Who were they? Yuan reflected, I cannot discern their identities. One was an elderly lady, and the other a young woman. The fabric they wore was unfamiliar to me, yet it was of exquisite quality. Beyond that, did you uncover anything else? How were you bound? The ones who restrained me were a group of men. Their faces were not menacing. Initially, I did not anticipate their swift pursuit, Yuan recounted, recalling the leader among them, who appeared to possess a significantly higher status than the others. What gave you that impression? Their interactions, coupled with an overwhelming sense of oppression and tension that I felt between them, she replied. Li Yi interjected suddenly. They resemble a well-disciplined regiment. Indeed, Yuan affirmed with a nod. That is an accurate description. Both Han Xian and Li Yi sensed something amiss. They harbor secrets. Chapter 52. Dongping with no leads on Yuan's predicament. Li Yi and Han Xian prepared to depart from Xiachuan. For safety's sake, Yuan resolved to accompany them to Dongping. Thus, she joined Li Yi and the others on their journey. Yuan and Li Yi shared an immediate rapport, their conversation flowing effortlessly throughout their travels. How are things unfolding? Can you decipher anything? Li Yi inquired of Yuan, who was currently engrossed in her reflections, her demeanor serious, as if grappling with a dilemma. Yuan shook the object in her hand, ultimately flipping it over. All right, let me examine your divination results, she said, her hesitation evident upon viewing the symbols. Li Yi urged, speak freely, do not overthink it. Is it favorable or unfavorable? Well, to be candid, it appears unfavorable. Born into privilege, one should lead a life devoid of worries, yet you are destined to encounter a calamity if you do not navigate through it. Will I die? Quite nearly. It may even lead to a fate worse than death. Li dismissed Yuan's assertion with skepticism. That cannot be true. However, were I in your shoes, I would certainly seek to evade such a fate. Seeing her nonchalance, Yuan too hoped her reading was erroneous, stating, a guest would hardly appreciate such news. They would likely withhold payment and berate me as a fraud. This is precisely why I am reluctant to engage in fortune-telling. Did you not claim this was also your livelihood? Shouldn't you be more inclined to predict? Li Yi's latter query remained unspoken, yet Yuan perceived it nonetheless. Yuan replied, such earnings must be accompanied by one's fate. I prefer to heal the sick through medicine instead. Let the rest be mere interests. I see. Li Yi mused, perceiving within Yuan's words a profound simplicity. Li Yi lifted the curtain to see Han Xian returning on horseback and announced, we have arrived at Dongping. Behind Han Xian loomed the city walls of Dongping, and Li Yi reflected, this is the place where he grew up. Accustomed to the arid climate, Li Yi felt as if she were submerged in water upon arriving in Dongping, where the air was thick with humidity. Prior to their arrival, the princess's residence had already been constructed, and it now awaited their presence. Li Yi believed it inappropriate to head directly to the princess's residence, suggesting, Han Xian, shouldn't we visit your home first? I cannot accommodate such matters there. Once I am settled, we shall find a time to go, he replied. That seems acceptable. At that moment, Yuan disembarked from the carriage, prompting Li Yi's confusion. Yuan remarked, Princess, I'm already content to have arrived in Dongping under your care. Li Yi did not press further, inquiring, will you be staying now? I still have some savings, so there is no need for concern. Moreover, I can compete for business with the apothecaries, Yuan feigned a fierce demeanor, eliciting a smile from Li Yi. Once you find your footing, do remember to visit the princess's residence. Of course, Yuan waved goodbye, departing without a trace of hesitation. Li Yi and Han Xian entered the princess's residence, which was as grand as that in Qingcheng, familiar to them both. The only distinction lay in the scenic transformations, where Li Yi had once seen but few flowers. Now blossoms flourished around her pavilion, vying for attention with their vibrant beauty. Yu Lin and Yu Hua busied themselves directing the arrangement of items, and once their tasks were complete, they inquired if Li Yi required anything further. She shook her head, urging them to take a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Han Xian swiftly took Han Guang to meet the governor of Dongping, Mr. Wu Zhan. The governor had anticipated their arrival, having heard of the princess's return and awaited her summons. Had it not been for her aversion to ostentatious welcomes, many officials would likely have been gathered at the city gate, eager to pay their respects. The secretary beside the governor urged the other officials, "Quickly, the prince has arrived. Be alert and do not embarrass yourselves." Upon entering, Han Xian found them standing at attention. Mr. Wu approached, stating, "Your Highness, I trust your journey was not too arduous. Please have a seat." Han Xian nodded, settling down. "Thank you, Mr. Wu, for your past kindness. Due to certain circumstances, I have been reassigned to my homeland. I hope you will be understanding in my future endeavors." Naturally, Mr. Wu replied, his tone laced with humility. He cautiously inquired, "Your Highness, your return must signify a significant event, I presume?" Han Xian maintained his composure, replying, "Mr. Wu, as you are aware, we serve the court. Some matters are best left unsaid, yet they should not be subjected to mere speculation. Would you not agree?" Mr. Wu felt a flicker of unease at this statement, yet he retained a smile. "Indeed, you are correct. I must be mindful of my inquiries." After delivering his pointed remarks, Han Xian took his leave. Han Guang, puzzled, asked, "Sir, were you not here to investigate Mr. Wu? Why depart so soon?" Han Xian responded, "What needed to be known has already been revealed. Mr. Wu is unaware of my purpose, indicating his non-involvement in the matter at hand. Then why not inform Mr. Wu of our true intentions? This is quite satisfactory. The Emperor has tasked me with finding a reason to investigate Songliu, and Dongping is the nearest place to Songliu, so I have no doubt that a solution will present itself." As Han Xian spoke, he stepped into a quaint courtyard, the very place where he had once resided. In the front hall, ancestral tablets were enshrined. Han Xian lit a few sticks of incense and bowed in reverence. "I have returned," he murmured quietly as he knelt for a moment before rising and turning to leave. News from Dongping traveled swiftly, and soon the tidings of the princess and her consort's return spread like wildfire. Everyone remarked that the consort must have burnt high incense in his family shrine. Achieving the status of both a top scholar and a consort, truly a life filled with joy and fulfillment. As Han Xian walked down the street, some recognized him, which drew a crowd. They offered their congratulations, showering him with kind words, hoping to be remembered by the consort. By the time he approached the princess's residence, the throng had dispersed. Li Yi, having heard of the news, was unable to contain her laughter. In Qingcheng, where nobility was commonplace, people soon became desensitized. Dongping would undoubtedly follow suit. Yet, Li Yi harbored some concerns. She showed Han Xian the various invitations on the table and said, "Since my arrival in Dongping, invitations have been coming in incessantly. If I were to refuse them all, I can only imagine what they would say. Do not fret about them. If you are unwilling, simply do not attend," Han Xian advised. Li shook her head, saying that won't do. "I can be indifferent, but those ladies with tender hearts will surely speak to their husbands about it. You need to collaborate with your colleagues." Indeed, she was keenly aware that Han Xian was to become the center of attention. Chapter 53. Coincidence? Li aimed to make Han Xian her most cherished pride. Han Xian placed his hands on Li Yi's shoulders, his gaze tinged with concern. "I do not wish for you to engage in endeavors you dislike." Li Yi averted her gaze, insisting, "How can you spoil me like this? My resolve is rather flimsy." Han Xian chuckled softly as Ai wavered, then, "Perhaps just a little," Li Yi admitted, forming a circle with her hand. "This much is sufficient. Do not sway my determination further." "Very well. Li Yi intended to establish a commendable image in a short time. Attending banquets one by one was not her ideal approach. Instead, she decided to take the initiative and host a banquet at the princess's residence. Yulin, ensure that everything is arranged without error. Yuewa, please search for these items. If you cannot find them, let me know upon your return. Li Yi briskly issued her commands, pacing the living room, contemplating any oversights she might have made. While she pondered with her head bowed, someone approached her, and as she looked up, it was Yuan. Yuan nodded, and Li Yi inquired, "Have you found a suitable place to stay?" With a hint of self-deprecation, Yuan replied, "I perhaps overestimated my capabilities. I initially thought I could find a place, but due to various reasons, I still lack a proper residence." Li Yi did not wish to put her in a difficult position and directly stated, "The princess's residence is in need of a physician. I believe you would be a perfect fit." Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really?" "Indeed," Li Yi affirmed. "Moreover, will I still be able to treat others?" Yuan asked somewhat shyly. "I will certainly prioritize the princess's residence." Li Yi nodded, having found a reasonable justification for Yuan to settle in comfortably. Yuan successfully stayed, observing the bustling activity around her, inquired, "What is all this?" "I intend to invite some esteemed individuals from Dongping. Look, these names on the list are those I wish to invite," Li Yi replied, holding a thick stack of paper, meticulously detailing ranks and titles. Noticing both men and women listed, Yuan remarked, "Are there two categories? Otherwise, it will become quite chaotic." Li Yi, her gaze fixed on the list, responded, "Indeed, the males will be summoned by the prince consort, while I shall manage the females. However, I am responsible for the arrangements, which is why it may appear disorganized to you." Yuan reflected inwardly, recognizing her own limitations in such matters. Observing how Li Yi arranged the names according to social hierarchy and seniority, she noted that every detail from food to seating had been meticulously considered. "Your Highness is quite remarkable," Yuan exclaimed. "Is this truly remarkable?" Li Yi chuckled. "Many are capable of such tasks. Not to mention you must remember where I was raised. The court is strict, allowing no mistakes. Even the slightest error can prove fatal. As a princess, my responsibilities will only multiply." Eventually, her discontent ignited like a spark, ready to blaze with just a gust of wind. She attempted to resist. Yet, while she could transform herself, she could not alter the perceptions of others. That night, Li Yi and Han Xian finalized the guest list. At the princess's residence, the flow of visitors was unceasing, with congratulatory remarks beginning without pause. Upon her arrival, a throng of individuals bowed, greeting Your Highness the Princess. "At ease." "Thank you, Your Highness," they replied. Li Yi and Han Xian parted ways, taking their respective seats of honor. Bored, Yuan observed quietly and soon spotted a frail figure. Instinctively, she regarded him as a patient, assessing his condition. Something seemed amiss. He did not appear to be merely ill, just as she intended to approach for a closer examination. An unexpected event unfolded. Before she could react, the man collapsed, his complexion ashen. "This is not good." Yuan rushed over, retrieving her needles from her bag, instinctively preparing to assist him. A swift hand seized her wrist, and a voice exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The grip on Yuan's wrist was painfully tight, yet she restrained her agitation, responding, "I am saving him. Can you not see? He has medication. He does not need your help," the man retorted coldly. Releasing Yuan and crouching down to retrieve a small vial from the unconscious man's clothing, administering it to him. However, after some time, the man remained unresponsive, prompting the other to panic, slapping his face and pleading, "Wake up! Please do not frighten us." Sual Yangzhe, stop this nonsense. Yuan put away her needles, preparing to depart. "Wait," someone called out to her. Turning back, she found the man asking, "You mentioned saving him. Do you possess medical knowledge?" "Of course. Do you wish to save him?" Noticing his nod, Yuan instinctively reached for her fee, but suddenly hesitated, her hand halting mid-motion. The commotion escalated, drawing Li Yi and Han Xian over. Seeing Yuan present, Li Yi inquired, "What is the matter?" Yuan replied, "Your Highness, this young master Su suddenly collapsed. Upon examining his face, it appears he may have been poisoned." A nearby gentleman interjected, Liangzhe has always been like this. How could he possibly be poisoned this time? His gaze continually drifted towards the princess, his meaning unmistakable. Yuan felt speechless. Was it I who understood, or you? At present, I'm the physician of the princess's residence, and without needing to elaborate, my capabilities speak volumes. The young man who has been by Su Liangzhe's side implored the princess with a glance, realizing the reason for Yi Wan's initial hesitation to respond. To persuade Yi Wan to save a life, one must consider her master. Your Highness, what are the odds? Li Yi inquired. 80%. We shall strive to save him, came the reply. Is this merely a coincidence? A series of images flitted through Li Yi's mind, and she hoped she was being overly cautious. Observing the crowd that had gathered, she said, Yu Lin, disperse the onlookers. Han Xian had already managed to calm the others and quietly reassured Li Yi, do not worry. Nothing will go awry. It's reassuring to hear that, but I can't shake the feeling that we might be schemed against. Thankfully, Yuan is here. Had we sought a doctor at this moment, Su Liangzhe would likely have succumbed. Li Yi expressed her concerns. Is this not something that will eventually come to light? The Su family, along with Han Xian, is already investigating the foremost clan of Dongping, with only 2 points remaining. Yuan was uncertain how long the poison had been present. If it were recent, she could resolve it swiftly. However, if it had lingered for an extended period, it would have infiltrated the very organs, requiring her more time. How long has he been in this condition? Since I have known him, he has always been like this. It has been 7 years. 7 years? Yuan was taken aback that the poison had been within for over 7 years. Su Gongzi's life was remarkably resilient. Under ordinary circumstances, one might not endure such a plight. Noticing Yi Wan's delay in action, Li Yi asked, is there an issue? Do you require anything? Your Highness, may I have a room arranged? Li nodded and continued, certainly. What else do you need? Hot water. Very well, Yuehua, prepare the necessary items, and Yuan, follow me. Leading the way, Li Yi navigated through the throng, who parted for them. Chapter 54. A false alarm. Li Yi did not enter the room. She instructed Yuehua to keep watch and return to the main hall to inform the other ladies of the events that had transpired. The Su family had sent only the youngest, Su Liangzhe. Li Yi had initially invited the matriarch of the Su family, but she declined due to a recent bereavement. Her husband had tragically drowned while attending to social obligations, and understandably, she was not in a fitting state of mind. Li Yi expressed her understanding. As she pondered this, she overheard other ladies discussing the matter. The Su family's fourth son has always been frail, though he possesses a commendable temperament. What a pity. I remember he wasn't like this at birth. Can't recall, but he must have shown signs of it at a young age. If you ask me, it is poetic justice. Noticing the conversation had tapered off, Li Yi feigned indifference and remarked, are you aware of the incident involving the Su family back in the day? Your Highness, you are familiar with that incident? They queried with curiosity. Li nodded nonchalantly. The prince mentioned it. I heard it from him. Her fib was transparent. Some were skeptical and chose silence, while others were eager to share more, believing the princess enjoyed such tales. After listening intently, Li Yi synthesized the scattered information in her mind, concluding that the Su family was not unlike the other noble clans, rife with sordid affairs and no shortage of scandal. The Su family is fervently devoted to procreation. The patriarch's wife, unfortunately, was in poor health, and after giving birth to only one son, she passed away. Subsequently, the patriarch took several concubines, all of whom bore numerous children, both male and female, yet few survived. Most met untimely ends. Initially, the affairs within the household were shielded from the outside world, but when one concubine was found dead on the street, her body bore numerous wounds, suggesting a brutal demise. Once this news spread, the Su family's secrets could no longer remain concealed. It became evident that the patriarch was a madman. The reason for his wife's ill health stemmed from his perverse inclinations, ultimately leading her to succumb to unbearable suffering and take her own life. Despite the numerous offspring, only a handful survived, primarily due to the machinations of the many concubines who, both overtly and covertly, orchestrated their deaths. The patriarch, indifferent to their plight, sought to foster a strong child by allowing them to turn against one another. He permitted the concubines to eliminate children in their quest to please him. discarding any he grew weary of, for to him, they were merely possessions, purchased objects resembling humans. Perhaps due to his extensive misdeeds, divine retribution befell him. One fateful night, in a fit of madness, he hanged himself. Such was the extent of his malevolence. The women continued to murmur about these events, and Li Yi found herself at a loss for words, feeling a sense of revulsion. Once they had finished speaking, they rose to bid farewell to Li Yi, who nodded and watched each of them depart. Meanwhile, Han Xian was also nearing the end of his own farewells, standing at the door to see guests off as their carriages arrived to take them away. Han Xian, thank you for your efforts. Li Yi, it was no trouble at all. They both spoke in unison. Li Yi smiled and suggested they check on young Master Su. Very well. At that moment, Yi Wan was drenched in sweat. Su Liangzhe was covered in a multitude of needles, and it appeared that more were to be administered. Li Yi and Han Xian stood silently nearby, prepared to wait. Yi Wan, unaware of their arrival, mistook them for Yuehua, come to change the water. With Yuehua absent, Li Yi took it upon herself to change the water and stood by. Yi Wan had hardly rested. She had endured a sleepless night. Li Yi and Han Xian had also foregone sleep, fully aware that should anything occur within the Su family South Princess estate, it would not be a matter easily resolved. In the dead of night, individuals from the Su family arrived, introducing themselves as the second and third sons of the Su family. Their expressions were indeed fraught with urgency, and they bore a striking resemblance to Su Liangzhe. Thus, they were permitted entry. Han Xian remained behind Li Yi, his demeanor icy. He recognized these two as leeches, insatiable and greedy. He refrained from intervening, merely wishing to observe their intentions. Han Xian quietly cautioned Li Yi, instructing her not to be surprised by whatever transpired. Noting his certainty piqued her curiosity. Han Xian was typically composed, so the peculiarity of these two individuals warranted his warning. True to their nature, the two did not disappoint. Upon seeing the supine Su Liangzhe, they disregarded Yi Wan's gestures for silence and began to wail, "Fourth brother, please awaken. Without you, how will we survive?" They lamented, "You were so wonderful. How could you leave us like this?" Their voices choked with emotion. "Your health has always been frail. I know you long for liberation. Do not speak such nonsense." Li Yiru, if not for the knowledge that Su Liangzhe was alive, might have been deceived by their words into believing he had perished. With a friendly smile, he interjected, "He is not dead." Their expressions turned bewildered. "Not dead? Truly?" Yi Wan, noticing their confusion, stepped in to clarify, "He is merely quite weak at the moment. If you could, please lower your voices. Your volume is rather excessive." This statement struck them like a heavy blow, nearly provoking them to leap in disbelief. What did it mean he was not dead? That frail figure had managed to evade death? After finally escaping the Su residence, how could he still be alive in the princess's abode? Such resilience. The princess, observing their silence, inquired, "Are you not pleased that your dear brother is alive?" "Of course, we are delighted, Your Highness. We are immensely grateful for your intervention. His illness has been a source of great concern for us," they replied, their smiles strained. Yi Wan interjected, "This is not merely an illness, it is poisoning. Are you truly unaware?" "What?" They thought to themselves, astonished that she could discern what many esteemed doctors could not. Though their faces remained astonished, they responded, "We had no idea. We consulted numerous physicians who claimed it was incurable, and we believed them." Li Yiru remarked, "Initially I was startled as well, thinking it was due to inadequate care. Thankfully, we have identified the cause. It was a mere false alarm. Indeed, Your Highness possesses remarkable talent. If you manage to cure him this time, we shall prepare generous gifts as a token of our appreciation." Li Yiru nonchalantly acknowledged this, suggesting they discuss it later. They expressed their desire to take Su Liangzhe back, but Yi Wan felt that moving a patient was detrimental. Each party held firm in their stance. "Let Su Liangzhe remain here. If you're truly worried, you may stay as well. The princess's residence can certainly accommodate you," Li Yiru insisted. "Is that acceptable?" After a brief discussion in the corner, they concluded, "We trust that the princess will care for our fourth brother well, so we shall not stay. We will return to fetch some of his belongings to be sent over. Afterward, we hope the princess will permit us to visit him." Li Yiru nodded that is fine. Chapter 55. Are you familiar with coup? The practice involves gathering 100 types of insects on the 5th day of the 5th month. from the largest snakes to the smallest lice, placing them in a vessel to consume one another, leaving only one surviving specimen. A snake is then termed snake goo, while lice is referred to as lice goo, utilized for lethal purposes as it enters the human body and feasts upon the internal organs, leading to death, with the remnants being transferred to the home of the goo master. When Su Yangzhe awoke, he found someone before him holding a bowl. He initially thought he was on the brink of crossing into the afterlife, required to drink the Mengpa soup. Yet, he obediently finished it, and the woman spoke. "How do you feel?" "Huh?" Su Yangzhe was momentarily taken aback. Was it necessary to inquire about his feelings? "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" She persisted. "This medicine alleviates your pain, but does not address the root cause. I must thoroughly investigate. The poison in your body is quite complex, one I have never encountered before." Noticing his dazed silence, she pressed her hand to his forehead. "No fever," she remarked. Feeling the warmth of her palm, Su Yangzhe realized he was still among the living. "Who are you?" Su Yangzhe's pale face instinctively broke into a smile. "Yuan, this is the princess's residence. Do you not remember having fainted?" He recalled that he should have perished at that moment, yet he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thoughts, merely awaiting Yuan's response. Upon realizing that he truly had no recollection, she remarked, "You fainted. I possess some medical knowledge and discerned that you had been poisoned. It took considerable time to rescue you from the clutches of the underworld. How about expressing your gratitude? Without my intervention, you would have crossed the Naiha Bridge and consumed Mengpo's soup." "Thank you," Su Yangzhe replied with a faint smile, neither joyous at having survived nor particularly sorrowful. Yuan, unable to comprehend his demeanor, chose not to pursue the matter further, simply informing him, "Your two brothers visited you earlier. Had you awakened a bit sooner, you could have seen them. Is that so?" Su Yangzhe responded without surprise, finding it somewhat amusing. It seemed that he would never die before them. After observing the slumbering man for several days, Yuan felt little restraint. Her hands moved faster than her thoughts, pulling back the covers to meticulously examine him from head to toe, ensuring everything was in order before covering him once more. Throughout this process, Su Yangzhe remained compliant, his fair skin glistening as he quietly regarded Yuan, causing her to feel somewhat awkward. Realizing her discomfort, she stammered, "Ahem, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of violating you. In the eyes of a physician, there is no distinction between genders." "I understand," Su Yangzhe replied with a gentle smile. "Thanks to you, I have not perished. Are you unaware that you were poisoned?" Yuan inquired. Su Yangzhe offered a bitter smile. "I have been ill since childhood. Over the years, I have become accustomed to it. No one has ever mentioned poisoning to me." Yuan felt a twinge of sympathy for him. She had already learned about the Su family's circumstances from a princess, and it was evident that his situation was tragically dire. Being born into the Su family was indeed a misfortune. "The princess is also quite concerned about your condition. I shall inform her that you have awoken," Yuan declared, preparing to exit. "Miss Yi," Su Yangzhe called out, stopping her. Yuan looked back in confusion. What is it? Could you wait a moment? I wish to personally meet Her Highness the Princess." Such a gesture would convey sincerity. Yuan, having assessed his physical condition, shook her head disapprovingly. "Can your body support standing? Rest assured, the princess will not mind such things. There is no rush to demonstrate sincerity." Just as Su Yangzhe was about to insist, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. Su Yangzhe found himself in an unexpectedly embarrassing situation. He prided himself on maintaining composure in all circumstances. Yet he was momentarily taken aback. Observing his discomfort, Yuan remarked, "I have been remiss. I shall fetch you some food." "Thank you." Yuan had refrained from laughing earlier, but as she entered the kitchen to retrieve a meal, she could no longer contain her amusement, chuckling heartily. It seems Su Yangzhe had never experienced hunger in front of others, which explained his flustered reaction. In contrast, Yuan would have smoothly requested additional dishes without hesitation. When she returned to Su Yangzhe, her expression was serene, as if she had never laughed at all. "The food is here." Su Yangzhe, indeed famished, ate with a disciplined regularity that aligned perfectly with Yuan's perception of a gentleman. While he dined, she observed him, contrasting sharply with his composed demeanor. Su Yangzhe observed Yuan as she consumed her meal with an unseemly haste, as if she were swallowing a whole. Even the servants of the Su family would not exhibit such table manners. He regarded her with a curious gaze, albeit discreetly, and Yi Wan remained oblivious to the fact that he was watching her. After finishing her meal, she quickly devoured 2 bowls, feeling content as she patted her stomach, relishing the sensation of fullness. Su Yangzhe also completed his meal, choosing not to compete with Yi Wan. That day, she sought out the princess, informing her that Su Yangzhe had regained consciousness. Upon meeting Su Yangzhe, Princess Li noticed him attempting to rise, only to gently press him back down. "You need not stand on ceremony," she said. "Focus on recuperating. Yuan has informed me that the poison has permeated your heart and lungs." He responded with gratitude, acknowledging, "The commoner understands. I am grateful to the princess for allowing me to stay in the palace." Though Li initially wished to say little, she felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. As an outsider, her ability to assist him with his family matters was limited. "Can you think of anyone who might have poisoned you?" she inquired. Su Yangzhe shook his head, unable to conceive of a suspect. "You're a guest of mine, and fate has intertwined our paths. Should you find yourself in distress, do not hesitate to speak." "I appreciate the princess's kindness," he replied. Li Yi, surprised by his refusal, found it peculiar that he needed help, yet did not express the desire for it. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not press you further. However, should you wish to depart, please inform me in advance." "Understood." Once Li Yi had taken her leave, Yi Wan, intrigued, questioned Su Yangzhe. The princess offered her assistance, "And you declined. Are you not concerned that someone might harm you again without anyone knowing?" He replied, "That would simply be my misfortune. I cannot blame others." Yi Wan retorted, "Nonsense. The ones who wish you harm are utterly misguided. Your life, despite its many tribulations, is indeed remarkable and resilient." Su Yangzhe interpreted her words to suggest a cursed fate, considering it odd that even a stranger would speak of him in such a manner, leading him to believe he truly was a star-crossed figure. Unaware of how her words had been misconstrued, Yuan assumed Su Yangzhe's pallor was merely due to his lingering illness. Under her care, he had grown strong enough to take a few steps in the courtyard. As he basked in the sunlight, Yuan attended to her medical duties, while Li Yi leisurely conversed with Yulin and others, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. At that moment, Su Yangzhe encountered Han Xian. He was not surprised by the arrival of the prince consort and inquired, "Are you familiar with the practice of raising goo?" Chapter 56. Raising goo. To cultivate goo, one must confine poisonous insects within a vessel, allowing one to consume the others until only a single survivor remains, which is then referred to as goo. The creation of goo is a consequence of mutual slaughter. Su Yangzhe himself had been raised in such a manner. His father fathered numerous children, placing them together and intermittently providing them with sustenance, contingent upon his mood. The women who bore these children were of various temperaments. Some were ambitious, striving to empower their offspring to win their father's favor and elevate their own status, while others were timid and weak-willed, ultimately leading to their rejection. There were those who, unable to endure the hardship, abandoned their children and chose to end their own lives, leaving the children to struggle in the darkness. Su Yangzhe's mother belongs to the third category, which signifies that he must endure considerable sacrifices to survive. Han Xian sought out Su Yangzhe, having discovered that the Su family had become a mere fade. Although it still appeared to be an illustrious clan, it was devoid of substance and burdened with substantial debts. What could possibly compel Song Lu to choose the Su family? Han Xian pondered this perplexity until he focused on Su Yangzhe. "You must harbor intense hatred towards the Su family," Han Xian remarked. Su Yangzhe chuckled softly. "Hate? No. How could I hate? I'm merely grateful." "Why do you say such a thing, Lord Han?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Xian replied, "I recall the day of the old Master Su's death. You were all at the Su residence. I have seen Su Erling and Su Sanling. They were scheduled to attend a banquet that day, yet they did not arrive. If I were to investigate the circumstances of the old Master's demise, I presume you all have erased the traces. Do you wish to investigate, Lord Han?" Su Yangzhe inquired. Han Xian shook his head. No. His death was a consequence of his own actions. Su Yangzhe was taken aback by his bluntness. Han Xian merely intended to convey that he understood how the old master met his end. A robust middle-aged man is not easily slain by an individual, yet a group could elucidate the matter. On that fateful day, Su Liangzhe personally laid his father to rest, while the eldest remained silent, gripping their father's struggling hand. And the second and third brothers were already exhilarated. Killing their father was a long-awaited opportunity. Recalling that day, Su Liangzhe felt a long-forgotten pain surge within him. He fixed his gaze intently on Han Xian and stated, "Patricide was not my desire. I acted purely in self-defense." "Is that wrong?" "Indeed, it is wrong," Han Xian said earnestly. "True vengeance should render him worse than dead, rather than leaving a vulnerability to be exploited." Su Liangzhe nodded sincerely. "You make a valid point. Yet there is no turning back. As you know, I must safeguard myself. Is it true that the Su family owes a significant sum? Do you admit your involvement?" Han Xian pressed. "It is indeed my doing, though it appears I have not executed it sufficiently well, allowing you to uncover it, Lord Han. Perhaps I would have done the same in your position," Han Xian acknowledged, recognizing the darkness that lay within his own heart. Su Liangzhe had come to regard Han Xian as akin to himself. They both dwelled in shadows, their smiles reserved for strangers, while revealing their truest selves only to those of their own ilk. He grew cold and asked, "What does Lord Han wish to know?" Han Xian wasted no time, inquiring, "What is the nature of your relationship with Song Lu? I do not know how long I will survive. Thus I arranged an escape route for the Su residence in advance. Otherwise, those two fools would have destroyed it," Su Liangzhe replied. He adamantly refused to acknowledge any emotional ties to the Su family. "What do you know?" Han Xian asked, his words laden with double meaning. What had transpired with Song Lu, and why had it chosen Song Lu? Though the Su family had become a shell, its name still held value. The Su family had always maintained neutrality. Should they lean towards Song Lu, the dichotomy between the royal family and noble clans would become indistinguishable. Su Liangzhe candidly stated, "The current royal family is weak. The co-clan of Song Lu now holds sway over them. As for what transpired with Song Lu, I believe you must see for yourself. You are an astute individual and should not tread a single dark path. Has Ko Shinrui spoken to me to you?" Han Xian directly posed this question, leaving Su Liangzhe feeling somewhat helpless. He nodded and replied, "Indeed, it has been mentioned, and it was said that you are impervious to reason. In my view, you are clearly waiting for the right opportunity. Do not tread a singular path into darkness." Han Xian returned Su Liangzhe's words to him. Su Liangzhe fell into contemplation, pondering the meaning behind Han Xian's statement. Han Xian had already given him a hint. The rest was for him to decipher. "Han Xian, I heard from Yulin that you met with Su Liangzhe. What was the outcome? What is the situation with the Su family? How does it relate to the Song Lu?" Li Yi inquired eagerly upon Han Xian's return. Han Xian replied thoughtfully, "At present, it appears that the second and third sons of the Su family are in charge. But in truth, it is Su Liangzhe who pulls the strings. He has reduced the Su family to a hollow shell out of vengeance, with no ulterior motives. As for the connection with the Song Lu family, I must personally visit Song Lu." Li Yi exclaimed, "Then I too wish to see Song Lu. I wonder if I might encounter her." Su Liangzhe came to bid farewell, as his health had nearly restored. Yiwan had exerted considerable effort on his behalf. Although it was tiring, nothing captivated her more than a unique case. "So this is the curse," Yiwan remarked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Liangzhe. "You truly do not recall when this was planted? That seems improbable." Su Liangzhe initially felt no guilt, for in the narrative he had recounted, he was supposed to be unaware. Yet, how could he forget the torment of being bitten by insects night after night? He chose not to dwell on it further and merely smiled at Yuan, saying, "I have forgotten. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, I have grown accustomed to it." Once again, he employed this excuse, and Yuan found it too dismissive. She mused that her initial impression of him as a weak scholar must have been a misjudgment. He was by no means feeble and was quite the deceiver. After Su Liangzhe departed, Yuan and Li Yi began to critique him, discussing for quite some time before concluding, "That fellow is nothing but a smiling tiger. How foolish of me to have devoted such effort to heal him." Yuan urged Li Yi to share her thoughts, but upon seeing Li Yi doubled over with laughter. She expressed her displeasure, saying, "What are you laughing at?" Li Yi struggled to contain her laughter, realizing Yuan's annoyance. "I do not wish to laugh. But you keep insisting that Su Liangzhe is a deceitful scoundrel, yet not long ago, you were extolling his virtues. Your change of heart is too swift." "Fine, I admit it. At first, he was exceedingly captivating, speaking with a soft voice, embodying the demeanor of a delicate scholar. Who could have anticipated that I would be dismissed by him with a mere phrase on multiple occasions?" Yuan found her own words amusing, laughing heartily indeed. "It is rather peculiar. This young Master Su is truly inscrutable. If what you say is accurate, and he is indeed under a curse, that is a grave matter, his past. He allows you to perceive his indifference as a means of communication, subtly instructing you not to inquire further." Yuan concurred with Li Yi's assertion, saying, "Indeed. Thus I shall relinquish my curiosity and refrain from asking." Chapter 57. Cowardice. The news of Li Yi and Han Xian and Dongping had already reached Songlu. In the Ko family of Songlu, Tian Pinghui was on the verge of sleep when she heard Ko Xinrui beside her say, "The Grand Princess is currently in Dongping, quite close to Songlu. If she wishes, she will come to meet you." "Really?" She was momentarily taken aback. Ko Xinrui nodded, "Indeed." After Tian Pinghui's initial joy subsided, she calmed herself and pondered the crux of the matter, asking, "Why has the princess come? What have you done?" Having struck at the heart of the issue, he retorted, "What do you believe I have done? Have I not been by your side all along?" With an air of indifference, Tian Pinghui responded, "Do not be coy. Do not presume I am unaware of the recent changes in Songliu. While I may not discern the specifics, I am certain it is connected to the princess's arrival." Ko Xinrui shrugged in resignation, admitting, "All right, I cannot deceive you. As you have observed, the Ko family of Songliu is not content with merely being the Ko family of Songliu. I trust you are aware of this. But are you not friends with the princess?" Tian Pinghui questioned, surprised by her own inquiry, as it felt uncharacteristic of her. Indeed, Ko Xinrui chuckled at her naivety, saying, "Oui, my relationship with the princess does not alter the dynamics between Songliu and the royal family. There are matters beyond my influence." Tian Pinghui detected a deeper meaning in his words, recalling the formidable Ko matriarch. She rose, anxiously gazing at him, and asked, "If the princess has come, what will you do? Have they said anything?" This formidable matriarch was known for her resilience, having withstood the combined pressures of the royal family and noble clans in her time. A truly remarkable woman. Upon arriving at the Ko residence, Tian Pinghui realized that Ko Xinrui still adhered to the matriarch's authority, often hearing him reprimanded without hesitation by her. "Now that you inquire, how can I remain silent? After all, this is not a trivial matter," Ko Xinrui replied with a playful tone, though he soon grew serious upon noticing Tian Pinghui's lack of amusement. "How should I articulate this? The marriage alliance between the Yin family and the royal Li family, coupled with the Gu family's loyalty to the royal lineage, leaves the Binlin Pei family starkly outside of these affairs. What can the Ko family do? The matriarch has borne the weight of this for a lifetime, and as her time draws near, the royal family grows impatient. The Ko family finds itself in a position of inevitability, compelled to act." Ko Xinrui sighed. "What will become of us?" Tian Pinghui mused, realizing she was now entwined with Ko Xinrui's fate, her considerations extending beyond herself to encompass the Ko family as well. Ko Xinrui held her tightly, revealing a flicker of worry in his eyes, yet reassured her, "Do not fret. I will ensure your safety." "That is not my point," Tian Pinghui retorted, feeling slighted by his implication of cowardice. "You cannot say that." Ko Xinrui chuckled. "How then should I phrase it? You were forcibly brought back by me. It was my unilateral desire. You ought to be living your tranquil life in Qingsheng, not here, still seeking vengeance and worrying over your future. Indeed, you are correct. My vendetta remains unresolved, yet you promised to help me uncover the true culprit. But where is that assurance?" She challenged. "Very well, if I reveal the truth to you, I shall not be breaking my promise." Just as Ko Xinrui prepared to disclose the identity behind the Tian family massacre, he noticed that Tian Pinghui had closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Observing smoke in the corner, He held his breath and rose to open the window. In a cold tone, Ko Shinrue demanded, "What brings you here?" The master spoke gruffly. "You came to find me for a reason, young master. Surely you haven't forgotten our agreement. If I recall correctly, you are not to disclose our information. I was unaware that you had a penchant for eavesdropping." Ko Shinrue snorted coldly. "Our transaction has concluded. Are you not aware? Is that so? Young master, the grand enterprise is still in progress. How can you claim that we have reached an end? Then perhaps you should clarify why you are being pursued by Li Wan. The reason for the might of Wushuan Pavilion lies in its secrecy, unknown to the masses. But now, if I'm not mistaken, some of your agents within the court have already vanished, have they not?" The master remained silent, prompting Ko Shinrue to continue. "Am I correct? At present, Li Wan has dispatched Han Xian to Dongping, and soon, Han Xian will arrive in Songliu. If you intend to hide in Songliu, it is only a matter of time before you are discovered. Best to seek refuge elsewhere. Consider it my goodwill. Do you wish to gamble with Songliu?" The master, Shea, laughed heartily. "I never expected you, young master, to be a gambler. Wushuan Pavilion will not vanish. As long as there are people, it will be omnipresent. Young master, I wish you good fortune." They had decided to abandon one another this time. The annihilation of the Tian family was a complete tragedy. In a moment of impulse, Ko Shinrue had contemplated revealing the truth to Tian Pinghui, but reconsidered, deciding it was not his place to do so. Listening to Ko Shinrue's request, Grandma Ko chose not to scold him this time. She felt too weary to do so. Instead, she solemnly stated, "Coward, you dare not admit your mistakes, yet speak so eloquently. One must acknowledge wrongdoings, my child. Do not attempt to manipulate her thoughts. She is not your toy. She is a human being who traveled a great distance to be here because of you. Ask yourself, has she erred? Is she not innocent?" Ko Shinrue was taken aback by the question. By the time he comprehended it, he rushed to find Tian Pinghui. "I understand now." Seeing him dash over without regard for his appearance, Tian Pinghui wondered what had come over him. "What do you understand? Wushuan Pavilion, do you know of it?" "Recently, it has been the subject of much discussion." Tian Pinghui nodded, aware of the uproar. "What of Wushuan Pavilion?" "They tend to recruit scholars of innocent backgrounds, especially those who are powerless and oppressed by their superiors, inciting their emotions to work on their behalf." Noticing the gravity of his words, Tian Pinghui listened intently. And then, some awaken midway, but find themselves unable to extricate themselves, for Wushuan Pavilion does not permit withdrawal once one is joined. Yet, there are those who have successfully exited. Tian Pinghui stiffly inquired, "How does one successfully exit?" Ko Shinrue replied, "Through death, leaving no ties to children." His words nearly caused Tian Pinghui to falter. The implication was too stark. Clinging to a faint hope, she asked, "Among the deceased, was there Tian Yongyi?" "Yes." "How do you know such details? Are you in league with them?" Tian Pinghui glared at him, as if provoked. Ko Shinrue swallowed hard, struggling to speak. "I am aware of the annihilation of the Tian family." He wished to explain that at that time, he truly had no inkling that events would unfold as they did. Tian Pinghui smiled wanly, her mind a haze as she took a step back. Ko Shinrue attempted to approach her, but she halted him with a sharp command, "Stay back. Let me think." Chapter 58. Utilization. Although Ko Shinrue was not the one who committed the act, he remained a mere bystander. For Tian Pinghui, this reality incited a deep-seated rage within her. What was she to do? She pondered how she might exact her revenge. Sadly, she came to the realization that she could not achieve vengeance alone. The Wushuan Pavilion was elusive, like a dragon that neither shows its head nor its tail. Gradually, she turned towards Ko Shinrue and inquired, at that time, "Why did you merely watch instead of intervening?" It was inherently wrong. Ko Shinrue anticipated this question and replied, "To me, the demise of the Tian family was of no concern." He understood that his words would be harsh, yet they reflected his thoughts at that moment. He saw no reason to offend the Wushuan Pavilion for the sake of the Tian family. In his eyes, since Tian Yongyi chose to join the Wushuan Pavilion, he must bear the consequences that came with it. Tian Pinghui no longer wished to continue this conversation. "I want to leave," she stated. Ko Shinrue wanted to object, but nodded instead, acknowledging, "I knew it would come to this." However, "Oui, You will not find the Wushuan Pavilion. Tian Pinghui gazed at him, somewhat bewildered. Will you help me? Her intentions were too transparent. Ko Shinrui, perceptive as he was, recognized her ploy to manipulate him. He was willing to be utilized, yet felt a twinge of irritation. If I refuse, do you expect me to play the game of feigned indifference? Then will you agree? Tian Pinghui was forthright. You stand to lose nothing. Simply tell me what to do, and you may remain uninvolved. As a bystander, you should have been the one to perish. Yet it appears that may not require my intervention. What she implied was that the royal family would take action. Ko Shinrui's expression darkened. You truly are ruthless. You previously spoke of devising a plan with me, yet now you are incomparable. Tian Pinghui coldly interrupted him. I know I cannot remain indifferent. Do you understand? You do not. Ko Shinrui did not retort. Deep down, he felt a sense of guilt. The old lady was right. He was a coward. Watching him hastily depart, a hint of derision crossed her face, uncertain if it was directed at herself or at him. In the 5th year of Xingyuan, June Dongping, Han Xian had determined a route to Cangliu and was currently conferring with a nearby garrison commander, Gu Tonghe, about strategies to confront Cangliu. Han Xian believed that Cangliu would primarily adopt a defensive stance in the forthcoming actions. Gu Tonghe agreed, stating, Cangliu is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Were I in Cangliu, I would first incite the emotions of the townspeople, uniting them against a common enemy. If I can cause internal discord, I will achieve victory without battle. Gu Tonghe shook his head. Brother Han, your understanding of Cangliu is still insufficient. If it were possible to undermine them from within, I would have done so long ago. The reality is that the Ko family is deeply beloved by the people of Cangliu. Their words carry the weight of divine decree. Han Xian pondered for a moment before declaring, I wish to enter Cangliu and investigate further. What do you intend to do, and how will you proceed? General, with war on the horizon, the realm shall descend into chaos. I merely wish to do my part. If I can avert the war, that would be the best outcome. Gu Tong had attempted this before, but with little success. As a military general, when war broke out, he naturally aspired to achieve great deeds and defend his homeland. However, in times of peace, he would quietly offer his protection. He resolved to let Han Xian make one final attempt. Very well, I shall accompany you, he declared. Li Yi, overhearing their conversation outside the tent, lifted the curtain and saw their gazes fixed upon her. I too wish to go to Cangliu, she proclaimed. She hastily added before Han Xian could speak, as I mentioned before, I intend to meet with Ko Shinrui and the others. Han Xian exchanged a glance with Gu Tong, who replied, Your Highness, this is perilous. I cannot guarantee your safety. If anything were to happen to you, how could I account for it to His Majesty? You need not concern yourself with that, Li Yi asserted with a firm tone. This endeavor is inherently dangerous, and His Majesty will understand. She expressed her confidence. I am well acquainted with the Ko family. I am certain I can persuade them. Gu Tong found himself at a loss, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Seeing the princess resolute in her decision, he conceded, I shall certainly ensure the princess's safety. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction, but before she could utter another word, she was pulled away by Han Xian. What is it, Yi? Are you truly set on entering Cangliu? He inquired. Indeed, it cannot be that only you go. Li Yi was aware that the Ko family had become adversaries of the royal family, yet she sought a third path. For 50 years, the aristocracy and the royal family had maintained a delicate balance of power, with neither side achieving complete victory. However, a resolution was inevitable, and Li Yi wished to mitigate the casualties before a victor emerged. This time, they traveled light, opting for horseback. Han Xian had dispatched his men to various locations along the route for any unforeseen circumstances. As they approached the city gates, they dismounted and disguised themselves. Li Yi styled her hair into braids and donned an assortment of mismatched clothing. Han Xian dressed similarly, and from a distance, they resembled a pair of wandering adventurers. Their eyes met, and they burst into laughter. Brother Gon, ahead lies Cangliu. It is a splendid place. We must explore it thoroughly. Li Yi exclaimed. Sister, let us go. I shall treat you to the finest delicacies. Cangliu's beauties, here I come. Han Xian playfully adopted a lewd persona. Had she not known that he was the top scholar, Li Yi might have been deceived by his antics. She whispered, "Be honest. Have you ever roamed the Jianghu?" Han Xian failed to grasp her meaning at first, prompting her to exaggerate her gestures. "You resemble those brash wanderers of the Jianghu." Han Xian chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Those wanderers are not as feeble as I. I have encountered a few, each possessing remarkable skills, unlike me, who merely wields a pen." Li Yi pouted. "If you weren't so weak, I wouldn't look down on you." As they prepared to enter the city, their duo appeared quite ordinary. The guards at the city gates scrutinized the incoming citizens, and as Li Yi approached, one guard demanded, "Your documents." Han Xian promptly produced them for inspection. The guard studied them for a moment, while Li Yi and Han Xian remained composed under their scrutiny. "All seems in order. Proceed," the guard said, returning their documents. As the crowd swelled, the guard, growing impatient, barked, "Those at the back, do not rush. Come one by one. Do you not understand human language?" Just when Han Xian and the others believed they had successfully passed through, a somber voice commanded, "Halt, turn around." They complied, and the man who stopped them appeared to be of a higher rank, as even the guards bowed upon his arrival. Han Xian nervously rubbed his hands together. Forcing a smile, "Esteemed official, may I inquire what brings you to summon us?" Li Yi also bent slightly, feigning trepidation while suppressing the tremor in his voice. "Sir, we are merely itinerants, seeking to make a living. You appear somewhat familiar. From where do you hail?" Chapter 59. Ceasefire. Li Yi feigned panic. "Sir, we come from Qinsheng, merely running errands for others. We have committed no wrongdoing. If you do not believe us, you may verify. It is all clearly documented here." The official regarded them with indifference, causing Li Yi's palms to sweat. "From Qinsheng," the official murmured, glancing over the documents. Confirming their authenticity, he waved them through. As Li Yi and Han Xian proceeded, voices echoed behind them. "Seize anyone from Dongping, and scrutinize those from elsewhere. Do you understand? Not a single one can be overlooked." Once they were at a safe distance, Li Yi exhaled deeply, relieved. "That was close. Fortunate we had this document." Han Xian remarked gravely, "These days, they are conducting thorough inspections. This is merely the first checkpoint. If we pass this, it should be easier, yet I sense something amiss." "What do you mean?" Li Yi inquired. "Have you made any discoveries?" "Some matters I cannot articulate clearly at the moment. Caution is prudent." "Indeed," Li Yi nodded. "Let's find a place to rest for the night and act tomorrow." Li Yi and Han Xian waited near the co-residence for an opportunity to enter. After several days, they discerned a pattern and decided to alter their appearances, planning to enter under the pretense of delivering clothing. "Princess?" Someone called softly behind Li Yi. Fearing exposure, she dared not linger for even a moment and prepared to flee with Han Xian. However, Han Xian restrained her, and she gazed at him in confusion, urging him to run. Han Xian gestured for her to look behind her. "Pinghui?" Li Yi was taken aback, unsure how she knew of her presence. "Is I, Princess? You nearly got discovered just now, but I led them away. Please follow me." Before Li Yi could comprehend the situation, Han Xian had already followed without hesitation. "Lord Han, it has been a long time. I recall your words. You once mentioned seeking revenge. You were right." Tian Pinghui expressed her gratitude to Han Xian. Li Yi, surprised by their cryptic conversation, asked Han Xian, "What did you say?" Han Xian chuckled lightly. "I merely shared some knowledge." There's no need to be anxious. Miss Tian will be our ally." "Yes, Princess, do not worry. Lord Han has promised me a request, and I will assist him in return." Tian Pinghui had already learned of her father's murderer while in Xinqing. Whether Ko Xinrui spoke or remained silent would determine his fate in Tian Pinghui's eyes. If he spoke, she would find a way to keep him alive. If not, she would become a mere spectator to the downfall of the Ko family, just as he had once been. "I see," Li Yi realized. This was the source of Han Xian's confidence. The Ko family had not anticipated that the two would so boldly enter alone. Neither had Ko Xinrui expected to encounter Li Yi and Han Xian in his own home. Tian Pinghui calmly sat beside Li Yi, ignoring Ko Xinrui, while Han Xian acknowledged him, albeit to issue a warning. The smile on Ko Xinrui's face nearly vanished. "What do you mean, Han Xian?" he inquired. Li Yi feigned difficulty. "Are you inquiring about us?" "I apologize. We merely sought Ping Hui's assistance. Without her, we would not have the chance to meet you. Ko Shinrui replied coldly. This is not solely about me. I am well aware of that. Li Yi responded, thus, we hope you can grant us a moment of your time. As you can see, we have come with sincerity, arriving alone. Does that not indicate our desire for peace? Impossible, Ko Shinrui retorted, given the current situation. Will the royal family spare the Ko family? Even if they did, it would be to ensure our family's disappearance, which we will never accept. Li Yi fell silent, and Han Xian interjected, the situation is not yet so dire. War would only bring devastation. Do you truly wish to witness such a fate? Any discussions should be held with the matriarch. Ko Shinrui spoke ambiguously, and Tian Pinghui, sensing the gravity of the moment, stood and grasped his arm, preventing him from leaving. If the matriarch learns the princess is here, she will use her to threaten the royal family. Can you bear to see that happen? Ko Shinrui chuckled. Why should I care? At least the odds would be in our favor. Tears nearly brimmed in Tian Pinghui's eyes. Are you truly indifferent to their demise here? Ko Shinrui found himself at a loss against this woman's earnestness. What could he say? He gently wiped her tears. If I were to say I didn't care, would you accuse me of being heartless and ungrateful? Tian Pinghui nodded vigorously. That is precisely who you are. Ko Shinrui burst into laughter. Indeed, I am just that. Li Yi and the others stood aside as Ko Shinrui continued. The one you need to persuade is not me, but that obstinate matriarch. In her prime, the Ko family was far more formidable than it is now. The royal family had not yet begun to suppress the noble families. The crises faced by the Ko family stem from power struggles. When the Ko family was the first to be sacrificed, it was the matriarch who personally negotiated with the royal family and other noble houses, ensuring the survival of the Ko family for 50 years. Yet she is now aging. Her vision is failing, and her graying hair reflects her struggle to uphold the family. Her frail voice broke the silence. Princess, why have you come? To cease hostilities? The matriarch scoffed. Do you intend to sever our ties? No, please do not think of it that way. We merely hope for you to halt your actions. Li Yi calmly stated, the Ko family shall never be cowards. We will not bow down. Princess, since you have arrived at Songlio, why not stay? As soon as she finished speaking, several individuals appeared and surrounded Li Yi. Unfazed, she maintained her composure. Do you insist on waging war? Even if I remain here, it will not alter the fact that you will be defeated. Even in defeat, we harbor no fear. That is the true essence of the Ko family. Madame Ko is acutely aware that she can no longer embody the strength of her youth. Nevertheless, the Ko family has reached a pivotal moment. Over the years, she has journeyed from confusion and resentment to helplessness and, ultimately, acceptance. Yet, she has never surrendered. The Ko family would rather perish than bow their heads. Li Yi, with a tinge of sorrow, inquired, do you not see? Madame Ko, puzzled, responded, what do you mean? Li Yi slowly articulated, do you not perceive anyone beyond the Ko family? Are they willing to die for your obstinacy? Had the Ko family not secretly amassed troops and procured weapons, the emperor would not have desired to act against us. Must the Ko family be led to slaughter? Li Yi immediately retorted, but is it not the aristocracy that has been aggressive first? Do you recall what transpired 50 years ago? It was the noble families who brazenly abused their power, while the imperial family compromised for a fleeting peace. Chapter 60. Contentment is happiness. Madame Ko smiled bitterly. She had grown old, and her tenacity had been misguided. She could no longer effect change alone. Ko Shinrui, noticing the old lady's discomfort, wished to suggest she rest, but she declined. Casting a glance at him, she remarked, did you already know I would acquiesce? That is why you informed me of the princess's arrival and arranged for her to meet me. There was no need for further words. With you, Ko Shinrui, perhaps the Ko family's path forward would be illuminated. In the 5th year of Xingyuan, July, at Songlio, Gu Tonghe led his troops through the gates of Songlio, halting before the Ko residence. The death sentence could be averted, but the living penalties were inescapable. The decree from above was made known to the world, and all were made aware. After proclaiming the imperial edict, Gu Tonghe instructed them, receive the command. Ko Shinrui stood at the threshold, unwavering as he knelt, and proclaimed loudly, thank you, your majesty, for sparing the Ko family. Long live the emperor! From that moment forth, the glory of the Ko family in Songliu would become a relic of the past. Their assets would be returned to Qingcheng under Gu Tongha's command, with no casualties incurred. The Ko family departed the residence quietly, no longer adorned in brocade and silk. Dissent arose from the collateral branches, some expressing discontent. Yet Ko Xinrui quelled them with a single, calm remark, silencing their protests. Should you be unwilling, go speak with Gu Tongha and declare your refusal to leave, even at the cost of your lives. I assure you, he will graciously fulfill your wishes. The Ko family's clandestine troop mobilization and faction building would have led to their demise under any ruler. Ko Xinrui sought to make them comprehend this reality. Should the emperor retract his favor, they would find no sanctuary. However, he overestimated the collateral branches, who were loath to relinquish their wealth and demanded to meet the emperor, expressing profound dissatisfaction with his arrangements. This, in Gu Tongha's eyes, was utterly inexplicable. Having already instructed them to depart quietly, they now stirred unrest, courting their own demise. Ko Xinrui endeavored to prevent their foolish actions, which would implicate all involved. Alas, it was too late. Gu Tongha had already commanded weapons be raised against them. The rebels remained unfazed, believing the imperial edict assured them immunity. Did Gu Tongha dare defy the emperor's will? With a swift motion, several legs were struck by arrows, eliciting cries of agony. It appeared they would spend the remainder of their lives confined to their beds. Gu Tongha had harbored thoughts of executing them, yet he restrained himself, opting only to cripple them. Ko Xinrui stepped forward and said, "I sincerely apologize for not intervening in time." Gu Tongha responded with a slight hum, revealing no trace of his earlier sternness, and replied with a gentle demeanor, "It's all right. Please take them for treatment." Ko Xinrui forced a smile and replied, "Very well." The others dared not utter a word, finally realizing the gravity of their situation. Their former power and opulence were now slipping away, rendering them mere commoners, trampled upon without the courage to resist. Old Lady Ko was oblivious to this scene, as Ko Xinrui had wisely instructed the matriarch to be taken away by the elder lady. However, she too understood the gravity of the situation. At this point, she felt she could no longer exert control. Fatigue overwhelmed her, and she yearned for rest. Slowly, she closed her eyes. The elder lady called her name several times, but received no response. As if recalling something, she reached for Old Lady Ko's neck and felt for the pulse, which had ceased to beat, and her body grew gradually colder. The elder lady remained composed as she stepped outside, encountering a throng of people seated on the ground, lamenting their pain. She spoke calmly. "The old matriarch has passed away." Ko Xinrui was the first to react, exclaiming, "What?" He hurried into the room, while the elder lady followed, saying, "The old matriarch is free of her worries now. She is simply exhausted." Indeed, it was exhaustion. Ko Xinrui knelt beside the bed, gently grasping her hand and placing it upon his forehead, murmuring, "I understand. Rest well." Few still remembered Old Lady Ko's maiden name when recalling her. She was simply referred to as the old matriarch. She had devoted her life to the Ko family, having married into it. In her youth, she too was a spirited woman, full of laughter and passion, yet she had long forgotten her own youth. Li Yi and Han Xian participated in the simple funeral, which attracted many attendees. When Li Yi encountered Ko Xinrui, she barely recognized him. Dark circles encircled his eyes, and blood vessels were prominent in his gaze. "You must take better care of yourself," she advised hesitantly, ultimately suggesting he should rest. Ko Xinrui, maintaining his composure, replied, "Thank you, Princess. I have been so busy these past few days that I haven't slept. After this period, you shall see the old me once more." "I look forward to that," she replied. They were to return to Dongping, and the subsequent affairs of the Ko family would be managed by Gu Tongha and his entourage. Li Yi inquired if Tian Pinghui wished to accompany her, but after deliberation, Tian Pinghui declined. "Do you wish to remain by his side?" "I am not ready to leave just yet," she replied, omitting the reason behind her decision. Li Yi trusted her judgment and refrained from pressing further. The swift resolution of the Ko family's matters was significantly aided by Tian Pinghui, as Ko Shin-rue's bringing her to Songlio indicated that she would be privy to its information. Without full knowledge of the circumstances, the royal family dared not act recklessly. But once informed that Songlio was not without flaws, the emperor would choose to deploy troops. However, any action must be discreet, avoiding the attention of other noble families, which was precisely why Han Xian was dispatched to confront the Ko family through psychological means. On a clear morning days later, Tian Pinghui asked Ko Shin-rue, "You are fully aware that I will disseminate information. Why do you allow it to continue?" Ko Shin-rue, having just awakened and feeling rejuvenated, lazily replied, "Do you not already know the reason? This is different. What you express diverges from my conjectures. Well, to speak candidly, I am aware of my impending defeat. Rather than succumb to despair, one might as well choose to endure, I suppose." His approach to handling matters resembles that of a rogue, prompting Tian Pinghui's curiosity. Shouldn't you adhere to the principle of preferring a noble demise over a dishonorable survival? Learning is one matter, yet actual practice is quite another. Achieving academic success does not imply that every circumstance must be addressed through textbooks. The wisdom of ordinary folk often comes through lived experiences. On this rare occasion, Ko Shin-rue spoke seriously, leaving Tian Pinghui slightly taken aback, yet he made a valid point. "So, your takeaway is that it is better to endure than to perish?" Ko Shin-rue found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet gazing at his modest dwelling, which starkly contrasted with the grand estate of Ur. He remarked, "How shall I put it? I do indeed possess some insights, such as the value of contentment. Contentment brings joy, and a life lived with dignity is paramount," Tian Pinghui interjected. "Indeed, I must ponder how to navigate my entourage of dubious friends. They are likely conspiring to drag me out," he continued. "You refer to them as dubious friends. Do you still wish to heed their inane chatter?" Ko Shin-rue chuckled. "Ah, oui, your words resonate with my own spirit. Do maintain this disposition." Chapter 61. The calm before the storm. The Ko family affair reached a temporary resolution, and Li Yi and Han Xian returned to Dongping to lead a tranquil existence. Within the princess's residence, Li Yi recounted the individuals and events she encountered in Songlio, while Yuan joined in, increasingly perplexed. The vividness of her recollection made it difficult not to draw connections. As Li Yi narrated her dialogue with the elderly lady, Yuan suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Ah, I understand." "Understand what?" Li Yi inquired. Yuan replied, "Princess, do you recall the days I vanished in Xiachuan?" As she spoke, Li Yi's memory was jogged. "What have you recalled?" "The individual I sought treatment for was an elderly woman, perhaps akin to the Ko family matriarch." "It could very well be the same person," Yuan excitedly asserted, having wrestled with this realization for some time. Li Yi was astonished by the uncanny coincidence. In that case, it implies that the elderly woman's health was already deteriorating at that time. Indeed, had it not been for her formidable will, a lesser person might have succumbed long before. Yuan reflected on the shocking scene, realizing now that the elderly lady truly clung to life by a thread. Had the Ko family's matters not reached resolution, she might have persevered. As a practitioner of medicine, Yuan could treat the body, yet she remained only partially enlightened about the heart. It was precisely because she understood the severity of the Ko matriarch's condition that her admiration for the woman deepened. "Isn't she no longer contemplating eliminating you?" Li Yi teased. In light of the challenges faced by the Ko matriarch, the decision to eliminate Yi Wan was not entirely unexpected. Indeed, Yuan could not compare to what they sought to protect. Yuan accepted this reality. "Well, that is indeed the case," she stated earnestly. "However, this does not imply that my life is of little value. To me, my existence is precious. Indeed, as human beings, none would willingly relinquish their lives for another." Li nodded in agreement. It is understandable that the Ko matriarch would rally for her family. However, that is not the most prudent choice. The royal family has spent over 50 years diminishing the power of the noble clans, not out of sense of right or wrong, but rather due to a choice of allegiance. Li Yi was engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Yi Wan when Yulin entered, bearing news from the palace. "Princess, the emperor is to be wed." "Pardon?" Li Yi thought she had misheard, but upon seeing the seriousness of Yulin's demeanor, she stood up. took the letter from Yulin's hand, and upon opening it, her eyes fell upon the conspicuous words announcing the marriage. How could this be? Wasn't it said that there were still 6 months to go? As she scanned further, she realized that the Wen family could no longer wait, prompting an early celebration. Will we arrive in time? Li Yi asked Yulin, a hint of frustration in her voice. Yulin shook her head. Princess, it is too late. By the time the letter was delivered, the ceremony had already commenced. Even if we hurried back now, the wedding would have concluded. Li Yi felt a pang of regret for missing her brother's grand day, a once-in-a-lifetime event. Has the Duke been informed? Rest assured, Princess, I have already sent someone to convey the message. There is no need for concern. Li Yi acknowledged with a slight nod, but her worry lingered. Why the haste? This is rather unusual. Could it be merely the Wen family's impatience? But what could have prompted such urgency? This question could be answered by Han Xian. During their time in Songlu, they had neglected the news from the palace and had also overlooked the Pei family. Historically, the Pei family had remained an observer, refraining from involvement in royal matters, and had tacitly permitted the royal family to handle the Coup family situation. Yet, this did not mean the Pei family would not issue warnings to the throne. The noble families, with the Pei family at the helm, subtly opposed the royal authority. When Han Xian mentioned the Pei family, Li Yi was reluctant to accept. How could the Pei family be implicated? They had long established a non-interference agreement with the royal family. Han Xian, recalling that Li Yi's mother hailed from the Pei family, remarked, but dear, the conflict between the Pei family and the royal family has become irreconcilable. The signs were evident long ago. It is only a matter of time before one side swallows the other. The emperor would not act against the Pei family, Li Yi asserted defiantly. When my mother married into the royal family, she endured much hardship. My father wronged her, which is why he declared before his death that the Pei family must not be harmed. Han Xian replied coolly, so, even if it is a mistake, we should allow it to persist. Li Yi was puzzled, waiting for Han Xian to elaborate. However, he chose not to continue. It is of no matter. The emperor has issued orders, and my duty is to comply. Li Yi, feeling a sense of urgency, stepped forward to grasp his arm. What exactly do you wish to convey? I have said all that I needed to say. I am merely responsible for managing affairs. The complexities do not concern us here in Dongping, do they? Li Yi wished to retort, not due to an inability to articulate her thoughts, but rather because an uncomfortable feeling resided within her. Very well, is Dongping not sufficient? Do not overthink it. As Han Xian embraced her, she felt his heartbeat, and her anxious heart began to settle. Li Yi was not one to dwell on matters. Han Xian had completed the task assigned by the emperor, yet he had not been summoned back, and the court remained tranquil, seemingly unaffected by the Coup family incident. Gradually, Li Yi adapted to life in Dongping, enjoying the leisure and tranquility it offered. Occasionally, she would stroll through the bustling streets, and Han Xian would often take her to nearby scenic spots. Li Yi's demeanor became increasingly gentle, and her actions more casual, to the extent that she would indulge in drinking during the evenings, only for Han Xian to come and carry her home. In Qingcheng, such behavior would have drawn severe criticism, as her drinking habits were not deemed respectable, taking place in establishments frequented by less reputable patrons. Han Xian understood that Li Yi was oblivious to any ulterior motives and simply enjoyed the taste of the spirited beverages, which he personally found unappealing. Since he had never shown anger over such matters, Li Yi's experiments with drink grew more frequent. However, her infatuation with alcohol was fleeting, soon replaced by a fascination with playing cards. Yi Wan, observing from the side, deemed this a descent into depravity. Li Yi shook her head in response. Do not say such things. Isn't it enjoyable? It is fun. It's just that I grew tired of it. Why are you not yet weary? In Dongping, it was widely known that the current prince consort and the princess were deeply affectionate, their marriage characterized by an unbreakable bond. Many had witnessed Han Xian and Li Yi holding hands in the streets. Initially, some viewed their public displays as scandalous, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts openly, especially given the princess's status. Speaking ill of her directly would be akin to courting disaster. Nonetheless, whispers circulated in secret, with both men and women vehemently condemning their behavior. Coincidentally, the very subjects of gossip, Li Yi and Han Xian, were present in the corner of the tea house. "Princess, they speak ill of you. Shall I address them?" Yulin, filled with indignation, had already grasped the hilt of her dagger at her waist. Li Yi, in a relaxed manner, replied, "Do not be too hasty." Chapter 62. Impartiality. "What will you do, princess?" Yulin inquired. "What else is there to do? Should I accuse them all of offending the crown and imprison them?" Yulin remained silent, her expression indicating that she indeed harbored such thoughts. Li Yi found herself at a loss for words. "Fine, if it were a different setting, I might act similarly, but this is a tea house where discussions abound. Perhaps in my absence, tales of me have already transformed into monstrous fabrications. Yulin, find a storyteller." "Understood." Soon, Yulin returned with a storyteller from the vicinity. Upon entering, the storyteller trembled at the sight of the princess, for he had only ever performed before minor officials. "Listen closely," he began. "The eldest princess is notorious for her fierce and domineering nature, disdaining idle gossip. She acts without regard for reason or decorum, freely engaging in displays of affection, whether hand-holding or even embracing in public. Yet, should anyone dare to criticize her, she would not hesitate to unleash her wrath. The eldest princess has a penchant for bustling places drawn to crowds. If she were to hear tales woven against her, the outcome would be unpredictable." After Li Yi conveyed her intentions to the storyteller, instructing him to craft a tale from her words, she decreed, "First, let it be shared here in this tea house. Indeed, I shall ensure it is told well." The storyteller wiped his brow, realizing the seriousness of Li Yi's request, fully believing that she would hold him to his word. Thus, he took to the platform and began recounting the secrets of the eldest princess before the gathered audience. Initially, the audience regarded the tale with indifference, dismissing it as yet another antiquated narrative. However, as the story unfolded, a sense of authenticity began to permeate their skepticism. Some pointed towards the direction of the princess's residence, inquiring, "Is the Long Princess the one you speak of?" The storyteller nodded with difficulty. The listeners, unabashed, scoffed. "Is this truly a lack of stories? The Long Princess is nothing but a loose woman, her court filled with suitors, devoid of any sense of shame, openly consorting with her consort. How can she be considered a woman at all? It is indeed a source of profound embarrassment for us." Li Yi, amused, replied, "Indeed, those are your words. Do you not see that I am a woman?" The crowd nodded in agreement, expressing confusion as to why the emperor permits such behavior. This woman once foolishly aspired to meddle in court affairs. It is the height of absurdity. She is merely a female. How can she compare to men? Li Yi, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "If I am to be unrestrained, should you not be as well? After all, I am the emperor's sister. It is you who have spoken of absurdity." They remarked on the consort's past as a top scholar, suggesting that had it not been for the princess's insistence on marrying him, he would now possess a promising future. This statement pushed Li Yi's patience to its limit. She silently criticized, "In your eyes, Han Xian is still not considered accomplished? As a princess, she ought to set an example for women everywhere. Yet her fiery temperament and improper conduct could lead others astray, threatening to disrupt societal order." Rolling her eyes, she quipped, "Thank you for your regard. If others were to emulate me, chaos would ensue without my lifting a finger. Merely a breath would suffice to throw the world into disarray." Li Yi found their fervent discourse utterly amusing. Noticing her, they turned to her, questioning, "What is your issue? What did I say to you?" Li Yi innocently replied, "I have said nothing." Upon realizing she was a woman, one who had nearly burst forth with indignation hesitated, adjusting his tone to one of politeness. "Whatever we say, you must not contradict us. If you do not comprehend, it is best to remain silent." "I have not spoken out of turn," Li Yi countered. "Then are we merely speaking nonsense?" Li Yi nodded cheerfully. "Indeed, you are speaking nonsense." This provoked the others, who, unlike the earlier gentlemen, had little patience left. They retorted, "Do you understand the meaning of our words? You claim we speak nonsense? Can a mere woman comprehend more than we do?" With a smile, Li Yi responded, "You speak of me. How could I not understand my own thoughts?" At this moment, the storyteller descended, bowing, "Greetings, your highness." His words rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. "Princess? Which princess?" "This is Dong Ping. Who else could it be?" As realization dawned, They quickly adjusted their attire and bowed. "We pay our respects to your highness." "Rise," Li said, still smiling. "The protagonist you speak of stands before you. Why do you not continue your discourse? In the gentlemanly texts you have studied, there should be the concept of impartiality. I have just listened and found your words to be unbalanced, merely venting without consideration for differing perspectives, which leaves me quite dissatisfied." Li Yi's remarks reminded them of the storyteller's earlier assertions regarding the Long Princess's domineering nature, suggesting that their previous words might have been deemed frivolous in the princess's eyes. "Yulin," Li Yi signaled, indicating for him to intimidate these individuals. Yulin, receiving the cue, swiftly brandished the chopsticks, which plunged deeply into the table beside them, perilously close to their hands. Most of those present were scholars, with a small fraction being merchants, seasoned in worldly affairs. Yet, Yulin's display still instilled fear within them. Their faces turned a shade of ashen gray, preoccupied with the thought of what might have transpired had the chopsticks pierced their own flesh. While Li Yi would temper her demeanor in Qinsheng, here in Dongping, no one could overshadow her. Thus, she acted with unrestrained authority, observing the silence that enveloped the crowd. She knew her intent had been achieved. "Yulin, let us depart." After Li Yi's departure from the tea house, someone exerted a bit of force and withdrew the chopsticks. Witnessing this, the others settled into a quietude, exchanging glances laden with unspoken words. The storyteller soon adapted the incident into a narrative, embellishing it for effect, and before long, the fearsome reputation of the princess spread throughout, becoming as renowned as that of Qinsheng, deeply etched into the public consciousness. Li Yi recounted the matter to Han Xian, laughing heartily as she recalled the expressions of those present. Wasn't it amusing? Yet, Han Xian sensed the underlying gravity of the situation. This was not mere folly of scholars. Had it been ruffians, the outcome would have been far more dire. Next time, I must be present for such affairs. I certainly do not arrive at decisions lightly," Li Yi replied, arching an eyebrow dismissively. Having heard that the tea house catered to scholars, I anticipated a modicum of novelty, unlike the unsavory clientele of taverns. Yet it seems they merely cloak their behavior in a veneer of refinement. Irrespective, they provoke my ire. Li Yi's perspective was rather unconventional. From a young age, she had rejected the constraints imposed upon women by societal norms. It was only now that she comprehended the necessity for women to create value surpassing that of men to alter the dynamics of power. Han Xian, slightly bewildered, found himself drowsy upon returning. Only after listening to Li Yi's words did he close his eyes, mumbling, "You are correct." With that, he succumbed to slumber. Li Yi chuckled softly. "Very well then, sweet dreams." Chapter 63. Silencing witnesses in the 5th year of Xingyuan during the harsh winter. A father and son huddled together in a dilapidated hut, relying on each other's warmth to stave off the cold. "Father, I am hungry." "Endure a little longer, my child. I shall find you something to eat." With a heavy sigh, the man rose, limping as he made his way outside. The wind howled fiercely, and as the door creaked open, the frigid air rushed in, causing the boy's face to flush with cold as he wrapped his arms around himself, waiting for his father's return with food. The man trudged far, the path ahead obscured, yet he pressed on, teeth clenched in determination, thinking soon, "I will find sustenance and return." Desperately, he sought food until he arrived at a grand residence adorned with intricate patterns. Surely, such a wealthy household would offer him some charity. He hesitated, acutely aware of his own humiliation, a trace of humility crossing his face. Perhaps I should simply leave, but after a moment of struggle, thoughts of his child reignited his hope. Summoning his courage, he knocked upon the door. "Who is it?" a voice inquired as the door slowly opened, revealing the man at the threshold. A glance from the questioner, sweeping from bottom to top, instantly discerned the gravity of the situation. His expression grew faint, and feigning ignorance, he inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "I seek merely a morsel of food, for there are children at home suffering from hunger and cold." Before the man could finish his plea, he was interrupted. "I have seen many like you. To be frank, our master forbids the entry of your kind. With hands and feet you insist on begging. Allow me to kindly advise you, do not return, for there is nothing for you here." Saying this, Without waiting for the man's reaction, he shut the door. The man gazed sorrowfully at the door, lamenting, "Ah, my legs were sacrificed for your labor." Anger simmered within him, yet he felt powerless. Ultimately, he was but an ordinary man. Just as he turned to leave, another individual opened the door, this time with a cheerful demeanor. "Hey, wait a moment," he called, offering the man several flatbreads. "Take these quickly. The weather is harsh. Ensure the children have something to eat." Thank you, thank you." The man expressed his gratitude with deep bows, departing joyfully, oblivious to the odd glances from those behind him. "I have returned," he exclaimed, presenting the flatbreads to the children. "Look, we have bread to eat. Hurry, partake." The child's eyes sparkled with longing as he swallowed hard, but obediently replied, "Father, you eat first. I have eaten on the road. You should eat now." "That is a lie. You surely have not eaten. Let us share." The man nearly shed tears, his rough hands breaking the bread into pieces, feeding them to his child as he reassured, "My dear, we will surely have better days ahead. Though times are hard now, I promise I shall not let us suffer like this again." "Very well." The child smiled, warmth filling his body from the food. "Father, this bread is delicious." "Indeed, is it not?" The man's smile suddenly faded to a pallor. "What ails you?" "Father, I feel a bit of pain." The child began to cough up blood while clutching his stomach. The man, looking at the bread, suddenly realized the grim truth. "Stop eating. Spit it out quickly." But they had both consumed the bread, and soon the man violently expelled blood. In the following days, a group of weary travelers arrived, and upon entering, they were met with the sight of two lifeless bodies, long deceased. "We have arrived too late. Never did I expect them to be so ruthless, executing their deed with such decisiveness. It seems this has been the case for some time." A younger voice interjected, "Had they not acted thus, we would lack proof. Sigh, had we arrived earlier, we could have saved them." "Master Zhang, you speak the truth. However, we cannot bury them. Their arrival must remain undisclosed. Should we inter these two, suspicions would surely arise." "Indeed." Master Zhang nodded. "Let us hope they are eventually discovered by the locals." They took away the remnants of the bread. Once they departed, more individuals swiftly arrived, conducting a thorough search of the vicinity, finding nothing amiss. Without hesitation, they quickly kindled a fire. In the 6th year of Xingyuan, during March, at the Pei residence, an elderly man sat in a wooden cabin, engaged in a game of life and death against himself. A young man approached, standing by for some time, observing the elder's lack of movement, and finally inquired, "Grandfather, what are you waiting for?" The black pieces have gained the upper hand and could easily pursue victory by eliminating the white pieces. He could perceive it, and certainly the old man could too. Waiting for the opportune moment, the elder spoke as he picked up a white piece and placed it in an unremarkable spot. When the young man looked again, he was somewhat taken aback. Had it changed? Behind the black pieces, a lethal intent quietly approached, as all the previous moves of the white pieces were orchestrated for this very moment. The old man chuckled, saying, "It has not changed, rather. The white pieces have merely been concealed all along." Thus, the matter was resolved? The elder cast a glance at him, seemingly serene, yet instilling a sense of dread. Indeed, the young man, accustomed to such interactions, felt no fear and replied with composure, "Rest assured, I will ensure that no one discovers it." The elder's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he inquired, "Is that true?" Surroundings had already been scrutinized, revealing desolation and solitude. Hence no one had uncovered anything, nor had any burial taken place. After careful contemplation, this seemed favorable. The young man remarked, "The royal family has been unusually quiet of late. Grandfather, what could this imply?" "Foolishness. The royal family is not as you perceive them. They present a fa for your belief. Do you truly trust that?" With the elder's words, it became clear that the royal family was covertly observing them. "This painting was sent by someone," the elder stated as he picked up a painting from the side, opened it to reveal a picturesque landscape, and continued, "Can you guess who sent this?" The young man gazed for a long time before replying, "Forgive me, grandfather. I cannot discern it. It appears to be an ordinary landscape painting, yet the sender is none other than the esteemed Prince Consort Han Xian." "Han Xian? Why will he send a painting?" "A landscape. He intends to offer me a true realm." The elder spoke slowly as he put away the painting and instructed, You must travel to Dongping and meet this prince consort. Understood. Cheng Zhou, the elder's tone softened, prompting the young man to halt in his departure. Be cautious on your journey. Of course, Pei Cheng Zhou responded cheerfully. From a young age, Pei had been cherished by his family, and this journey set the entire Pei household into motion. Hurry, hurry. We cannot afford delays. If anything goes awry, you shall answer for it. Understood. No need to rush us. Everyone is already mobilized. There will be no mishaps. Good to hear. A sigh escaped as someone remarked, with the young master gone. We can only imagine the painting. Upon this statement, silence fell, followed by uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Such infatuation. Chapter 64. As if in a dream, Pei Xiang, styled Qingzhou, met Han Xian, styled Ganjia, atop the Dongping city tower. Both were renowned young talents of the present day. Although they had heard of each other's esteemed reputation, it was only now that they stood face to face. Pei Chengzhou said, Lord Han, as I am newly arrived, I have not prepared lavish gifts. I bring only a painting. He presented the scroll he had set aside to Han Xian. Han Xian accepted it, carefully unrolling it. Noticing it was a new work, he raised an eyebrow and unveiled the painting. It depicted 3 tigers, yet only one mountain was visible. He chuckled. One mountain cannot harbor 2 tigers. What the 3? Pei Chengzhou replied. They observed the tigers battling from the mountain. Ha ha, well said. Now I understand. You traveled specifically to see me. I should extend my hospitality, yet this is the only place we can meet. Pei Chengzhou shook his head and remarked, I have achieved my purpose for coming here. As for other mundane formalities, I am indifferent. Thus, we shall part ways here, until we meet again in Qingqing. Noticing that the Pei family had departed, Han Guang turned to Han Xian and inquired, My lord, have you made your decision? I have resolved this matter, Han Xian replied. He understood that once he took this step, there would be no turning back. He would bear the heavy shackles ahead. The princess is still unaware of everything. How will you face her in the future? I do not know. Facing Han Guang's worried gaze, he felt somewhat dazed. If that day were to truly arrive, let me bear all the consequences. Well, I must be waiting anxiously. Let us return. Yes. For Li Yi. Time flowed swiftly as she languished in her comfortable life, oblivious to the tumult outside, which Han Xian had kept at bay. The royal family and the Pei family remained steadfast, causing the court to be rife with rumors. She remained blissfully ignorant. Present day, Dongping resembled a secluded island, untouched by the chaos beyond. The princess's residence stood as the palace of Dongping, with all affairs under Han Xian's command. Li Yi was content to let Han Xian take charge, and those in the know recognized that his control over the princess's residence had reached a tyrannical extent. Yi Wan had attempted several times to caution Li Yi against placing such trust in the prince consort, but each time she barely uttered a few words before the prince consort appeared, eager to know what they were discussing, leaving Yi Wan unable to continue. Li Yi remained unaware that Han Xian's control over her had become extreme. She still felt free to do as she pleased, and wherever she went, Han Xian accompanied her. When she felt down and wished to avoid his presence, he could still disappear for a while. Am I beautiful? Li Yi smiled at her reflection in the mirror. Glancing at Han Xian behind her, beautiful, he affirmed. There's a newly opened tavern I didn't visit yesterday. I wish to see it today. You will accompany me. Want you? Of course. As Li Yi gazed into the mirror for an extended time, a dark thought crossed her mind, envisioning someone pitifully kneeling before her and exclaiming, Your Highness, Han Xian has rebelled. At that moment, the mirror shattered, and her expression transformed into one of disbelief as she instinctively shook her head. Impossible. It cannot be. There is no impossibility, Your Highness. Li Yi awoke from her nightmare, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her pale visage betraying a hint of weakness. What is the matter? Did you have a bad dream? Han Xian, sitting beside her, looked at her with concern. Li Yi cast him a glance, the complexity of her emotions causing his heart to ache and rendering his expression cold. If you cannot sleep, then rise. Han Xian, do you not regret it? They both spoke simultaneously, their words entirely different. Li could not comprehend why this was so. The royal family had treated him well, entrusting him with many responsibilities. Why would he conspire with the heir apparent to rebel? She felt transparent before Han Xian. Her inquiries had confirmed his suspicions that she was already aware of the truth. I do not regret it, Han Xian stated. Those words sent Li Yi's heart plummeting to the depths. She smiled bitterly. You deceive me. You continue to deceive me. She recalled when Han Xian had begun to deceive her, perhaps from a time in Qingqing. Each step had been a beautiful dream he had woven for her. How delightful the past had been. Now it seemed utterly laughable. As dawn broke, Han Xian stood in opposition to Li Yi, who could not conceal her intention to leave from him. At the city gate of Dongping, Li Yi, accompanied by Yulin and Yu Hua, prepared to follow Bian Yuanliang. Yet, before they could exit the city, Han Xian and his troops encircled them. In the face of Li Yi's indifferent gaze, Han Xian spoke gently. Li, do not act recklessly, all right? Yulin, clear the way. Li Yi, undeterred, attempted to break free. Observing this, Han Xian raised his hand slightly, and with a heavy thud, the city gate was shut. Stop! Li Yi watched helplessly as the gate closed, her emotions surging as she shouted at Han Xian, open the gate. Let them through. Her voice strained to the point of hoarseness. Come home, Han Xian urged, ignoring her protests and extending his hand with a smile. Let me take you home. Li looked at him helplessly and asked, what do you intend to do? It's dangerous outside, and I wish to protect you from harm. Seeing his unwavering hand, Li Yi understood it as a silent command to cease her struggles. Both Yulin and Yu Hua were detained, and Li Yi blinked back tears, chastising herself for her weakness. How foolish of you, Li Yi, to have not foreseen this day, to have failed to understand this man. She placed her hand in Han Xian's palm, and he gently pulled her onto his horse. They returned to the princess's residence, where this time, Li Yi found herself unable to leave the confines of the estate. She refused to engage with Han Xian, remaining indifferent to his words, a stance he accepted. Everything resumed as if nothing had transpired. No palace coup, no deceit. Han Xian continued to treat Li Yi with kindness, inquiring after her well-being and occasionally gifting her small trinkets. At times, Li Yi felt disoriented, questioning the reality of the palace upheaval. Was Bian Yuanliang deceiving her? Was it all merely a nightmarish illusion? The standoff over Li Yi's refusal to speak with Han Xian reached a breaking point, leading to her emotional collapse. She felt a profound disconnection from her former self, unable to grasp Han Xian's thoughts. Late at night, she grasped his arm, demanding, tell me, what do you truly desire? What has happened to a one? Han Xian listened silently to her inquiries, revealing a subtle smirk that deepened her anguish and ignited her frustration over the unknown. Speak, she implored, filled with confusion and anger, convinced that everything was a fabrication. Do you remember when I was first dispatched by the emperor to Wutian? Li Yi acknowledged with a nod. That was my initial disappointment with the imperial family, a sense of powerlessness and a fury towards authority. You cannot fathom this. You could come to Wutian without a care, yet the consequences fell upon me. I became the very executioner I despised, drenched in blood, stripped of my own will, forced to prioritize the interests of the imperial family above all else. Li Yi wished to argue that this was simply the way things were meant to be, yet she felt immobilized, as if transformed into an unyielding statue. Han Xian continued, indeed, you all believe this is how it ought to be, but it is not my desire. What was the second time? Yes, you know well, was he Jing? Few remember him, and his family has long since fallen silent. Yet both the imperial family and the aristocracy chose to remain muted. But did those lives not also perish? How did those individuals meet their demise? Was justice administered by the royal family and noble clans? Li Yi was momentarily rendered speechless by the inquiry. Chapter 65. The line between truth and deception. The swallow of Gushi Road has perished. Do you truly believe the fate of the others involved could be any better? Li Yi sensed a veiled meaning in his words and asked, what do you mean? Han Xian chuckled softly, running his fingers through her hair, and remarked, you are unaware of the orders your brother has given me, are you? You thought that matter concluded, but in truth, I personally delivered those women to the doorsteps of those noble families. Noticing that Li Yi was still processing his words, he continued, you may not realize. Those women have fled far and wide, adopting false identities. Yet they were still captured. What can I do? I am merely a blade, bound to follow orders. Enough. Li Yi's voice trembled as she interrupted. Yet Han Xian persisted. Look at these hands. They can bring harm to the innocent. Do you know what they call me? A malevolent spirit, a Rakshasa, the king of hell in the underworld. What an honor it is to be bestowed with such titles. I command you to cease. Li Yi instinctively spoke with authority. Did you hear me, Han Xian? I shall remain silent, but the facts remain evident. Do you know what fate should have befallen the Coup family? Total annihilation. Li Yi recoiled in alarm. You speak nonsense. Indeed, let us consider it nonsense. Han Xian said sorrowfully as he gazed at her, and he fell silent. Yet, within Li Yi's heart, a tempest was brewing. She feigned calmness and replied, You are mistaken. The emperor would never act in such a manner. Is that so? Li Yi felt a dryness in her throat. She stepped back and asserted, I understand the emperor better than you do. We grew up together. My knowledge of him is certainly more profound than yours. Since you believe that, then let it be. Han Xian's lack of rebuttal only intensified Li Yi's frustration, yet her efforts seemed futile. Once again, she fell silent. When Han Xian was momentarily absent, she turned to Yulin and asked, Can you escape? Yulin cast a reluctant glance at the walls and replied, I'm afraid, Your Highness, that there are Han Xian's men surrounding us. I could handle one, but currently 5 are keeping watch, making it exceedingly difficult for me to leave. Is there any way to free me from him? Li murmured, At present, I have no idea how far this situation has escalated. I must go to Qingqing. Your Highness, we cannot act recklessly. I understand. I will not act impulsively. You need not worry. Moreover, Han Xian will not grant me the opportunity to act recklessly. Li Yi forced a smile. I am uncertain how to handle him, Yulin. Did you not already recognize his true nature? Your Highness, Yulin hesitated, wanting to explain, but faltering. It was not only you who faced threats. The entire princess's residence could not discuss the rumors surrounding Han Xian. Li Yi understood immediately. All right, you need not elaborate. I comprehend. Han Xian, how scheming you are, undermining my authority, threatening those around me. Surely, all your actions were orchestrated for this very moment. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. One day, Han Xian returned, weary from travel, instructing Yue Hua to prepare their belongings. "Aye, we are returning to Qingqing." Li Yi regarded him with vigilance, fearful that he might utter words of violence. Han Xian remained silent, but informed Li Yi that with the ascension of the new emperor, she was required to pay her respects. Li Yi scoffed, questioning his legitimacy. What right does he have? A usurper? A traitor? How can he be deemed an emperor? Han Xian sighed, emphasizing Yi. Li Yi's expression soured, yet Han Xian could easily compel her to remain. Her reluctance forced her to acquiesce with a reluctant nod. I understand. As Li Yi departed Dongping, she noticed Bian Yuanliang, bound and tossed carelessly into a cargo cart. Why are they taking him? She inquired. Because he still serves a purpose, came the reply. To become a pawn in your power struggles? Han Xian fell silent, and just as Li Yi thought he would say no more, he coldly remarked, he brought this upon himself. Li Yi scoffed. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Is that a crime? You are merely seeking an excuse to eliminate your rivals, all to seize absolute power. You knew this outcome was a possibility. It is a fact you must acknowledge. Li Yi found his audacity appalling. Such a fact, to be admitted, was utterly hypocritical. You despicable wretch, she spat, ignoring her vitriol. Han Xian replied nonchalantly, Your brother is not dead, but he may not be far from it. Noticing Li Yi's silence, he continued, Do you wish to save him? Rather than saving him, you should consider how to ensure his survival. What do you mean? Li Yi furrowed her brow. Do you not understand? If you acknowledge the new emperor, he may show mercy. Li Yi was taken aback by Han Xian's words, feeling a wave of nausea. You overestimate my importance. I am but a princess. My acknowledgement carries no weight. Your maternal lineage is with the Pei family. Though they do not recognize you, you are indeed connected to them. In the eyes of the new emperor, your acknowledgement could symbolize the Pei family. Han Xian gazed deeply at her, a fleeting glimmer of remorse passing through his eyes. Li Yi did not catch that moment and incredulously exclaimed, How can this be? You said the Pei family would not acknowledge me. How can Li Li allow me to represent them? This is absurd. Upon reaching Qingqing, You will discover the answer. Upon arriving in Qingsheng, Li Yi was struck by an illusion at the scene before her. Is this truly Qingsheng? Once a vibrant city, bustling with life, where many ventured from afar to reside. It now lay desolate. As she walked a few steps forward, she noticed no one looked her way. Instead, people sat numbly on the ground, while some children quietly crouched, drawing circles in the dirt. What has happened? What is going on? She could not help but ask Han Xian, having mentally prepared himself. Han Xian was unfazed by the sight. He coldly replied, "This is Qingsheng a year after your departure. The royal family and the noble clans have been in constant friction, always on the brink of conflict. After the affair with the Coup family, wisely would not summon me back. It is because the current state of Qingsheng is far from favorable. If I return, you too would return, and he would prefer you remain oblivious to what has transpired here." Li Yi said with difficulty, "Then, what about the marriage with the Wen family?" Marriage signifies an alliance between two families. The Wen family has made an erroneous choice. Li Wen is not the ultimate victor. It is Li Li who prevails. Have you chosen Li Li? Only then did Li Yi grasp the profound implications of his words. It was not about noble families or Awen, but rather about supporting a new ally. Han Xian clapped his hands and remarked, "You guessed correctly, though I cannot claim to be a supporter. I merely assisted in a few matters." Chapter 66. The Malevolent Spirit? Hey, I say, do you really need to bind me so tightly? I am but a frail maiden, and there is no way I can overpower you. What is the necessity of this? In a wooded area, the bound woman was incensed at the man before her. Compelled to move forward, she continued, "We have been walking for quite some time. Let us rest. You can endure, but I cannot." The man gazed at her with a composed demeanor, ignoring her pleas. The woman, known as Yuan, truly wondered how her situation had devolved into this. She merely wished to accompany the princess. What wrong had she committed? She cried out, "Su Liangzhe." Su Liangzhe halted and responded amicably. "Did you not wish to see the princess sooner? Then you must walk faster to achieve that." Yuan, feeling exasperated, shot him a weary glare. "How comfortable do you think I can be in this state? You are dragging me along. I wouldn't mind if you simply carried me." Su Liangzhe pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I would mind. You are my savior, and I must treat you well." Yuan let out a couple of sarcastic laughs, gazing at her tightly bound wrists, somewhat speechless. "Well, I appreciate your concern for my well-being." Seeing her skepticism, Su Liangzhe clarified, "Were it not for me, you would have been quietly dealt with by that malevolent spirit, Han Xian. He is far more ruthless than I." Yuan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Literally," he replied. "You may not be aware, but every time you appear before the princess, Han Xian wishes to eliminate you discreetly. It is only because I informed him that you are under my protection and would not cause him trouble that he has allowed you to remain in the princess's presence." Su Liangzhe said this with a calm demeanor, deliberately instilling fear in Yuan. She trembled, realizing that her life was indeed of concern to someone. But wait, does he not fear the princess finding out? Killing me brings him no advantage. Then let us ensure the princess remains unaware, Su Liangzhe said, pausing momentarily before his voice turned cold. This time, the princess learned of the changes in Qingchang Palace because Han Xian no longer wished to conceal the truth. He could have easily fabricated a lie as he had before. Yuan now truly found Han Xian to be terrifying and remarked, "The princess is rather unfortunate. You should worry about yourself. I will take you to Qingchang. You must heed my instructions, understood, savior?" Yes, I understand," Yuan replied obsequiously, knowing she had to lower her head under another's roof. In the 7th year of Xingyuan, in August, at the Qingcheng Palace, Li Li sat upon the dragon throne, receiving the homage of his subjects. Once they had withdrawn, Li Li rose and turned around. Once upon a time, he had always gazed upon this place. Yet only now had he ascended to this position. During his time as heir apparent, he had to tread carefully, fearing that a single word might betray his ambitions. When Han Xian came to seek him out, he had already foreseen this day. Han Xian was favored by Li Wan, yet he was unwilling to allow Han Xian to engage in any actual decisions. To treat an eagle destined to soar in the skies as merely a dog was Li Wen's gravest error. However, for him, it was a divinely bestowed opportunity. He slowly returned to his quarters, where the other palace maids and servants carefully lowered their heads in greeting, still haunted by the memory of that blood-soaked day when many who were implicated lost their heads. Those individuals, who had just moments ago exchanged smiles and talk of meeting again, were now irrevocably lost. The mere thought of it sent chills down their spines, rendering them even more fearful of the new emperor. At that moment, a eunuch shattered the oppressive silence. "Your Majesty, the tea has arrived." Lili responded with a sound of acknowledgement, instructing him to serve the tea. After taking a sip, Lili looked down at him and inquired, "Xiao Yinzi, how much longer until Han Xian returns?" "Reporting to your Majesty, by my calculations, it should be within these couple of days." "That aligns with my calculations as well. It seems I have not erred. When Han Xian arrives, there is no need for announcement. Simply allow him to enter." Xiao Yinzi promptly nodded in affirmation. Lili leisurely finished his tea and stood up, intending to meet Li Wen. Li Wen and Wen Ruchuan were seated together at the dining table, their initial wariness towards Li having shifted to a more indifferent demeanor. After observing them eat for a while, Li asked, "Aren't you concerned?" They remained silent. Unperturbed, Li continued, "When Tingshu from the Wen family will be coming, I find myself hesitating over whether to let him go." Indeed, the Wen family had lost its former influence. He could not eradicate them entirely, lest he be labeled a tyrant. This was the first time he mentioned the Wen family, causing Wen Ruchuan to grow anxious, while Li Wen signaled her to remain calm. Li Wen asked, "Are you particularly concerned?" "What do you mean? Are you troubled by the title of tyrant? You seem to accept the reputation of usurper. Is that correct?" Li Wen asked coldly. "Haha, true enough. I have already committed to this path. Why should I worry about such matters now?" Li recognized that there were those in the court who harbored resentment towards him. Retaining Li Wen was linked to those very individuals. Han Xian had once remarked that one must never force loyalty. Only by winning hearts could he gain the people's favor. Li felt a pang of disappointment at not seeing what he had hoped for, his voice growing icy. "History is penned by humanity. Though I care not for how this chapter will be recounted in the future, for now, the realm shall regard me with reverence." Li Wen and Wen Ruchuan held tightly to each other's hands as they watched him exit. Wen Ruchuan, visibly anxious, remarked, "My father is coming. Will he not be met with a gesture of a throat-cutting motion from Li? Fear not. If Li wishes to solidify his throne, he must find a way to placate the aristocracy. Though the Wen family has lost much of its power, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. It is not something that a new emperor like Li can easily crush." Li Wen's steady voice brought her some comfort, yet after a moment of contemplation, her brow furrowed as she said, "You speak wisely, but I cannot shake this persistent unease within me. It has been particularly intense of late. Let them come. I am curious to see what he can achieve." Li returned to his quarters, picked up the memorial, and as he read, his anger mounted. He cast it forcefully to the floor, exclaiming, "Preposterous! A group of obstinate old fools. What right do they have to lecture me?" In his fury, he inadvertently vented his wrath upon a nearby maid, delivering a swift kick without a moment's thought. The maid fell to her knees in pain, not daring to plead for mercy, enduring the agony in silence. Having released his pent-up frustration, Li impatiently ordered her to leave. Though her movements were somewhat sluggish, she executed her task with a semblance of grace. Once she had distanced herself, a flicker of anguish crossed her face. "Your Majesty, the hour is late. It is time to retire." Xiaoyin approached Li quietly, bowing respectfully. Li rubbed his temples and inquired, "Is it the hour of the rat?" "Indeed, Your Majesty," came a reply. "Then assist me in changing my attire. I shall retire." Xiaoyin promptly helped him change, and once the emperor lay down, Xiaoyin settled into a small adjoining chamber for the night. Chapter 67. Life and death beyond one's control. Before Xiaoyin fell asleep, he contemplated a matter that had crossed his mind. He intended to rise immediately, but upon reflection, deemed it too late and resolved to attend to it the following day. As dawn broke the next morning, he stood at the door, awaiting the emperor's summons. After a brief interval, he felt the chill in his feet as the emperor's voice called out, "Xiaoyin." He quickly responded, "Present." "Come in." Xiaoyin opened the door, allowing others to place the washing necessities, and he personally attended to the emperor. Ever since the emperor had risen, he was never without a companion. Xiaoyin was only granted respite when the emperor wished to be alone and instructed him to leave. Even during his brief moments of rest, he remained vigilant, knowing the emperor could summon him at any moment. However, this time, he had an additional task to fulfill, so he added, "If the emperor calls for me and I am not present, please seek me at the Naiwafu." "Thank you." "Certainly, Master Yin." Xiaoyin took the medicine and sought out a maid named Su Yin. Previously, she had served in the second princess's quarters, but upon the latter's marriage, she was not taken along. On the day of the palace upheaval, she survived and was subsequently transferred to the emperor's chamber. She was the very maid whom Lili had kicked the day prior. Xiaoyin witnessed the entire incident, understanding that such lowly individuals were often disregarded. Yet he felt a twinge of guilt, helpless to intervene. "Thank you, Master Yin." Su Yin expressed her gratitude for the medicine he brought, as it was a rare commodity. The imperial hospital's remedies required connections, and like the second princess, Su Yin was accustomed to solitude, lacking such relationships. It was precisely due to her lack of a powerful patron that she found herself in the emperor's service, a position fraught with peril, where a moment's misstep could cost her life. Despite everyone's attempts to curry favor with the emperor, none dared gamble with their lives. All were shrewd and remained observant of the emperor's demeanor. With a hint of embarrassment, Xiaoyin remarked, "Use this medicine wisely. I will arrange for others to assist you during this time, so you need not worry." Su Yin grasped the medicine tightly, affirming, "Master Yin, I will take good care of it." "That is good to hear." Not wishing to linger, Xiaoyin departed hastily. As Su Yin returned to tend to her wounds, someone observed the scene and remarked with a hint of jealousy, "I thought someone important had come, but it's merely Master Yin. Is he perhaps hoping to find you as a companion?" Her words prompted others to open up, and they began to speak at length. Indeed, the silver eunuch displayed a heartless demeanor. His adoptive father had perished before him, yet he exhibited no sorrow, immediately turning his attention to ingratiating himself with the emperor. Now, he occupies a position akin to that of his deceased guardian, leaving one to ponder the chill it sends through the heart. Such a person, it seems, ever aspires to ascend. The once timid young eunuch has now transformed, adopting an air of arrogance. A eunuch devoid of genuine emotion harbors a dark heart. I have heard of several who met unfortunate ends, their fates whispered in silence. This silver eunuch, a man devoid of affection and loyalty, surely cannot be virtuous. Alas, someone is bound to suffer the consequences. They deliberately spoke for Su Yin's ears, who endured their chatter and coldly replied, "Mind your own affairs and refrain from speaking ill of others. Furthermore, for your own benefit, I advise you to cease your gossiping. Should any of it reach the wrong ears, do not say, 'I did not forewarn you.'" They exchanged amused glances, chuckling, "Oh dear, we are merely looking out for you. With your beauty, you ought not to squander it on that dead eunuch, wouldn't you agree? My concerns do not require your meddling. And should you truly wish to be kind, kindly remain silent." Su Yin remained impervious to their jibes, rendering them disinterested. Truly, some individuals cannot discern right from wrong. As Little Silver made his way back to the study, someone rushed towards him, appearing to seek him out. Upon seeing him, without uttering a word, they seized his arm and dashed away, exclaiming, "Silver eunuch, the emperor is displeased by your absence. I recalled your words and immediately set out to find you. Fortunately, I did not misstep. Why does the emperor suddenly seek me?" Little Silver's mind raced, concocting several possibilities. "Ah, it is because Lord Han has returned." What? This revelation took Little Silver by surprise. He had not anticipated Lord Han's swift arrival. "Silver eunuch, I cannot enter. The emperor and Lord Han are inside." Little Silver, carrying tea, cautiously entered the chamber. His presence went unnoticed by those within, and he quietly served tea, standing silently to the side. Lord Han was currently advising against haste, stating that the Wen family should not be touched yet. The emperor took a casual sip and continued in agreement with Lord Han. "Then tell me, who may I act against? When I proposed moving against Li Wan, you cautioned that the time was not right, urging stability within the court. You claimed that dealing with those worthless officials required patience. Surely, I can proceed against the Wen family, yet you still warn me against haste? Han Xian, what do you mean by that?" The emperor's voice softened at the conclusion. "Your Majesty, haste makes waste. Although you currently hold the advantage, the situation remains unclear. Retaining Li Wen serves a purpose. As for the others, without finding suitable replacements, forcing them to withdraw would be detrimental to us. Perhaps your words hold merit, but I can no longer afford to wait. Look around. They're all openly opposing me, fearing I will not take action against them. If I do not fulfill their desires, would it not betray their eagerness for demise? The emperor gestured towards the memorials on the table, and as Han Xian picked one up, he began to chuckle. Under Li Li's perplexity, Han Xian gently set down the memorials and swept through a pile of documents, remarking, "Do you not find it rather amusing? If they're so intent on valiantly defending their cause, why do they not emulate those who previously faced death? It is merely their own cowardice that holds them back. How could His Majesty be so easily deceived, granting them a death that only serves to elevate their hollow notions of loyalty and righteousness? It is a blatant affront to the very essence of loyalty and righteousness." Han Xian reclined lazily, turning to the emperor. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" With just a few words, he rendered the lifelong aspirations of these individuals as insubstantial as dust, easily brushed aside. Li Li, of course, would not allow them to fulfill their desires. A bunch of hypocrites. Their deaths would be of no consequence. I shall await their own demise at my doorstep. Your Majesty speaks true, whatever you desire. I shall willingly sacrifice my life and limb in service to you, he responded. Ha ha ha, you ought to take care of your own life. Little Silver, listening nearby, felt a chill of fear. This version of Lord Han was utterly different from their previous encounter. The former Han Xian had been restrained and composed, whereas now he seemed effortlessly able to elicit a smile from the emperor, his words laced with a hidden blade. If he were to fall into Han Xian's hands, survival would be a distant hope, and death an unattainable desire. Life would be worse than death itself. Chapter 68. Year of Zhou Ji. As Han Xian exited the palace, Little Silver followed closely behind. Turning back, he noticed Little Silver deep in thought, causing a cold sweat to break out on the ladder. Finally, Han Xian realized why he found him familiar. He had indeed seen him before. He had not anticipated that Li Li's bloodbath in the palace would leave behind survivors. His understanding of Li Li was still insufficient. He inquired, "Are you called Little Silver?" "Yes. Lord Han has an excellent memory," Little Silver responded with a humble smile. "Eager, please. An excellent memory is perhaps one of my few merits," Han Xian replied, somewhat awkwardly. "Silver Gong, I have a question, and I wonder if you might be able to answer it." The servant trembled, uncertain whether he could address Lord Han's query. "I shall do my utmost, my lord," Little Silver replied cautiously. Han Xian chuckled lightly. "Surely you know of that individualized situation? Although the current emperor has granted him real power, he is also wary of him. If I were to investigate in secret, His Majesty would certainly grow suspicious. Thus, I would be better off asking openly." Little Silver naturally understood whom he referred to, mentally processing the information before stating, "My lord need not worry. He is relatively safe." Han Xian nodded in acknowledgement, confident that Silver Gong would respond appropriately should the emperor inquire later. He intended to subtly guide Little Silver in this matter. Little Silver followed along, asking, "What do you mean? Report truthfully. If Han Xian does not inquire at all, His Majesty would grow suspicious. Yet if he does ask, he must choose a manner acceptable to the emperor. This would be second nature to Han Xian, though it remains a vexing task." Little Silver, well aware of Han Xian's intent to mentor him, felt a mix of trepidation and gratitude as he bowed, saying, "Thank you, Lord Han." After Han Xian had departed the palace, Little Silver watched his carriage until it was out of sight. Returning to the study, he found Li Li waiting for him. Upon seeing his return, Li Li asked, "Did you see him off?" "Yes, I saw Lord Han board his carriage," Little Silver replied. Li Li, having grown weary of the memorials, closed his eyes and continued, "What did he inquire about during the journey?" Little Silver cautiously lowered his head and said, "Lord Han simply asked how the one in the cold palace is faring." Li Li wearily opened his eyes and looked up, questioning, "Is there nothing else?" Xiaoying sincerely replied, "There is nothing more." He did not deceive me. Upon observing the honesty in his eyes, Li Li understood that he spoke the truth. Han Xian had only inquired about Li Wan. Would Han Xian genuinely concern himself with Li Wan, Or was it merely a question posed on behalf of Li Yi? Li recalled the time he had asked Han Xian how to treat Li Yi, and Han Xian's response had been to confine the princess like a caged bird. Li Yi was pitiable. Han Xian harbored ambitions as shrewd as a wolf, a fact known to all save for Li Yi herself. Instead of returning to the princess's residence, Han Xian sought out Nan Jiashi, who was then practicing martial arts in the training grounds. Upon seeing Han Xian's return, Nan Jiashi quickly wrapped up his training. "Ganjie, you are back. How does it feel? Nowadays, you are quite in demand, with many seeking an audience with you, yet you have turned them all away. How do you find time to visit this humble place?" Nan Jiashi began with playful banter. Han Xian chuckled, "Yet here I am see you. By your reasoning, you are even harder to meet." They both laughed, but soon Nan Jiashi's expression turned serious. "Do you know what transpired on the day of the palace coup?" Han Xian sensed there was more to be said and remained silent. Nan Jiashi continued. "The streets were drenched in blood, and everyone remained indoors, utterly silent. Initially, I led the charge, but they surrendered swiftly, and I requested that we spare them." No wonder Han Xian recognized so many familiar faces. It was due to his intervention. "Thankfully, my words held some weight." Nan Jiashi subsequently recounted the events of that day to Han Xian, and even as Han Xian was summoned back to the palace by the emperor, he pondered over Nan Jiashi's words. Li presented the characters he had selected to Han Xian. "What do you think of changing the era name to Zhou Ji?" Han Xian nodded. "The renewal of old ties through Zhou Ji would be greatly beneficial. Providing material assistance to the impoverished, Your Majesty, carries a positive connotation." "That is precisely my thought. Henceforth, we shall change Xing Yuan to Zhou Ji." From that moment on, when discussing time, people would refer to it as the first year of Zhou Ji. Upon hearing that the current era had changed, Li Yi felt the unpredictability of life. She expressed her desire to meet Li Wan, but Han Xian declined her request. "Why can't I see him?" Seeing Li Yi stubbornly seeking an explanation, Han Xian replied, "It's not that you cannot see him. It's simply not the right time." A vague response. Li Yi scoffed, suspecting that Li Li's reluctance stemmed from an unwillingness to let her meet him. Han Xian affectionately embraced her, nuzzling his nose against her neck. "Yi, the emperor merely requires time. Once everything is resolved, you shall be able to see him. Can we not fidget while speaking?" Li Yi felt a tickle on her neck, frowning as she pushed him away. "I do not wish for this." "Yi, do you not like this?" Han Xian feigned innocence, lowering his hand. Li Yi nearly erupted, having not been this close to him for months. Their current circumstances were unsuitable for such intimacy. "Remove your hand." Despite exerting some strength, she could not dislodge him, coldly demanding, "Will you take it away or not?" Han Xian replied nonchalantly, "If I do not, what will Yi do?" Li discovered that she was truly powerless against Han Xian now. In the past, Han Xian had listened to her, partly due to his status, and partly because he was pretending. Li felt a surge of impatience. What more did he want from her? She believed she had already compromised enough, yet he continued to press her, leaving her with no retreat. Han Xian's hand gripped the back of Li Yi's neck, while the other hand began its ascent along her leg. Chuckling softly, "I heard from the princess that I am your treasure. What is the problem with that?" Li found herself unable to move, like a fish at the mercy of its captor, only able to weakly kick at him. "I too wish for the princess to be my treasure, placed in a splendid box, hidden from the eyes of others, for my sole admiration. Only I would know how precious she is." Li Yi's voice turned unnatural, trembling slightly. "Get away." "What should I do? Change locations?" he teased. "You should have mentioned it sooner." Li Yi could no longer resist Han Xian, cursing him for his shamelessness, then feeling a sense of relief as she added, "Vile. Is this what you call vile?" Han Xian chuckled. "I, close your eyes." Li Yi deliberately defied him, widening her eyes to stare at him. Han Xian, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "You cannot blame me for this." Li Yi looked at him in disbelief as he lowered his head, her legs parted. Embarrassed, she shut her eyes and let out a muffled sound, unable to utter another word. She wanted to say stop, to plead for him not to continue. Tears streamed down her face as she realized she seemed to have lost something significant. Chapter 69. That day on the day of the palace coup, Nan Jiashi marched down the streets of Qingcheng with his troops, the doors and windows tightly shut on either side, the air thick with the scent of bloodshed. the sounds of clashing swords and galloping hooves ringing clear. At that moment, Nan Jiashir's cold gaze swept across the surroundings, commanding the scene. Upon entering the palace gates, he resembled a merciless blade, cutting through all those he had set his sights on. It was then he caught sight of a trembling figure clad in a pale pink dress, her oversized sleeves making her petite frame appear even smaller as she hurriedly attempted to flee. "Stop!" Nan Jiashir called out, riding forward without dismounting, raising his sword to tilt her chin, gazing down at her. Recognizing her, he frowned. "Zilwan, are you not from the Chunfeng Pavilion? Are you deceiving me?" "General Nan, I am indeed Zilwan from the Chunfeng Pavilion," she replied, her face devoid of dust but filled with panic, the sword threatening her neck, rendering her motionless. "I would never dare deceive the general. Everyone else, leave. This matter is under my purview," Nan Jiashir instructed, dismissing others until only he and Zilwan remained. He sheathed his sword, dismounted, and inquired, "What brings you to the palace?" Zilwan was on the verge of tears, and she dared not withhold the truth. She spoke candidly. "I was sent to the palace, told that it would ensure my survival, but who knew? Who knew they were deceiving me?" She felt like a floating duckweed, lacking roots and future. What fault did she possess? Her only ambition was dissolving into nothingness. Her tear-streaked face resembled a weeping pear blossom, evoking pity from anyone who truly cherished beauty. Nan Jiashir discerned her meaning and spoke in a deep voice. "Do you wish to live?" Zilwan remained silent, her eyes fixed on him, those watery orbs resembling a clear spring. "To live, one must remain silent and follow me." Has Nanjia been tempted? He adamantly denies it. Yet he cannot resist the urge to save Zilwan, as she increasingly resembles that person, even if it means defying orders. Observing the palace, maidens gazing at her with longing. Zilwan, feeling tender-hearted, implores, "They are like me, they one tea speak out of turn. They are well-behaved. May we spare them?" Nanjia remains silent, yet he refrains from drawing his blade before these maidens. When he sees some driven to bloodlust, he ruthlessly disarms them, bringing them back to their senses. He seeks favor from Li, who consents but adds sternly, "Those who refuse shall be slain. There is no need for further reports to me. As long as they comply with the demands, they may live, but should they attempt to flee, their fate is sealed." Nanjia becomes the general he aspired to be, yet he raises the slaughtering knife, not for protection, but for the sake of another's power struggle. This is the solitary opportunity he has carved out for himself, a choice made under duress. Subsequently, he assumes command of the Imperial Guards, and Zilwan becomes his wife. Li, dissatisfied, remarks, "Your wife should not be of such lowly status. You have not chosen any daughters of the ministers." This was not his harshest critique. He almost added that her current status as a princess ought to afford her more respect. "My heart belongs to her, your majesty. She is truly exceptional. What makes her worthy of you? Lacking familial power, she possesses no talents that match yours. How could you possibly be fond of her?" Li is perplexed by his steadfast choice of a courtesan as his wife. Nanjia calmly replies, "She may lack a family, but I can become her family. I'm merely a brute, lacking in talent as well." Unbeknownst to him, he places himself on equal footing with his wife. "Enough, I understand," Li, exasperated, orders him to withdraw, realizing he cannot forcibly separate them, and chooses instead to ignore their union. Upon his return, Zilwan approaches and helps him out of his outer robe. After neatly placing his garments, she sits beside Nanjia and inquires, "My lord, why have you chosen me as your wife? Is it not better to seek a more advantageous match?" "It is indeed good, yet I feel discomfort within," she confesses, aware that many are mocking her despite her ignorance of court affairs. "You treat me well, but I am unworthy of you." Nanjia senses her unease and muses on her innocence. He reassures her, "My kindness to you and your kindness to me are unrelated to worthiness. What matters is our own comfort, unaffected by others' opinions." "I do not know what you think, my lord." This is an attempt to extract his thoughts, Nanjia realizes, and he finds himself amused by her transparency. How could she have ever dared to dream of the palace with such naivety? "I just miss you," he lazily replies. Zilwan blushes and playfully reproaches him. "That is not what I meant." "Then tell me, what do you wish to hear from me?" Zilwan pauses, genuinely pondering. While Nanjiaten leans back, awaiting her question. Do you like me, or do you merely feel pity for me? Zilwan perceives his kindness. Yet this very kindness engenders a sense of disorientation, as if she were floating on a cloud. Nanjiaten had never contemplated such matters before. He accepted Zilwan partly to prevent the emperor from arranging a marriage for him, and partly because he found her pleasing to the eye, making it easier to manage. Perhaps there were multiple reasons. Nanjiaten did not wish to deceive Zilwan, so he expressed his feelings with clarity. Zilwan, however, felt a pang of recklessness after asking her question. How could she be so forthright with her husband? Influenced by her experiences at Chunfeng Pavilion, her heart brimmed with youthful affection. Yet she understood that marital relationships require more than mere love. They must also bear greater burdens. Forgive me, my lord. I have been greedy. She realized she should not dwell on such matters. As the lord's wife, her responsibilities lay in continuing the family line and managing the household. Nanjiaten, having lost his parents at an early age, harbored no urgent desire to uphold ancestral lineage or glorify his family name. He did not even know who his ancestors were, nor did he know where to pay homage. Through observing others' marriages, he discerned why Zilwan felt compelled to apologize. Yet he found it unappealing. Why burden yourself with guilt? What is wrong with being greedy? You are only greedy for me. Nanjiaten inadvertently spoke the truth, warming Zilwan's heart with his words. She replied, My lord, for the first time, I realize that being greedy can be right. There is much you do not know. We shall take our time. Very well, slowly. Zilwan smiled, her clear eyes curving into crescent shapes, radiating joy that made Nanjiaten smile in return. The flickering candlelight danced between them as they gazed into each other's eyes. Youthful exuberance makes one easily stirred, and when passion deepens, defenses crumble. Zilwan's hand was initially cool, but soon began to sweat, the details of their embrace left to the imagination. Chapter 70. His revenge. Li had not stepped outside the princess's residence for days. She felt like a caged